and war happened to be their best catalyst. In the end, the number of these owl-dragon insect races stabilized at around 8 million. At this point, the exact number was no longer crucial. Commander Mermaid Hina's gaze fell on a behemoth. It was undoubtedly the largest nest mothership she had ever seen. A solid T6 class nest mothership. Even without data, she could be sure that this was a genuine T6 nest mothership. Until now, the opposing order insect races had not even displayed T6 class nest motherships. Just at that moment, a blurry video window appeared in front of Commander Mermaid Hina. On the other side was a young girl. "Greetings, Commander of the Fortress. I am Commandant Chuggy of the Owl Dragon Insect Race Fleet Group. Acting on the Emperor's orders, I have come to provide support. I will now command my fleet to launch a counterattack. You and your forces in the fortress only need to maintain your position." Chuggy's voice was somewhat youthful, but it carried a hint of killing intent. "Understood," Commander Mermaid Hina responded. Looking at the young girl on the other side, she couldn't help but ask, "Commandant Chuggy, is your flagship a T6 nest mothership? May I ask, what is its name?" Chuggy paused before responding. "It is the T6 Gluttonous Class Nest Mothership." Chapter 1201. The tactical insect race of the Owl Dragon, with 8 million Owl Dragon insect clan fleet, launched an attack. Although the opposing order insect clan still had a greater number, for some reason, at this moment, it was the Owl Dragon insect clan fleet that held the advantage. It can be seen that both sides have very similar types of soldiers, but there is a noticeable gap in combat effectiveness. For identical types and levels of insect clan combat units, it is clear that the Owl Dragon side has the upper hand. Moreover, in terms of overall combat, the Order Insect Clan continued with their swarm tactics, pouring in waves after waves. However, the Owl Dragon Insect Clan did things differently. They actually employed tactics. The simplest tactic was to group every 300 insect nest motherships along with their corresponding insect clan combat units to form a team and launch attacks against the enemy. Even when facing insect clan combat units of the same level, it was clear that the Owl Dragon Insect Clan was stronger than their opponents. These Owl Dragon Insect Clan combat units always adhered to one principle: never engage in one-on-one battles, but fight as a group. Furthermore, after one team battle ended, they did not immediately resume attacking, but instead stopped in place. At this point, the next wave of combat teams would take over and launch the attack. When the second wave of combat teams eliminated their opponents, the previously resting combat teams would continue the attack in their best condition. By employing this staggered combat style, they were able to gain a significant advantage. If they encountered extremely strong enemy combat units, the Owl Dragon Insect Clan forces would retreat. Yes, retreat. This term may have never appeared in the dictionary of the interstellar insect race. Yet, the Owl Dragon Insect Clan used it. Their retreat was not a genuine retreat. It was done to lure the powerful enemy into their encirclement. Suppose in the original battlefield layout, a point had a stronger opponent. The insect clan combat units at this point would retreat and create a concave pocket. At this moment, the opposing order insect clan would initiate the attack, causing that segment to enter the pocket. Based on the strength of the enemy, the size of this pocket would be determined. Once the front part of the enemy entered the pocket, the Owl Dragon Insect Clan fleet would decisively tighten the pocket, and at the same time, the surrounding Owl Dragon Insect Clan fleet would launch a group attack. In this way, there would be multiple times more forces to eliminate the enemy Insect Clan fleet in that area. Even if the opponent's insect nest motherships were strong, they would not be able to compete with the Owl Dragon Insect Clan fleet, which outnumbered them. At this moment, Commander Hina in the fortress watched the performance of the Owl Dragon Insect Clan fleet on the battlefield, somewhat speechless. The lieutenant beside her even exclaimed her thoughts, are they really insect clans? They actually possess such exquisite tactics. If it weren't for their appearance, I would have thought this was a dragon fleet established by some higher being. Saying it was a dragon fleet might be exaggerated. Although they utilized tactics, many details appeared quite rigid, as if an ancient machine was imitating human movements. However, despite this, relying on these capabilities, they had already gained the upper hand in fighting their opponents. I never expected that this Princess Insect Commander could develop this insect clan to such a level. It completely surpasses our original perception of the interstellar insect race, Commander Hina generously praised. because these were all true. With the assistance of these owl dragon insect clan fleets, their fortress was completely turning the tables. Defense was no longer a problem. Just as they were starting to relax, the Stargate established by the Southern Heavenly Gate flagship suddenly began spinning rapidly. One by one, interstellar warships shot out like comets, appearing in this space. 10, 100, 1,000. The speed and quantity were overwhelming, and they were all exclusively Owl Dragon series interstellar warships. Look, could those be our reinforcements too? The lieutenant pointed excitedly in the direction of the Stargate, watching the continuous appearance of Owl Dragon series interstellar warships. Commander Hyna also showed a look of surprise. Could it be that the reinforcements mentioned in the previous communication were not just the Owl Dragon Insect Clan fleet, led by the Princess, but also the interstellar fleet from the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire? At the thought of this, Commander Hyna's excitement knew no bounds. With the appearance of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire's interstellar fleet at this moment, on one hand, it significantly alleviated the pressure on the fortress. On the other hand, it also revealed important information. It was possible that the internal issues of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire had been effectively resolved. This meant that His Majesty the Emperor and the Grand Marshal now had the resources to come to their aid. As expected, at this moment, Owl Dragon fleet appeared in the most conspicuous position. No, it should not be called conspicuous, but rather the existence of these Owl Dragon series interstellar warships made that place prominent. Because the paint scheme of these Owl Dragon series starships was completely different. It represented the paint scheme of the Imperial Guard fleet. And with the appearance of the Imperial Guard fleet here, it meant that His Majesty the Emperor was personally present. Commander Hyna's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Although she was a mermaid, she might have been influenced after joining the Owl Dragon Legion system for this period of time. Or it could be the inherent charisma of the Emperor. She also genuinely admired the Emperor. At this moment, a video window popped up. Sitting on the throne opposite was the Emperor. Commander Hyna immediately stood straight and saluted. Commander Hyna, the highest commander of the Angel Defense Line, the #1 Angel City Fortress, pays homage to His Majesty the Emperor. The lieutenant beside her also hastily exclaimed, with excitement in his eyes. Hyna, we have seen your command here at the fortress. You did not let down the Grand Marshal's trust in you. You also live up to the Owl Dragon Legion uniform on your body. Zhao Chen looked at the mermaid commander in front of him and praised generously. This was sincere praise, because he had witnessed the defense command of the Angel City Fortress during this time. He had even simulated several battles himself. But almost every time, the Angel City Fortress fell early. It was impossible to achieve what Commander Hyna did. Even several other commanding marshals admitted that in terms of defensive warfare, they were not as good as Commander Hyna. She was a tactical master of defensive warfare. She could strategically place her limited resources and pieces in the most appropriate places, allowing the originally single strength to produce double the effect. This was the excellence of a defensive commander. Thank you, Your Majesty. It's what we should do. Commander Hyna replied, her eyes already slightly reddened. No one knew the pressure she had endured in these few days. A single word of recognition was enough at this moment. Chapter 1202. Launching a counterattack. How is the battle on Changji's side? Zhao Chen straightforwardly inquired, as he was checking on the battle situation of the Owl Dragon insect fleet. Commander Hyna described in detail how Changji Commander led the Owl Dragon insect fleet's battle. Under Changji Commander's leadership, those defense zones we were about to abandon have all been reclaimed under our control. Moreover, we are gaining momentum against the enemy. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Your Majesty, what are our next steps? Commander Hyna asked. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and calmly stated, we have a plan. A counterattack. A counterattack. Commander Hyna was momentarily puzzled. Our northern insect nest defense line has been enduring relentless attacks from the Order Insect tribe. It is time for us to strike back. After all, our custom is to reciprocate respect, not to endure silently forever. Zhao Chen's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, akin to a fierce dragon opening its eyes. Upon hearing about the counterattack, Commander Hyna did not immediately agree. As the fortress commander constantly fending off attacks from the Order Insect tribe, she should have been more willing to see a counterattack happen, to vent some frustration. Yet, she frowned slightly, seeming hesitant. Do you have concerns? Zhao Chen noticed Commander Haine's expression and asked. Commander Haine bluntly stated, I believe that now may not be the time for us to counterattack. Although I am unaware of the current situation within the Empire, I assume that each Owl Dragon fleet has just finished battles, and their conditions may not be optimal. As for the Order Insect tribe across from us, so far, they have deployed 100 million Order Insects on the battlefield. Up to this point, we have eliminated more than half. But no one knows if there are other insect fleet in their two colonies. Launching a counterattack now may lead to significant losses for us. Commander Haine's words held merit, but her hesitation stemmed more from not knowing the current strength of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire and the Owl Dragon fleets. Hence her cautious thoughts. No need to worry. We have sufficient strength to carry out the counterattack, Zhao Chen said firmly. Upon hearing the king's resolute words, Commander Haine did not press further. However, we still need to wait for a period. The gate's transportation capacity is limited. This time we have mobilized two fleets, totaling nearly 300,000 interstellar warships, directly attacking the fortress and launching an offensive on the two insect colonies. It will take some time to assemble. Once we are ready, we will strike back. The estimated time is within 3 days. When we implement the counterattack plan, we need you to hold our rear, ensuring the stability of our logistics and supply routes. Zhao Chen paused briefly before continuing. As of now, on the northern insect nest defense line, there are still at least 20 million Order Insect fleet engaged in battle. If we were to directly attack their main camp, no one knows if they might counterattack by retreating and then striking us. In such a scenario, your fortress defense will need to repel the retreating Order Insects from that direction. Hence, your mission is far from over. After hearing Zhao Chen's mission assignment, Commander Haine nodded, promising, Your Majesty, rest assured. Our fortress will ensure it remains under our control. Chapter 1203. With Zhao Chen's permission, the T6 Gluttony-class Nest mothership was allowed to use the never-before-seen insect species. Why would the T5 biochemical infected insects be inside the T6 Gluttony-class Nest mothership body? It is because these T5 biochemical infected insects belong to the T6 Gluttony-class Nest mothership and are exclusive insect species. At this moment, a T5 biochemical infected insect seemed to be launched like an interstellar missile, following other wyvern insect tribes to launch an attack together. However, most of them first pounced on the corpses of the just dead Order Insect tribe. Because of the previous battle, many Order Insect tribe corpses appeared, and these corpses were left behind. The reason for leaving these Order Insect tribe corpses was now apparent. A T5 biochemical infected insect bit into the corpse of a T5 Leviathan King-class Nest mothership, which was covered in wounds and had completely lost its life. However, at the moment, this T5 biochemical infected insect attached to it, some active golden mycelium appeared on the surface of this T5 Leviathan King-class Nest mothership's body, penetrating into its body. After about a minute, this T5 Leviathan King-class Nest mothership unexpectedly showed signs of movement. It slowly stretched its body and then turned its head towards the nearby wyvern insect tribe battlefields. This T5 Leviathan King-class Nest mothership seemed even more frenzied than before, spraying plasma cannons on one side and drawing closer to the enemy insect fleet on the other. When approaching close combat, the fierce mouth of this T5 Leviathan King-class Nest mothership directly bit into it. At the same time, the number of similar biochemical Nest motherships was increasing. Their common feature was golden mycelium. And the Order Insect tribe that fought them, even if they destroyed these biochemical Nest motherships, would have this golden mycelium on their bodies. With time, this golden mycelium would increase, eventually infecting the Order Insect Nest mothership. The entire battlefield had an eerie atmosphere. This is incredible. Captain Taobei watched the scene in shock. The entire battlefield was very strange. Fighting between insect tribes was already strange enough. Now these strange biochemical Nest motherships had emerged. Although the individual combat power of the wyvern insect tribe was higher, the number of Order Insect tribe was still present. Both sides were engaged in a war of attrition, where killing 10 of their soldiers would result in losing 7 of their own. However, with the addition of these biochemical Nest motherships, the situation changed. Because the Order Insect tribe would find that, after eliminating these strange biochemical Nest motherships, their own Nest mothership would be infected at some point. It was like a group of viruses. If you don't attack, you will be infected. If you attack, you will also be infected. A dilemma. The Order insect tribe lacked significant wisdom and continued with their insect sea tactics, leading to abnormal forces on the battlefield. The power of the Wyvern insect tribe remained constant, while the forces on the side of the Order insect tribe rapidly declined. Isn't this the ability of undead creatures before? This is something ordered out. It's like they are hoisted by their own petard, Zhao Chen said with a cold smile. Whether it was due to her unique blood or not, the Order insect tribe controlled by the Insect Queen had acquired a new evolutionary ability. They could evolve new types of nest motherships and insect species. However, these infected nest motherships had a drawback: their existence was limited. The stronger the individual was during their lifetime, the longer they existed. Therefore, this ability could only provide an advantage in the battlefield and could not truly develop a large army. This was different from the abilities of undead creatures. But at this level of ability, it was still quite good. Wow, this is invincible, Captain Taobei praised. As a starship captain with commanding potential, she understood the inherent value of this ability. Imagine, the more the opponent fights, the more they would lose. The concept was terrifying. Shortly after, Zhao Chen gathered the entire Wyvern Legion fleet he commanded. Several video windows appeared successively in front of Zhao Chen. Zhou Zhuan's Wyvern 2nd Fleet, Zhu Zhaoxiu's Wyvern 4th Fleet. Zhao Chen personally led the Emperor's Personal Guard Fleet and the two Ace Fleets that followed, the Blizzard Ace Fleet led by Qi Tong and the Hells Angels Ace Fleet led by Bai Zhu. Originally, Charlotte wanted to personally lead her Raging Scale Ace Fleet to take charge of this attack, but Zhao Chen stopped her forcibly. The reason was simple. Charlotte's due date was approaching, and she was set to give birth at the end of June, with only about a week left. The duration of the decisive battle against the two insect colonies was unknown. Moreover, there were certain risks outside. Therefore, Zhao Chen personally took charge of the affairs of this decisive battle with the assistance of several marshals. Essentially, the marshals were primarily responsible for finalizing the battle plan, with Zhao Chen overseeing it. Under Zhao Chen's firm attitude, Charlotte had no choice but to lead her Raging Scale Ace Fleet to hold the rear and maintain the northern insect colony defense line. At that time, Charlotte looked at him resentfully. Zhao Chen still remembered it. That big white cat even waved its fists and threatened Zhao Chen, saying he would be taught a lesson once she finished unloading. Seeing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. Returning to the main topic, Zhao Chen looked at the 5 fleet commanders in front of him, the vice commander of his Emperor's Guard Fleet, a panda girl, and 2 others who attended. One was the commander of the Wyvern Insect Tribe's assault, and the other was Commander Mermaid Hyena of the Angel City Fortress. Although everyone had different roles, they were all pivotal in this war. Ahem. Now, the Insect Queen leads the Wyvern Insect Tribe Fleet on the front lines. Under the courageous battle of the Wyvern Insect Tribe Fleet, the Angel Front has completely regained control, and has completely suppressed the enemy's momentum of attack. Chapter 1204. The Great Battle. Zhao Chen first praised the performance of Princess Chong. Princess Chong often behaved like a child, so timely praise was the best. The princess also had an excited and proud smile on her face, holding her head high. However, she noticed a hint of envy in the eyes of the other marshals and commanders present. One moment. Before discussing the next strategy, I have an announcement to make, Zhao Chen suddenly said solemnly. All eyes fell on Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen continued, under my decision, the Dragon Interstellar Empire is officially established, with the Dragon Insect Fleet led by Princess Chong as the highest fleet commander, awarded the title of 4-star Marshal. In addition, the Dragon Insect Fleet is a special fleet with no set number, directly under my command. Because we are in a wartime phase, any related rewards will be issued after the war. After Zhao Chen finished speaking, he looked at the astonished Princess Chong. Little insect, what do you think? Princess Chong was at a loss for words. She never expected to be awarded a title, especially the rank of 4-star Marshal. To her knowledge, this rank was second only to the 5-star Marshals, which so far had only been held by Charlotte and Lily. The honor and recognition brought tears to Princess Chong's eyes. She stood up straight and declared, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Princess Chong swears to be loyal to the Empire and fight for the Emperor. Seeing her serious attitude, it seemed as if she had transcended her insect identity and truly become a part of the Dragon Interstellar Empire. In fact, This was also Zhao Chen's intention. Although the Empire was mainly made up of people, there were already many other interstellar races, making it a diverse empire. Since there were other interstellar races, why couldn't there be an interstellar insect race? As long as the dragon insect fleet did not threaten the lives of other Empire citizens and fought for the Empire, they would simply be another interstellar race in the Empire, differing only in appearance and language, which was common in the universe. The other marshals and commanders present looked at Princess Chong with encouragement and support. They all had some contact with Princess Chong and now saw the dragon insect fleet, or rather, the dragon insect fleet group, fighting for the Dragon Interstellar Empire, the Angel Front, and the Angel City Fortress. Fighting alongside them, they became her comrades in life and death. Now let's continue discussing our operational plan. This operation will last from now until the end of July. The battle objectives are 2 insect nests and all order insects. The main forces mobilized will be your 3 Empire fleets, the Ace Fleet, and the Emperor's Personal Guard Fleet. Excluding the Dragon Insect Fleet's numbers, there will be approximately 350,000 Dragon Series interstellar warships, including over 30 T6 interstellar warships, over 5,000 T5 interstellar warships, and the remaining T4 and T3 interstellar warships split halfway. Zhao Chen first outlined their forces. As for our opponents, originally there were 1 billion order insects. After a series of battles, less than 50 million remain. Of these, 20 million are between the Northern Insect Nest defense line and the Angel City Fortress, with the remaining 30 million outside the Angel City Fortress. Additionally, we do not know how many order insects are still inside the 2 insect nests. Therefore, our next operational plan includes holding off the 20 million order insects between the Northern Insect Nest defense line and the Angel City Fortress, while simultaneously exterminating the 30 million order insects in front of us, advancing to the positions of the 2 insect nests and destroying them. In this entire plan, our anticipated outcome under the worst circumstances, assuming our enemies can still muster another billion order insects, we still have a 50% chance, but... Zhao Chen paused, then continued gravely, we may suffer significant losses. If the enemy's hidden cards exceed this billion figure, then we will face the worst-case scenario. However, we also have a trump card, the T6 Super New Star Ultimate Bomb developed later. According to the original plan, we will receive to T6 Super New Star Ultimate Bombs in early July, and by the end of July, the final 2. These are currently our only 4. According to the production plan, the next T6 Super New Star Ultimate Bombs will not be available until early next year. Based on the results of our first use of the T6 Super New Star Ultimate Bomb, 1 bomb is sufficient to destroy a galaxy. And from what we understand, the area of an insect nest is roughly equivalent to a galaxy. So, under the plan's success, to T6 Super New Star Ultimate Bombs should not only destroy the 2 insect nests thoroughly, but also severely damage them at least. The marshals and commanders present all nodded in agreement. The upper echelons of the Dragon Interstellar Empire had already obtained data on the practical effects of the T6 Super New Star Ultimate Bomb and were well aware of its terror. Moreover, individuals like Chu Zhuan were first-hand witnesses to its first combat use. This is the detailed operational plan approved by Grand Marshal Charlotte. Have a look. If there are no issues, we will proceed to deploy according to Grand Marshal Charlotte's plan. Zhao Chen brought out the operational plan prepared by his wife, which everyone quickly read through. In the end, everyone thought Grand Marshal Charlotte's plan was excellent, with the broad direction being correct. There were only minor details to adjust, and no other issues. Finally, Zhao Chen looked at the finalized plan before him, nodding in satisfaction. He looked at all the marshals and commanders present. Our home, this universe, faces the final crisis in the form of these order insects. Let us completely cleanse them and restore a peaceful future for our empire. Chapter 1205. Emperor fainted? The battle deployment has been fully accounted for. Next, Zhao Chen himself doesn't need to worry too much. Zhao Chen concluded the meeting. He stood up from the throne. But in the next second, suddenly he felt a darkness in front of his eyes. He fell directly to the ground. This sudden incident shocked everyone around. Both Panther Lady and Dao Baibai saw with their own eyes the Emperor finishing the meeting, then standing up. Afterwards, he just toppled over to the side. This sudden event was too unexpected. Dao Baibai didn't react at all. But as the Emperor's personal guard, Panther Lady realized it immediately. She rushed to the Emperor's side, pressing her hand on him. There were no signs of any abnormalities in his life. At this time, some members of other departments on the bridge looked curious. Panther Lady did not hesitate and threw something like a button towards the throne. Then, a holographic image of Zhao Chen appeared on the throne. This Zhao Chen maintained a seated and resting posture, almost indistinguishable from the real person. The real Zhao Chen, lying on the ground, was directly covered with a blanket by Panther Lady. Meanwhile, the members of the Emperor's guard unit also approached and surrounded the fallen Zhao Chen. "Don't panic. Execute emergency preparedness," Panther Lady murmured. The members of the Emperor's guard unit reacted without changing their expressions. Most of them returned to their positions. A few of them stood closer to the throne than before. They appeared normal at the moment, but their hearts were wary as they quietly observed everyone on the bridge. This was part of the emergency plan. At the same time, several guards immediately found the officers who had noticed the Emperor's abnormality earlier and escorted them away from the bridge for temporary custody. Fortunately, the incident happened so suddenly that only a few people truly saw Zhao Chen fall. "Captain Dao Bye-Bye, from now on, this interstellar battleship is in a state of secret emergency control. No one, including you, is allowed to leave the bridge. Officers from other departments are not allowed to leave their departments or current positions unless necessary. And no one is allowed near His Majesty the Emperor on the throne." Panther Lady's final words carried added weight. Captain Dao Bye-Bye was nervous. If the Emperor fainted on her own starship, no matter the outcome, she would bear responsibility as the captain. She looked somewhat distractedly at Panther Lady. Panther Lady approached Dao Bye-Bye, her gaze sharp. "Captain Dao Bye-Bye, this is not the time to panic. Nobody knows what exactly happened to His Majesty the Emperor. Everyone present, including you and I, are all suspects. However, according to the planned scenario, we need your cooperation. We cannot afford chaos. So, you need to stay here to maintain control. My people will assist you. This information must not be leaked out for now." Hearing Panther Lady's words, Dao Bye-Bye finally regained her composure. She glanced at the Emperor on the throne. She nodded heavily. "Please rest assured, I will keep everything under control here. As long as I am here, I will not let anyone near His Majesty the Emperor." After a pause, she looked towards the officer who had been helped up by a guard, but whose appearance was now unrecognizable as Zhao Chen's. It seemed that Panther Lady had used some technology on Zhao Chen to make his appearance resemble that of a female officer to outsiders. "I will now take His Majesty back to the captain's quarters. During this time, I will have someone examine His Majesty. If His Majesty does not wake up within 10 minutes, I will initiate an emergency plan and report this situation to Marshal Charlotte and the Chief Secretary Lily," Panther Lady said sternly. This series of operations had been predetermined by Zhao Chen before. After all, there was a possibility of anything happening. If any accident occurred, there couldn't be a situation where the dragon had no leader or the whole organization collapsed because of his accident. Zhao Chen understood that the current strength and unity of the dragon forces were largely due to his presence. But once he was gone, the seemingly powerful dragon forces might crumble in no time. Therefore, such a situation needed immediate control, and all preparations had to be made before the impact expanded. Threats needed to be minimized. When Zhao Chen discussed this with Panther Lady and others earlier, Lily and Charlotte were not pleased. They thought it was too ominous. But Zhao Chen smiled and said, "Anything can happen in this world. It's better to be prepared for all eventualities. After all, I can travel to this world and have a system. There's nothing that can't happen, right? Who knows, one day I might just blink and be back in my own world. So, I arranged these things without hesitation." Unexpectedly, it was now time to prove it. Panther Lady assisted the female officer supported by her subordinates. She looked at Captain Dao Bye-Bye and spoke in a normal tone and voice. "I'm sorry, there is a soldier here feeling unwell. I will take her down to rest for a bit." She bowed slightly towards the Zhao Chen on the throne. With a glance at the guards remaining here, she had given her command. Subsequently, she left the bridge with 3 other guards. If too many guards left the bridge, it would be very unusual. No one knew why the Emperor suddenly fainted. Typically, the Emperor's health was excellent. A simple checkup was arranged every week, and a major examination every quarter. Although Zhao Chen had once said this was completely unnecessary, he still followed the advice due to Lily and the others' request. So, Panther Lady knew very well about His Majesty the Emperor's health. It was not just good health, it was unprecedentedly strong, surpassing 99.99% of known male creatures in the universe. His sudden fainting was definitely not an ordinary occurrence. An attack or poisoning were possibilities. These situations were undoubtedly serious. Therefore, Panther Lady could not afford any ambiguity. In the process of heading to the captain's quarters, the three guards also did their duties, forming a protective formation around Zhao Chen and Panther Lady. Finally, they safely reached the captain's quarters. Wait outside the door. Nobody is allowed near here. Anyone who disobeys, regardless of identity, should be shot. Panther Lady commanded sternly to her subordinates. Yes. The three guards replied in unison. Panther Lady escorted Zhao Chen into the captain's quarters and laid him on the bed in the bedroom. She began to use the medical equipment in the captain's quarters. As the Emperor's personal guard, she needed to have sufficient medical skills and the ability to deal with emergencies. Chapter 1206. Dream or Reality? Zhao Chen opened his eyes. Before him was a bed, a scene that was both familiar and strange. He suddenly sat up, looking around. This was actually his own room. Zhao Chen stared in astonishment at the layout of the room, which was very familiar, but also had a hint of unfamiliarity. There was a single bed measuring 1.8 meters, brown bed sheets, and a thick quilt for the winter. Turning his head, he saw a white bedside table with a napkin and a cylindrical white bedside lamp. To the left was a traditional dark wood wardrobe with a distinctly vintage three-layer curved tabletop at the corner where things or decorations could be placed. Across from the bed was a large white wall. Zhao Chen vaguely remembered that when he had free time, he liked using a projector on this wall to watch movies. It was really enjoyable. In the corner to the right of the bed was a wooden desk. On the desk were a computer, a CPU, a keyboard, some cups, pens, and other miscellaneous items. There were especially a lot of cups. Zhao Chen liked drinking water. There were 3 cups on the table, an orange thermos cup that could hold 1 liter, mainly used for drinking water in winter, a ceramic mug for coffee and tea bags, and a green regular water cup used to pour some hot water from the thermos cup into it to let it cool down before drinking. On the table, there was also a small cat-shaped ornament. It was one of the few decorations he had bought because he loved cats, but it wasn't suitable to have a cat at home. Next to the desk was a trash bin. To the right of the bed was a blue curtain, and due to poor light blocking capability and the absence of a curtain box, light shafts could be seen streaming in, resembling Roman columns. Zhao Chen's breathing gradually became rapid. He couldn't care less about the cold in the south. He jumped out of bed barefooted and walked straight to the window. He opened the window. There were 2 glass windows and a screen window. Outside was a glaring light. Across was a newly built residential area that had been completed just a few years ago. Zhao Chen couldn't believe it. Was he back now? Were all the events before just a dream? No, it couldn't be possible. He remembered everything so clearly. How could it be a dream? The 6 or 7 years spent in the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire, with characters like Charlotte, Lilith, and the child about to be born. How could that be just a dream? Zhao Chen kept moving back until he stumbled over the bed and sat down. He was at a loss. Everything now was just too much for him to accept. Hissing sound. At this moment, the computer screen that had been turned off automatically turned on. Zhao Chen's gaze shifted to it. The computer started up, and the desktop appeared. Various documents related to Zhao Chen were on display. Initially, he felt a bit unfamiliar, but soon these memories started flooding back to him. He was a teenager from the year 2023 who had recently graduated. Unable to find a job, he stayed at home, occasionally writing novels to earn some extra money. These were some of the materials he had used. But why, when he first traveled there, these memories seemed somewhat foggy? Was it because too much time had passed? He checked the date and time on the bottom right of the computer screen. Linye City, February 26, 2023, 3% humidity, light rain. Was all of this just a dream he had deluded himself into? Hissing sound. Suddenly, that piercing noise reverberated again. At that moment, the entire screen glitched. Then a dark figure appeared on the screen. Do you want to know the truth? Then come find me. After that, Zhao Chen's world began to collapse. Indeed, everything he experienced was not a dream, and the current situation was the actual dream world. But this dream world was too realistic. Zhao Chen looked at the collapsing room. Suddenly, he remembered something. He looked towards the closed door, then rushed over, trying to open it. The door slowly opened. Outside was a familiar living room and dining room. Two familiar figures were sitting at the dining table, having hot porridge and breakfast. Before Zhao Chen could see their faces clearly, everything collapsed completely. There was only that sentence left unsaid. Hey, why are you up so early today? Zhao Chen woke up abruptly. He looked around, a familiar environment. It was the captain's room he temporarily used on this interstellar battleship. Your Highness! A surprised voice came from beside him. The leopard woman was looking at him excitedly, full of concern in her eyes. Zhao Chen controlled his emotions and directly asked, "What happened just now? How did I end up here?" The leopard woman calmed herself and immediately said, "Commander, you were on the bridge, having just finished a meeting on the final battle at the insect nest. When you stood up from the throne, you suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. No matter how I called out, you didn't wake up. But all your bodily functions were normal. So, I brought you to the captain's room and tried to wake you up using some equipment." Zhao Chen noticed several pieces of first aid equipment scattered around the bed, showing signs of being used. The leopard woman continued, "From the moment you fainted to waking up, it has been 8 minutes and 30 seconds. According to the emergency plan we had agreed upon, if you didn't wake up within 10 minutes, I would contact Grand Marshal Charlotte and Lady Lilith, briefing them on the situation." Listening to what the leopard woman said, Zhao Chen nodded. These were indeed things they had discussed. It had been around 8 minutes since he fainted. It was almost the same time he spent in that dreamlike space. It was so bizarre. The most remarkable thing was how everything in that space was so vividly real. Even in a dream, it couldn't be that authentic. Things that Zhao Chen himself couldn't remember clearly were being faithfully reproduced in the dream. At that moment, Zhao Chen really began to doubt whether everything in this world was just a big dream. "Your Highness, are you all right now?" The leopard woman asked worriedly again. "I'm fine now. Don't worry. What happened just now doesn't need to be told to Charlotte and Lilith. Let's go back to the bridge. I bet that brat, Tao Bai, must have been scared out of her wits by now," Zhao Chen said calmly. Chapter 1207. What is really happening? Zhao Chen let the leopard girl out first, then went back to his room to tidy up. As the leopard girl left, she cast a worried glance back, but Zhao Chen closed the door. Inside the bathroom, Zhao Chen gazed at his reflection in the mirror. His emotions were complex at the moment. Suddenly, he fainted and dreamt of scenes from before his time travel. There was a figure and a voice that appeared at the end. "Do you want to know the truth? Then come find me." Zhao Chen held his head, feeling a chilling sensation upon hearing that voice. However, he also felt a sense that a significant secret was in front of him. This fainting episode was not a simple matter, and the realistic dream was not just a regular dream. The complexity was likely linked to the voice he heard. But the voice asked him to find them without even providing an address. How could he find them? Zhao Chen took a deep breath, lowered his head, washed his face with the water in the sink to clear his mind a bit. If this is not a coincidence, more unexpected events may occur in the future. Let's just watch and see, Zhao Chen reassured himself. Later, he called the leopard girl back into the room. "Your Majesty," the leopard girl entered and looked at the emperor in front of her. "From now on, if I faint again, do not panic. Follow the same procedure as this time to minimize the impact. Do not inform Lily and Charlotte immediately, as they are busy. Only if I do not regain consciousness after half an hour," Zhao Chen instructed. To prevent such accidents in the future, he needed someone prepared by his side. Hearing this, the leopard girl looked at the emperor with concern. "Your Majesty, is there a problem with your health? If so, I suggest you return to the Owl Dragon Galaxy to receive comprehensive." Zhao Chen interrupted her. "I know my condition best. Don't worry, at least my life is not at risk. Just follow my instructions. Any questions?" Zhao Chen's last sentence was directed at the leopard girl. After a moment of silence, she replied, I understand. Then let's return to the bridge. Zhao Chen straightened his attire and left the captain's room. The guards outside were relieved to see the Emperor unharmed and coming out fine. They had been startled by the previous scene. They all returned to the bridge. The atmosphere there was peculiar. Though Tabitha appeared engrossed in her work, her eyes occasionally glanced at the throne. After all, she was just a commander, a captain, and there were many things she couldn't hide. "Captain, you have been looking in that direction too often." One guard couldn't help but walk over to Tabitha and quietly remind her. "Oh, I'm sorry." Tabitha immediately regained her focus on her work, forcing herself not to look in that direction. However, the more she tried not to look, the more she wanted to. The Emperor fainting on his starship's bridge had left Tabitha feeling uneasy. She even thought of the worst possibility. If it were true, she would be to blame for the entire All-Dragon interstellar empire. Suddenly, the sound of the bridge door opening was heard. After the leopard team, including Zhao Chen, left, the bridge had been in a kind of lockdown. No one was allowed to leave without permission, more of an unofficial rule. The only possibility of the door opening at that time was one. Tabitha almost immediately turned her head and saw His Majesty the Emperor returning with the leopard team. In that moment, the pressure on Tabitha's shoulders disappeared. Feeling emotional, she ran towards Zhao Chen. However, the leopard team captain blocked her path, halting her rush towards Zhao Chen. This made Tabitha stop her momentum of embracing Zhao Chen. "Your Majesty, are you okay?" Tabitha looked at Zhao Chen with excitement, trying to assess his well-being. She even wanted to reach out and touch him several times, fearing this was a holographic image created by the leopard team captain to maintain order. Zhao Chen looked at the visibly frightened young lady. He smiled and raised his hand, patting Tabitha's shoulder. "I'm fine. What happened earlier was just an accident. Don't worry about it. Let's return to normal." The pat on her shoulder made Tabitha completely relieved. She suddenly slumped to the ground and started crying. "You scared me. Your Majesty, I thought something had happened to you. I really thought my days as Tabitha were over." Sniff. Not every capable captain or commander had strong mental resilience. They might be adept at commanding battles, but still prone to emotions. Just like Tabitha right now, the recent event had been truly frightful. "It's okay now. You are, after all, the captain of a T6 interstellar battleship. Crying here will only make others laugh at you," Zhao Chen teased. Tabitha stopped sobbing, but remained on the ground. Zhao Chen returned to his throne, looking at his holographic projection. He chuckled, then closed the device resembling a button and sat back on his throne. The leopard team captain arranged for the bridge officers previously temporarily detained due to Zhao Chen's fainting to be released. They were brought to Zhao Chen, who explained the situation personally. To prevent any misunderstandings or chaos, especially regarding the legitimacy of his identity. At least on the surface, things seemed resolved. The most crucial matter next would be the decisive battle against the two insect nests. In a dark place, several indistinct light clusters floated. A signal has appeared. After so many years, it emerges once more. I thought this plan had failed altogether. Its appearance doesn't mean much. How many of our most effective plans have failed? Who knows if this will end up the same as those before? Regardless, this is our hope. Time is running out for us. Chapter 1208. The Great Battle. Prelude to the second stage of the Insect Nest Great Battle began soon after. The first wave of attacking fleets was composed of the Matriarch's All-Dragon Insect Tribe fleet, launching an assault on the 30 million Order Insect Tribe. Up to this point, the number of All-Dragon Insect Tribe fleets cultivated by the Matriarch had actually decreased compared to the beginning, surpassing the value of 10 million. Although there was still a 3-to-1 disparity between the two sides, the Owl-Dragon Legion fleet was not idle and provided firepower support to the front lines. With this level of coordination in battle, the Owl-Dragon Empire fleet almost entered the first stage of this great battle with 0 casualties. On the other hand, the 20 million Order Insect Tribe positioned between the Northern Insect Nest defense line and the Angel City Fortress had, at this moment, just as expected by Zhao Chen, redirected their attack towards the Angel City Fortress instead of continuing their assault on the Northern Insect Nest defense line. They attempted to rendezvous with the following Order Insect Tribe. However, such thoughts were not allowed, either by the Order Insect Tribe defense line or the Angel City front. These 20 million Order insect tribes had to be held back. On June 10, 3037, in the galaxy calendar, coinciding with the 10th day of the Great Battle, the area outside the northern territories of the Owl Star Empire was practically a war meat grinder. During these 10 days, the Order insect tribe lost at least 1 million insect nest motherships daily, sometimes reaching to million. In order to attack, the Owl Dragon insect tribe fleet also suffered at least 200,000 losses per day, not including those infected with biochemical agents. Looking at the actual data, it was clear that the Order insect tribe suffered more losses. On the other hand, the Owl Dragon Legion fleet did not lose even 1,000 starships during these 10 days. However, the strategic resources consumed were quite substantial, considering the countless times they used interstellar missiles for firepower support. So far, the remaining Order insect tribe numbers are around 1 million. Our losses are within a manageable range. In terms of strategic resource consumption, it is 10 consumed for every 8 supplied. Lady Lyrith's logistics supply system is very perfect. In addition, the South Gate No. 1 starship within the Angel City Fortress has opened the portal, making our logistics line extremely secure. No worries at all. The situation of the Owl Dragon insect tribe fleet is also very good. There are still about 50,000 insect nest motherships and 3 million biochemical insect nest motherships remaining. Although the numbers will gradually decrease, it will be no problem to maintain until the end of this great battle. Zhao Chen looked at the reports from several marshals and commanders in front of him. Everything was proceeding very smoothly. The enemy has delayed us quite a bit. Next, the remaining 1 million Order insect tribe. The Owl Dragon insect tribe fleet will leave some behind to deal with them, and the rest will move into the second stage of this great battle. Zhao Chen looked at the positions of the 2 insect nests on the interstellar sandbox. Prepare to advance towards the insect nests. With only around 10 million Order insect tribes left, they could no longer stop the progress of the Owl Dragon Empire fleet. The main fleet smoothly traversed the current battlefield and headed towards the direction of the 2 insect nests. Are there still no movements in the 2 insect nests? Zhao Chen asked as he looked at the 2 insect nests getting closer on the interstellar sandbox. Chu Zhuan in the nearby video window replied, "Up to now, we have deployed T5 Ghost-class light stealth interstellar reconnaissance ships to closely monitor these 2 insect nests, but no abnormal situations have been detected. Those 2 insect nests are the same as before, as if they are completely unaware of the changes happening on our side, or perhaps they are simply incapable of doing anything." Zhao Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Compared to these 2 possibilities, Zhao Chen believed that the other party still had some hidden cards to play. After all, behind them was the formidable presence of the legendary T7 technological civilization, and anything was possible. Do not underestimate the situation. Be prepared for any possible scenario, and be ready to evacuate at any moment, Zhao Chen said in a deep voice. Yes, the several marshals and commanders echoed in unison. Have the 2 supernova ultimate bombs been placed? Zhao Chen inquired. The 2 supernova ultimate bombs were already in position before we crossed the second battlefield, the Panda Girl commander replied. The area between the northern insect nest defense line and the Angel City front, referred to by Zhao Chen and the others as the first battlefield, was now called the second battlefield. Next, they would open up a third battlefield. The 2 supernova ultimate bombs are each carried by a T5 Lightning Ghost-class heavy assault interstellar cruiser and will be following our Emperor's Guards fleet, the Panda Girl commander explained. It was necessary to assign such an important task to a T5 interstellar warship despite the presence of T6 interstellar warships, because the T5 Lightning Ghost-class heavy assault interstellar cruiser had strong maneuverability, making it ideal for this bombing combat role. Our next target is the first insect nest, Zhao Chen said as he swept his hands over the interstellar sandbox. The image of a star system was enlarged, but this star system was unique. It appeared as a large mass of pitch-black flesh. This was the insect nest. An insect nest was as large as a star system and had spawned fleets of insects numbering in the billions. The goal of this great battle was to completely eradicate these 2 large tumors. Calculate the optimal detonation point. We will infiltrate the first insect nest, place the supernova ultimate bomb safely, evacuate, and then detonate the bomb to severely damage this large tumor. In our calculations, it is unlikely that one supernova ultimate bomb can destroy an insect nest in one go. Destroying 2/3 would suffice. Following this, we will rely on our regular operations or the placement of the second pair of 2T6 Supernova Ultimate Bombs at the end of the month. Once the first insect nest is destroyed successfully, we can move on to destroy the second insect nest. Before this, all fleet groups should be prepared for battle to handle any potential situation. Zhao Chen pointed at the interstellar sandbox, looking at the marshals and commanders in front of him. Chapter 1209. Treatment of Charlotte Northern Insect Nest Defense Line. Ace Fleet Group of Marshal Lord, you should rest. A medical officer walked to Charlotte's side, advising. It's okay, I'm feeling fine now, Charlotte said calmly. The medical officer continued, as agreed. At this stage, you can only work for 3 hours at a time, and then rest for 3 hours. Please cooperate with us. Work for 3 hours and rest for 3 hours. Pigs aren't this lazy, right? Charlotte couldn't help but complain. With these words, several female pig-headed people working on the bridge subconsciously looked up at the marshal, their innocent eyes seeming to say, maybe we're not lazy. Sensing she had misspoken, Charlotte immediately corrected herself. I'm in good health now. Let me work for another 3 hours. Not just 2. Saying this, Charlotte eagerly looked at her medical staff. Technically, she shouldn't fear them, but they obeyed Zhao Chen directly, so she had no choice. Marshal Lord, please don't make things difficult for me, the medical officer said again. Several staff officers chimed in. Marshal Lord, it's time for you to rest. Leave things here to us. The number of Order insect tribes still struggling between the Northern Insect Nest Defense Line and the Angel Front Line is only around 10 million. It's nothing to worry about. As for His Majesty's side, Marshal Chujuan and Marshal Zuzi are there, and they're executing the battle plan you arranged. Everything will be fine. Now, relax. It'll give His Majesty peace of mind. With the continuous advice from the staff officers, Charlotte reluctantly set aside her work. She gave her medical officer a glare of discontent, but the officer averted her gaze as if she hadn't seen anything. She knew this job was tough, but it was personally assigned by the Emperor. He instructed her to enforce the rules regardless of Charlotte's attitude. If she didn't comply, report it to him, and he'd handle this person. Keep an eye on the situation on each battlefield. If anything unexpected occurs, inform me immediately. Charlotte reminded her staff officers. Yes. Finally, Charlotte was able to let go of everything. She looked at the medical officer and said somewhat exasperatedly, Is this satisfactory now? Please rest, the medical officer replied. Charlotte walked to the temporary captain's rest room next to the bridge. Although the captain's cabin was more comfortable, this place was closer. Charlotte preferred to rest here, so she could quickly return to the bridge to command in case of emergencies. Charlotte entered the room, and the medical officer stood outside. The door closed. Charlotte helplessly lay on the bed, gently touching her swollen belly. You two little rascals, come out quickly. Your old man really treats you like treasures. Don't let Mom do this, don't let Mom do that. Charlotte couldn't help but complain to her unborn children. In her view, giving birth was as simple as taking off pants to relieve oneself. She didn't understand the fuss made by human races. Or maybe it was just the simplicity of half-beast people. Charlotte glanced around the room, noticing that the medical officer had removed all battle-related equipment. Even if she wanted to work quietly in here, she had no chance. Moreover, a monitoring device was installed in the room by a recuperation medic robot. Charlotte had to rest honestly for 3 hours before being allowed to leave. Fortunately, resting for 3 hours only required her not to be in a working state, whether sitting, lying down, or sleeping. However, Charlotte couldn't fall asleep now. She wasn't the least bit sleepy. She decided to open her address book and find someone to chat with. Zhao Chen was at the top of her list, but he was on the front line and unreachable. So, she looked for relatives with whom she had a good relationship. Her eyes fell on her half-sister, Meter. Meter was currently serving as the commander of the 4th Legion of the 2nd Fleet Group of the Owl Dragon under Marshal Chujuan and was currently accompanying Zhao Chen on an expedition to 2 Insect Nest. Contacting Zhao Chen wouldn't be appropriate, but reaching out to her sister might work. She immediately dialed her. I wonder if they're in battle now, and if the communication signal is clear, Charlotte murmured. Fortunately, her worries didn't materialize. The call was quickly answered. It was a video call showing Meter on the bridge. She waved at Charlotte, showing a rare sweet gesture. "Sis," Meter waved. "Are you busy over there? If you have a lot going on, I won't disturb you." Charlotte asked straightforwardly. "It's fine, I'm not busy right now. We're not in a state of warfare," Meter replied with a smile. "What's the situation over there now?" Charlotte immediately inquired about the military situation. She glanced at the recuperation monitoring robot. Luckily, it didn't remind her. It seemed she was considered to be resting. But Meter's expression seemed a bit strange. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Charlotte sat up immediately. Despite being pregnant with twins, her agility wasn't affected. "It's not a problem. It's just that His Majesty previously sent a message instructing me. If you call for communication and chat with us, it's fine. But discussing battlefield matters with you is a no-go." "Letting you rest properly," Meter said, unable to contain her amusement. "This guy even anticipated my thoughts." Charlotte ground her teeth in frustration. She seemed to be looking for something to grind her teeth on. It seemed she had to settle the score with this guy later. Charlotte silently made a note in her mind. "Meter, this can be considered a casual chat between us. Just give me a general idea." Charlotte glared at Meter. Meter was now in a difficult position. On one side was her brother-in-law, the Emperor of the Owl Dragon Galactic Empire, and on the other side was her sister, her idol, her guide. Offending either was not an option. She regretted answering her sister's video call. "If you dare to cut off the communication now, the next time I see you, I'll shave off all the fur on your body," Charlotte threatened harshly. She completely shut down Meter's ideas. Chapter 1210 concerns the worries of Medea, who is forced to operate her business. She briefly explained the current situation of the main fleet. The advanced fleet of the Imperial Main Fleet is currently engaged with the Order insects around the number 1 insect nest. However, their numbers are not significant, so the impact is minimal. It is expected that, after 10 hours of battle, the range of the Owl Dragon interstellar battleship will be able to confront the number 1 insect nest. Medea explained these things concisely in order to quickly end the conversation. "That's about it. If there's nothing else, I have things to attend to here, so I won't chat with you," Medea said obediently, eagerly looking at Charlotte. Charlotte naturally understood her sister's true thoughts. She waved casually, and Medea immediately closed the video window without hesitation, afraid that Charlotte would keep chatting with her. Watching the darkened video window, Charlotte pondered for a moment, then clicked on another account. This time, there was a slightly longer wait before the other party finally answered. It was Lily. "Charlotte, what can I help you with?" Lily looked at Charlotte from her office in the Secretary Department. The Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire now has a top-level Secretary Department, managed by Lily, responsible for various matters. "I was ordered to take mandatory leave, but couldn't sleep. I just wanted to chat with someone. I contacted Medea earlier, and that guy actually told her not to talk too much about battlefield matters," Charlotte said candidly. Despite Lily addressing Charlotte as an older sister, Lily appeared more mature in their expressions and behavior. Charlotte, on the other hand, behaved cutely and said, "He cares about you, that's all. Your time is almost up, and anything could happen at any moment. If you hadn't insisted on not taking a break, he might have given you a 2 or 3 month maternity leave. Oh, yes, it seems he has a tradition called sitting confinement at his place." Lily teased Charlotte, who immediately retorted, "What's sitting confinement? I'm not going to do that. After I give birth to these 2 little guys, I can go back to work directly. Regardless of what he says, I won't listen." Humph. After a pause, Charlotte looked at Lily and asked, "By the way, are you busy now? Did my sudden contact disturb you?" "No, I just finished some tasks and can rest for a bit," Lily replied. Charlotte continued, "You're quite busy over there. You have to go through all Empire matters. If I had to deal with those matters, just a glance at them would make my head explode." Despite Charlotte appearing to enjoy work, specifically combat, if Lily had given her those tasks, Charlotte might not have been interested. It was a balance of skills. Charlotte and Lily chatted about various things. Suddenly, Charlotte mentioned a person, as the Angel King, who was detained, provided any useful information regarding the 2 insect nests. Based on the Angel King's past experiences, she had ventured into those 2 insect nests herself. So, she should have some knowledge about the nests. She said some things, but nothing critical. And ever since we showed her the images of the Judgment Angel star system being decimated by a supernova ultimate bomb, the entire system returning to its initial desolate state, I heard she hasn't said a word. I've been quite busy, so I haven't checked on her much, Lily explained. Noticing Charlotte's expression, she asked, "Are you worried about something?" Charlotte fell silent for a moment before saying gravely, "I feel that these two insect nests appear calm now, like fish ready for slaughter. But I have a premonition that these two nests pose a significant threat. However, no one knows what will happen." After listening to Charlotte, Lily thought for a moment and said, "I understand your concern. However, we must deal with these two insect nests. They are a significant threat within this universe and could be the juncture for the arrival of order in our universe. Thus, regardless of what lies behind these nests, we must personally uncover them to know." Charlotte remained silent. Lily's words made sense, and she knew there was no other option. The insect nests must be addressed. Even if they are formidable opponents, they must be faced. This was a matter that the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire had to handle without alternatives. Regardless, we will be prepared for everything. Whatever happens, we will have a way to handle it. I believe that even if Order leaves us with some trouble, since they cannot descend personally, we surely have means to cope with whatever hidden tactics they have left behind, Lily stated solemnly. Charlotte nodded, then continued, "I thought about it just now. I've decided to draft another backup battle plan. In case something happens on the third battlefield, the area of the insect nests, my plan is to lead the Ace Fleet Squadron and other Imperial Fleet squadrons in any way to provide immediate rescue at the insect nest location. As for the Order insects on the first battlefield, a small fleet of interstellar ships will be enough to keep them at bay." After listening to Charlotte's words, Lily agreed. They discussed these matters further, and eventually, Lily, being busy with work, ended the call. The room fell quiet again. Charlotte lay on the bed, gently stroking her abdomen, saying softly, "You two must be born soon and grow up well. Your father and mother are waiting for you. Please watch over Daddy. May everything go smoothly and safely." On the battlefield of the insect nest, Zhao Oken finally saw the so-called insect nest through the deep space telescope on board the starship. The moment he saw it, Zhao Oken was stunned. It was a completely different feeling to see it through pictures and video footage. Chapter 12:11. A Wall in the Universe. A pitch-black, fleshy wall. However, this is not a completely sealed wall. If you approach and look closely, you will find that it is actually a wall full of holes. Is this the nest of the insect race? This is completely unimaginable. It's just disgusting. Dao Bai covered her mouth and muttered with a frown. This was almost the intuitive feeling of everyone seeing this scene, accompanied by the approach of the Owl Dragon fleet. Suddenly, on the large fleshy wall, bulging lumps began to appear one by one. Marshal Chu Yuan of the Second Empire Fleet, as the commander-in-chief, immediately issued orders for careful defense to her fleet. All the star escort ships opened their star shields and star shield force fields to protect the fleet. At the same time, all defense weapons were poised for action to deal with any possible occurrences. Unlike before, the Owl Dragon insect fleet, which had been in charge of assault all along, did not push forward like cannon fodder, but hid under the star shield position of the Second Empire Fleet, advancing together. Although a large part of the Owl Dragon insect race indeed functioned as cannon fodder, it did not mean that Zhao Chen would truly let them waste away for nothing. Even cannon fodder must have value. Rather than waste these insect race fighting units in vain, Zhao Chen stared at the large flesh wall in the picture, with many female crew members feeling nauseous. It felt as if pimples were suddenly breaking out on their faces. From a distance, it looked very dense. Its intensity was enough to trigger fears of claustrophobia. In the end, when these large fleshy lumps swelled to a certain extent, they burst. From the bursting spots, snake-shaped creatures emerged, aiming at the Owl Dragon fleet and spewing out biological plasma cannons. "Attention to defense!" Chu Yuan ordered. Zhao Chen focused on the scene. These snake-shaped creatures function similar to gun barrels, serving as either parasites or symbiotic beings in the nest of the insect race. They would appear when the nest of the insect race was threatened, providing close-range artillery combat capabilities. Each one varied in size. Some were small, with small ranges and powers but faster firing rates. Others were significantly larger in size and length, 4 to 5 times, or even 10 times larger. Their power and range were substantial, but their firing intervals were also considerable. The attacks landing on the star shields of the star escort ships were recorded. Detailed data was quickly generated. The weakest of these insect race close-range cannons had the power equivalent to T3 level interstellar main cannons, while some possessed the power of T4 level starship main cannons. The largest ones had the power of T5 level interstellar main cannons. This sudden burst of firepower was very strong. It densely landed on the frontline star shield positions of the star escort ships, instantly throwing this tier of star escort ships into urgent situations, prompting communication with the flagship. Marshal Chu Zhuan watched the star shield positions on the interstellar map. They were almost entirely red at the front line. Feedback data indicated that the defensive firepower of the nest of the insect race was terrifying. Even with the defensive firepower formed by the T5 Hill King-class Heavy Interstellar Comprehensive Strategic Escort Ship and the T4 Paladin-class Heavy Interstellar Missile Escort Ship of the Second Empire, along with the Star Shield force field, the frontline First Fleet could only hold out for less than 5 minutes. Your Majesty, I request firepower support from the Hell's Angel Elite Fleet. Chu Zhuan looked towards the middle window of the command channel. In this command channel, all fleet leaders and the leader of the elite fleet were present, expediting command transmission. You don't need my approval, just tell Bai Zhu what needs to be done, Zhao Chen said calmly. The Volf girl Bai Zhu immediately looked excitedly at Marshal Chu Zhuan. Marshal Chu Zhuan, just tell us what needs to be done. Where do we need to strike? The Volf girl Bai Zhu appeared poised for action. Marshal Chu Zhuan straightforwardly sent an area of firepower coverage to her, directing her to conduct a round of firepower strikes on those areas. The main aim was to destroy the insect race close-range cannons. Understood. Leave it to us. Volf girl Bai Zhu finished reviewing the attack target chart and promptly distributed tasks to the various fleets. She then habitually raised one foot on the captain's chair, pointing at the ugly large fleshy wall in front. Get ready. Blast that disgusting fellow in front of us. Damn. Seeing this guy makes me lose my appetite for dinner tonight. All the interstellar missile ships of the Hell's Angel Elite Fleet were ready. Each interstellar missile launch device was activated, following instructions from various departments. One by one, interstellar missiles were launched with a blazing trail, presenting a spectacular sight. These interstellar missiles accurately struck the insect race close-range cannons opposite, especially the largest insect race close-range cannons. After a round of carpet bombing-like firepower attacks, at least 70 to 80% of the enemy's firepower appeared to have quietened down. This gave an opportunity for Marshal Chu Zhuan's fleet and the Insect Queen's insect fleet to finally go on the offensive. Close the distance. Perform a bombing attack on the surface of the target first. Chu Zhuan did not rush in recklessly. Instead, they maintained an appropriate attacking distance and commanded all interstellar warships of the fleet to unleash their firepower attacks. Similarly, the Insect Queen side-launched biological plasma cannons from one nest mothership to another in this manner. These are not any insect tribe. Do not use such dirty things to soil our insect race. The Insect Queen furiously looked at the large fleshy wall opposite. Although the biological characteristics of the other side looked similar to the insect race, she was confident that those were not creations of their insect race. Those were undoubtedly imposters. The Insect Queen absolutely did not allow such imposters to exist. Alongside these firepower attacks, on the large fleshy wall, there appeared craters being struck, resembling meteor pits. Zhao Chen looked at the battle scene, especially the craters that had been bombarded out. They did not possess a rapid self-repair ability, which slightly relieved Zhao Chen. Their earlier speculation was whether this huge entity had a swift self-repair capability. If that were the case, it would be very dangerous. With such a massive volume, how much ammunition will it take to completely destroy it? Zhao Chen frowned, feeling slightly remorseful about the resources he had consumed. Chapter 12:12. Huge mutant sandworms? Zhao Chen thought for a moment, then decisively gave orders to the Panda Girl commander of his fleet, arrange our interstellar warships and deploy some research reconnaissance equipment. Investigate the large fleshy wall over there carefully. See if there are any opportunities to quickly destroy it. Yes? The Panda Girl commander immediately began to handle this matter. Zhao Chen felt that relying solely on firepower to destroy it seemed unrealistic. Using the T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb directly here would have very limited effects, possibly only destroying about 1/3 of the insect nest in front of them. That would not achieve the desired goal for Zhao Chen. Meanwhile, Chu Zhuan and others were still commanding the battle. However, some changes began to happen on the battlefield. The previously suppressed swarm's close-range cannons were no longer a threat, but a new threat emerged. Suddenly, the earth on the large fleshy wall split open, and giant tentacles violently extended out. These tentacles swiftly moved towards the Owl Dragon interstellar warship and the Owl Dragon insect swarm attacking. The most incredible thing was that these tentacles could directly ignore the defense of the star shield and charge in. A T4 insect nest mothership under the control of the insect princess moved slightly forward and was immediately entangled by one of the tentacles. Despite the struggles of the T4 insect nest mothership, it couldn't break free. The surrounding insect nest motherships and Owl Dragon interstellar warships all provided firepower support. However, these tentacles were obviously very tough. Furthermore, due to the close distance, some heavy firepower weapons used at this range risked causing collateral damage. As a result, the T4 Owl Dragon insect nest mothership could only be dragged helplessly away, crashing heavily into the large fleshy wall as if a meteorite falling. More tentacles then coiled around the T4 Owl Dragon insect nest mothership. In the next moment, a huge crack appeared in the ground, and a huge mouth suddenly extended out, directly swallowing the T4 Owl Dragon insect nest mothership. What was that just now? Zhao Chen frowned, raised his hand, displayed the screenshot captured earlier, and magnified it continuously. It showed a very fierce mouth with densely packed thorns resembling teeth. The diameter of that mouth alone was at least 20 kilometers. This meant that it could easily swallow most of the interstellar warships. Moreover, why did it appear within that large fleshy wall? And what exactly were those incredibly defensive tentacles? Little insect, have you seen this type of insect fighting unit before? Zhao Chen asked with a frown. The insect princess on the command channel immediately shook her head, but hesitated for a moment before saying, I have never seen a life form this size before. But I have seen much smaller ones. Tell me more, Zhao Chen asked directly. The insect princess raised her hand and brought up an image. It was a creature similar to a worm, with a similar bloodthirsty mouth living in sandy areas. We call this a sandworm. It's one of the underground insect tribes and is considered a larger species on the planet. It's said that its body can grow up to over 400 meters long, with a diameter of about 40 meters. Its open mouth is like a 40-meter wide abyss that can swallow anything. Moreover, its body is very tough, able to resist attacks one level higher than its own. However, most of the sandworms we observe are only at the T2 combat level. Only a few king killers can reach the T3 level. And because they lack interstellar navigation and combat capabilities, they are basically useless in this interstellar age. But the monster we saw just now, its mouth had to be at least a dozen or 20 kilometers wide. These two couldn't possibly be the same creature. And I can't sense any insect information from it, the insect princess said with a frown. Compared to the monster seen earlier, sandworms seemed much more manageable. But considering the Order's control over the insect tribes, they might have created many different interstellar creatures. Just like the undead creatures seen before. Maybe they were created by the Order? So, this possibility couldn't be ruled out. So, hypothetically, what effective means do we have to deal with this sandworm? Zhao Chen asked. The insect princess thought for a moment and said, sandworms are generally afraid of water. Besides that, only firepower attacks exceeding their defensive capabilities would work. This was basically saying nothing. In this interstellar environment, where would they get water from? Moreover, hiding within that strange fleshy wall made them even harder to destroy. As for firepower attacks, did Zhao Chen need to be reminded that firepower can solve everything? Zhao Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He knew before coming here that handling this insect nest would be challenging. But he didn't expect it to be this difficult. At this moment, Chu Zhuan had already ordered the fleet at the front to retreat a distance to avoid being entangled by the tentacles and then swallowed by the huge sandworm. Though this had a good effect, it also meant that many Owl Dragon interstellar warships and Owl Dragon insect nest motherships were now out of effective firepower range, weakening the threat to the insect nest. Report, we found something. The Panda Girl commander reported to Zhao Chen. What did you find? Zhao Chen inquired. We have an internal scanning device that scanned the inside of this insect nest area. We discovered a miraculous scene. The Panda Girl commander displayed a black and gray image. In the black area, black tentacles and the giant sandworms were clearly visible, with the gray area likely representing the background. Behind these black tentacles, there was a presence resembling a giant tree. All those attacking tentacles were connected to this tree-like entity. Those attacking tentacles are related to this tree-like entity. That means, if we can destroy this giant tree, the trouble caused by those tentacles should be solved, Zhao Chen pondered. Beside him, Dao Baibai's eyes lit up. That's a possibility. But the location of this giant tree was deeper. Relying solely on the Starship fleet to focus their fire on this point would be a waste of ammunition. This made Zhao Chen think of the T6 Rakshasa Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought. If the Rakshasa Pluto was here, its attack mode could solve this major problem. But should they move the Rakshasa Pluto over just for this? He hesitated to involve Charlotte in the battle at this moment. Suddenly, Zhao Chen stared at Dao Baibai beside him and thought of something. Blushing, Dao Baibai lowered her head shyly. Your Majesty, I'm still young. Chapter 12-13. Weakness. Zhao Chen didn't hesitate to directly tap on her head without any reservations. We should have 10 T6 Archangel crossbow-class long-range interstellar hunting ships here. Zhao Chen looked towards Dao Baibai standing beside her. Although Dao Baibai was just the captain of this starship, being Emperor Zhao Chen's presence here meant she also shared some responsibilities as a part of the secretarial staff. It was no coincidence that the starship she was on happened to be Zhao Chen's flagship. It was because Dao Baibai was already on the list of elite military officers being cultivated. That was how she got this opportunity. Dao Baibai was well aware of this, so she would do her best to perform here. Yes, there are 10 ships, Dao Baibai responded. You are responsible for contacting the captains of the other 9 Archangel crossbow ships and conveying my orders. Prepare to launch a unified attack towards the designated area, as per my command. Zhao Chen spoke in a solemn tone. Dao Baibai's eyes lit up, immediately understanding Emperor Zhao Chen's intentions. Understood. She promptly began to instruct the others. Soon, the 10 T6 Archangel crossbow-class long-range interstellar hunting ships were ready and in standby mode. All 10 massive crossbows began to charge up, their brilliant arrows poised to strike. Chuzhuan, Zhuzhao, gather all your interstellar gunships and missile destroyers under your command into 2 attack formations. After the first round of attacks by the T6 Archangel crossbow-class long-range interstellar hunting ships, the gunships will launch an attack on the designated area immediately. Then, the missile destroyers will follow commands for any necessary fire support, Zhao Chen commanded. He looked at the martial commanders on the command channel, issuing his orders. Understood. Chuzhuan and the others grasped Emperor Zhao Chen's plan. In the current situation, this plan was the most suitable. Though they weren't sure of the outcome, it was worth a try. Even if it failed, it would only result in some ammunition loss for the Owls. Comparatively, this attempt was entirely worth it. Before long, everything was ready. All Archangel crossbows, stand by for orders, Zhao Chen stated as he looked at the attack area drawn on the interstellar sandbox. This information was synchronized to all the interstellar warships. The captains of the 10 Archangel crossbow ships, including Dao Baibai, awaited Emperor Zhao Chen's command. Starting in 3 minutes and 20 seconds from now, beginning with the first ship and proceeding to the 10th, firing at 10-second intervals. Understood. Understood. The 10 captains, including Dao Baibai, responded in unison. At that moment, everyone's focus was on the countdown, watching the seconds tick by. When the time was down to about 5 seconds as per Emperor's request, Dao Baibai was the first to raise her hand. Her eyes were sharp like a hunter's as she observed the countdown, then decisively ordered, "Fire!" In an instant, a crimson arrow streaked towards the target at an incredibly fast speed. Before the collision even occurred, the second ship of the Archangel crossbow class had already fired. Explosions erupted in the distant attack area, with dazzling flames resembling fireworks bursting forth one after another. The 10 T6 Archangel crossbow-class long-range interstellar hunting ships fired with 10-second intervals, almost to the precise second. The total time taken was 1 minute and 40 seconds. Zhao Chen lifted his head to glance at the video feed of the scene. Due to the consecutive explosions, it was impossible to discern the extent of damage inflicted in the target area. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen issued orders for the second wave of attacks. All interstellar gunships target the designated area, unleash saturation firepower. Zhao Chen gave the command for a second attack. This time, the intensity and density of the attack were even more terrifying. Based on the explosion's area and effects, it could be determined that a significant hole had been created in the attack zone. Now, all interstellar gunships needed to precisely aim their shots into that hole. Zhao Chen focused on the screen as this attack lasted a full 5 minutes before stopping. The interruption wasn't due to the end of the interstellar gunship's attack, but because the mission had been accomplished. Zhao Chen looked at the black and white visual of a massive tree-shaped entity within the huge fleshy wall. That was Zhao Chen's target. With the objective completed, there was no need to consider anything further. Now, they just had to await the results. Zhao Chen and the owl leaders were all waiting for the outcome of this attack. Time passed slowly as the dust from the explosions cleared. A massive cavern abruptly appeared on the fleshy wall, looking starkly out of place yet undeniably real. Within the depths of the cavern, a burning tree-like creature was evident, with numerous roots. This was the entity being targeted earlier. As more and more areas withered and crumbled, if giant sandworms happened to be present, they floated helplessly in space, instantly losing their ability to move as they became easy targets, one by one. "Oh my goodness!" Dao Baibai exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Zhao Chen, on the other hand, calmly remarked, "It seems our assessment was correct. While the hive is its core presence, given its immense size, it's challenging to grow to this scale with only one core. It is likely there are other node-like entities. This large tree-like creature of the insect race is one such node. Its existence serves not only to protect the hive, but also to reinforce its structure and expand externally. Once an area's tree-like entity is destroyed, the collapse is swift due to the loss of support." Upon hearing Emperor Zhao Chen's explanation, Dao Baibai nodded in realization. The recent actions were all aimed at testing this possibility. The current outcome confirmed the validity of their attempt, with the collapsed area far exceeding the previous one they had targeted through firepower alone. Chuzhuan, Zhujiaoxiao, continue operations using this method. Minimize ammunition output and swiftly establish a clear path. Zhao Chen commanded the two martial commanders. The path had been found, and now it was up to the two marshals to proceed. Chapter 12-14 Fighting side by side from here. The Owl Dragon Empire fleet, which found the key, accelerated its progress. And it was also working on multiple fronts. The Scorpion Princess's Owl Dragon Insect Clan fleet also found means of attack. The Scorpion Princess discovered that if her Owl Dragon Insect Clan combat units could get close to that large meat wall area, those large meat walls could become their food. However, due to their proximity to the large meat walls, they were also easily eliminated by the Hidden Order Insect Clan combat units inside the meat walls. Or, it was just a matter of time before they were eliminated. Sometimes a batch of Order Insect Clan combat units, after entering the meat walls, could fight for several hours, but some might be completely wiped out in just a few minutes. And if they happened to be on the route of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Battleship or the Insect Nest Mothership's attack, there could be friendly fire incidents due to their attacks. After the Scorpion Princess discovered this situation, she made other arrangements. The Order Insect Clan combat units responsible for entering were not to target the area where the large tree-like insect creatures were located, but to spread out around the area. On one hand, it restrained a portion of the Hidden Order Insect Clan combat units. On the other hand, it could take the opportunity to increase their numbers. In the scenario where they were not eliminated, these large meat wall areas were practically a big warehouse. If you didn't pay attention to these Owl Dragon Insect Clan combat units for 10 minutes, their numbers could double. With the help of these Owl Dragon Insect Clan combat units, Zhao Chen could even engage in a war of attrition with the Order Insect Clan. It was under such a combination of multiple branches and fleets that the assault on the insect nest proceeded very smoothly, except for the initial incidents. It was as if a drill was slowly drilling into the insect nest. From a distance, the formation of the Owl Dragon Empire fleet had already disappeared into the horizon of the insect nest. In the core area of the insect nest, a huge face appeared in the core area. It roared, angry, and howled. "What's going on? Why can't we contact the Great Being? Why? Weren't we supposed to descend to this world for the will of the Great Being? Have we been abandoned? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Within this roaring voice, there were several different voices. It was as if it was a life form with multiple personalities. But here, no one was destined to hear its cries. Even the being it had always believed in and followed. Because the being it believed in had indeed been cut off from its connection to this universe at this moment. Outside the universe, the Black Wall. Report, we have controlled several weak spatial areas, destroyed enemy attempts to infiltrate our universe with machinery. The genius angel looked at the little girl sitting at the control console. She was still not used to her master's current appearance. Before, when she was on the battlefield, she always appeared as a female military officer. But ever since deploying the entire machine tribe to this space, she had maintained this appearance. In her own words, she had gotten used to this appearance. And she had her true name now. Grain of Rice. At the time, in front of every senior mechanical life, she seemed to be showing off her name. That was something truly hers. We have studied the technology DRIZZLE. It's a technology product that can create a small dimensional rift, but it has to be in the right location. Perhaps it corresponds to certain special regions of our universe in order to establish a connection. Jin reported the latest research results from the side. As the leader of the machine tribe, the Grain of Rice, following her usual habit, sat on a tall chair, swinging her legs, overlooking the holographic interstellar sandbox in front of her. And we found that the Order had sent something unknown before, or possibly some combat fleets, to our universe. Yinx this time was a bit worried. For some reason, she was worried about someone in that universe. It's okay. It's just a small matter. That guy will take care of it. If he can't handle even this small trouble, he's not someone recognized by our machine tribe. The Grain of Rice confidently said. The genius angel looked at the leader. Although the leader said so, after discovering this sign earlier, almost immediately ordered an attack on these areas, must destroy them in the shortest possible time. Even disregarding the optimal solution, calculated by the system, she chose the fastest tactical strategy, even though it only increased some casualties. Solidify our battlefront. Keep an eye on these sketchy guys. Don't forget, we still have to fight here for several years. Grain of Rice's finger brushed her nose. At this moment, her gaze fell on the position behind the fleet on the interstellar sandbox, where projections of black buildings could be seen. That was the machine tribe they had relocated. If one were to look closely, they would find that the original Black Wall area had expanded several times, forming a stellar city-state structure. The original Black Wall had now become the inner city. And outside, there was a new wall. As for this defensive line wall, the machine leader, the Grain of Rice, gave it another name. Vigil. In this machine city-state, there were several huge storage areas where all the materials and strategic resources they had brought with them were stored. That was the wealth of the machine tribe, enough for them to fight in this space for 10 years. In addition, there were factories for building interstellar battleships, for smelting raw materials, and decommissioned interstellar battleships in the interstellar smelting plant. And all kinds of related industrial facilities were all there. In addition, one could see several artificial planets. Although machine life did not demand much like carbon-based life forms, considering the risk of being manipulated by the Order, the machine leader, Grain of Rice, had deliberately arranged these artificial planets for advanced machine life to take turns recuperating in these pleasant environments. Of course, there was another purpose. Inside these artificial planets were also special surveillance equipment. If any abnormality was detected in certain machine life forms, they would be secretly detained and, if confirmed to be manipulated by the Order and betray the machine tribe, the consequences would be dire. With this arrangement in place, what was supposed to be nothing in the outer space domain had actually formed a complete star system. Someone who didn't know might think that this was really the headquarters of the machine tribe. Chapter 1215. The White Cat is about to give birth to the northern bug nest defense line. Ace Fleet latest news, the first supernova ultimate bomb has been detonated. Successfully destroyed 2/3 of Area 1 of the bug nest, as well as the core area. The remaining residual parts will require another 10 days or so for subsequent cleanup, reported the subordinates to Charlotte. Charlotte nodded. It looks like His Majesty's progress is going smoothly. Within half a month, the first bug nest has been taken care of. Based on the battle experience accumulated from destroying the first bug nest, destroying the second bug nest is only a matter of time. The staff officers nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was the situation. Almost, it would be close to the expected time, around the end of July. On our side, there are only less than 3 million remnants of the order bugs. Outside the Angel front line, there are only about 5 million left. Cleaning up is just a matter of time. Charlotte observed the interstellar sandbox. Once these remnants of order bugs are cleared, and the undead army within the Empire is eliminated upon return, the Phoenix Interstellar Empire can finally settle down peacefully. Although everything is going smoothly, we cannot afford to let our guard down. We must remain tenacious. Even in the final stages of the war, we must take it seriously. Charlotte looked sternly at the staff officers, who appeared relaxed. Although she knew that these people had been tired and eager to relax during this period, Charlotte also understood that the tension must not be eased too much, necessitating her continuous reminders. Yes, the staff officers echoed. Charlotte glanced at the interstellar sandbox again, then gently touched her own abdomen. Although she was a bellicose white tiger, half-beast by nature, as a mother, she hoped her child would grow up in a safe and peaceful era. Suddenly, perhaps due to a telepathic connection, Charlotte felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. The intense pain made Charlotte bend over, clutching the side. If it were an ordinary woman, this kind of pain would definitely cause instant fainting. Grand Marshal! The staff officers immediately noticed the Grand Marshal's unusual state. The Grand Marshal had always been known for her strong physical constitution without any illness or pain. Now, her sudden display of such agony, combined with the recent news of her due date, made everyone instinctively understand what was happening. Fall back! Everyone, fall back! A stern voice was heard from the side. Medical officers who had been guarding nearby immediately approached. At the same time, several medical personnel were also on hand. According to the previous plan, you take over the Grand Marshal's duties. The Grand Marshal is now under our care, the medical officer said solemnly. After the initial panic, the staff officers had now regained their composure. While they all showed concern for the Grand Marshal, they obediently retreated to the side. The Grand Marshal is now in your hands. After saying that, they all returned to their positions. For the next period, the Grand Marshal would be unable to return to her work post, requiring them to handle all her responsibilities. Put the Grand Marshal on the mechanical stretcher, the medical officer instructed, as a medical robot began the operation. The medical robot approached Charlotte's body from the side and slowly transitioned her from a standing position to a reclining one, forming a suspended medical bed. It extended monitoring devices to check Charlotte's physical condition at the moment. Charlotte bit her lip gently, enduring the pain. Grand Marshal, remember what we taught you before. Take deep breaths, deep breaths. The medical officer briskly walked beside the floating medical apparatus. Medical personnel were already busy around her. Make way! Make way! Outside the bridge, a specially prepared floating elevator awaited. This was set up specifically for Charlotte's childbirth and was ready at all times. The medical team escorted Charlotte onto the floating elevator, which was immediately directed to the designated location, the No. 1 medical room of the Rakshasa Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought. During this time, all activities external to the vessel had been suspended, with all necessary medical personnel and equipment prepared for Charlotte's delivery. In the eyes of these medical personnel, the Grand Marshal's delivery was comparable to an epic battle, not because it was particularly challenging, but because of its paramount importance. From the moment Charlotte felt the pain to her transfer to the medical room, the whole process took less than 100 seconds. The amniotic sac ruptured a minute and a half ago. However, because the Grand Marshal was wearing specialized maternity attire, it was contained, the medical officer reported to the attending obstetrician. They then proceeded to uncover Charlotte's garments. In the lower part of her body, there was something resembling a small skirt. The medical officer untied a small rope on the side, causing the skirt to fall apart, revealing a large blood stain on it. The pregnant woman is in good condition. She's ready to deliver. The obstetrician checked on the Grand Marshal's condition and immediately instructed the medical team to prepare for the next steps. Normally, in this age of advanced technology, the success rate of human childbirth had reached 99.99%. But due to the unique circumstances of this delivery, no one dared to be complacent. Charlotte clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She had not expected giving birth to be this painful. Yet despite it all, she hadn't uttered a single cry. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was commanding the main force fleet of the Phoenix Interstellar Empire, executing the attack on the second bug nest. Compared to the first assault, this second attack was more efficient since everything was already familiar, and they could proceed step by step. Zhao Chen picked up a nearby water cup and subconsciously sipped from it. Suddenly, the spill from the cup soaked Zhao Chen's clothes. Seeing the water, which had stained his clothes, Zhao Chen's chest was already drenched. "Commander!" A leopard woman approached, noticing the soaked attire. "It's nothing." Zhao Chen set down the cup and activated the cleaning function of his clothing, quickly restoring his wet clothes to a clean and dry state. He realized he had spaced out for a moment, which was unusual for him. Something was off today. Had he been overworked during this period? Zhao Chen rubbed his temples. Suddenly, a video window popped up, unauthorized and directly in his communication channel. Only personnel authorized by Zhao Chen could have that ability. It was Lilith. Charlotte is about to give birth. Sister Charlotte. Chapter 12:16. Double happiness. Zhao Chen felt a stir in his heart. His expression stiffened for a moment. His expression was extremely complex, sometimes excited, sometimes guilty, sometimes incredulous, sometimes confused, sometimes afraid. He stood up, pacing back and forth in place. Dao Bai, who was explaining work in the distance, cast a puzzled look at him. She had never seen the commander behave like this before. "You don't need to worry. I have already arranged things on my end. I am preparing to rush to the Rakshasa Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, and I will accompany Charlotte by her side. I have also instructed the Rakshasa Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought to withdraw from the front line of the battle sequence and arranged for some interstellar warships to escort the safety of the Rakshasa Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought." Lilith saw through Zhao Chen's current thoughts. When Charlotte gives birth, Zhao Chen will naturally be excited and happy. As for his guilt, it was because his wife was giving birth, and he couldn't be by her side. Lilith looked at this man in front of her, who did not seem like an emperor at all with soft eyes. But in her mind, his status was constantly rising. Such a man who would panic because his woman is giving birth, isn't this also a manifestation of love? Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment, opened his mouth trying to say something. "I know what you're thinking. I believe Charlotte will not agree. Compared to her side, the decisive battle in the Changzhou nest needs you more. That is something she has always wanted to do. But at your repeated requests, she chose to retreat to the rear. If you give up commanding the battlefield of the decisive battle in the Changzhou nest now and return to her side, she will not be happy when she opens her eyes. We are not weak women. We know very well what is more important now," Lilith said sternly. Zhao Chen clenched his fists. "This is a video image left to me by Charlotte. Let me show you when necessary," Lilith said and showed a short video clip. The main character was Charlotte. From the slightly bulging belly, it could be seen that the recording time of this video of Charlotte was about 2 to 3 months ago. "Hi, since Lilith has shown this video, I must be giving birth now. Zhao Chen." In the video, Charlotte at that moment called out Zhao Chen's name. This was very rare in these past years. Zhao Chen had told Charlotte and Lilith a few times privately that there was no need to address him as Your Majesty or such, as they were husband and wife, so just call him by his name or something familiar. But every time, Lilith and Charlotte would listen with one ear and out through the other, never remembering. Unexpectedly, now Charlotte directly called out Zhao Chen's name. "I warn you, just giving birth is not a big deal. If you dare to leave what you're doing, like a battle you're commanding, and come back to see me while I'm giving birth, I won't be pleased. I am Charlotte of the White Tiger Clan, the Grand Marshal of the Owl Dragon Legion. I am not one of those crying little girls. I do not need these meaningless things. Remember, you are the Emperor of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. You should be where you are supposed to be. Since you took that position, many choices have been out of your control." When Charlotte uttered the last words, her gaze towards the camera was very gentle. Zhao Chen looked at the frozen frame of Charlotte in the video. He took a deep breath. Looking at Lilith, he said, "Take care of Charlotte and the child." Lilith nodded. "Tell Charlotte that we have 2 children. A son named Zhao Hu and a daughter named Zhao Bear. Zhao Chen smiled. Yes, I will tell Charlotte's sister. Lilith nodded heavily. Just as Zhao Chen was about to end the communication, Lilith suddenly spoke up. Actually, there is something good that I was planning to tell you after all these things are over. But I can't hold it in. Zhao Chen looked surprised at Lilith's slightly flushed cheeks. Lilith bit her lip lightly and then said softly, "You will have another son." With that said, before Zhao Chen could respond, Lilith cut off the communication. Lilith is also having a child. Zhao Chen's eyes widened. In all honesty, this was to be expected. Since Charlotte had a child with Zhao Chen, Lilith had almost exclusively had Zhao Chen's attention. Whenever the two met in real life, Lilith would always engage in fierce battles with Zhao Chen. It's just that since she had a succubus physique, her fertility was very low, so there had been no results. For this reason, Lilith had been worried privately for a long time, afraid she could not have children with Zhao Chen. Now, it had finally borne fruit. Zhao Chen looked excitedly at the leopard woman beside him. "I have another child. I have another child." Just then, Dao Baibai walked over. Zhao Chen picked her up and spun her around multiple times before setting her down, her eyes seeing stars as being tossed around by the emperor was quite dizzying. Finally, Zhao Chen's excited mood settled down. Now, he looked at the last Changzhou nest in front of him, and his eyes were full of excitement and joy. It was as if he could already see the happy life that awaited him after destroying this Changzhou nest. His family, along with the adorable children. Thinking about this made Zhao Chen's mouth involuntarily curve up. Report. Chu Zhuan's video image popped up on the command channel. "What's wrong?" Zhao Chen said as he looked at Chu Zhuan. Chu Zhuan's expression was serious as she said, "Your Majesty, starting from 3 minutes ago, all the Changzhou forces inside this Changzhou nest have not appeared, nor have they actively attacked. It's as if they have completely given up the defense." Hearing this situation, Zhao Chen instantly became alert. He did not believe that these orderly Changzhou forces would surrender so easily. Where there's an abnormality, there must be a demon. There must be some trick being played. Be careful. Use our detection equipment to scan the inside of the Changzhou nest, Zhao Chen instructed. Chu Zhuan shook her head and said, "We have already scanned it. Each of those orderly Changzhou units seems to be in a hibernation state. The only special thing is that the tentacles of those tree-like Changzhou units are all connected to each other, and at the same time connected to the Changzhou battle units, and all the way to the core position deep inside the Changzhou nest. But because it's too deep, our radar detection scanning equipment can't find anything unique." Zhao Chen frowned, then spoke, "If they have given up resistance, send out our drones and interstellar unmanned aircraft to enter the depths of this Changzhou nest and see what they are up to." Yes. Chu Zhuan promptly executed Zhao Chen's orders, dispatching a large number of drones and interstellar unmanned aircraft into the Changzhou nest. Because all those Changzhou battle units appeared to be in a hibernating state, these drones and interstellar unmanned aircraft encountered no opposition at all. Chapter 12:17. I'll come to an end. After twists and turns, a dragonfly-like interstellar unmanned reconnaissance aircraft finally arrived at a deeper location in the insect nest. Its front camera began to capture the scene in front of it, transmitting it to the fleet behind. Suddenly, a giant face appeared, its eyes staring firmly at the interstellar unmanned aircraft in front of it, as if acknowledging its existence. Is this the giant face that Angel Queen Rena mentioned before? Zhao Chen stared at the fierce face in the video, his brow furrowed. Among the information provided by Rena, the imprisoned Angel Queen, was the existence of this giant face in the insect nest. What kind of creature was this giant face? Rena, the Angel Queen, did not know. She only knew that this giant face belonged to an intelligent being, and that they were all executing the commands issued by this giant face. This giant face was likely a follower of order. Unexpectedly, this giant face actually existed and appeared in front of the interstellar unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. "It seems like our interstellar unmanned reconnaissance aircraft has been discovered," the officer in charge of overseeing these reconnaissance interstellar unmanned drones said worriedly. "Don't move. Let this unmanned reconnaissance aircraft continue to stay in this position," Zhao Chen suddenly ordered. The operator officers looked at His Majesty with confusion but dutifully conveyed the command. The interstellar unmanned reconnaissance aircraft remained hovering in place, facing off against the giant face across from it. "Zhao Chen, Emperor of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. At this moment, the other party actually spoke. The ethereal voice reached Zhao Chen. I know you are looking at me now. I have to admit, your growth has exceeded our expectations. I never expected that a once unknown fleet commander could establish an interstellar empire in this universe within a few short years and develop so many powerful interstellar warships. You are excellent. I have failed. The giant face's tone was still calm. Zhao Chen suddenly asked the officer in charge of these interstellar unmanned reconnaissance drones, "Can I speak?" "Let me try." The officer began to attempt. Eventually, an interface with a microphone symbol appeared in front of Zhao Chen. "Your Majesty, a communication connection has been established. This model of interstellar unmanned reconnaissance aircraft has communication capabilities. You just need to press this button and speak. They will be able to hear you on the other side. However, the quality of the transmission cannot be guaranteed," the officer replied. Zhao Chen nodded, then pressed the microphone button. "Are you an embodiment of order?" The giant face was visibly startled by the sudden voice coming from the interstellar unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. But soon, it regained composure. "It seems you know quite a bit indeed. That's why you've been launching so many attacks against me," the giant face replied. "What are you, exactly? Isn't it said that order is just a spiritual entity? Then what are you, along with those undead and the controlled insect race?" Zhao Chen questioned. This had always been a point of confusion for Zhao Chen. According to the information provided by the Mecha clan, Order was supposed to be a spiritual entity, and its most powerful force were the ships of the Black Legion, controlled solely by Order's will. However, these orderly insect races, and Ed Army, and the strange creature in front of them, what relationship did they have with Order? A great being naturally requires some believers, and also needs believers to carry out necessary missions. As long as we complete these tasks, we can merge into the great being and become equally great beings, possessing infinite power, infinite life, transcending all existence. True gods. The tone of the giant face began to sound slightly mad. It seemed as if it was a fanatical devotee. How did you create these insect races? And those undead creatures? Zhao Chen pressed further. At this moment, the giant face put on a sneering expression. Zhao Chen, don't think you're so clever. You want to extract information from me. There are things I won't tell you. What I can tell you is, you're far from achieving true victory. We are just insignificant followers projected into this world by the great entity. Even the Mecha clan beyond the universe resisting the Black Legion fleet under the influence of the great entity, they are just a second of the great entity's power. Do you truly believe you possess the ability to resist the great entity? Ha ha ha. Wishful thinking. Just you wait. Wait for the great entity to truly descend upon this universe. At that time, the entire universe will experience judgment. God's judgment. And you violators of the divine will suffer the most painful punishment. Ha ha ha. Zhao Chen frowned, looking at the mad giant face in front of him. It seemed that there was no chance of extracting information from this entity. Just as Zhao Chen was about to give up on trying to learn more, the giant face suddenly spoke again, its tone even more terrifying and deranged, its whole face contorting. Zhao Chen, but you may not live to see that day. You will not witness the scene of everything you protect being judged and destroyed. Because I will destroy you, the stumbling block standing in front of the gods. The screen began to blur. Report, our communication signal seems to be experiencing some strong interference, the officer in charge of the interstellar unmanned reconnaissance drone shouted. At the same time, several departments on the bridge were in turmoil. Report, the starship radar has detected a strong energy fluctuation inside the insect nest. Report, we are monitoring the spatial fluctuations in that area. Since just now, a very strong abnormal spatial fluctuation has been occurring in that space, far exceeding the spatial fluctuations generated by spatial jumps. Just then, the officer in charge of the interstellar unmanned reconnaissance drones transmitted an image data to Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, please take a look at this. This is an image captured by an interstellar unmanned reconnaissance drone as we enter deep into the insect nest. Zhao Chen looked at the somewhat blurry footage. He saw a shocking scene. The interior of the insect nest began to collapse, the space collapsing inwards and expanding outward at an increasing speed. The interstellar unmanned reconnaissance drone attempted to retreat, but found itself unable to move. Ultimately, the signal was lost. Zhao Chen's expression turned serious. He recalled the words of the giant face earlier. He had a hunch. The other party wanted both of them to meet their demise together. Chapter 12:18. Catastrophe. Spatial collapse. The other party wants us to perish together. This space is collapsing. We must retreat immediately, Zhao Chen said solemnly. Subsequently, Zhao Chen issued orders to the main fleet groups. All retreat. Zhu Xiao was startled. Yes, immediately. I have ordered people to observe the abnormal spatial fluctuations. Currently, we do not know the speed of this situation's development. But regardless, all the interstellar battleships must evacuate the galaxy at the fastest speed possible. It's best to evacuate as far as possible, Zhao Chen said firmly. His sixth sense told him that the other party's tactic of mutual destruction was definitely not ordinary. Understood. I will immediately issue the order for all fleets to retreat. Chu Zhuan nodded and immediately instructed her secretary to start preparing for the evacuation. It should be noted that evacuation is not a simple matter, especially for a large-scale evacuation of hundreds of thousands of interstellar battleships. How to evacuate, in which direction to evacuate, which fleet should evacuate first, and in what manner to evacuate are all questions. Any slight mishap could even lead to collisions during the evacuation. But to evacuate the entire fleet from the galaxy, it will take at least 3 hours, even using warp navigation. If we prioritize the evacuation, the T6 and T5 fleets can evacuate within an hour. However, the T4 and T3 fleets will need at least 3 to 5 hours to evacuate. Chu Zhuan looked at Zhao Chen, reporting the situation. As a fleet group marshal commander, she always had a rough estimate of all important data in her mind. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. 3 to 5 hours. Is there enough time? Just then, an important piece of information arrived. Your Highness, through our observation department and the study of spatial data, we have found that this phenomenon of space collapse uses the life force of the entire insect nest as raw material to trigger the collapse from one point, spreading to the surrounding space. It will turn the entire galaxy from 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional until the life force of the insect nest is completely depleted, stopping the phenomenon. We estimate that the range of this impact should be at least within one galaxy. From beginning to end within a galaxy, it is expected that it will not exceed an hour. Therefore, we must hasten the evacuation. Otherwise, all the interstellar battleships here will be completely wiped out. The officer in charge of that department reported urgently to Zhao Chen. The anxious demeanor revealed the importance of the situation. 1 hour. Everyone present was shocked. Even Chu Zhuan, Zhu Xiao, and the Panda Girl commander on the video call side were startled. This time was simply not enough. Zhao Chen remained silent for 3 seconds. He immediately looked at Chu Zhuan, Zhu Xiao, and the Panda Girl commander. You must immediately arrange for all T6 and T5 level interstellar battleships to evacuate at warp speed. The remaining T4 and T3 level battleships are to prepare to use the T for Wisdom light class interstellar leap ships for spatial retreat. Zhao Chen said solemnly, yes. The 3 commanders immediately began to make arrangements. But then, another bad news appeared. Your Highness, the T for Wisdom light class interstellar leap ships are unable to perform spatial retreat. Chu Zhuan looked tense as she looked at Zhao Chen. She had just received this news from the fleet of T for Wisdom light class interstellar leap ships that had followed. What's the situation? Zhao Chen asked, frowning. Because of the current instability of the spatial sector, the T for Wisdom light class interstellar leap ships cannot successfully perform spatial leaps. If used under these conditions, there is a high probability that the entire fleet will be crushed by the chaotic spatial forces. Chu Zhuan clenched her fists. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. You continue to execute the mission I just gave you. I will find a solution to this problem, Zhao Chen said and immediately looked at the officer beside him. Immediately contact the Owl Dragon Galaxy. Yes. Captain Dao Baibai was stunned for a moment, not understanding why they were contacting the Owl Dragon Galaxy at this time. But she followed the order. Fortunately, though the space was unstable, long-distance quantum communication was still functioning properly. Soon, they established contact. However, it might be because Lily was busy with Charlotte's birth and heading towards the northern insect nest defense line. So, The one who established contact with Zhao Chen was Lily's trusted deputy in the Owl Dragon Galaxy, the succubus Secretary Beth. Your Highness. Secretary Beth looked at the Emperor suddenly contacting them, somewhat surprised. She instinctively said, Lady Lily is. There's no time to contact Lily now. Beth, immediately contact Annie. Zhao Chen's tone was noticeably urgent. Yes. Without hesitation, Secretary Beth immediately contacted Annie. Annie, in her pajamas with a hat on, looked like she had been awakened from her sleep. Your Highness, I'm sleeping at least. This is my personal time. Annie, groggy from sleep, looked at Zhao Chen plaintively. But the next moment, Annie became alert, because on the Emperor's face, she saw a rare expression. Serious. No smiling. Previously, Annie rarely saw this expression on the Emperor's face. The reason she dared to challenge the Emperor before was because she knew his character and that he wouldn't engage with her. But now, Annie immediately took off her hat and straightened up. Your Highness, is there something urgent? I heard that the first batch of T6 Emerald Dream Class interstellar leap ships has been completed and delivered for testing. Are they now in operation? Zhao Chen asked. Annie nodded, yes. The first batch of crew and our technicians are on these T6 Emerald Dreams. Now, immediately put this batch of T6 Emerald Dream Class interstellar leap ships into battle mode. Let them try if they can spatially leap to my designated coordinates. Zhao Chen said decisively. These T6 Emerald Dream Class interstellar leap ships will be the last life-saving straw in this crisis. Otherwise, Zhao Chen will lose tens of thousands of all-dragon interstellar battleships. Chapter 1219, the T6 Emerald Dream Class interstellar jump transition ship accompanied Zhao Chen's orders. The 30 T6 Emerald Dream Class interstellar jump transition ships immediately began spatial jumps. Besides being of high rank and able to jump long distances in space, this type of interstellar jump transition ship could transport more interstellar battleships and had an additional feature. That is, the ability to perform a solo spatial jump for a single starship, which was a separate minor function and had no cooldown time. It only required the spatial jump equipment to be restarted and the target coordinates inputted again. In other words, as long as it was willing and had enough energy, it could perform spatial jumps indefinitely in this universe. It was practically the top choice for interstellar travel. The 30 T6 Emerald Dream Class interstellar jump transition ships quickly appeared before Zhao Chen, accompanied by rippling green waves. Unlike the sudden appearance of a light ring, as with the T for Wisdom Light Class interstellar jump transition ships before, the arrival of the T6 Emerald Dream Class interstellar jump transition ship seemed to turn the space into a lake. Onlookers could see ripples and verdant particle light shimmering on this lake. Eventually, the T6 Emerald Dream Class interstellar jump transition ship shifted from a semi-illusory state to a real existence. This is our new interstellar jump transition ship. Dao Baibai exclaimed in delight as she gazed at these emerald-colored starships. A video communication request then came in. Zhao Chen directly agreed, and a somewhat unfamiliar face appeared on the other end. Standing upright and saluting, I am Cao Yun, temporary commander of the interstellar fleet of the Emerald Dream. Leading all 30 T6 Emerald Dream ships, we have successfully completed the spatial jumps according to your instructions, Your Majesty. Please give the next directive. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen's worries lessened. A disaster is imminent here. I need you to lead all the T6 Emerald Dream Class interstellar jump transition ships carrying all T4 and T3 class interstellar battleships here to use spatial jumps to leave this place. All must evacuate within 10 minutes. Can you do it? Zhao Chen asked sternly. In 10 minutes, all T4 and T3 class interstellar battleships will complete the evacuation. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Cao Yun promised without hesitation. Very well, get to work immediately. Zhao Chen was racing against time. Seeing the swift arrangements, Chu Zhuan, Zhu Zi, and others in the command channel sighed in relief and deepened their respect for Zhao Chen. As long as the Emperor was present, there was no problem he couldn't solve. Your Majesty, please evacuate quickly, or directly use the T6 Emerald Dream Class interstellar jump transition ship to leave with your flagship. Chu Zhuan worriedly looked at Zhao Chen. At this moment, there was only Zhao Chen's T6 class interstellar battleship left in this star domain. Others had already evacuated at full speed using warp speed navigation, according to Chu Zhuan and the rest's arrangements. Your Majesty, we have calculated the number of T4 and T3 class interstellar battleships here. Evacuating all these ships can be done exactly. However, we can't add even one more T6 class interstellar battleship, Cao Yun said with some worrying, glancing at Emperor Zhao. The only T6 interstellar battleship left here was naturally Zhao Chen's. You don't need to worry about me. You just need to make sure all the T4 and T3 interstellar battleships here are safely evacuated. Zhao Chen said sternly. Chu Zhuan couldn't help but speak urgently again. Your Majesty, please evacuate as quickly as possible. Your safety is more important than anything. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, leave this place to us. I assure you, all T4 and T3 Dragon-class interstellar battleships here will be successfully evacuated. Cao Yun also couldn't help but persuade. In their eyes, no matter how many interstellar battleships or Dragon Empire officers were involved, none were as crucial as Emperor Zhao. After this exchange, Zhao Chen simply looked at Cao Yun and said, I entrust the matter here to you. Understood. Cao Yun nodded heavily. Zhao Chen then turned to Dao Baibai at his side. Prepare for navigation. Warp speed navigation. Evacuate at full speed. Yes. Captain Dao Baibai immediately issued commands to maneuver the starship. Dao Baibai, I have arranged the fastest route for you here. Evacuate immediately. Chu Zhuan had prepared the evacuation route early for Dao Baibai. Seeing a collapsing insect nest outside the window of the bridge, Zhao Chen felt a sense of urgency. As the space collapse expanded from the core of the insect nest to the periphery, the bizarre scene was indescribable. It seemed as if something three-dimensional was gradually distorting and transitioning from a three-dimensional state to a two-dimensional one, flattened by an invisible force. This was not a technology that the T6 possessed. Was it possibly T7 level technology? Zhao Chen began to feel anxious, realizing that what he knew might not be enough when it came to this powerful and mysterious force. Everything is ready. Begin warp speed navigation. Dao Baibai adjusted the starship's course and engaged in warp speed navigation. The T6 Archangel's crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunting ship began to accelerate gradually to warp speed. Looking at the departing flagship, Major General Cao Yun also sighed in relief. At least the Emperor was safe. She then turned her gaze to the distant and eerie spatial collapse phenomenon, accelerating its spread. How are the T6 Emerald Dream ships doing in their preparations? Once ready, they can jump directly. Hurry up! Major General Cao Yun began to urge anxiously. The Emerald Dream No. 3 ship is ready to go. The target coordinates for the spatial jump are entered. We are about to jump. The first prepared T6 Emerald Dream class interstellar jump transition ship reported. Subsequently, green ripples started to appear around this T6 starship. These ripples made the nearby Dragon-class interstellar battleships blurry. Finally, in what seemed like an instant, these blurry battleships vanished without a trace. The region fell into silence, as if nothing had ever happened. Chapter 12:20 Unexpected Happening. When Chief Engineer Annie of the Owl Dragon Galaxy woke up this time, she had no sleepiness at all. Sitting in her office, she had a strange expression on her face. For some reason, she had a sense of unease because of what His Majesty had contacted her about just now. At that moment, she received several messages. They were about the T6 Emerald Dream class interstellar leap transports. The returning T6 Emerald Dream class interstellar leap transports. Since these T6 Emerald Dream class interstellar leap transports were still in the data collection phase during the trial voyage and had not yet been fully delivered to the Owl Dragon military, there were still a lot of data left by them. Due to the special nature of these interstellar warships, Chief Engineer Annie had inserted some security codes in the data segment of these 30 T6 Emerald Dream class interstellar leap transports. One of the functions was tracking. And now that these T6 Emerald Dream class interstellar leap transports had returned, she automatically received the relevant information. Without hesitation, Chief Engineer Annie used her authorization to contact the captains of these T6 Emerald Dream class interstellar leap transports. Major General Cao Yun, what's the situation on your end? Why did His Majesty urgently summon you over? Chief Engineer Annie happened to see the first ship of the returning T6 Emerald Dream class interstellar leap transports where Major General Cao Yun was. Confirm on all ships, have all interstellar warships returned? Major General Cao Yun explained some things to her subordinates. Then she looked at the open video window. In the meantime, due to the testing of the T6 Emerald Dream class interstellar leap transports and data collection work, Major General Cao Yun and Chief Engineer Annie were quite familiar with each other. Major General Cao Yun explained her tasks and everything she had seen. What? Space collapse from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions. Chief Engineer Annie was amazed. Although she specialized in starship technology, she also had some understanding of space technology. But the technology to turn a 3-dimensional space into a 2-dimensional space was still somewhat unbelievable. So, His Majesty didn't manage to evacuate with you? Chief Engineer Annie asked. Because there were too many interstellar warships that needed to be evacuated. Even with our 30 T6 Emerald Dream class interstellar leap transports, we couldn't meet the evacuation needs of all interstellar warships. After all, there were tens of thousands of interstellar warships on that side, including T6 and T5 interstellar warships. Unfortunately, at the time, if His Majesty's T6 ship was arranged to evacuate, hundreds or thousands of other Al Dragon interstellar warships might not be able to evacuate. But luckily, according to the speed of space collapse calculated by His Majesty's Research and Development Department, as long as the T6-level interstellar warships use warp navigation, they should be able to evacuate to safety before the space collapse. Hearing Major General Cao Yun's words, Chief Engineer Annie frowned slightly, but remained silent. Her sense of unease intensified, but there were some speculations she couldn't voice. Command Bridge of the Second Fleet of the Owl Dragon, Flagship Starship Intelligence System reminder. This ship has disengaged warp navigation, has reached the scheduled location, currently in autopilot mode. Chu Zhuan looked outside the bridge windows and saw the normal cosmic scene restored. She immediately ordered her subordinates, contact the interstellar warships of all departments. Have they all left the dangerous area? Yes? Marshal, 80% of the interstellar warships in our second fleet group have already left warp navigation and entered the safe zone. Report, Major General Cao Yun has reported that the interstellar warships that use the T6 Emerald Dream for space jumps have all safely arrived in the Owl Dragon Galaxy. Report, General Zhu Zhaoxio's Imperial 4th Fleet Group has arrived in the safe area. Contacting the Imperial Guard Fleet. Report from the Hell's Angels Ace Fleet Group. Listening to these reports coming in one by one, Chu Zhuan frowned. She raised her hand, signaling everyone not to speak. Haven't we contacted His Majesty's flagship yet? Everyone looked at a communication officer responsible for contacting the Emperor's flagship. The communication officer looked somewhat anxious, repeating her operations. Even after repeating the same operations several times under everyone's watchful eyes, she looked at Marshal Chu Zhuan with sweat all over her face. Marshal, we can't contact His Majesty's flagship. The T6 Seraphim Longbow class interstellar long-range hunting ship number 1. What's going on? Why can't we establish contact? Marshal Chu Zhuan asked loudly. In the current state of the T6 level interstellar warship technology, even under warp navigation, it wasn't necessary to enter sleep mode. Communication wouldn't be greatly disturbed. There was simply no chance of being unable to establish contact. At that moment, Chu Zhuan's heart tensed up. She immediately ordered all communication departments contact His Majesty's flagship on all channels. Yes, this is the flagship of the Imperial 2nd Fleet Group, calling the T6 Seraphim Longbow class interstellar long-range hunting ship number 1. Respond if you hear. Respond if you hear. This is not just this flagship, almost all Owl Dragon interstellar warships that could be contacted were trying to contact the Emperor's flagship at that moment. However, all these attempts went unanswered as if they had fallen on deaf ears. There was no response at all. Meanwhile, the situation of the Zhao Chen flagship, the T6 Seraphim Longbow class interstellar long-range hunting ship number 1, was indeed unexpected. Boom! The entire interstellar warship shook violently, and the bridge was flashing with red alarm lights. What's going on? Zhao Chen looked at the T6 Seraphim Longbow class interstellar long-range hunting ship, which suddenly slowed down. It had been in warp navigation mode. But never did they expect that after navigating to this area, they would directly decelerate. Subsequently, the ship was attacked in multiple places. Alarms rang out. It seems like we were intercepted in warp navigation just now. Then we were attacked by the enemy's interstellar mines. Dao Baibai's face turned pale. Intercepted in warp navigation? Interstellar mines? Zhao Chen's expression changed abruptly. He looked out of the bridge windows and saw some spakes of light. Upon magnification, he saw something familiar. T5 interstellar venomous explosive beetles. T5 dimensional ghost insects. T5 starlight fireflies. These were special species of the Order Insect clan that had appeared on the Northern Insect Nest Defense Line battlefield before. Never did they expect them to appear here. Scan the area for the number of T5 interstellar venomous explosive beetles. Find a way to navigate out of this area immediately, then use warp navigation to leave at full speed. Zhao Chen did not show any panic, because at this moment, panic wouldn't help at all. What needed to be done was to act decisively. Chapter 1221, Let Fate Decide. Dao Baibai immediately began commanding various departments of the starship, maneuvering around the numerous insectoid units. No one would have expected to encounter an area of interference set up by the insectoids here. Was it a coincidence, or was it planned in advance? Impossible to know. After all, both insectoid nests had already been destroyed. Right now, they could only figure out a way to quickly evacuate this place. But due to the presence of the T5 interstellar toxic burst insectoids, the T6 Seraphim crossbow class interstellar long-range hunter killer's speed was unable to increase. Time was slipping away bit by bit. Zhao Chen and the others could only pray that the catastrophic collapse behind them would occur slower. Zhao Chen sat on the throne, taking a deep breath. He raised his hand and pulled up an operation interface. The evacuation of the T6 Seraphim crossbow class interstellar long-range hunter killer now solely depended on Dao Baibai and the others. Zhao Chen had nothing much left to do. But Zhao Chen had already started planning for the worst-case scenario. That was about the 3 new T6 level technological techniques that would be released starting July this quarter. Originally, Zhao Chen had planned to exchange for these 3 T6 technological techniques once the 2 insectoid nests were dealt with, and then formulate a new construction plan. But in the current situation, Zhao Chen had to prepare for the worst. So, without saying a word, he swiftly began editing a series of data. The leopard woman beside him looked on in amazement at what Emperor Zhao Chen was editing. She couldn't understand it, but it seemed crucial. The Emperor's actions at this moment made her consider a certain possibility. She clenched her fists, approached Dao Baibai, who wore an anxious expression, and grabbed her collar, lowering her voice, while also adding a hint of threat. "I'm telling you, no matter what, we must safely escort His Majesty out. Even if all of us die, His Majesty cannot suffer any harm. Do you understand?" Dao Baibai, at that moment, unceremoniously pushed away the leopard woman's hand, grabbing her. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to make such a move. Although the leopard woman was Zhao Chen's bodyguard, no one dared to disrespect her. But now, she couldn't care less about the leopard woman's identity. Gazing at the leopard woman before her, with a similar sense of urgency in her tone, she also impatiently said, "You don't need to teach me how to do things. In the current situation, we can only escape steadily. There's no other way. If you have an alternative, then take charge. If you don't, then please quietly stay aside. His Majesty's safety needs no further explanation from you. If possible, I can use my life and the lives of all the crew on this starship to ensure His Majesty's safety right now." After speaking, disregarding the leopard woman beside her, Dao Baibai continued with her tasks. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The leopard woman looked at Dao Baibai, noticing her shift from her previous apprehensive demeanor. She understood the situation at hand very well now. The leopard woman took a deep breath, refraining from saying anything more, standing obediently by Zhao Chen's side. She pondered over many possibilities in her mind, but they were all dismissed. In this current situation, they could only rely on this starship to take them away. Otherwise, death awaited them. Lilith of the T6 Rakshasa Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, Bridge Lily just arrived here on a shuttle and disembarked. Immediately, she instructed someone to take her to Charlotte's delivery room. But before taking a few steps, a message made Lily abruptly halt. Lily's expression turned shocked upon reading the message. It was a top-secret communication from Marshal Chujuan, commander of the Second Empire Fleet of the Owl Dragon, informing her that His Majesty on the starship was missing in action. A spatial collapse was imminent in the star system where the insectoid nest was located. Lily unconsciously swayed a bit, as if about to collapse. Fortunately, her aide standing nearby promptly supported her. "My lady, Are you all right? The aide looked astonished at Lily. I'm fine. Lily composed herself, trying to maintain a neutral expression. However, her mind was already elsewhere. Soon, Lily arrived at Charlotte's delivery room. How long has she been in there? Lily asked the guard waiting at the door. Around an hour, the guard answered. How much longer is expected? Lily continued. It's unclear. The medical officer stated it might take 3 to 5 hours if everything goes smoothly. Because Grand Marshal Charlotte mentioned that she wanted a natural birth without surgery or the use of related technological equipment. She even refused anesthesia. In this era of technology, there were already numerous technological aids available for childbirth. Some people opted for a cesarean section since, in this day and age, a small scar on the abdomen could easily be removed. However, those choosing natural birth were few. This phenomenon was more common among the half-beast races. It seemed like a cultural custom, believing that natural birth was the normal way of life's inception. Only children born naturally could grow up healthy and intelligent. So, unless in extreme situations, half-beasts rarely chose to use technological aids for childbirth or undergo cesarean sections. All right, I understand. You stay here. I'll attend to some matters nearby, Lily told the group left beside her before turning to move to a secluded corner. Standing alone in the corner, Lily glanced around, then threw a concealed device to ensure her conversation wouldn't be overheard. Subsequently, she directly contacted Chuzhuan. Chuzhuan quickly responded to the communication request. Lily watched as Chuzhuan's face appeared on the screen, showing a rare expression of tension and urgency, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor as a fleet commander and imperial marshal. What's the situation? Tell me in detail. Although Lily had read the contents of the communication, she still requested Chuzhuan to repeat everything. If someone was observing Lily, they'd notice her tightly clenched fist. Marshal Chuzhuan promptly recounted everything that had happened, speaking in detail to Lily's secretary. Then, Marshal Chuzhuan said, "We are currently attempting to contact His Majesty. We have even dispatched as many stealth interstellar reconnaissance ships as possible within the safe zone. But we still haven't located His Majesty aboard the T-6 Seraphim Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunter-killer's flagship. And according to our calculations here, if we don't evacuate to a safe area within 20 minutes, everything in this star system will be flattened into two-dimensional states." Chapter 1222. Lily, in a furious rage, heard about the situation from Marshal Chuzhuan's report. Lily fell silent for a few seconds. She solemnly said, "Keep searching. Keep in contact. It's crucial to ensure the safety of His Majesty's return. Before then, all information regarding His Majesty is to be sealed from the public. Understand?" "Yes," Marshal Chuzhuan replied. "If there are any developments, contact me immediately. Do not contact General Charlotte for now, as she is currently in childbirth. After giving birth, her body will have a period of weakness. It is not advisable for her to hear about these matters," Lily added. "Understood," Marshal Chuzhuan responded. Communication was temporarily ended. Lily took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and lightly bit her vermilion lips. "You will definitely be safe. After all these years, enduring so many ups and downs, facing numerous dangers, you have always overcome them smoothly. You are now the Emperor of the Zhonglong Interstellar Empire. How could it be possible? Lily pushed away those thoughts. She had many things to attend to. She opened her top-secret documents and selected a file with a special code. It was a contingency plan. A highly confidential contingency plan. It was a plan she never wanted to use in her lifetime. Even now, from a personal perspective, she didn't want to use it. But as the highest secretary of the Zhonglong Interstellar Empire, the person most trusted by him, she knew what she needed to do at this moment. She took a deep breath, opened the contingency plan. And the activation requirement for this plan was just one line. Emperor's death or whereabouts unknown. Lily began to follow the procedures outlined in the plan ahead of time, contacting the commanders of various fleet groups across the Zhonglong Interstellar Empire, especially the top commanders of the flagship fleet groups. She instructed them to gather their fleets, put the entire fleet group on immediate level to combat readiness, remain in their current locations, and not leave without her and General Charlotte's orders. After that, Lily also contacted the proxy lords of the Zhonglong star system. Effective immediately, The Zhonglong star system was placed under military control, and no civilian interstellar ships and fleets were allowed to enter the Zhonglong star system. All applications to use stargates were to be rejected. When Proxy Lord Zhang Hong heard these arrangements, though she didn't understand completely, she sensed that something important was about to happen. It felt as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, and ripples began spreading outward. Lily also contacted the heads of the various sectors in the 15-star regions of the Zhonglong Empire and gave them some instructions. Several interstellar trade groups were not left out either. In summary, the entire Zhonglong interstellar empire was now on high alert. For civilians, it seemed relaxed on the surface, but was tightly controlled internally. Except for a few specific star system areas that were blocked off and some Titan navigation requirements, there weren't many issues. However, for the high-ranking officials of various factions, they had already sensed some kind of change in the air. Lily returned to the maternity ward entrance. She glanced at the door, hesitated for a moment, then turned to her trusted assistant beside her and said, "I'm going back to the Zhonglong star system now. You stay here. If Charlotte gives birth smoothly, or if there are any other developments, contact me immediately. If Charlotte recovers and asks about His Majesty, find a reason to delay her. Let her rest well. If needed, you can discreetly have the physician give Charlotte some non-intrusive sleeping medication." The assistant looked puzzled at the chief secretary. She swallowed and nodded. I understand. I'm leaving this to you." Lily patted the assistant's shoulder, then looked at the maternity ward door. She walked quickly in the direction she came from, boarded a floating elevator, and left. Lily returned to the Zhonglong star system in the shortest time possible, within a dozen or so minutes. Upon her return, Lily urgently headed towards the Sin Dragon prison. "Take me to Selene." The warden of the Sin Dragon prison looked at Lily, feeling that the chief secretary's emotions were off-kilter, emitting a sense of murderous intent. "Madam, take me there. Is my command no longer effective with you?" Lily's eyes were cold as they bore into the warden of Sin Dragon prison. In the Zhonglong Interstellar Empire, the chief secretary naturally had the authority to intervene in the Sin Dragon prison, being one of the few levels capable of such interference. Soon, Lily entered the pitch-black cells of the prison. "Open it. I want to go in," Lily commanded as she looked at the glass enclosure. The Warden of the Sin, Chapter 1223 began to transmit data T6 Archangel Crossbow Class Interstellar Long-Range Hunting Destroyer. Number 1 ship, we will sail forward for about 5 minutes, then we can leave this area. By then, any communication interference, any spatial interference will be cancelled. We can continue using warp speed navigation. Dao Baibai looked at the empty area that had already appeared on the interstellar radar. This meant that they had finally sailed out. Zhao Chen sat on the throne. He glanced at the star map of the starship and the interstellar radar. But he showed no emotions. He just silently looked at the 3 completed sets of technological data he had edited. "Panther, get ready. Once we sail out of the communication interference zone, immediately send back these 3 sets of top-secret data to the Owl Dragon Galaxy." Zhao Chen looked at the Panther beside him. "Your Majesty." The Panther hesitated as she looked at Zhao Chen's determined expression. "Regardless of whether we can finally get out or not, we must be prepared for everything. If we can successfully get out, that's naturally the best. But if, this will also be a kind of protection left to them," Zhao Chen said indifferently. The Panther didn't say anything more, just quietly acknowledged, then stood behind His Majesty. In any case, she would accompany His Majesty. 5 minutes later, the T6 Archangel Crossbow Class Interstellar Long-Range Hunting Destroyer, which had been trapped here, finally sailed out of this quagmire. "Immediately use warp speed navigation. Evacuate at full speed." Dao Baibai shouted immediately. The department responsible for warp speed navigation mode operated this function at the fastest speed in their lives. This T6 Archangel Crossbow Class Interstellar Long-Range Hunting Destroyer also began to accelerate. "Have we left the communication interference range?" Zhao Chen asked. "We have," the Panther replied. "Then send these 4 sets out," Zhao Chen said. "Yes," the Panther said. She began to operate the equipment to contact the Owl Dragon Galaxy. Soon contact was made. "Start the transmission." Because the transmission file is too large, it is estimated that it will take 5 minutes to complete the transmission. The Panther replied. 5 minutes. It should be enough. Zhao Chen closed his eyes. If all goes well, this time they would probably not be able to escape the range of spatial collapse. They had wasted too much time being trapped there before. Calculating in his mind, it would probably be about 6 or 7 minutes when the impact of the spatial collapse in this star system catches up to them. And to sail to a safe zone, they would need at least 15 minutes of warp speed navigation at full speed. So Zhao Chen knew that this would be their final time. Zhao Chen looked at all the people on the bridge, Dao Baibai, the Panther, and those crew members. Although there was the existence of the resurrection black technology, whether the collapse from 3-dimensional space to 2-dimensional space was true death was uncertain. Whether life signals could be collected for resurrection, Zhao Chen dared not bet on it. And as for his own death, whether he could be reborn was also something Zhao Chen had never tried. The system had not provided a clear answer. So, at this moment, Zhao Chen already treated this as the final moment of his life. He silently pressed the record button on the handheld terminal. He began to quietly speak some words. These were the final instructions he had to give. Owl Dragon Galaxy, Highest Communication Department. This was a department specifically responsible for receiving communication messages sent from all over the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire, considered the ears of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Empire. Report, we have received a message from the T-6 Archangel Crossbow-class Interstellar Long-Range Hunting Destroyer, Number 1 ship. A communication officer shouted in a hurry. The person in charge of the department at this moment had a sudden change of expression. Perhaps others were not very familiar with this interstellar warship, just considering it as a standard T-6 class interstellar warship. However, she had received early notice. Be particularly vigilant about the communication signals from the T-6 Archangel Crossbow class interstellar long-range hunting destroyer, Number 1 ship. Unexpectedly, it had appeared in their department. She immediately contacted the highest secretary, Lady Lille. Lille holographic image appeared in front of her. Madam Secretary. The person in charge respectfully addressed the Empire's highest secretary. I am on my way to your department now. From now on, regarding the communication information and transmission content of the T-6 Archangel Crossbow class interstellar long-range hunting destroyer, Number 1 ship, the information content is top secret. Strictly control the personnel in charge. Do not leak to the outside. I will be there within 5 minutes. At the same time, you try to contact this starship. If communication is possible, connect directly to me. Lille's tone sounded very urgent. The person in charge immediately assembled her trusted aides, and a 3-person team took over this work, responsible for the communication content with the T-6 Archangel Crossbow class interstellar long-range hunting destroyer, Number 1 ship. And according to Lady Lille's request to handle it. However, a surprising result was quickly obtained. Madam Secretary, the Archangel Crossbow class interstellar long-range hunting destroyer is currently using all their communication capabilities, sending some top-secret file information to us again. Because the information in the top-secret file is extensive, it occupies all communication traffic. Unless the other party stops transmitting, we cannot communicate with them. The person in charge reported. Upon hearing this report, panic appeared in Lille's eyes. As Zhao Chen's right-hand person and confidant, she naturally knew the purpose behind this operation. If she wasn't mistaken, these encrypted files being transmitted were most likely crucial technological data. This was the valuable treasure he left for them. Lille lightly bit her lip. That damn guy. Maintain communication. I'll be right there. Lille forced herself to calm down. A few minutes later, Lille rushed to the department at the fastest speed. Over here. The person in charge saw Lille arrive personally and immediately pointed to a small room next door. Lille entered without saying a word. There were only 3 people inside the room. Regarding the communication and transmission content of the T-6 Archangel Crossbow class interstellar long-range hunting destroyer, Number 1 ship, it has been completely cut off from the outside network. It is exclusively controlled by the quantum network in this room. Only the 4 of us know about this situation. Absolute secrecy. The person in charge explained. Lille walked to the communication equipment and looked at the top-secret files being transmitted. She could guess what they were. Most likely, they were T-6 class technological data. It was the technological data that any stellar power in this universe would dream of. But now, in Lille's eyes, all of this was worthless. She clenched her fists and questioned the person in charge. "Can't we interrupt this reception? I want to talk to the other party." The person in charge shook her head. "I'm sorry, this is initiated by the other party's communication and information transmission. It occupies all traffic, so we cannot send any messages back. We can't refuse to receive it, nor can we communicate with the other party." Lila suddenly turned her head towards the wall. No one could see her expression at this moment. Lila bit her lip lightly, and her fist slammed directly against the wall. "You selfish bastard." Chapter 1224. The last segment of communication came 5 minutes later. Report, Secretary. 3 highly confidential data sets received in full. The person in charge looked at Secretary Lila. Lila paid no attention to the 3 sets of technological data that could be considered treasure troves outside. She immediately said, "Contact the other party." The person in charge immediately instructed the communication officers to try to contact the other party. However, several communication officers had strange expressions at that moment. One of them raised his head and said, "We have lost contact with the T-6 Seraphim Ballista-class interstellar long-range hunting ship. The flagship, number 1. Lila staggered. The person in charge realized something, and without a word, directly pulled the communication officer aside and took control herself. She kept muttering, "How is it possible to lose contact? We were just in contact a moment ago. It must be your fault in managing it." The person in charge began to operate continuously, but multiple attempts to call were unsuccessful. Minutes later, the person in charge looked at Secretary Lila with a complex expression. Opening her mouth multiple times, she couldn't say a word. They knew just moments ago that the T-6 Seraphim Ballista-class interstellar long-range hunting ship, the flagship, had His Majesty the Emperor aboard. And now, wait, we have received a communication. It's from the Seraphim Ballista-class interstellar long-range hunting ship, the flagship. It was transmitted along with the 3 sets of data just now. Because the 3 sets of data were massive, and we overlooked. An officer suddenly discovered a communication document. Lila immediately looked at the communication document. She resisted the urge to open it. "Everyone, leave immediately," Lila said in a low voice. The person in charge looked at Secretary Lila with a grim expression, then gathered 3 subordinates to prepare to leave. "Remember, everything you hear and see here, not a single word is to be leaked outside. Otherwise, military law will be enforced." Lila suddenly spoke in a stern voice. "Yes," said the 4 in unison. Then the 4 left the room and closed the door. Lila immediately clicked on the communication document. Compared to the 3 stored sets of technological data, the importance of those seemed insignificant in her eyes. "Hello, hello," came a familiar, relaxed voice from the other end. As soon as this voice came out, Lila's eyes welled up with tears. Previously, she could have been strong, but now, she couldn't bear the pressure inside. I believe Lily was probably the first to hear this communication. "Are you in tears now?" Seated on the floor, Lila struggled to suppress her sobs. "Lila, I've encountered some issues on my end. It might delay my return. But don't be disheartened. I will definitely come back to see you all alive." Zhao Chen's voice was firm, as if he believed unequivocally that he would survive. Whether he truly believed it or was trying to instill a sense of certainty in Lily and the others was unknown. "Before I return, take care of the Dragon Army and the Dragon Interstellar Empire we've built. Of course, the most crucial part is all of you. Those above are all established to protect you. If you are unwilling, or if those things are causing trouble for you, you can let them go." Upon hearing these words, Lily clenched her fists, nails digging deeply into her palms, blood trickling out. "I've left you with 3 T6 technology sets. They should be able to assist you. Lila, you're the person who gives me peace of mind. I trust you completely. Charlotte, though older than you, can be restless at times. Even though she's become a mother now, she still needs your help. Please, take care of Charlotte and her 2 children for me. And it would be better to wait until Charlotte has recovered before telling her this news." Lily suddenly screamed in frustration. "Why me? Why should I take care of your wife and children? If they need care, come back and take care of them yourself." Sob. Lily held her abdomen with both hands, tears streaming down her face. "Charlotte, you're a mother now, but you need to change your temper. Stop being so jumpy. I bet if you knew I was leaving, you would go hysterical. But please, think about our children. They still need you. I couldn't witness their arrival in this world, but I have already named them. Our son will be Jiaohu, and our daughter Jiaobai. Heh, these names resemble you. Lily sobbed, her body shaking constantly. Following these were some words intended for others. Zhao Chen's voice was calm, as if it were just an ordinary conversation with a friend. All right, I've said everything I needed to say. Until I return, take care of yourselves. Trust me, I will definitely come back. Zhao Chen's final words were resolute. In the end, the communication ended. Lily kept muttering under her breath, "Liar. Big liar. You deceitful liar." She then suddenly lashed out, grabbing a nearby chair, ready to smash the 3 sets of highly confidential data that Zhao Chen had sent. "I don't want this damn data. I want you to come back safe." But in the end, she stopped herself from carrying out the action. Outside the room, the person in charge was anxiously waiting, pondering that possibility. It couldn't be. Absolutely not that way. At that moment, the door opened. Everyone outside subconsciously looked at Lily inside. Lily's expression was extremely indifferent, showing no emotional fluctuation. "From now on, this room is sealed off from the outside. No one is allowed to collect the data inside without my permission," Lily said coldly. Yes, the person in charge replied. After speaking, Lily walked coldly towards the door, disregarding the bewildered gazes of those around her. She had many things to attend to now. Before the impending eruption, she had to arrange everything carefully, because she had to take care of all the things left behind by that irresponsible man before he returned. She firmly believed that man would definitely return. He must have gone far away due to unavoidable circumstances. Eventually, he would come back, because he had said so. Every word he said had always come true. So, this time, it would undoubtedly happen. Before that, no one was allowed to touch the things he had left behind. Chapter 1225, Mother and Child Safe, Level of Feared Starship of Rakshasa Pluto. Number 1 medical room is also Charlotte's delivery room at this moment, accompanied by the first cry. The first of the Dragon Phoenix twins was born. Charlotte stubbornly opened her eyes, sweat already forming on her forehead. "Let me see the child," Charlotte struggled to say. The medical staff immediately brought the child to the bedside for Charlotte to see. "Grand Marshal, it's a girl." "A sister," the medical staff said. When Charlotte saw her child, she paused for a moment and instinctively muttered, "So ugly." The medical staff couldn't help but suppress a smile, watching Charlotte's complex expression. She explained, "Grand Marshal, newborn babies all look like this. It will get better soon. I'll take this child to the incubator first. You can try again. The little brother hasn't made a sound yet." "Okay," Charlotte responded, but the next moment she felt a shock in her heart. A sharp pain swept through her brain. For some reason, she was in great anguish at this moment. This pain did not come from her body, but from her consciousness. It was as if something important was about to leave her. The pregnant woman's heart rate is a bit unstable. The medical officer noticed the anomaly and immediately began to adjust. Fortunately, Charlotte's unique situation only lasted a few seconds and returned to normal. Perhaps due to excessive exertion, Charlotte immediately fainted. But fortunately, the second child was also successfully born. It was unknown how much time had passed. When Charlotte opened her eyes again, she saw the white walls. She felt as if her whole body had fallen apart. She had never imagined giving birth would be so exhausting. She's awake. The Grand Marshal is awake. At this time, a cry came from the bedside. It should be the medical staff accompanying her. Soon, hurried footsteps could be heard in the distance. In no time, a circle of doctors and nurses in white coats surrounded her bed. On the outer circle, Charlotte saw Lilith. Lilith gave her a faint smile. Charlotte smiled back, indicating she was fine. Her gaze scanned the surroundings, but did not find the figure she expected. Naturally, there was some disappointment in her heart. But she comforted herself. She had told him before, until he sorted out the matters on the battlefield, he must not return. He should still be on the battlefield now. The situation over at the Bug Nest battlefield. How was it going? It probably progressed smoothly. After all, before giving birth, she had only received good news. The doctors and nurses around Charlotte checked her for a while. About 10 minutes passed. Some people had just left. A doctor stood in front of Lilith and said, "The Grand Marshal's condition is still very weak, but there are no other issues. Just needs to rest in bed for a few days." "Thank you. You've worked hard," Lilith thanked the doctors and nurses. Afterwards, the room fell silent. The doctors and nurses had all left, leaving only Lilith and a guard at her bedside. It was only then that Lilith had a chance to approach the bed and look at Charlotte. Charlotte tried to sit up but found it difficult to use her strength. "Don't move. The doctor said you're still very weak now. You need to rest in bed for a while." Lilith stopped Charlotte's attempts to move and held her body down. Seeing this, Charlotte didn't try to sit up again. She softly said, "The children. Both children are in the incubator now. Very healthy." Lilith pointed to a large glass window on Charlotte's left. Charlotte turned her head and discovered there was another room next to her, actually, separated by a transparent glass. Inside that room were 2 incubators. The 2 newborn babies lay peacefully in the incubators, with some doctors and nurses taking care of them. When Charlotte looked at the 2 babies, her eyes revealed a maternal glow. "I really want to hold them properly," Charlotte said, then looked at Lilith. "How is he doing on his side?" "His Majesty is making smooth progress. Dealing with the second bug nest now. With the experience of clearing the first bug nest before, handling the second one is just a matter of time. However, these 2 bug nests are counterattacking more wildly. It's probably just a last-ditch effort. Estimated time for the battle to end, and subsequent cleaning of the battlefield, probably a week to half a month. He asked me to tell you. He can't accompany you at this time. Truly sorry," Lilith whispered. Hearing this, Charlotte smiled slightly. "I knew his thoughts. Just giving birth, not a big deal. Compared to that, matters on the battlefield are crucial. Can I video call him now?" Charlotte made a final request with some anticipation. However, Lilith shook her head, saying apologetically, "Sorry. I just mentioned that the second bug nest's battlefield, the enemy has a strong counter-offensive. They have set up many T5 Starlight Fireflies around the battlefield area, greatly disrupting the quantum communication network. So far, all information we have about the battlefield area is relayed by stealth reconnaissance ships after leaving the interference zone. Therefore, direct communication is currently not possible. If you have anything you want to say to him, you can tell me now. I will pass it on the next time we relay information," Lilith said with some helplessness. Upon hearing this, a hint of loss appeared in Charlotte's eyes. Nevertheless, she still smiled and said, "If that's the case, then forget it. When he comes back, there will be plenty of time to talk. I have nothing urgent here. You go on with your tasks. You have too many responsibilities during this time." Charlotte looked at Lilith. Lilith nodded, and then reminded Charlotte a few words to take care of her body before leaving the room. After leaving the room, she quickened her pace towards a nearby restroom. No one knew what Lilith was doing in the restroom, but faint sounds of heavy objects hitting could be heard. A few minutes later, Lilith emerged from the restroom, looking at herself in the mirror on the sink, her eyes filled with various emotions. "Lilith... don't forget what he entrusted you with. You can't collapse now." She splashed cold water on her face, trying to calm herself down once again, and continued with her work. Chapter 1226 Memories of the Past. There are 3 new T6 technologies here. They are now in your hands. You are responsible for developing production construction plans yourselves, and after you have them ready, submit them to me for approval, Lily said, looking at the 3 chief engineers in front of her. The atmosphere at the scene was tense. No one spoke. "Secretary, does His Majesty really?" Elise, the Spider Queen, couldn't help but ask again, but she was interrupted by Lily, who sharply said, "You don't need to worry about anything else. Just focus on your own tasks." "Understood. We will handle this," Chief Engineer Nana said softly, her eyes slightly red. Just as she was about to take the 3 data disks containing the T6 technology, another hand reached out first. Nana looked at her sister, frowning slightly. Did her sister have to do this at a time like this? "I'll do it." Chief Engineer Annie's voice trembled. She lifted her head, determination in her eyes, as she said, "I will quickly develop the production plan and personally supervise the subsequent production work, ensuring delivery on time and in the correct quantity. I will do my best." With that, ignoring the surprised gazes of others, Chief Engineer Annie jumped out of her seat and left. She went to the office first, as she promised. In the shortest time possible, she developed the required production plan and submitted it to Lily for review. Then, she personally inspected the key aspects of the current production plans. When those in charge of those important production plans saw Chief Engineer Annie appear, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Previously, they could only see Chief Engineers Nana and Elise, and it was impossible to see Chief Engineer Annie. Furthermore, her stern expression was completely different from before. Chief Engineer, here is today's production report. A production technician walked into the office and saw Annie sitting at the desk working earnestly. She looked around the office, sniffed, and for a moment, she felt like she might be hallucinating. Was she really in Chief Engineer Annie's office? Was Chief Engineer Annie really working here diligently? Most importantly, she couldn't find a trace of any food in the office, not even the spicy snack smell that used to be there. She rubbed her eyes, confirming that she was indeed in Chief Engineer Annie's office, not Nana's. With a stern face, Chief Engineer Annie took the report from her subordinate, quickly skimmed through it, signed her name on it, but still left some suggestions at the end. You should pay attention to this part a little bit. This section is where the most effective products are likely to occur during production. Also, this part can increase production efficiency. Hearing Chief Engineer Annie meticulously assigning these production tasks, the technician left the office with a surprised expression. Was that person really Chief Engineer Annie? Did the sun rise from the west today? After finishing her work, Annie quietly packed up and headed towards the employee cafeteria. But just as she reached the entrance, she saw a figure rushing towards her. What's wrong? Chief Engineer Annie asked. Chief Engineer Annie, Chief Engineer Nana. She has locked herself in her room all day and won't come out no matter what we say. The deputy officer of Chief Engineer Nana looked extremely anxious. I understand. You continue your work. Leave Nana to me. Chief Engineer Annie left the cafeteria without eating and headed to her sister's dorm room. She knocked on the door but received no response. Frowning slightly, Annie took out something from her pocket and placed it at the door. Then she walked away silently until she took out something like a remote control from her pocket and pressed it. The next second, the tightly closed door exploded, leaving a large hole with billowing smoke. Annie quietly watched the scene, and when the smoke dissipated a bit, she walked in. Passing through the demolished door, she walked in. Perhaps due to the impact of the door explosion, the room's circuitry also had problems, and the lights flickered. Annie surveyed the room, and in a corner of the bedroom, she saw Nana. Nana was huddled with her knees hugged, looking disheveled. When Annie arrived, Nana lifted her head, her eyes filled with bloodshot, showing fear, panic, and sadness. In that instant, Annie felt as if time had overlapped. She was back 5 or 6 years ago, on a starport that no longer had a name. The man stood in the position she was in now, looking down at her like she was a frightened little mouse. What's your name? Annie. The man reached out to the timid Annie, but she shrank back, as if she were a startled mouse. Her stomach rumbled. Is your stomach growling? The man asked knowingly. No. It's not. Annie's voice was barely audible. Once again, reaching out, the man said, then come with me, and I'll take you to eat something good. That moment, the man pulled her out of the darkness and into a brighter life. He showed her that there could be joy in living, that she could eat delicious food, rest in a safe and comfortable room, and unleash her abilities here. He let her use her abilities to pursue the life she wanted. All of this was given to her by that man. Nana, Annie's voice was cold. Sister. Nana looked up, appearing fragile like a small mouse. Annie reached out, stroking Nana's head. He's just gone for a bit. He said he would be back. He entrusted this place to us, so we must take care of it for him. Let's work hard, build everything here. When he returns, he might even give us some overtime pay. For the first time in a while, Annie smiled, though it was forced. Nana's tears flowed uncontrollably. Annie bent down, embracing her sister. In that moment, her tears also flowed freely. Chapter 1227. Chujuan in despair. Marshall. Constant knocking could be heard outside the door. However, due to lack of authorization, the person outside couldn't enter. A figure sat by the pool with a transparent dome, dressed in a thin veil. Empty wine bottles were scattered around the poolside. A figure, cheeks flushed, stumbled along the poolside. "It's my fault. It's all my fault. I should have let him go at that time. Even the evacuation route was given by me. If I didn't give him that route, this wouldn't have happened. I killed him. I killed him." Chujuan's cheeks were crimson, eyes bloodshot, body swaying. She picked up a wine bottle and took a sip, but the bottle was soon empty. Empty! Chujuan looked dizzily at the empty bottle in her hand, tossed it aside, and started searching for a new bottle of wine. Just then, she noticed a bottle of wine at the bottom of the pool. "Wine! I want wine!" Saying so, she staggered into the pool, gradually submerging. She saw the blurry bottle at the bottom and stepped on it, causing her to fall into the water. Initially, she struggled subconsciously, but then she gave up. This was fine. She was a sinner, and this was how she could accompany him. Just like when they first met, she had recklessly boarded his starship, saying, "I'll stay with you." Ding ... detected a dangerous event, dispatching rescue robot. At that moment, a robot emerged by the poolside and dived into the water. In no time, it brought the nearly sinking Chujuan back to the shore, and after some rescue efforts, she regained consciousness. She spat out some liquid, perhaps water or wine, coughing. Hazy, she looked at the rescue robot nearby. Without a word of gratitude, she picked up a nearby wine bottle and smashed it against the robot, saying, "I let you save me." The robot was hit and twitched on the ground. Suddenly, a sound came from the door as it opened. Initially, many people concerned about Marshal Chujuan were there, but now only one person stood. That figure walked in, bypassing the wine bottles on the floor, and approached the drunken Chujuan, lying on the ground. Frowning, she looked at Chujuan. Secretary General." Seeing the newcomer, Chujuan smiled foolishly, then raised her hands, saying, "Secretary General, are you here to arrest me? I killed His Majesty. I killed him. I'm guilty. Arrest me quickly. Judge me. Kill me. I'm guilty." Lily looked at the intoxicated Chujuan, raised her hand towards empty air, and opened an electronic interface. After some operation, an ice bucket containing ice water was brought to Lily's side. Without hesitation, she poured it over Chujuan. Instantly, the nearly drunk Chujuan jolted, fully sober. She sat up, completely wet, staring at Lily. Awake. Lily looked at Chujuan, who though awake, seemed still overwhelmed. Lily glanced at Chujuan, the damaged rescue robot, and the scattered wine bottles before examining the military uniform scattered on a distant chair. She picked it up and looked at the 4-star Marshal badge worn on the chest. Removing the badge, she returned to Chujuan. "I've investigated your situation. Based on the signal coordinates during the last communication of T6 Heavenly Angel Missile-class Interstellar Huntsman No. 1. Although it didn't specify the delay in the journey, our researchers calculated a probability that an area of subspace interruption appeared along the ship's course with the presence of T5 Starlight Fireflies from the Order Worm. This is the most likely scenario," Lily explained calmly. "It's my responsibility. I shouldn't have planned that route for His Majesty. If I had chosen another route, maybe this wouldn't have happened." Chujuan hugged her head, emotionally distressed. Lily crouched, lifting Chujuan's chin with a hand. According to the original distress protocol, at the last communication, the reason for the distress is often explained in a text. It's not a difficult task, just a few words. However, in the end, we didn't receive any information from the T6 Heavenly Angel Missile-class Interstellar Huntsman No. 1 about this. The captain, Commander Taobei Bay of the ship, wouldn't and her officers wouldn't do this against protocol. The only possibility is that there was an order they couldn't defy. Who gave this order? And why? Chujuan's eyes widened. She slowly raised her head. He was protecting you. He wasn't blaming you. He probably saw it as mere coincidence. Something no one could change. And he knew, if this information came back, maybe someone would blame you, and you would blame yourself, maybe even do extreme things. He just wanted to show you that he doesn't blame you. Lily explained softly. But Chujuan wanted to say something more. Lily took out a communication document, a portion of the intercepted transmission she had received. Except for the section designated for her, other important individuals had a section. This section was specifically for Chujuan. This is the final communication document he sent back. Reserved for you, Lily said. Upon hearing that it was meant for her, Chujuan listened immediately. She held it close, tears streaming down her face. At such a dangerous moment, he worried about her. He didn't blame himself or her. Instead, he comforted her. She listened to those words repeatedly. Now, the Dragon Star Empire is at a critical moment. It needs a strong Imperial Marshal, not someone who only cries and drinks, seeking death. And this Imperial Marshal badge, personally awarded by him. Do you still deserve it? Lily raised her hand, holding precisely that Imperial Marshal badge. Chapter 1228, Waiting for his return. Chujuan lifted her head, tears streaming down her face as she gazed fondly at the Imperial Marshal's badge in her hand. She remembered the moment when that man had personally bestowed the badge upon her and the oath she had sworn at that time. Immediately, she reached out to grab back the badge, but Lily stopped her, stepping back. Chujuan lunged forward, only to miss as Lily stood over her in a commanding manner. Lily coldly asked, "Do you still want this badge?" "I do." Chujuan stood unsteadily. "Do you know what you should do?" Lily inquired. Chujuan took a deep breath and reached for the badge in Lily's hand. This time, Lily did not evade, allowing Chujuan to reclaim the Imperial Marshal's badge. Cradling it in her hands like a treasure, she vowed, "I will protect everything he left behind. Until his return." Lily's gaze softened as she said, "We haven't found him. That means he is still alive. And he promised he would come back. He has never deceived us. Never. So, we just need to wait. Wait for his return. He would not want to return to chaos." Chujuan nodded solemnly. Lily continued, "I will give you the next 24 hours. You can stay here. No one will disturb you during this time. After 24 hours, I hope the Imperial Marshal Chujuan will appear at the door." With that, Lily walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. Watching the closed door, Chujuan sank to the floor once more, cradling the Imperial badge like a precious gem. Suddenly, she let out a hysterical cry, releasing all the emotions pent up inside her chest. She was determined to uphold her belief, to wait for the man to return. Outside the door, Lily looked at the only one waiting, the Secretary of the Second Imperial Fleet. Lily had activated the sound-blocking devices when she entered, so she was unaware of what had transpired inside the room. Addressing the fleet secretary, Lily said, "Marshal Chujuan will rest inside for the next 24 hours, during which no one is allowed to disturb her." As Lily spoke, the door opened and a figure emerged. Clad in clean military attire, with a poised demeanor, except for a lingering scent of alcohol from inside the room, there was no indication of anything amiss with Chujuan. "No need," Chujuan said calmly. She was completely sober now, thanks to modern restorative methods for alcohol intoxication. "Highest Secretary, what do I need to do next?" she asked Lily. Lily looked surprised at how quickly Chujuan had recovered. After a moment's pause, Lily explained, "The Second Imperial Fleet has just completed a battle. Your first task is to return to the Owl Dragon Star system for some rest. During this resting period, you must deploy the various Owl Dragon Legions under your command to designated areas for security. Your main focus will be on Three Kingdoms, Starlight, Warhammer Interstellar Federation, and Holy Radiance. Prevent any untoward incidents during this critical period." Lily's words revealed her concern about the potential chaos within the Empire once news of Zhao Chen's disappearance spread. Previously, with Zhao Chen's presence and the Order Worm and Mechanical clans, the interstellar factions had complied with the Owl Dragon Empire. However, with those threats now eliminated and the Emperor missing after a recent major battle, Lily feared internal instability. Chapter 1229. Charlotte, who knew what was happening, rested for a full week. During this week, the doctors and nurses around Charlotte came up with various reasons to keep her bedridden. They assured her that everything outside was smoothly handled by His Majesty and Lily's chief secretary. "Both children are very obedient," the nurse said as she pushed a cribs to Charlotte's bedside. Charlotte looked at the boy and girl babies, feeling warm inside. At that moment, she had already started to embrace her role as a mother. Even if the two children were out of her sight for a few hours, she would feel restless. They are indeed good children. It's a pity that their father cannot be reached now. We still don't know what names to give them. Charlotte lightly touched the baby's fragile skin with her fingers. This pair of children both had obvious white tiger half-beast features, including cat ears on their heads and tails behind their backside. They also had white fur in some areas. When His Majesty is free, he will definitely rush back immediately, the doctor comforted her. Will Lily come to see me today? Charlotte suddenly asked. Yes. The chief secretary will arrive here in an hour to visit you and the children. She is expected to stay here for 3 hours, the doctor replied. Charlotte nodded, not saying much more. She just played with the 2 children while keeping her head down. 1 hour later, Lily had just stepped off the shuttle. She saw a figure with a cold expression standing by the hangar berth, arms crossed, gazing at her. Lily's heart trembled. She knew that what needed to happen would happen. She told those around her not to follow and approached Charlotte. Charlotte stared coldly at Lily, saying, You finally decided to visit me. There have been too many recent matters. I truly couldn't make it earlier, Lily calmly replied. Charlotte fixed her gaze on Lily and questioned, Is it really that you couldn't make it, or are you keeping something from me? Keeping something from you? What are you talking about, Charlotte? You are the 5-star Grand Marshal of our empire. Who would dare to keep something from you? Lily said in disbelief. Still pretending? Charlotte's tone turned even colder. Lily's expression froze for a moment before sighing and saying, You've just given birth. Your health is not well. Indeed, some things have happened outside. But trust us to handle those matters. Just stay here and accompany the children. I can stay here with the children. But I must know what's happening outside. Charlotte stared at Lily and continued, Is it related to Zhao Chen? As expected, this white tiger couldn't be completely fooled. Charlotte carried on, Although those people are still providing me with some outside information, there is very little intel on the Second Hive War, with many discrepancies and contradictions. They are clearly false reports. Lily, why deceive me? Did something happen to Zhao Chen, and that's why you're keeping it from me? Faced with Charlotte's questions, Lily sighed before saying, Let's talk in a different place. This time, Charlotte didn't object. The two walked into a separate room with a large floor-to-ceiling window that displayed the cosmic scenery outside. Indeed, there are things being kept from you. But it's for the sake of your health. Lily began. No matter what it is, I want to know now. I can handle it. Charlotte firmly gazed at Lily. After a long silence, Lily spoke a few words slowly. In that moment, Charlotte felt as if her ears had gone deaf. She couldn't hear any sound. It seemed like she had no connection to her surroundings. The passing of time felt non-existent. Charlotte shuddered, feeling as if she had stepped into another world. She gazed at Lily in disbelief. Did you just say, Zhao Chen, aboard the interstellar battleship, is missing? Lily nodded, and in a grave tone, she explained, during the attack on the Second Hive, they employed technology that led to a mutual destruction scenario. They triggered the collapse of the space in that system, transitioning it from the 3-dimensional to the 2-dimensional. The plan was to deploy a fleet of T-6 Emerald Dream-class interstellar leap ships by His Majesty's order for an orderly retreat. But the unexpected happened with His Majesty's T-6 Seraphim heavy gun cruiser. There was interference by the chaotic units of the Order Bug in the planned evacuation route of the T-6 Seraphim heavy gun cruiser No. 1, where His Majesty was located. Despite transmitting the final 3 T-6 tech secrets and leaving a message, the ship disappeared entirely. After hearing Lily's words, Charlotte's eyes were filled with disbelief. She rushed forward, grabbing Lily's shoulders, and almost shouted, "Send out the fleet to find him." Lily shook her head and helplessly said that space has turned into 2 dimensions. We, as 3-dimensional beings, cannot enter. Overwhelmed with emotion, Charlotte's body trembled. Although she had recovered quickly after a week of rest, she found the sudden news extremely painful. Seeing her state, Lily quickly took out a communication document she had prepared beforehand. "This is the final communication document he left for you," Lily said. Upon hearing this, Charlotte seemed to regain some composure. She opened the document, and a familiar voice came through the communication file. "Wife." Charlotte's body shivered. "By the time you hear this message, you should have given birth to our lovely pair of children. You've worked hard, my wife. I am not a responsible husband. During your childbirth, I couldn't be by your side, and maybe for a while longer, I won't be able to fulfill my duties as a husband and father. When I return, I'll make it up to you. During my absence, please take care of the children." I've already decided on their names. The boy will be named Jiaohu, and the girl will be named Jiaobuyer. Tears welled up in Charlotte's eyes. She tried to speak but found herself unable to, choked with emotions. It wasn't until the final words of the audio message, "Wait for me. I will definitely come back. Take care of yourself and the children until I return." Finally, in a fit of emotional breakdown, Charlotte let out her own desperate cry. "No, this can't be true. This absolutely cannot be." Chapter 1230. Emperor's Rumor. It is unknown how long has passed. Charlotte opened her eyes. She sat up abruptly. "How did I wake up?" "You just gave birth to a child. You need to take care of yourself," a familiar voice came from beside her. Zhao Chen, with a smile on his face, holding their eldest daughter, Zhao Bayer, in one hand, and their second son, Zhao Hu, in the other. You're back." Charlotte looked incredulously at Zhao Chen. "Of course, I'm back. What's the matter? Wife, are you mad at me? Blaming me for not being able to be by your side when you were giving birth? Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, everything outside has been taken care of now. I will be by your side and the children's side all day long, until you get tired of me." Zhao Chen laughed. Charlotte burst into laughter, rolling her eyes at Zhao Chen. But suddenly, Zhao Chen's figure began to dissipate. Charlotte's expression froze. She hurriedly got out of bed, but her feet slipped, and she fell to the ground. "Zhao Chen, wife, let me finish the last thing. Wait for me to come back. We'll be together all day long. Wait for me to come back. Wait for me." Under Charlotte's gaze, Zhao Chen's figure completely disappeared. "Zhao Chen!" she exclaimed. Charlotte suddenly opened her eyes. What she saw was a pure white ceiling, and Lily standing there waiting for her. "You're awake," Lily said, looking at Charlotte with concern. After she was informed of that news earlier, Charlotte collapsed emotionally and fainted. "Lily, where's Zhao Chen? Where is Zhao Chen now? I need to find him. I need to find him." Charlotte threw off the blanket, removed the tubes inserted into her body, and headed outside like a mad woman. A loud noise echoed through the room. Charlotte stood still, her face askew. Lily withdrew her hand, gazing at Charlotte solemnly. "Charlotte, pull yourself together. You are not an ordinary woman. You are Charlotte, the 5-star Marshal of the Zhonglong Galactic Empire. And now you are also a mother. Are you going to disregard your 2 newborn children?" Lily's words made Charlotte snap out of it a bit. Lily pointed to the nursery room, where the 2 children were temporarily staying. "Zhao Chen is currently missing. But he said he will come back. Every time he made a promise to us. How many times has he failed to fulfill it? Since he said he will come back, I firmly believe he will return. Come back safely." Lily clenched her fists, saying firmly, "Before that, we must protect what he left behind. And your 2 children. If you think the 2 children are not important at all, then you can go crazy, go wild. But that kind of Charlotte, I look down upon." Lily pointed at Charlotte. Charlotte stood there stunned. She was lost in thought for a long time. Finally, she sat directly on the ground, hands clenched around her knees, burying her face in her lap and crying heartily. Who would have thought that the mighty 5-star Marshal of the Zhonglong Galactic Empire would cry like a child at this moment? Seeing this, Lily also knelt down, embracing Charlotte. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her eyes. "Let's wait for his return together, okay?" Lily may know that this possibility is very low, but this is the only belief that allows her to stand here. If she loses this belief, she will collapse more thoroughly than Charlotte. So, she has always been firm in her belief that Zhao Chen will come back safely. And what they need to do is just wait. These 2 women, crying in this room. After a long time, perhaps tired of crying, Charlotte slowly lifted her head. Like a child, she looked bewildered at Lily across from her. "Zhao Chen, will he really come back?" "He will definitely come back," Lily said firmly. At that moment, Charlotte also said decisively, "Yes, he will definitely come back. He promised us. He will do it." After saying that, Charlotte stood up, took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and said, "Before he comes back, we will guard everything he left behind. I will take care of our 2 children. We will be here, waiting for his return. Yes." Lily nodded heavily. At that moment, these two women comforted each other from deep within their hearts, allowing their spirits to have a stable foundation so as not to completely collapse. But no one knows how long this vague belief can last. Seemingly solid, but actually very destructive. In a blink of an eye, it has been 3 months since the battle at the nest of the insect race. During these 3 months, the Zhonglong Galactic Empire fleet split into 2 directions. On one side, they were responsible for guarding important locations of the Zhonglong Galactic Empire. On the other side, they concentrated their forces to clear out the undead creatures. With the previous combat experience accumulated, coupled with the addition of the main Zhonglong fleet, it was not too difficult to clear out these undead creatures. During these 3 months, rumors about the Emperor of Zhonglong gradually began to spread. Due to the Emperor's long absence, these rumors gained credibility. The most widely spread rumors were mostly related to the Emperor of Zhonglong being dead in battle with the interstellar insect race. As these messages spread, it naturally led to hidden currents beneath the seemingly calm surface of the Zhonglong Galactic Empire. However, at this time, the Royal Jin Yiwei of the Zhonglong Galactic Empire showed their capabilities. Any interstellar power or family that dared to act beyond their bounds would face the Royal Jin Yiwei's retribution. After several bloody incidents involving the Royal Jin Yiwei, some undesirable behaviors within the empire were temporarily suppressed. However, this was only temporary. The seemingly strong core of the Zhonglong Galactic Empire fleet also bore great pressure during this time. After all, the Emperor had always been the core figure. Even though he had always been a figurehead, as long as he was there, the Zhonglong had a flag to rally under. Now that this flag is gone, everyone suddenly lost their backbone. No one knows when this taut string will break. Fortunately, at such a time, a surprising event occurred. Report to the Secretary General. The latest news is that the Reborn-class clone starship has received life signals from several officers in service on the T6 Archangel Bolter-class interstellar long-range hunting ship, No. 1 ship. Lily was startled when she heard her subordinate's words. Chapter 1231. Signal of life of crew members on T6 Archangel Crossbow No. 1 ship. Almost at the first time. Upon receiving the news, Charlotte and Lily rushed to the scene. The staff in charge of the matter saw the Imperial Marshal and the Chief Secretary both arriving in person, showing expressions of surprise. Immediately, someone walked up to them and reported, "Greetings, Your Excellency, Marshal, and Your Excellency, Secretary. Have you received the life signals from the active crew members of T6 Archangel Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunting ship No. 1? Charlotte inquired immediately. The staff nodded and said, "Just about an hour ago, we received a batch of life signals. During the screening, we found that some of the life signals were from the active crew members of T6 Archangel Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunting ship No. 1. Because after every major battle, there are significant casualties, and the equipment responsible for the Resurrection Project is limited. This inevitably leads to queuing situations. Sometimes, the resurrection of a deceased individual may even require waiting for half a month. Fortunately, those life signals do not dissipate quickly in the cosmic environment. According to research, these types of life signals would exist for at least around half a year. Show me," Lil A requested. The person in charge promptly pulled up a data page. On it, a list of revived personnel could be seen, along with their identifying information, including their current active interstellar warship and fleet affiliation. Duang, age 21, rank Private 2nd Class. Service time 6 months, duties. Liu Yufei, age 25, rank Sergeant. Service time 1 year 6 months, duties. Zhu Jiawen, age 27, rank Ensign. Service time 2 years 6 months, duties, Bridge. A quick scan of the list revealed 6 names. The lowest rank was a Private 3rd Class, and the highest rank was an Ensign serving on the bridge. Only 6. Lil F furrowed her brows inquiringly. It's worth mentioning that a T6 class interstellar warship typically has tens of thousands of crew members. How could there be only these few crew members' life signals? The person in charge shook his head, saying helplessly, "Indeed, we have currently only received life signals from these 6 serving crew members. How could this be?" Charlotte was incredulous. Lila analyzed. This might be related to how they died. Their cause of death was falling from 3-dimensional space to 2-dimensional space. Before this, our soldiers had never experienced this type of death. So, it is not impossible that they were subjected to some level of interference in space. But now that we've received 6 soldiers, it's a good start. As long as we continue to collect fortunate life signals, it indicates that the crew members on the T-6 Archangel Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunting ship No. 1 may potentially be entirely revived normally. Following this possibility, Charlotte's eyes also lit up. That means he may also possibly return through this method. Perhaps considering the subordinates present, Charlotte did not complete her sentence. But Lila had understood. She nodded at Charlotte. However, the thoughtful Lila considered more factors. In previous instances, the resurrection program using cloned human carriers was limited to female soldiers only. Combined with Zhao Chen's past recruitment of female crew members, is it possible that this technology can only resurrect females and not males? If that were the case, whether Zhao Chen himself could be resurrected through this method would be an unknown variable. But at least, this could provide outsiders with confidence now. Lil looked at the person in charge and said solemnly, "From now on, all life signals of serving crew members on T-6 Archangel Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunting ship No. 1 will immediately enter the resurrection process, and the entire resurrection phase will be kept under utmost secrecy. No leaks to the outside world are allowed. These resurrected individuals must be arranged in isolated areas away from external contact. Without our consent, no communication with the outside world is permitted. Limit the number of personnel that can interact with them, and those who must interact must adhere to the highest secrecy protocols." In the past, due to the large number of resurrected personnel at certain times, 2 methods were often used. Firstly, those with higher ranks would be prioritized for resurrection, including generals and colonels unconditionally resurrected first. This is because they are often commanders, at the very least ship captains. They hold more value. Secondly, there is queuing. Whose life signal is acquired first will be resurrected first. Consequently, at times with a large number of resurrectees, there might be a need to wait for half a month for the resurrection to occur. With the order given by Lila, all serving soldiers on T-6 Archangel Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunting ship No. 1 will receive special arrangements. Yes, the person in charge noted the instruction. Once someone is resurrected, regains consciousness, and reaches a communicative stage, notify us immediately. Charlotte added. She was deeply concerned about this matter. Yes, the person in charge nodded. Subsequently, they had to wait. But during the waiting period, some good news emerged. The life signals of the subsequent serving crew members on T-6 Archangel Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunting ship No. 1 began to surface one after another. However, their appearance frequency was not very high. Usually, only 2 or 3 could be collected within an hour, meaning less than 100 in a day at this rate. If this continued, with the ship's crew of tens of thousands, it could take nearly a year. However, whether that would be the case remains to be seen. 3 days later, Charlotte and Lily returned to the scene. They were prepared to return to the recovery room. It was a separate recovery room. Previously, recovery rooms of this level were only accessible to generals and colonels. But now, there was only one ensign here. However, she was the first crew member on the T-6 Archangel Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunting ship No. 1 to fully regain consciousness and be able to communicate. The door was wide open. Ensign Zhu Jiawen saw General Charlotte and Secretary Lila entering simultaneously. The person in charge of the facility was waiting outside. Ensign Zhu Jiawen saw the 2 entering and immediately prepared to get up from the bed. However, although her consciousness had returned, her body hadn't fully recovered. She could only go so far as to lift chopsticks on her own with her hands. No need for formality, Charlotte stopped the ensign's movement. Lila stood beside the bed and directly asked, "We just want to ask you, what happened on the T-6 Archangel Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunting ship No. 1 at that time?" Chapter 1232. The final moments of Archangel Ballista No. 1 of the Syntomanic Angels. Zhu Jiawen, a junior officer, was responsible for the radar department on the bridge of the ship. Because the T-6 Archangel Ballista interstellar long-range hunter No. 1 mistakenly entered the interstellar interference zone set up by the interstellar insect race. This led to the direct interception of the T-6 Archangel Ballista interstellar long-range hunter No. 1. and it also triggered several T5 interstellar poison burst bugs. Fortunately, this was a T6 class interstellar battleship, and there was only one. If it had been a T5 interstellar battleship, it would have been destroyed directly. Or if it had been a fleet, then instead of just a few T5 interstellar poison burst bugs exploding, it would have been a whole swarm of them. The resulting power would have been much greater. Even a T6 interstellar battleship would not have been able to survive unscathed. After that, it was the crucial task of their radar department, working with the navigation department, continuously reporting the T5 interstellar poison burst bugs detected on the radar along their navigation route. Without colliding with these T5 interstellar poison burst bugs, they needed to leave this area as quickly as possible. During this stage, the entire radar department was on high alert. Besides the heavy workload, what was more important was that they were very clear. The Emperor was with them. Almost every one of them was very clear about one thing. It didn't matter if they died. Even if they could not be resurrected, it didn't matter. But the Emperor must not die. No one dared to gamble with the life of the Emperor. If the Emperor was harmed, they would all become sinners. With this emotion in their hearts, they worked with utmost dedication. Fortunately, they successfully piloted their interstellar battleship out of that area. Then they began to enter warp speed, attempting to continue the evacuation. At this point, Zhu Jiawen and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The next task was no longer theirs. However, the lingering unease in their hearts did not diminish in the slightest, because they were very clear that they had delayed too much time in the previous stage. In the end, the threat of space collapse caught up with the starship, and it was moving at a very fast speed. It exceeded the warp speed of their starship and was even accelerating continuously. At that moment, they knew they couldn't escape. Then the bridge began to relay the notification, informing them that the starship could no longer reach the safety zone successfully and was about to crash. And because it encountered the special situation of collapsing from three-dimensional space to two-dimensional space, no one could guarantee how they would die in this situation, whether they could be resurrected. Therefore, the Emperor personally ordered them to take the self-destruct drugs they carried. Did the Emperor take it? Charlotte immediately asked Zhu Jiawen, who was recounting the story in front of her. Zhu Jiawen shook her head. I couldn't see where the Emperor was from my position. Did all of you take it then? Lily, pressing on Charlotte's shoulder excitedly, looked at Zhu Jiawen. Zhu Jiawen hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. Why not? Lily asked puzzledly. Zhu Jiawen guiltily said, regarding the disaster of the T6 Archangel Ballista Interstellar Long-Range Hunter, no, 1. I felt it was our responsibility. It was our failure to anticipate in advance that led the Emperor into danger. So, at that moment, I carried the thought of apologizing with death. Therefore, I did not take the medication. But I didn't expect to be resurrected. So, does that mean you witnessed the moment when the T6 Archangel Ballista Interstellar Long-Range Hunter, no, 1 was destroyed? Lily then raised a curious question. What exactly was the situation when three-dimensional space collapsed into two-dimensional space? Zhu Jiawen recalled and said, I vaguely remember a scene, but I'm not sure if it was my dream. I suddenly looked towards the stern of the ship from the bridge position. It felt like the sky and earth were beginning to connect everything from afar, and everything close to that line began to distort. Not only those things, but also people. It felt like a person was flattened. It was like the feeling of a paper person in a comic book. The whole thing happened very quickly. The next second, that line covered my position. And then, the scene in front of me became very special, completely different from anything I had ever seen. I seem to have forgotten again. Chapter 1233. Am I time traveling again? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Damn it! How did these guys show up here? All fighter pilots, prepare for takeoff. Prepare for takeoff immediately. Chaotic voices filled Zhao Chen's ears. The scene in front of Zhao Chen, initially pitch black, gradually brightened. Eventually, he could see clearly the environment around him. This seemed to be some kind of airport runway, where several fighter jets were preparing for takeoff. At the same time, black cracks appeared in the sky, as if a hole had been torn in the air. From those black cracks, black flying creatures continuously surged in. Zhao Chen raised his head, watching the aerial battle scene. When those black flying creatures were hit, they disintegrated along with the ammunition explosions. However, after the fighter jets were destroyed by the black flying creatures, they either exploded in the air into a fireball or crashed to the ground. Some black flying creatures also dove towards the ground, attempting to launch attacks. Fortunately, there were numerous anti-aircraft weapon turrets around the airbase, extending from the ground and aiming at the black flying creatures in the sky. Intense laser beams were fired at the black flying creatures, preventing them from approaching the ground-based fighter base. However, with the increasing number of black flying creatures in the air and the emergence of powerful species, this air defense firepower gradually became unsustainable. Zhao Chen witnessed a massive black creature with wings, nearly 100 meters long, diving towards the ground, emitting a black beam that directly destroyed a black turret on the ground. Zhao Chen, what are you waiting for? At this moment, he was heavily tapped on the back. Zhao Chen turned around to see a middle-aged man dressed in what looked like ground crew attire, handing a tactical helmet to Zhao Chen. Quickly, he checked Zhao Chen's equipment. How many times have I told you? You must have the lightsaber with you. Although you are a fighter pilot, what if you need this thing? The ground crew noticed that Zhao Chen wasn't wearing the lightsaber around his waist and gave him a glare. Then, he quickly grabbed a lightsaber from the nearby weapons reserve area and inserted it around Zhao Chen's waist. It was a handle-like object with a button. When Zhao Chen looked at it, some fragmented pieces came to his mind. He knew how to use this thing. Just by holding it, then activating his will, he could unleash a lightsaber. The lightsaber was powerful, capable of cutting through the majority of armored combat suits. All set. Hurry up and board. Get ready for combat. Kid, I remind you, you still have a chance for redemption on your hands. This is your chance to make up for your mistakes. The ground crew patted Zhao Chen's shoulder, pointing towards a medium-sized interstellar fighter slowly rising from the elevator platform in the distance. Zhao Chen gradually recalled the information about this interstellar fighter, T-5, Dragon Fang-class medium interstellar fighter, and he was a junior fighter pilot. Zhao Chen, holding the rank of sergeant, currently serving as a fighter pilot, a junior fighter pilot. Possessing piloting experience with 13 different models of fighters, totaling 3,000 hours of flight time. Participated in 32 battles against alien species. Killed 1 level 4 alien and 27 level 3 aliens. Penalized with suspension for reckless piloting. Zhao Chen placed a hand on his head, showing a pained expression. What's wrong? The daring wild kid is now hesitant to take off. The ground crew noticed Zhao Chen's unusual behavior, furrowing his brows. Hey, hurry up. If you don't dare to fight, I'll pilot this fighter. Another fighter pilot impatiently urged at this moment. Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously blurted out, I'll go to battle. Zhao Chen didn't know why he said those words, but he quickly ran towards the T-5 Dragon Fang fighter. He boarded swiftly, taking his seat in the cockpit. This was a type of interstellar fighter he had never seen before. However, as Zhao Chen sat in the cockpit and looked around, he found himself familiar with everything. He put on his tactical helmet, and a series of battlefield information appeared in the helmet. Fighter on runway 3, take off quickly. Stop dawdling. You've already exceeded the emergency mobilization takeoff time. You know you'll face a military court. The command channel reprimanded. Zhao Chen didn't utter a word, immediately operating the various equipment. Soon, the T-5 Dragon Fang fighter started up, slowly moving out of the hangar, and began to accelerate. In that moment, Zhao Chen felt as if his mindset had suddenly refreshed. Before, it felt like he was dreaming for all that time. But now, Zhao Chen felt as if he truly existed in that space. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded behind him. Zhao Chen turned back, surprised to see the hangar he had just left was now engulfed in flames. A black beam descended from the sky, carving a trench on the ground. Unfortunately, the hangar was right in its path. Zhao Chen felt a pang in his heart. Lao Chen. A memory flashed in his mind. Lao Chen looked gruff on the outside, but he was actually good to them, the young ones. Despite being ground crew, his knowledge of fighters was no less than that of the pilots. He often pointed out the problems when pilots operated the fighters, sometimes getting frustrated and giving them a kick, but no one took offense. Although this Lao Chen was just a sergeant, even the officers above would salute him respectfully. Many people emerged under the guidance of this veteran sergeant. In the recent attack, chances are this veteran sergeant had faced a life-threatening situation. There was no time for Zhao Chen to dwell on these thoughts now. The T-5 Dragon Fang fighter he was piloting had already taken off. He watched the black creatures in the sky. He felt a strange familiarity. It was as if he had seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, various information exploded in Zhao Chen's mind. Al Dragon Legion, Al Dragon Interstellar Empire, Emperor, Charlotte, Lilith, Child, Battle of the Insect Nest, Spatial Collapse. Zhao Chen remembered everything. And these black creatures in front of him resembled the Dark Legions under the command of the Order. Zhao Chen was shocked. Could it be? He had time-traveled again. Chapter 1234. Alien Invasion? Dragon Fang XGO91. What are you doing? Are you daydreaming? Quickly catch up with the formation. At this moment, a rebuking voice came through the communication channel. Zhao Chen finally snapped out of it. In front of him, a temporary formation composed of 30 T-5 Dragon Fang fighters that had just taken off had appeared. The one who had just spoken to him was the squad leader. Zhao Chen didn't say a word, but silently piloted his fighter to catch up with the squad. Now was not the time to think about those things. Judging by the current situation, he was on a planet engulfed in a war outbreak. Whether these black flying creatures were related to the Black Legion was irrelevant. If they were not eliminated now, it would be bad news. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and began to deepen his understanding of the fighter he was piloting. At this moment, the squad leader of the team noticed on radar that at the end of their formation, a fighter was behaving very strangely. It swayed left and right sometimes or performed sudden maneuvers. It felt like the pilot of this fighter was either drunk or his head had been hit by the plane. The squad leader furrowed his brows and once again reprimanded on the command channel, XGO91. What's wrong with you? Have you been hit on the head by the fighter or are you drunk? Maintain formation flight. Can't you even handle this basic operation? Zhao Chen still didn't say anything, but he had basically become familiar with this fighter. He also noticed that, while this body was not as strong as his previous one, perhaps due to the super soldier serum he had injected before, the physical qualities of this body were rapidly improving. Soon, the squadron entered a high-conflict area. Here were thousands of black flying creatures, but there was one primary target. It was a 100-meter-long black flying creature with dual wings, the same kind that had destroyed ground defense towers and hangars with black light beams earlier. Main squadron ready to eliminate the target alien species. Wings, assist us in controlling the battlefield and eliminating other alien units, commanded the squad leader over the command channel. Alien species. That was the term used on this world to describe these creatures. As the name suggests, they were beings of unknown species from other dimensions and were categorized based on their combat strength according to the world's technological level. The technological level of this world was similar to that of Zhao Chen's previous world, ranging from T1 to T6. The most advanced technology level in Zhao Chen's memory of this world was T6, similar to his Al Dragon Interstellar Empire. There were rumors that they were researching T7 level of technological weapons. Among the black alien creatures, the strongest was the 100-meter-long dual-winged black alien, classified as a level 5 alien, while the others were level 4 and level 3 aliens. Judging the strength of these aliens was fairly straightforward based on their appearance. The larger the size, the stronger the alien. The smaller they were, the weaker they were. However, there were two types of aliens: biological aliens like the ones present and alien starships, interstellar warships from other dimensions, also entirely black. Once destroyed, the alien starships left no debris, completely disintegrating. Zhao Chen's role in the team was naturally that of a wingman. Following his mission, he primarily dealt with hunting on the outer periphery, specializing in clearing out level 4 and level 3 aliens. The T-5 Dragon Fang fighter he piloted had 10 missiles and a Gatling-style laser cannon with 6 barrels, enough to handle these level 4 and 3 aliens. Zhao Chen carefully observed these alien creatures. He noticed that although they didn't possess technology like star shields, they had a flowing black aura that acted as a shield against attacks by blocking threats in their direction, dissipating after each attack. Zhao Chen identified a weakness in these aliens. Their defense against widespread attacks from multiple directions was challenging. Still, to coordinate simultaneous attacks on a single target required exceptional teamwork and coordination. While temporary squad formations like the one he was currently in found it challenging to achieve such levels of coordination, Zhao Chen, like a wandering dragon, used the maneuverability of his Dragon Fang fighter to continuously roam the battlefield. He did not actively select prey, but instead observed the target chosen by his teammates and followed suit, successfully cooperating in hunting the target. On the communication channel, more and more people began mentioning this extraordinary Dragon Fang XG-091 fighter. From initially proactively seeking cooperative partners, these individuals now discovered the exceptional collaborative abilities of Dragon Fang XG-091 and actively requested to work with him. Zhao Chen did not act aloof. After scanning the battlefield, he spoke for the first time. Prey number 7721, a level 4 alien. XG-318 and XG-117, assist me. Confirm. Zhao Chen spoke. XG-318 receiving. Dealing with a level 4 alien together may be a bit challenging, replied XG-318. XG-117 receiving. Big bro, just tell me how to do it. XG-117 chimed in. Zhao Chen calmly continued. XG-318 from. After a brief and rapid explanation of the mission objectives by Zhao Chen, the three Dragon Fang fighters cooperated and charged towards the level 4 alien. A missile was launched while the cannons of two Dragon Fang fighters fired simultaneously. The selected angles and timing of the attack were perfectly synchronized. The level 4 alien, after a brief struggle, was directly eliminated and vanished. Seeing this situation, almost no one declined any operational cooperation suggested by Zhao Chen. Who would miss out on their contribution to the battlefield? Chapter 1235. Chaos in command. Despite the remarkable results on the outer battlefields, a stalemate ensued on the core battlefield against the level 5 alien species. Among beings of the same level, alien creatures were only second to interstellar battleships, far surpassing interstellar fighters in strength. Therefore, to eliminate a level 5 alien creature with the help of interstellar fighters, at least 10 times the number would be needed for a chance at victory. And this was just a possibility. After losing 5 T5 Dragon Fang fighters consecutively, the target level 5 alien still remained unattained. Full channel broadcast, this is the 13th Fleet. According to our assessment, Planet T-77 has suffered a severe alien invasion and is no longer defensible. From now on, all personnel on that planet should evacuate as soon as possible. The 13th Fleet is waiting outside the planet to receive all evacuating interstellar battleships, interstellar transport ships, shuttles, and other aircraft. In 20 minutes, the 13th Fleet will proceed with orbital bombardment on the planet. Repeat. Zhao Chen listened in astonishment to this broadcast. Orbital bombardment in 20 minutes. According to Zhao Chen's memory, he was one of the soldiers stationed on this planet. Despite not being a large planet, it still had a population of around 3 billion. How could everyone be evacuated in 20 minutes? Even evacuating 1% would be considered good. This order essentially pronounced the death sentences of the civilians on the planet. Only military personnel and high-ranking officials with interstellar transport ships and personal shuttles could evacuate in time. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. His current identity was that of a soldier without the authority to intervene in such matters. Flight Squad, all units comply. Cancel the original mission immediately. Evacuate the battlefield at full speed and depart from this planet. Request permission to land on the carrier starship of the 17th Fleet. Upon hearing the evacuation order, Zhao Chen could hear some people on the command channel releasing a sigh of relief. It seemed as though they themselves believed there was no hope of winning this planetary battle. Evacuating now would give them a chance to survive. The pilots swiftly operated their interstellar fighters to evacuate from the battlefield. Their maneuvers were even more agile than during combat. However, unexpectedly, the level 5 alien species that had been under attack but not eliminated seemed provoked. It refused to let the attackers escape. It roared and, accompanied by a circle of other aliens, began chasing them. One of the Dragon Fang fighters evacuating behind the rest was quickly surrounded by these aliens. Damn! I'm being chased by aliens! Requesting support! Requesting support! My star shield defense value is about to bottom out. Damn. I've been hit. Support, support. The voice on the command channel abruptly stopped. It was clear what had happened. Zhao Chen glanced behind him to see the Dragon Fang fighter being engulfed by the aliens, turning into a fireball and crashing towards the ground. More aliens continued chasing after them. Their combat skills were truly formidable. From the moment the squad leader initiated the evacuation, no more orders were given. Relying solely on his Dragon Fang fighter, which had been partially modified and upgraded, Zhao Chen increased his speed for a swifter evacuation. For a military evacuation, whether of interstellar fighters or battleships, issuing the retreat command did not mark the end of the battle. In fact, it was a crucial moment. What might have been a 30% loss could escalate to the entire force being wiped out without a detailed retreat plan. Previously, Charlotte had shared with Zhao Chen her experiences in the Revolutionary Army, where she managed to minimize her losses during retreats despite losing battles. Charlotte believed that a commander who wins battles is competent, while one who controls losses is excellent, and one who minimizes losses even in defeat is truly powerful. Zhao Chen continued to maneuver his Dragon Fang fighter upwards while monitoring the situation. Initially comprising 30 Dragon Fang fighters, the squadron had already lost a third during the previous dogfight. Now, due to the continuous pursuit by the aliens, 3 more Dragon Fang fighters had been destroyed. Zhao Chen observed his flight data, noticing that perhaps due to previous maneuvers or the condition of the fighter, he could not reach maximum speed. Given this situation, Zhao Chen predicted that his XGO-91 would eventually be caught by the aliens without enough time to retreat into outer space. Behind Zhao Chen, there were still 6 XGO-91 fighters. Zhao Chen came to a conclusion. Unless intervened, this blind evacuation would likely only secure the escape of a maximum of 5 Dragon Fang fighters. After some consideration, Zhao Chen pressed the communication button on the command channel. I am XGO-91. I am XGO-91. If we continue evacuating in this manner, all Dragon Fang fighters will be caught by the aliens, and we won't be able to escape safely. Instead of being hunted down one by one, I have a plan. But it requires your cooperation. I understand that you may not believe me. If you don't, then there's nothing more to say. After all, death awaits us all sooner or later. I just don't want to die without putting up a fight. Whether to take control of our own destiny, I leave the choice to you. As Zhao Chen finished speaking, responses came in immediately over the command channel. I'm XG7-2, willing to assist, please give instructions. XG877, tell me what to do. XG176, I'm about to be caught up. XGO91, quickly help me. More and more voices spoke on the command channel. Without waiting long, Zhao Chen gave them only 10 seconds to consider before closing all their mix. He issued the battle orders and, upon hearing Zhao Chen's commands, the pilots agreed, trusting Zhao Chen's plan and leadership based on prior achievements. All right, 5 seconds from now, the operation begins. Zhao Chen imparted his final instructions before taking a deep breath and initiating a 360 spin for his Dragon Fang fighter, facing the aliens chasing from below. Chapter 1236 Crazy XGO-91 Pilot. But Zhao Chen's Dragon Fang fighter did not dive down, but flew upside down. Yes, flew upside down. Because the Dragon Fang fighter had this ability, but flying at a much slower speed compared to upright flying. At the same time, dark objects were free-falling from the side of Zhao Chen's fighter. These were not anything else but missiles carried by other Dragon Fang fighters. However, these missiles were not launched. This was Zhao Chen's request to them. A request that would make them willing to help without taking any risks. Zhao Chen understood human nature very well. In his previous speech, he had used this point, telling everyone in the flying squadron that they would all perish, when in reality, it was not the vast majority. The missions he assigned to them were also not risky tasks. Just to drop the missiles they were carrying in the specified locations and in a specific order. Since these missiles were not armed, the dropped ones naturally free fell. Zhao Chen's hand hovered over the firing button of the machine gun. He gazed at the alien swarm chasing them. He pressed the firing button. However, it was not the aliens that the machine gun attacked, but the freely falling missiles. Once hit, the missiles exploded. The fireballs from the explosions caught the aliens off guard, who were not aware of the threat presented by the falling missiles. Level 3 aliens were mostly killed just by being within the explosion radius. Level 4 aliens were either slowed down in flight or fell freely to the ground until they recovered. Bang! Explosion after explosion. Zhao Chen finally set his sights on the real prey. That was the Level 5 alien. With so many aliens in pursuit, using the remaining missiles from the flying squadron would barely slow down the aliens, not eliminate them. This was not Zhao Chen's goal. The only way was to eliminate the Level 5 alien. Zhao Chen had information about aliens in his mind. Higher-level aliens had the ability to command lower-level ones. Thus, by eliminating the higher-level aliens, the commands of the lower-level ones would be disrupted temporarily, similar to a military losing its commander. Zhao Chen checked the remaining missile capacity of his Dragon Fang fighter. Only 3 missiles were left. Zhao Chen eyed the attack route cleared out by the previous missile strikes. The Level 5 alien charged ahead alone. The Level 3 and Level 4 aliens around were affected and faced an interruption. Since Zhao Chen was flying the Dragon Fang fighter upside down, in almost an instant, his was the last fighter in the squadron. The one who was nearly crying earlier was now wearing a surviving look. But at the same time, he was worried about the XGO-91 pilots around him. As for the last XGO-91 fighter, it was almost face to face with the oncoming Level 5 alien. Zhao Chen didn't even need to enlarge the image feed to see the fierce look of the Level 5 alien. Fire! Without hesitation, Zhao Chen pressed the firing button for the final 3 missiles. The launch of these missiles was not a simultaneous volley, but had intervals. The first missile targeted an unexploded missile that happened to be in front of the Level 5 alien. The 2 missiles exploded simultaneously, creating massive fireballs that engulfed the Level 5 alien. The remaining 2 missiles hit the center of the explosion consecutively. At this moment, Zhao Chen steered the Dragon Fang fighter to turn around and continue towards outer space to evacuate. Once the Level 5 alien was eliminated, all the starfighters remaining in the squadron could safely withdraw. In the command channel, praises and compliments filled the air. "091, you're amazing. 091, how did you pull that off? To precisely hit every missile you dropped in such a short time using the machine gun. 091, if I were a woman, I'd marry you for sure." Zhao Chen paid no attention to these flattering words. But the next moment, he felt a shock, because he saw on his fighter's radar that the high-energy signal behind hadn't vanished. Instead, it had slightly slowed its flight speed and quickly caught up again, continually closing the distance with Zhao Chen's fighter. Zhao Chen immediately looked back. The Level 5 alien surprisingly hadn't died, but lost its protective shield. Everyone inside the flying squadron noticed this change. This sudden realization silenced the command channel. All the flattering words disappeared, and nobody spoke up. The squadron leader, who had been in the lead and was now watching this scene, felt a surge of joy. He was mocking Zhao Chen for showing off earlier, but now faced the consequences. Fool! Zhao Chen furrowed his brow slightly, but remained composed. He continued to think of ways to escape the situation. Most missiles on his Dragon Fang fighter were depleted, leaving the machine gun as the only weapon. However, using the machine gun against a Level 5 alien and a large group of aliens on their tail would be suicidal. Unless it's a one-hit kill. A one-hit kill! Zhao Chen suddenly had an idea. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and visualized his plan repeatedly in his mind. From the cockpit of the fighter, the outer space view was becoming visible, with starships parked in near-Earth orbit. All the starship cannons were aimed at the planet's surface. Zhao Chen abruptly opened his eyes. He pressed a button. The cockpit canopy of the Dragon Fang fighter opened. Zhao Chen unbuckled his safety harness and leapt out. This shocking scene stunned everyone in the flying squadron. Though they were powerless to help, they watched in silence the miraculous XGO-91. However, seeing the pilot execute an ejection maneuver, they were puzzled as to why the ejection seat had not been ejected. Next, the pilot seemed to pull out something from his waist, accompanied by a beam of light. Everyone knew what it was. A lightsaber. When they saw the Level 5 alien below the pilot, a thought emerged in everyone's mind. Is this person going to use a lightsaber to cut down the Level 5 alien? Chapter 1237. The light sword of over 30 meters was seen by Zhao Chen, who was free falling towards the ground. He gripped the sword handle and, following the way in his mind and his willpower, could make the light sword appear. In the next moment, a light sword over 30 meters long appeared. Compared to this huge light sword, Zhao Chen appeared much smaller. Next, Zhao Chen, holding the giant light sword, charged straight towards the level 5 mutant creature below. Accompanied by their collision, the giant light sword sliced the level 5 mutant creature in half, smooth as slicing a fish. The elite members of the flying team, who were previously troubled by this level 5 mutant creature, were easily eliminated. Zhao Chen sheathed the light sword in his hand, surprised by the appearance of the giant sword just now. Even though there were introductions about the power and appearance of the light sword changing according to the user's willpower, he didn't expect such a drastic transformation. Could it be because he had injected the T6 Super Soldier Serum and had his mental willpower enhanced, leading to this effect? Zhao Chen couldn't uncover this answer now because he was still in danger. He is in free fall, with a large group of mutant creatures visible below. If he fell in there, even Zhao Chen's strength could only turn him into food. Fortunately, in Zhao Chen's previous calculations, that Dragon Fang fighter jet with its engines turned off and the canopy open was now free-falling towards Zhao Chen's vicinity. Zhao Chen extended his limbs, controlling the direction of his descent in mid-air. The distance between him and the Dragon Fang fighter jet was getting closer. Finally, he successfully reached the position of the Dragon Fang fighter jet, grabbing the top of the cockpit canopy and flipping in. Zhao Chen smoothly returned to the cockpit. Without saying a word, he once again activated the fighter jet engine and closed the cockpit canopy. Breathing heavily, Zhao Chen adjusted his breathing. Just now, there was a precarious operation above 10,000 meters. Even with Zhao Chen strengthened by the T6 Super Soldier Serum, if he fell from that height, it would be certain death. It can even be said that if Zhao Chen hadn't received reinforcement just now, the ordinary person would likely faint directly in the outer space environment. It couldn't be compared to Zhao Chen now, who was climbing 4 or 5 floors like a normal person. The Dragon Fang fighter jet was still falling, with a group of mutant creatures approaching from below. Seeing that the Dragon Fang fighter jet was about to fall into the midst of the mutant creatures, the fighter jet's engines finally fully activated, and the flames jetted out, allowing Zhao Chen to make the fighter jet climb at full throttle in an instant. Gradually, they distanced themselves from the pursuing mutant group behind them. In the eyes of the flying team's pilots, all of them seemed petrified at this moment. Their expression seemed frozen, recalling the scene they had just witnessed. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they could never believe there was such an operation. At 10,000 meters high, opening the fighter jet cockpit, leaping out, wielding a light sword to directly kill a level 5 mutant creature, and then predicting the location where the Dragon Fang fighter jet would fall, then returning to the cockpit to restart the fighter jet. This series of operations, anyone unfamiliar might think it's content from a war game. What about that light sword of over 30 meters? Although the length of the light sword's appearance varies from person to person, no one has ever heard of a light sword over 30 meters long. At this moment, everyone focused on the XG-091 pursuing the flying team. No one spoke on the command channel. No sound was heard. They might have been astonished by the XG-091's operation just now or felt ashamed for not speaking up when XG-091 encountered danger earlier and now didn't dare to speak. Anyway, this eerie state persisted until they piloted the Dragon Fang fighter jet according to the designated route towards the carrier starship. As for the mutant group chasing behind XG-091, due to the presence of level 4 and level 3 mutants, it was difficult for them to catch up. Moreover, with the arrival of the interstellar unmanned aerial drones dispatched by the interstellar warships stationed in near-Earth orbit, the mutant group was under attack, ensuring they could safely depart. At this moment, Zhao Chen finally relaxed. He took a deep breath, sitting in the cockpit, listening to the guidance from a carrier starship's controller on when his Dragon Fang fighter jet should land on the designated runway. Because of Zhao Chen's previous actions, he had fallen to the back of the formation and naturally would be the last one to land. During this time, he peered at the planet below. It was just an ordinary planet, with several space elevators connecting to the space station in near-Earth orbit. Zhao Chen didn't have much feeling towards this planet, even though it was soon going to be destroyed. This was the cruelty of interstellar war. Inevitable. Zhao Chen then looked at the interstellar warships stationed in near-Earth orbit. He didn't see any T6 or T7 class interstellar warships. Most were still T4 and T3 class warships. In the distance, there were some T5 interstellar warships, numbering around 30 or so. Thus, this fleet's composition was dominated by T5 interstellar warships as the main force, T4 as the backbone, and T3 making up about 60%. Without knowing the actual performance and combat capabilities of these interstellar warships compared to the frontline fleet of the Yaolong Interstellar Empire, they weren't as strong, not even like the second-line fleet. They could barely be considered on par with the top performers of the third-line fleets, such as the Angelic Tribe led by Tilia. However, the ranking of this level of fleet in this world was unknown. Zhao Chen rubbed his head. He still couldn't figure out whether he was dreaming or had really traveled to this world. Because several times before, there were very realistic dreams where everything felt real, even the pain. This made him unable to distinguish if he was in a dream now. The only difference was that, if this was a dream, it had lasted too long. Previous dreams usually lasted only a few minutes or discontinuously combined to last about half an hour. But now, from Zhao Chen waking up to piloting the Dragon Fang fighter jet in combat, and up until now, it had been half an hour. This was the first time he had such a clear dream for half an hour. Hence, Zhao Chen began to suspect whether he had truly traveled. And as for memories of this world and this body, Zhao Chen hadn't completely inherited them, only fragments and more critical information related to the body. Less important information was hard to recall. For example, the current active interstellar warships, powerful interstellar forces, and so on, were extremely fuzzy in his memory. Chapter 1238 Meeting with a Brigadier General. XGO91, please enter flight route HG2-1. You are currently third in line. You will land on runway 17. At this moment, the voice of the guide came through the communication channel. Zhao Chen temporarily suppressed his inner doubts. Operating the Dragon Tooth fighter jet, according to the instructions of the guide, he accurately landed on runway 17 of this carrier spaceship. As Zhao Chen looked at the carrier spaceship, relevant information about this carrier spaceship automatically came to his mind. T5 Colossus Medium Carrier Spaceship. This is a relatively common T5 level carrier spaceship, also considered one of the main types of warships. At the moment Zhao Chen started landing, he noticed something amiss. Due to his keen observation, the other Dragon Tooth fighter jets in his flight team did not land on this T5 carrier spaceship. Some of them landed on surrounding T4 carrier spaceships. Although the Dragon Tooth fighter jets belong to the T5 level because they are land-air fighters, although they can also fly in space environments, they are not genuine interstellar fighters. Therefore, their true level should be considered quasi-T5. Usually, they are deployed on T4 carrier spaceships, and it is rare to have the opportunity to land on a T5 carrier spaceship. Could it be that his previous actions attracted the attention of the fleet's commanders? Zhao Chen thought of the only possibility. But now, Zhao Chen had no chance to refuse. Here, he was just a sergeant fighter pilot. Even if he had great skills, in front of these interstellar warships, he was just a target of the ship's cannons. The Dragon Tooth fighter jet taxied for landing. Everything went smoothly, and it stopped on the elevator platform. Then the elevator platform slowly descended below the flight deck. Below was the actual hangar where manned starfighters were driven. So, there were many personnel. With a screech accompanied by the sound of metal friction, Zhao Chen officially entered the hangar. He looked around through the cockpit's glass. There were 2 rows of starfighters parked, not Dragon Tooth fighter jets, but another genuine T5 level interstellar warship, T5 Eagle-class medium interstellar fighter. Zhao Chen noticed that a squad of soldiers was already waiting at his position. The inevitable encounter had arrived. Zhao Chen opened the cockpit, took off his helmet, stood up, and the maintenance personnel nearby pushed a gangway towards him, allowing Zhao Chen to descend. Zhao Chen slowly moved his body and walked down the gangway, still with the hilt of that lightsaber at his waist. It was given to him by Sergeant Lao Chen, who had given him a chance to live not long ago. You guys are. Zhao Chen held his tactical helmet in one hand, looking at the team in front of him with doubt. He secretly glanced at their military ranks. The highest ranking officer was a major. It seemed that the military ranks in this world were similar to Zhao Chen's concepts. Being able to make a major wait for him, as he was just a sergeant land-air fighter pilot, definitely meant something significant. So, Zhao Chen looked puzzled. "You are the pilot of XGO-91, the Major inspected Zhao Chen from head to toe. Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment but nodded. "Yes, I am XGO-91. The Major stated his purpose. Our fleet captain knows about your performance on this planet. You provided cover for your flight team to evacuate, killed a level 5 alien, and collaborated with comrades to eliminate many level 4 and 3 aliens. Our fleet captain wants to commend you in person. Please come with us to the bridge." The fleet captain. Is this carrier spaceship the flagship of this fleet? Zhao Chen showed a surprised and nervous expression. The fleet captain. The fleet captain wants to see me. Seeing Zhao Chen's expression, the Major was not surprised. After all, their fleet captain was a brigadier general. For a sergeant, being able to meet a brigadier general was a stroke of luck earned over a lifetime. Moreover, this particular brigadier general was no ordinary person. His identity was special, and he himself was a former starfighter pilot who had a great passion for starfighters. This was why he chose a carrier spaceship as his flagship. A fleet captain's preferences, to some extent, directly influence the fleet. Don't be nervous. It's a commendation, not punishment. Please come with us, the Major said calmly. Yes, sir. Zhao Chen stood at attention and followed. But the Major, seeing Zhao Chen still holding his tactical helmet, smiled lightly. When meeting the fleet captain, you don't need to wear a helmet. Oh, Zhao Chen seemed to realize only then that he was still holding the tactical helmet. He immediately handed it to the nearby maintenance personnel and followed along honestly. Guided by the Major, Zhao Chen arrived at the bridge of the carrier spacecraft. During this time, based on his observations inside the carrier spaceship, he eventually combined it with the bridge and made a judgment. This carrier spaceship, not to mention the T-5 fire-killing class heavy carrier spacecraft from his family, even the T for Fallen Angel class super heavy carrier spaceship might have a chance against it. However, Zhao Chen still looked around with the same curiosity as if he were entering a big castle for the first time. The Major leading the way was also secretly assessing this land-air fighter pilot. Seeing his behavior, he felt a touch of disdain and smiled lightly. Despite the impressive performance witnessed earlier, it was hard to believe that this kid could achieve it, especially considering the frightening rumors. Report, as instructed by you. I have brought the person. By this time, Zhao Chen had followed the Major to the commanding platform on the bridge, where there was a captain's chair. A very young man was sitting in the captain's chair with his legs crossed. At first glance at this man, Zhao Chen felt that he was not fit to be a fleet commander, but rather exuded an air of being a spoiled young master. However, he did not carry himself with that air of authority. Upon hearing that Zhao Chen had arrived, the man quickly stood up and walked over to Zhao Chen. He excitedly inspected Zhao Chen from head to toe. You're the pilot of the Dragon-Tooth Fighter XGO-91, right? Zhao Chen discreetly confirmed the man's rank in front of him. Yes, he was a brigadier general. It seemed that the man's background and status were extraordinary, being assigned to this position without the necessary ability. That indicated significant influence. Zhao Chen respectfully replied, yes. So, how did you manage to get that over 30-meter lightsaber? Get me another one, and let me see it. Chapter 1239, Promotion. Looking at the man in front of him, who didn't have the demeanor of a military officer at all, Zhao Chen was taken aback. The Major standing beside him immediately scolded. The general is asking you a question. Zhao Chen immediately stood up straight and replied, reporting, General, I actually didn't know how it came out. I was very nervous at the time, and the aircraft had run out of other ammunition. I only had this light sword on my waist, so I tried my best to harness my willpower. All I was thinking was to kill that alien creature. Kill that alien creature? I didn't expect the suddenly shot-out light sword to be so large. Zhao Chen seemed to be in a difficult situation. The commander rubbed his chin, showing a pensive expression, muttering to himself, indeed, there are studies indicating that in a dangerous situation, a person's potential can be unleashed. There have also been instances on the battlefield where, in moments of life and death crisis, wielding a light sword showed extraordinary performance. But, this light sword over 30 meters long is the first time I've seen. The commander scrutinized Zhao Chen with suspicion. The Major beside him immediately said, General, why not let him try here? The commander's eyes lit up, nodding in agreement. Exactly. Instead of talking more, it's better to see it with our own eyes. All I know is based on the accounts of your squad members and some blurry footage captured on the interstellar aircraft. Activate the light sword here now. The commander watched Zhao Chen excitedly, as if waiting for an extraordinary performance. Zhao Chen hesitated, but took out the light sword from his waist. What are you waiting for? Activate the light sword. Seeing Zhao Chen's hesitant appearance, the major urged him. I'm just finding the right state, Zhao Chen said with a wry smile. In reality, Zhao Chen was trying to control the light sword. He couldn't possibly reveal his over 30-meter-long giant sword here. According to his memory, this type of light sword could actually be controlled by the user, but it required strong willpower to operate. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and began to activate the light sword. The light sword's hilt began to emit beams of light that gradually extended, but not very quickly. Zhao Chen calculated the length in his mind. Stop! Zhao Chen had the thought, and the light sword truly stopped extending. In the end, he fixed the length of the light sword within a normal range. At the same time, Zhao Chen looked strained, as if exerting a lot of effort. With a stopped extended light sword, the commander looked puzzled at Zhao Chen. Is this the only length? Yes, I've done my best. It might be because of my previous activation. I'm really tired now. It's hard just to maintain it, Zhao Chen said, panting heavily as he fell to the ground, sweat beads on his forehead. The light sword dissipated once again. He looked truly exhausted. His own performance could definitely earn him a small golden figure. Indeed, activating such a long light sword just now must have consumed a lot of willpower and spirit. Being able to manipulate the light sword already shows you are stronger than others in this aspect. It seems that you were able to activate such a long light sword partly due to your innate talent and ability in this area, and also because of the special circumstances at that time, the commander concluded. This relieved Zhao Chen. But who taught you how to operate the aircraft? The commander scrutinized Zhao Chen with narrowed eyes. Oops, the interrogation wasn't over yet. I usually enjoy playing simulation games related to piloting aircraft. In those games, I would use some special moves. Today, the situation was critical. Also, there was a master who was very good to me who sacrificed himself. He reminded me to put on this light sword before I took off. Zhao Chen wore a mournful expression. So, during the operation, I was very angry. I was filled with thoughts of revenge in my mind and involuntarily used the maneuvers from the simulation game. I didn't expect it to succeed. At that moment, I felt like I had merged with the interstellar aircraft. I was the soaring eagle on the battlefield. Zhao Chen became more and more excited as he spoke, standing up involuntarily. It seemed as if everything he said was true. It was as if the heavens, earth, and people were all on his side in this war. Suddenly, at that moment, Zhao Chen was attracted by a sudden burst of fire outside the bridge window. At this moment, the interstellar warship on the near orbit had opened fire. The planet was being bombarded. With this, all the aliens on this planet, no matter how many, would be wiped out. Of course, along with them, all life on this planet would be wiped out too. The commander noticed Zhao Chen's gaze and said calmly, "Do you find this cruel? This is my command. Do you think I am a butcher?" This sudden question took Zhao Chen by surprise. He lowered his head, looking like he didn't dare to speak. "Speak up." The commander had returned to his captain's chair, picked up a glass of wine from the side, and downed it in one go. As an ordinary person, it's cruel. Although I haven't lived on this planet for long, I still have flesh and blood. But as a soldier, I am clear on what should and shouldn't be done. In front of the bigger picture, such sacrifices are unavoidable, Zhao Chen said with his head down. Sacrifices. The commander repeated the word, curled his lips as if somewhat disdainful. Then he waved his hand and said, "You are the hero of this war. I confer upon you the rank of Sergeant Major. Perform well. You can go rest now. Oh, from now on, you will serve on my flagship. Join my interstellar aircraft squadron, and someone will help you with familiarizing yourself with the operation of interstellar aircraft. You are proficient in piloting terrestrial aircraft, so piloting interstellar aircraft shouldn't be a problem." With that said, he no longer looked at Zhao Chen, but turned his head to the burning planet outside the bridge window, his eyes deep and profound. It was a stark contrast from his previous lively demeanor. Come with me, the Major reminded Zhao Chen by his side. Okay. Zhao Chen obediently followed behind the Major. There will be someone responsible for helping you with your future duties. Originally, the General wanted to directly promote you to the rank of Lieutenant. But in a single battle, elevating a Sergeant of 6th rank to a Lieutenant of 9th rank or higher is beyond the General's authority. Even if he is a commander, the Major walked ahead and mentioned something that surprised Zhao Chen. This General actually wanted to promote him. Why did he value himself so much? Zhao Chen was astonished. Chapter 1240, Star Alliance Universe. Quickly, this young colonel brought Zhao Chen to a single-room dormitory. This is your dormitory. You have 12 hours of rest time next. During this time, you can rest in the room, go to the spaceship restaurant for a meal, etc. Your identity information has been modified and can be used on this spaceship. In addition, a reward has been deposited into your identity card, equivalent to half a year's salary of a sergeant. This was arranged by the Brigadier General personally. Since it was not possible to arrange you at the rank of ensign, you were given extra salary as compensation. Someone will come to take you to a new work post after 12 hours. During this period, someone will also bring you new military uniforms. You are already one of us, so don't wear those embarrassing clothes. The colonel's tone was filled with disdain, looking down on Zhao Chen and his military uniform. Zhao Chen only realized it at this moment. Although their uniforms were the same color, there were noticeable differences. The color of Zhao Chen's uniform was lighter, making it look very cheap. At the same time, there were fewer accessories on his uniform. Because Zhao Chen was originally not a real Space Fleet soldier, but belonged to the ground forces. In the army, space soldiers naturally held a higher status than ground soldiers, leading to a sense of contempt. Like the present colonel looking down on Zhao Chen, it was also for this reason. But there must be another reason, which was jealousy of Zhao Chen being favored by the Brigadier General. In a short time, he was promoted from a 6th grade sergeant to an 8th grade sergeant. A rank increase of 2 grades. Before him, it would have taken 2 years to achieve this. This kid did it in just over an hour. If his power was enough, he might have become an ensign or 2nd lieutenant. It was just a few ranks lower than them. It felt somewhat uncomfortable. After the colonel finished instructing, he turned and left. Zhao Chen didn't care much about the interactions within the military. He walked into his single-person dormitory. Although it was a single-person dormitory, the space was not large. There was only a bedroom and a separate bathroom. That was all. But on the spaceship, it was already considered a good dormitory. Even though Zhao Chen was now a sergeant, he might not deserve such a single-person dormitory if his identity wasn't a space fighter pilot. Zhao Chen first walked into the washroom, looking at himself in the mirror. Surprisingly, he saw some similarities with himself, but it looked more like his unenhanced self, appearing more naive. However, his eyes had a completely different vibe. Previously, in front of others, Zhao Chen had always tried to keep his head down. Even though he could mask his eyes, there was still a risk of exposure. In terms of acting, Zhao Chen felt he was not as good as Lil's. She appeared very convincing in any role she played. Even when portraying a queen, the aura in her eyes made her seem more real than an actual queen standing in front of her. Zhao Chen splashed water on his face and then lay down on the bed. There were too many events that happened today. He needed a quiet environment to sort out his thoughts. Based on the current situation, it was unlikely to be a dream. Even if it was, he could only treat it as reality for now. In that case, how did he end up in this world? Firstly, the body was not his, but the consciousness and soul were. It was akin to a form of transference. It was similar to Zhao Chen's first transference experience before. However, this time, the transference seemed unique. Before the transference, Zhao Chen faced a collapse from a 3-dimensional space to a 2-dimensional space. Was there a possibility that this phenomenon led to the current situation? I wonder if the other crew members on the Archangel Nergal know. 1 battleship are safe. Zhao Chen thought about the events on the Archangel Nergal know. 1 battleship and sighed. No one could have predicted the incident that occurred on the Archangel Nergal battleship. Even the collapse from 3-dimensional space to 2-dimensional space was unforeseen. Zhao Chen continued to contemplate his current situation. This was a universe completely unfamiliar to Zhao Chen. The technological civilization here was similar to his world, except he was unsure of its strength. Additionally, The power structure in this world was unknown to him. His memories about this were not complete. He could search on the network. Zhao Chen immediately sat up, opened a network interface on his hand, and edited a small plugin before searching for the information he desired. This plugin would ensure that Zhao Chen's future actions remained untraceable. This way, it could prevent any suspicions. After all, if someone was monitoring him and found out the content he was searching for, it would likely lead to troubles. Prepared with his work, Zhao Chen began to collect intelligence. Firstly, this universe was also ruled by a single power, but not in a dictatorial manner. It was a parliamentary election system. This power was called the Star Alliance, and its full name was the Universe Interstellar Race Grand Alliance. The top echelon of the Star Alliance was the Star Alliance Council, which had a varying number of seats based on the contributions of each interstellar race within the Star Alliance. Every decade, they elected a Star Alliance leader. In the recent decade, the Star Alliance had developed rapidly, breaking through to T6 technology and advancing towards T7 technology. However, a threat also emerged during this decade. Zhao Chen was surprised to discover that the history of this Star Alliance universe was incredibly fascinating in the past decade compared to the previous centuries. All of this was closely related to the current Star Alliance leader. Firstly, the development of this Star Alliance leader was beyond imagination. Previous Star Alliance leaders were mostly chosen by established major powers because they needed the support of over half of the council members. This necessitated significant connections and financial power. This Star Alliance leader, though not officially from any major power, came from a well-known family, but was considered an outsider. Due to his special status, being a private son of the ruling family, no one looked favorably on him. Nonetheless, in the past decade, this private son rose to power by a hard and aggressive approach. He not only seized control of his own established family through his status as a private son, but also controlled some other family forces. Ultimately, he became the current Star Alliance leader. A Journey of Counterattack. Chapter 1241. The Rise of a Legend. As Zhao Chen read this introduction, he couldn't help but be curious about this leader of the Star Alliance. He wanted to search for detailed information about this Star Alliance leader, as well as his personal images. The first thing that appeared in front of him was an exceptionally handsome man. Zhao Chen gazed at this man, and subconsciously thought of a phrase, "Men are judged by their looks." And indeed, he possessed an extraordinary appearance. Song Chen, a name that sounded quite artistic. However, his actions were not as elegant as his name. He was born as an illegitimate child, despite having the bloodline of a so-called prominent family. For him at the beginning, this was not a blessing, but rather a huge burden. That so-called father of his was acknowledged within the family to have nearly 10 legitimate heirs. As for illegitimate children like him, rumors outside suggested there could be over 100. And such illegitimate children wouldn't receive any special treatment due to their status. Instead, they would face continuous oppression. Many of these illegitimate children had died for various reasons, silently passing away. While Zhao Chen hadn't experienced such a thing himself, in his universe, he had heard some secrets about these matters within certain prominent families. Due to having many offspring, the lives of illegitimate children were considered worthless by legitimate heirs. But they still had to beware of some of them rising up. At times, those with malicious intent would quietly eliminate or suppress all these illegitimate children. Initially, the majority of illegitimate children never had the chance to shine in their lifetime. However, this Song Chen was different. Zhao Chen found information on his earliest event. It was when he first stepped into the limelight. Song Chen collaborates with the Bai Qiangwei Starship Research Institute and launches the T for Egret class light interstellar cruiser. T for Egret class light interstellar cruiser launched at its peak, with orders already scheduled for the next 3 years. Bai Qiangwei Starship Research Institute announced the establishment of the Bai Qiangwei Military Industrial Group, expanding the production line of the T for Egret class light interstellar cruiser, aiming to increase the production of this starship by tenfold within half a year. The Bai Qiangwei Military Industrial Group was quickly established, merged from 7 starship manufacturers. Zhao Chen looked at this information. This T for Egret class light interstellar cruiser was likely the first bucket of gold on Song Chen's path to success. He directly established his own interstellar military industrial group. If the Bai Qiangwei Starship Research Institute was not founded by Song Chen, then it must have had some cooperation with Song Chen. Zhao Chen raised his hand and opened a wine cabinet next to the bed. It contained some beverages, all of which were very cheap and required payment. Zhao Chen randomly took out a bottle of iced drink and a deduction message popped up. However, Zhao Chen didn't pay much attention as he had just received his semi-annual bonus. After taking a sip, he searched for information about the Baiqiangwei Starship Research Institute and the Baiqiangwei Interstellar Military Industrial Group. Following this, these two terms began to rise continuously within this universe. Although there was a unified Star Alliance system in this universe, it didn't mean that there were no internal wars. This was due to a clause in the Star Alliance agreement. It stated that the Star Alliance wouldn't interfere in internal wars among member families unless it affected Star Alliance interests, meaning they could fight among themselves without disturbing others' interests. This maintained the military-industrial sector's high status, as wars were always the fastest way for developing one's power. Returning to our main point, Zhao Chen looked at the Baiqiangwei Interstellar Military-Industrial Group. After the Baiqiangwei Starship Research Institute established this military-industrial group, the Starship Research Institute gradually faded into the background. Standing in the forefront was the Baiqiangwei Military-Industrial Group. Everyone knew that these two entities complemented each other. The Baiqiangwei Military-Industrial Group had only been established for 5 years, but in these 5 years, it solidified its position as the top military-industrial group in the star cluster. The Baiqiangwei Military-Industrial Group's market share had already reached 60%. Whether it was civilian interstellar warships, low-cost combat starships, or high-end starships, the Baiqiangwei Military-Industrial Group covered them all. It had 30 unique technologies at the T1 level, 18 at T2, and so on, including the T for Egret class light interstellar cruiser. This starship became the best-selling T4 level starship since its launch. This sudden dark horse naturally occupied the market share of some other starship manufacturers. As the saying goes, taking others' money is like killing their parents. With the Baiqiangwei Military-Industrial Group gaining prominence, it became a target for criticism. Certain legitimate heirs of the Song family couldn't accept the rise of this illegitimate child who was stealing the limelight. This led to the incident where 8 military-industrial corporations besieged the Baiqiangwei Military-Industrial Group. They stopped the release of Baiqiangwei's products and even directly stated that manufacturers who dared to purchase Baiqiangwei starships would not receive sales of their own starships. This method violated the fairness clause of the Star Alliance agreement at the time, but the powerful always made use of these rules to their advantage. When they were stronger than their opponents, they used the rules to intimidate them, and if the opponents became stronger, they would provoke them with these rules. The only way to break this cycle was to become stronger. All truths lay within gunshot range. However, the Star Alliance leader at the time lacked the military strength to confront these opponents. Just when everyone thought he would yield, a major event erupted. It was later dubbed the Baiqiangwei Incident. Because of the tense environment at the time, the Baiqiangwei Military-Industrial Group did not back down, holding its first official launch event since its inception. During this event, the Baiqiangwei Military-Industrial Group directly released 100 products, including starships, military equipment, civilian equipment, manufacturing equipment, and more. These products covered almost all T1, T2, and T3 categories in the market. Interestingly, among these products were the popular products of those 8 manufacturers besieging the Baiqiangwei Company. The 100 products released by the Baiqiangwei Military-Industrial Group were of great quality at affordable prices. Some of the products even came with discounts. By coincidence, these discounted products directly competed with the hot-selling products of the 8 manufacturers undermining Baiqiangwei. Consequently, the star industry witnessed an unprecedented form of warfare. A giant hand seemed to press down on those 8 military industries. Over the next few months, due to the precise targeting by the Baiqiangwei Military-Industrial Group and the high quality of their products, the sales volumes of these 8 companies plummeted within just 3 months. The worst company had all its orders cancelled, shutting down 8 of its 10 production lines. Can you imagine cancelling the orders, even if it meant paying a penalty? The prices set by Baiqiangwei were so low, including the penalty, that they were unbeatable. How could they compete like this? Essentially, if someone brought in a new player, they would be ruthlessly knocked out. The inevitable outcome was table flipping. Backed by their respective family influences, the 8 companies formed an alliance and created the Interstellar Military Alliance to prepare to attack the production base of Baiqiangwei. The results that followed need no further explanation. With the coalition forces mobilized and arriving, the Baiqiangwei military-industrial group quickly expanded its production lines, churning out interstellar warships and overwhelming their attackers. Before the Star Alliance's envoys could intervene, the assailants were decimated. This war came to be known as the Baiqiangwei War. After these 2 incidents, Song Chen finally had the opportunity to occupy a high position in the Star Alliance chessboard. Subsequently, the Baiqiangwei military-industrial group continued to launch T4 and even T5 class interstellar warships. When the Baiqiangwei military-industrial group released the T5 interstellar warship, it shocked all the major families in the Star Alliance. Despite high market shares, a single starship manufacturer was considered insignificant among these major families. Only T4 class starships secured some attention, but T5 class interstellar warships held a different status. T5 class interstellar warships were considered the command ships in private fleets owned by each family and in the Star Alliance joint forces. The Star Alliance's tech had only skimmed the surface of T6 technology at that time. Seeing this, Zhao Chen felt as though he was witnessing the impressive tale of an underdog's rise to power. It was quite exhilarating indeed. Following this success, Song Chen, with the foundation of the Baiqiangwei military-industrial group, continued to develop and absorb the interstellar forces attacking him, establishing his interstellar territories from a small star system to a star domain. From a nascent starship manufacturer, he ascended to become one of the top 5 military-industrial giants in the Star Alliance. All this progress took less than 3 years. During this period, the Song family divided into 2 factions. One faction sought to bring Song Chen back to the family, while the other believed Song Chen should not return and instead aimed to suppress him. The latter faction, mainly comprising legitimate heirs hoping to inherit the Song family, was particularly active, with 3 individuals strongly vying for succession. As they were the 3 most hopeful candidates to inherit the Song family, they deeply resented Song Chen's sudden rise. Thus began the clash between these 2 sides. Initially exchanging confrontations, it escalated into full-blown warfare. The 3 Song family heirs united, rallied all the interstellar warships they could mobilize, and declared war on Song Chen. At the time, although others believed in Song Chen's potential, he was nowhere near as strong as the legitimate heirs, supported by the Song family's powerful connections. After all, the Song family's influence placed them among the top 10 families in the Star Alliance. Nonetheless, despite the vast difference in power, Song Chen, at that moment, revealed a series of T5 class interstellar warships and ultimately won the war with a ruler's grace. However, the battle was far from over. This internal conflict among the Song family heirs ignited the Star Alliance's civil war. Although the 3 heirs did not die in battle, they were all severely wounded. Subsequently, the forces supporting each of the heirs became restless. Don't assume that the 3 heirs only had the Song family's influence at their disposal. Their mother, especially the mother of the eldest son, wielded significant power. Her family, too, was one of the Star Alliance's top 5 families. Having grown tired of her husband's infidelities, she devoted her energies to power politics, inadvertently capturing 2/3 of the Song family's military strength. It was during this time that she instigated a massive metamorphosis within the Song family. Those within the family who didn't support her either perished, escaped, or announced their withdrawal from the family's affairs. Since then, the Song family was formally under the control of the eldest son's faction. Subsequently, they launched a campaign against Song Chen. This faction within the Song family had considerable power, successfully persuading the Star Alliance leader at the time to label Song Chen and his forces as dangerous threats to the Star Alliance. In a majority vote during the council session, the decision to dispatch the Star Alliance forces to subdue Song Chen prevailed. This was the Star Alliance's first internal conflict in centuries. Following the leader's announcement of this proposal, there were still some remnants within the Star Alliance who stood behind Song Chen. However, the comparison of forces between the 2 sides, Star Alliance and Song Chen's faction, was quite lopsided. The ensuing Star Alliance war was divided into 3 main factions: the moderate faction, who abstained from joining the anti-Song Chen alliance, but also didn't support Song Chen, choosing to remain neutral; The Star Alliance coalition forces supporting the campaign against Song Chen, believing they held the winning hand after unveiling a pseudo-T6 interstellar warship, and finally, this war could be deemed the moment where Song Chen truly achieved a commanding position in the universe. Lasting nearly a year, when the Star Alliance coalition forces introduced the T6 starship, which they thought would bring them victory, Song Chen's genuine T6 starship emerged on the battlefield to defeat them, solidifying his triumph. The tide of battle had turned. Song Chen defeated most of the Star Alliance forces, and even the moderate faction eventually sided with him. Joined by the surrendered families and alliances, Song Chen took control of the Star Alliance, cleansing it through a series of ruthless methods. Following this victory, council elections were held, and Song Chen rightfully became the leader of the Star Alliance. He had now served as the Star Alliance leader for 3 consecutive years. After reading through all this, Zhao Chen surprisingly felt a sense of utter satisfaction. He truly wished to meet this legendary man. In the Bai Qiangwei star system, a handsome figure was seated in a bathtub, basking in the tranquility. Soon afterward, footsteps approached from behind. Indifferently, he raised his hand, swiping it in the air. A figure that was attempting to hide was caught and levitated in midair. It was an enchanting woman clad in skimpy attire. "Big Brother Chen, let me help you with your back." The woman gazed at the man in the bath, her eyes filled with a terrifying passion. "Not needed. Don't dare to sneak in during my baths the next time. See how I'll deal with you then," Song Chen sternly remarked. With that, he released his grip, plunging the woman to the floor. Hearing Song Chen's words, the woman burst into tears. "Deal with me? Fine. Song Chen, do what you must. Kill me, torture me. It's your life that saved mine. Do as you wish." Song Chen gazed helplessly at the woman, knowing she understood he wouldn't harm her given her antics, and to be fair, the woman was quite attractive. Yet, any man would have succumbed to such temptation at that moment. "There won't be a next time." Song Chen pushed the woman out of the bathroom. This was a warning he had repeated countless times. Rising to his feet, water cascaded down. But how could that curvaceous figure belong to a man? Stepping before the mirror, Song Chen wiped off the mist-covered glass, observing his reflection. Song Chen. "Ha, mother, if it wasn't for you instructing me, I wouldn't even go by this name. I couldn't care less about the Song surname. My surname is Zhao. I will always be Zhao Chen." Chapter 1242. The mysterious leader of the Star Alliance. After Zhao Chen finished searching for information about this leader of the Star Alliance, he discovered some strange things. It all felt too familiar. The development process of this leader of the Star Alliance felt very familiar. From being unknown to now being the highest figure in the universe, and being able to develop so many interstellar warships in such a short time. All of this felt very similar to the events Zhao Chen had experienced. If that were the case, could it be said that this leader of the Star Alliance was also a transmigrator, having a system similar to his own that allowed him to thrive in this universe and rise to power? If that were true, perhaps there was a chance for Zhao Chen to go back through him. But this was not without risks. Zhao Chen couldn't be sure if this leader of the Star Alliance had no ill intentions towards him, especially upon learning that he was an invader from another universe. It's possible that he might consider Zhao Chen an enemy and seek to eliminate him as soon as possible. In that case, approaching this leader recklessly would be leading oneself to a dead end. Therefore, deciding whether to make contact with this leader of the Star Alliance required careful consideration. Zhao Chen temporarily set aside this idea. At least until he had real contact and understanding with this leader of the Star Alliance, it wasn't advisable to disclose his situation directly. It had to be done under certain conditions. Zhao Chen then looked into some other information about this universe. This information was also quite recent. Over the past 6 months, there had been occurrences of different species emerging alongside spatial rifts arriving in this world. Most of the time, they appeared within certain planets, with only a few cases happening in outer space. Rifts in outer space typically meant the emergence of interstellar warships, posing greater threats. In response to this situation, the upper echelons of the Star Alliance had come up with some handling plans. If they could control the alien threats, they would try to do so. If not, they would directly destroy planets under threat, just like the outcome of the planet Zhao Chen was once on. Initially, there were many opposing voices within the Star Alliance Council when this decision was first announced, But as time passed, those voices became fewer. It was mostly the civilian populace affected by this decision who remained opposed, leading to a growing criticism of this leader of the Star Alliance among the people. Furthermore, apart from the alien threats, another piece of information discovered over the past 6 months was that the Star Alliance seemed to have found a gateway to another universe. Evidence suggested that the interstellar civilization in this other universe had strong invasion intentions. Thus, over the past 6 months, the Star Alliance had begun deploying vast fleets of interstellar ships to the position of this so-called universal entrance. Officially, the purpose was to prevent invasion from alternate dimensions. However, with more and more fleets gathering and strategic resources consolidating, it was clear to the discerning eye that the intentions of the Star Alliance leader were not merely defensive, but possibly inclined towards initiating an invasion of the other universe. It was even likely that previous rumors about the aggressive intentions of the interstellar civilization from the other universe were fabricated to justify this course of action. After reading this information, Zhao Chen decided that further observation of this leader of the Star Alliance was necessary. The arrangements and deployments made by him over the past 6 months were too peculiar. I wonder how Charlotte and the child are doing. Zhao Chen lay on the bed, pressing his eyes with one hand. If he couldn't go back for the rest of his life, it meant he would never see his loved ones and child again. He didn't even know when their universe would be destroyed by the Order invasion. Zhao Chen clenched his fists. I must go back. That's my promise to them. No matter what, I must go back. I have to go back as soon as possible, Zhao Chen stated firmly. With some muttered words, weariness enveloped Zhao Chen's mind. Though his body was continuously evolving towards becoming a level 6 super soldier, the pressure during this time was immense. It made Zhao Chen unable to resist falling asleep. When he woke up, he was disturbed by a video message popping up on the terminal. Zhao Chen opened his eyes to see the message request. He sat up and glanced around the room, then at the message request. He opened it, and a middle-aged man appeared on the screen. Hello, I'm Zhang Dan. I'm the Deputy Squadron Leader of the 3rd Flying Squadron of this carrier starship. I'm here to issue you new military gear and guide you on your upcoming training and assignments. Let's get you assimilated into your new role as soon as possible. I'm right outside your dorm. If it's convenient, please open the door. Zhao Chen looked at the compassionate expression on the middle-aged man's face. He didn't seem formal at all. Judging by his military rank, he was a 2nd lieutenant. One moment, Zhao Chen immediately got up and went to the door. He opened it to find the middle-aged man standing there, holding a brand new military suit. Good morning, sir. Sergeant Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen stood at attention. This was his role now, so he naturally had to embody its characteristics. It should be Staff Sergeant Zhao Chen, LT. Zhang raised a hand. Zhao Chen noticed a fresh Staff Sergeant emblem on the neatly arranged military uniform. We need to make the most of our time. So, you should change into your uniform now. I'll be waiting outside. Zhang handed the clothes to Zhao Chen, who promptly returned to his room and changed into the new uniform. Standing before LT. Zhang in his fresh military outfit, Zhao Chen was complimented on his transformation. I didn't realize that changing into a new outfit would alter your entire demeanor, LT, Zhang said. Zhao Chen smiled modestly. It wasn't just about the uniform, but also the subtle changes that had occurred in him during this time. As the transformation of the level 6 super soldier drug continued through Zhao Chen's consciousness, changes were taking place. It wasn't an instant effect, but after a day or so, significant changes were already occurring. You're being too kind, sir, Zhao Chen responded modestly. I'm not just saying it. After you changed outfits, you seem like more than just a regular soldier. Let's go. I'll show you the ropes for your future combat position, LT, Zhang said casually, placing a hand on Zhao Chen's shoulder as they went on their way. Chapter 1243. Newcomer Zhao Chen, Lieutenant Zhang, and Zhao Chen first arrived at the hangar. Here, all that could be seen were the interstellar battleships of this carrier starship. T-5 Dragon Eagle medium-sized interstellar fighters. Many interstellar fighter pilots had already trained here or researched their own interstellar fighters. Even though it was not a time for battle right now, as interstellar fighter pilots, the vast majority of their service time was spent accompanying their interstellar fighters. You may have heard of the T-5 Colossus-class medium-sized carrier starship before, but I still need to give you a detailed introduction to our mothership here. Don't underestimate us, just because we are interstellar fighter pilots. We must also have a very good understanding of our mothership, Lieutenant Zhang smiled as he introduced. Regarding these statistics, Lieutenant Zhang was proud. He continued, although this T5 Colossus-class medium-sized carrier starship is just a medium-sized interstellar battleship, it is actually the most numerous interstellar battleship in the Star Alliance. It is also the first T5 class interstellar battleship produced by the White Rose Military Group. Although there are rumors that the White Rose Military Group will unveil a heavy carrier starship of the T5 class in the near future, for now, this carrier starship holds an irreplaceable position within the Star Alliance. Zhao Chen admired the carrier battleships around him. This attitude and gaze greatly satisfied Lieutenant Zhang's vanity, and he continued enthusiastically introducing Zhao Chen, the newcomer. In reality, Zhao Chen looked down on this. In terms of carrying interstellar battleships, this ship was not even 1/6 of Zhao Chen's T5 Fire Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship. The combat strength of carrier starships lies in the number of interstellar fighters carried, and the strength of the interstellar battleship's performance. These two factors directly determine the combat power of the carrier starship. Therefore, in Zhao Chen's mind, this T5 Colossus-class medium-sized carrier starship was not actually a very outstanding carrier starship. When Zhao Chen learned that this battleship was introduced by the White Rose Military Group, he even began to doubt its authenticity. It did not seem like an item obtained by a time traveler with a cheat. It seemed out of place. However, Zhao Chen couldn't know this at the moment. He could only pretend to show an expression that this battleship was indeed quite impressive. And within our mothership, it is divided into 100 flying squadrons. Each squadron consists of 3,000 interstellar fighters. Like us, we belong to the 3rd Squadron. Understand, our rankings are not random. Our 3rd Squadron ranks in the top 3 in terms of overall strength on our carrier starship, Lieutenant Zhang proudly proclaimed. Haha, in the top 3. Shameful. Your 3rd Squadron has fallen out of the top 5 in 3 consecutive battles. According to the rules, if your 3rd Squadron fails to achieve the expected results in 5 consecutive battles, you will lose the 3rd title, a man sitting on an interstellar fighter suddenly mocked. Lieutenant Zhang, with a cold face, looked at the man. Jin, if our 3 vice-captains hadn't been seriously injured, how could you guys dare to provoke here? Where were all of you before? That guy named Jin jumped off the interstellar fighter and walked up to Lieutenant Zhang, both glaring at each other aggressively. What? Want to fight? Lieutenant Zhang stared without reservation. Zhao Chen noticed that Jin was just a sub-lieutenant. In the Star Alliance, there were differences in rank among the military. It was a serious crime for a subordinate to attack a superior. Generally, subordinates would not confront superiors like this. If there were others supporting this subordinate, it would be a different story. Zhao Chen understood this, realizing that no matter where you were, there were always power dynamics at play. This sub-lieutenant Jin did not pick a fight with Lieutenant Zhang, but turned to Zhao Chen as a target to vent his frustrations. This is the rumored recruit for your 3rd Squadron. A pilot who used to fly land-based fighters. Kid, this is an interstellar battleship, not the small place you used to be in. Don't wet yourself when piloting interstellar fighters on the battlefield later, Jin taunted Zhao Chen. Just as Lieutenant Zhang was about to speak up for Zhao Chen, the latter immediately retorted, "Sorry, when I was learning to pilot land-based fighters, I only knew one thing. Everything comes down to skill. It's the one who has the best combat record that counts." Zhao Chen raised a thumbs up and then looked at Lieutenant Zhang questioningly. Lieutenant Zhang, is the custom on our mothership about who talks the best? If that's the case, then I guess I concede. However, back at our training base, there was a security guard who liked to test people's talking skills. Unfortunately, due to the alien invasion, I don't know if he's still around. Otherwise, I could have you two exchange some words to test your talking skills. Zhao Chen faced the sub-lieutenant officer in front of him without any backing down, conveying a sense of implication in his words. This immediately agitated the other man. "What are you, daring to talk back to me?" Jin raised his hand, prepared to strike Zhao Chen. But Lieutenant Zhang stood directly in front of Zhao Chen, coldly glancing at Jin. "What? Sub-Lieutenant Jin, want to fight me? What a big shot you are! Even the 5th Squadron dares to confront our 3rd Squadron's people. Faced with Lieutenant Zhang's imposing aura, Jin did not dare to make a move against Zhao Chen. Instead, he glared at him and left in frustration. Lieutenant Zhang, now smiling, patted Zhao Chen's shoulder, saying, "You're a tough guy. I like this kind of character. However, that Jin guy will definitely trouble you later. Be careful. But as long as you don't misspeak, this group of guys won't dare to bully you in front of our 3rd Squadron people. Thank you for looking out for me, Lieutenant sir. Don't call me Lieutenant, just call me Big Brother Dawn." Alright, Big Brother Dawn. Chapter 1244. Can you fly a starfighter with your mouth? Under the leadership of Lieutenant Zhang, Zhao Chen arrived in front of a prepared starfighter. Since Zhao Chen had previously piloted a land-based aerial fighter, he first needed to familiarize himself with piloting the starfighter. Although both were starfighters, there were still many differences in performance and piloting. Also, due to the different battlefield environment, there were many things to pay attention to. Lieutenant Zhang really was like a coach, introducing the knowledge of piloting this starfighter personally to Zhao Chen. During this time, to prevent himself from appearing too impressive, Zhao Chen deliberately acted as if he was contemplating and made multiple mistakes. 5 hours passed just like that. "Sorry, Big Brother An. Am I a bit slow?" Zhao Chen smiled apologetically. Lieutenant Zhang patted Zhao Chen on the shoulder and raised his thumb, saying, "Slow? What are you talking about? In just 5 hours, you've already mastered the majority of the operational and knowledge aspects of piloting a starfighter. This is already impressive. Although you had a foundation of piloting a land-based aerial fighter before and have made this transition. To be able to learn to this level, it would normally take 3 to 5 days. Zhao Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that even though he was being modest and intentionally making mistakes, he could still appear so excellent in front of others. Let's stop the lesson here for today. Review it on your own when you get back. Tomorrow, I'll arrange a simulated combat flight course for you to pilot the starfighter. Judging by your learning speed, I estimate that in about 3 days, you'll be able to join our squadron's active lineup and fight alongside us. It's no wonder you performed outstandingly in the previous battles, impressing the general. Among those I have trained, you can be considered a top talent," Lieutenant Zhang praised. Zhao Chen felt a bit embarrassed by the officer's compliments. His superior's temperament was truly good, and he didn't put on any airs when dealing with subordinates. "Come, it's meal time now. I'll treat you today." Lieutenant Zhang directly draped his arm over Zhao Chen's shoulder, as if the two had known each other for years. Zhao Chen just grinned foolishly. In this atmosphere, there were always people looking to pick a fight. "Hey, genius! Top talent genius!" Lieutenant Zhang's evaluation seems too exaggerated. In just half a day, this person has become a genius in your eyes. Then what are the rest of us? The previously troublemaking Lieutenant Jin appeared, followed by a few young faces. Their ranks were only non-commissioned officers or sergeants. It seemed they were all subordinates of Lieutenant Jin. "Surname Jin, don't make yourself uncomfortable here." Lieutenant Zhang started to get angry. This guy in front of him had been nitpicking one after another in his presence all day. Even if his temper was good, that didn't mean he could be bullied. "I just wanted to see if the genius from our mothership had arrived. Since he's a genius, shouldn't he be brought out to show everyone?" Lieutenant Jin crossed his arms, tauntingly smiling. At this moment, the group behind Lieutenant Jin also stepped forward to join in the taunting. However, they were all at the rank of sergeant, so naturally, they wouldn't dare target Lieutenant Zhang. As Zhao Chen was also at the rank of a sergeant, he became their target. Furthermore, hearing that he was originally from a land-based aerial background and had only recently been promoted to ranks to sergeant because of one battle, it was very hard for them to accept that a pilot they looked down upon from the land aviation could climb to their level. This was an insult to them. "Let's see this genius." So this is the genius, doesn't seem distinctly different. Has he even flown a starfighter before? He's a land-based aerial fighter pilot. Naturally, he hasn't flown a starfighter. Probably hasn't even flown in outer space, only in planets. I'm envious. They don't have to move around like we do. They can just squat in one place all day. Unlike us, it's hard to find even one woman on a whole starship. Brother, did you have many women where you were stationed before? Don't even mention it. Those land aviation bases have quite a few women. Some even brought their wives to be stationed nearby. I met a few before. Really, What's your deal? How do you know if those land aviation guys' wives are? It's not my fault. When we were on leave in the port, once I showed my identity, those women couldn't get close enough. Looking at the faces of these guys, it was obvious they were targeting Zhao Chen and provoking him. Moreover, they were specifically attacking Zhao Chen's original identity from land aviation. For any other normal land aviation pilot, they would probably get angry, because these incidents had actually happened before. In fact, they had even appeared in entertainment reports. However, most of the outcomes only involved a reprimand for the starfighter pilots involved. The families of those land aviation pilots had basically fallen apart. Therefore, attacking them was always a tried and true action. But Zhao Chen was different. While his body was indeed from land aviation, in his consciousness, both land aviation pilots and starfighter pilots were the same. They just flew different weapons. So these targeted words did not have a big impact on Zhao Chen internally. But after a few moments of calm, Zhao Chen felt the eyes of those around him focusing on him. At that moment, Zhao Chen realized he was wrong. Being angry should be his normal reaction. Yet, it would be strange if he suddenly exploded in rage. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Chen coldly looked at the several non-commissioned officers who had just been taunting. Then, he turned to Lieutenant Zhang beside him. Lieutenant, let me ask you, can you fly a starfighter with your mouth? Right. Lieutenant Jin's mouth is pretty skilled too. Is he also skilled at flying a starfighter? Does his mouth's activity have any combat achievements? Zhao Chen's tone was very flat, as if he was talking about an ordinary matter. In terms of provocation, the more indifferent your tone, the more effective it could be. What do you mean, kid? You arrogant brat, just promoted and already acting superior. Genius, huh? Show some guts and come face me, I'll pound you. Chapter 1245 Power Struggle. The lieutenant colonel glanced at Major Wu. He calmly said, I may be old, but I'm not so old that I need others to meddle in my affairs. The smell of gunpowder began to permeate the air. Major Wu smiled faintly and openly admitted, Are you targeting me? Honestly, I don't want to interfere either. However, in this aircraft carrier, the starfighters are crucial to its operations. Any issues with them must be addressed promptly. That's why I take it seriously. If you can manage them well, that would be best. But when I arrived, I saw the deputy leaders of 2 flying squadrons about to fight here. It may seem trivial to me, but if the general were to find out, he might think you are not managing your subordinates properly. This could potentially affect the overall operations of the flying squadrons. Moreover, the performance of the 3rd Squadron has been lacking for some time. Now, they're facing conflicts with the 5th Squadron, which likely has underlying reasons. According to our rules, the capable one should be in charge. Otherwise, we won't be able to function efficiently as a unit. The general wouldn't be pleased if he found out. Do you agree? Zhao Chen didn't know the true capabilities of Major Wu, but he was skilled in interpersonal relations. He was clearly mocking the senior colonel in a subtle way. And in this matter, the senior colonel had to make a statement. For an aircraft carrier, a flying squadron might be secondary to other starships, but within the carrier, they were of utmost importance. The rank of a flying squadron's leader could be at the rank of lieutenant colonel. The senior colonel glanced at the smiling Major Wu and then at the 2 squadron leaders without directly inquiring about the situation. Instead, he reprimanded, This is the hangar, not a boxing ring. If you want to fight, go to the boxing ring. I won't intervene even if someone dies. Regarding this incident, both squadron leaders will have their salaries docked for a month. The 2 involved deputy leaders will have their salaries docked for 2 months. Additionally, concerning the conflicts between the 3rd and 5th Squadrons, the issue is on the table. There will be a battle coming up, and we'll be part of it. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to prove yourselves. Seniority and performance speak. After his words, the senior colonel coldly looked at the smiling Major Wu and asked, Are you satisfied now? Major Wu nodded with a smile. The hangar is a military restricted area. Those unrelated please leave and return to where you belong. This was an order to dismiss unwanted guests. Major Wu didn't mind and left with a smile. The senior colonel then addressed the soldiers around, mainly from the 3rd and 5th Flying Squadrons. Hearing his command, they dispersed. Now, only the squadron leaders, deputy leaders, and Zhao Chen, who was involved, remained. The senior colonel first approached the leader of the 5th Flying Squadron. He walked over and sternly said, "Li Jian, couldn't hold back your temper so soon." "Senior, I dare not," replied Li Jian, bowing his head respectfully. "Don't be modest. Your new backer just supported you earlier. I know you've always been interested in the top 3 flying sequences. You value power and status greatly. It should rightfully be yours, and I will grant it sooner or later. I'm holding back now because you're not yet ready. But since you've chosen your path, I can only hope you won't stray from it." With his head still down, Li Jian mumbled, "Yes. Return to your 5th Squadron hangar." "Yes." Li Jian, accompanied by his deputy leader, left. "Apologies, Master. It's difficult for me to decide," said Cao Zhenlong, the squadron leader, scratching his head sheepishly. The senior colonel gazed at the rough man in front of him and snorted, "I may be able to protect you temporarily, but not for long. And your 3rd Flying Squadron hasn't been performing well lately. I was planning to lower your positions after this battle mission if your performance didn't improve. But certain individuals thought I was biased and lost their temper." Cao Zhenlong chuckled awkwardly. Sub-Lieutenant Zhang couldn't help but step forward, saying, "Commander, this isn't our squadron leader's fault. I was the one who started the fight. Let the punishment fall on me alone. You think you have a say here?" Cao Zhenlong appeared clueless in front of the senior colonel and proceeded to kick his subordinate without hesitation. "I know who provoked the fight." The senior colonel then turned his attention to Zhao Chen, who had stayed by the sidelines. Zhao Chen knew it was his turn to speak up. Stepping forward, he first saluted the senior colonel and stated, "Commander, I also bear responsibility for this matter." The senior colonel interrupted him, sizing him up, and remarked, "I've read about you and watched the video clips of you piloting the land combat aircraft. With that performance, you should have been recruited directly to pilot the most advanced starfighters. I reviewed some of your previous training data, which wasn't outstanding. How did you manage to display such exceptional skills in this battle, wielding a lightsaber to cut down creatures?" The mention of wielding a lightsaber left both Cao Zhenlong and Sub-Lieutenant Zhang astounded. The news of Zhao Chen's actions in the battle had yet to spread. "You used a lightsaber to cut down creatures?" Cao Zhenlong, intrigued by these events, fixed his eyes on Zhao Chen. "Yes," nodded Zhao Chen. "On the planet, no." "Then where?" "In the air." "In the air, yes. How did you manage to do that in the air? Did you jump off the aircraft?" "Yes, I jumped off." "And how did you survive?" "After killing the creatures, I returned to my aircraft, rebooted it, and safely navigated back." This revelation left Cao Zhenlong and Sub-Lieutenant Zhang speechless. Chapter 1246. The first battle mission. Zhao Chen was dealing with the surprised inquiries from two captains while glancing at the senior lieutenant colonel beside him. Indeed, it aroused suspicion from others. A person who was originally unremarkable suddenly displayed such high talent. It was impossible not to raise doubts. Zhao Chen explained to the senior lieutenant colonel, "This may be related to the situation at that time. We were under attack by different species in the base. A ground crew master I highly respected sacrificed himself. He had always looked after me. Before my final mission as a fighter pilot, he personally instructed me to bring a lightsaber in case of emergency. So, witnessing the sacrifice of the elder at that time, I felt a strong sense of uncontrollable anger. I just wanted to kill those different species. My performance was actually quite average before. It might be because I didn't have much drive at that time. I was someone who went with the flow. As long as there was a suitable place for me to stay, whether as a starfighter pilot or a land-based fighter pilot, it was fine. So in the previous few assessment selections, I was quite casual. That's what led to my unsatisfactory performance back then." After Zhao Chen finished speaking, he shrugged. Seeing Zhao Chen's attitude, although the senior lieutenant colonel still had some doubts, he generally believed some of it. After all, this person was arranged by the general, so even if there were doubts, it was not appropriate to say anything. Cao Zhenlong. Although he came from a land-based fighter background, his talent and skills are quite good. I believe with a little training, he can definitely become an excellent starfighter pilot. Get him integrated into your flying squadron before this upcoming mission. Maybe he can help you by then, the senior lieutenant colonel reminded Cao Zhenlong. Cao Zhenlong immediately stood up straight and said, Please rest assured, for talented newcomers, we will take good care of them. As for this mission, our 3rd Squadron will definitely achieve results that everyone can trust." The senior lieutenant colonel glanced at Cao Zhenlong, said nothing more, and left. After that, Cao Zhenlong chatted with Zhao Chen for a few more sentences. But as a squadron leader, there were naturally many things to deal with. He instructed Zhang, a junior lieutenant, to take good care of Zhao Chen, and also left. "I didn't expect you to have such a brilliant performance before. No wonder you showed such performance when learning to operate just now. You indeed have extremely high talent," Zhang, the junior lieutenant, said, eyes shining, as if he saw a genius. "Just lucky, pure luck," Zhao Chen said embarrassedly. "Let's go, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Welcome you and brush off the dust from earlier incidents. Don't worry. As long as you're in our 3rd Squadron, no one will dare to bother you." Zhang was really nice. Indeed, the temperament of a team depended on its leader. The team led by Cao Zhenlong was like this. Naturally, so were his subordinates. On the other hand, Legion was a group of thugs. Zhao Chen didn't hesitate and followed Zhang to the starship cafeteria for a meal, and it was Zhao Chen who paid. Zhang was almost anxious at the time, but Zhao Chen insisted it was his duty. Zhang stood up for him, deducting his salary for a month. What was a meal compared to that? Hearing this, Zhang directly addressed Zhao Chen as his brother. In the following days, Zhao Chen basically played the role of learning to fly the starfighter, from initially being unfamiliar to becoming skilled later on. Even though Zhao Chen deliberately hid his skills, he still impressed Zhang greatly. When Zhao Chen's driving skills were completely in place, Zhang directly arranged him into his flight squad. Each flight squadron had 3,000 starfighters, divided into 10 flight squads. Each flight squad consisted of 300 starfighters. Among these flight squads, there were 3 belonging to the elite squad. The squadron leader of the elite squad was always the vice squadron leader of the flight squadron. It was extremely rare for someone like Zhao Chen to directly join the elite squad upon entering. Soon, Zhao Chen also received his first combat mission. All pilots of Flight 3rd Squadron, 2nd Flight Squadron, assemble. All pilots of Flight 3rd Squadron, 9th Flight Squadron, assemble. The sound of assembly echoed. Each neatly dressed starship pilot stood uniformly in the cabin next to the hangar. Zhao Chen looked at Zhang, who was standing in front of his team. In front of Zhang was a holographic screen. In the holographic screen was the image of Cao Zhenlong. Cao Zhenlong was actually standing in front of the team as well. However, in a team of more than 3,000 people, it was hard to find Cao Zhenlong's figure. Most people were still looking at the holographic image. Chapter 1 to verse 7. Preparing in front of the station. Chapter 1 to verse 7. Preparing in front of the station. Zhao Chen walked to the waiting area, specially prepared for the drivers of the interstellar fighters for each squad. There were sofas here, as well as some snacks or drinks on the side, making it quite comfortable. Because the real interstellar fighter hangar was actually located in a closed space, and these interstellar fighters would only be lifted up or lowered down to the operational hangar when needed. At that time, the corresponding fighter pilots would be called to board and engage in combat. Before that, all the pilots who were not summoned would be waiting in rest lounges like this one for each squad. After all, with so many people, if they all stayed in the operational hangar, it would inevitably affect the ground crew's work. At the same time, in this rest lounge, members of the squad could discuss some real combat skills or coordination during battles. Zhao Chen sat in the front row. He noticed that many people around would occasionally size him up. Some drivers sitting behind would pretend to walk to the side to get something to eat, pass by Zhao Chen, and then look him up and down. Zhao Chen naturally understood what these people were thinking. They were probably questioning the sudden addition of this man to their elite squad, who had previously switched from being a ground aviation fighter. The people from the 5th Flying Squadron would probably also talk some provoking words privately. For example, Zhao Chen was originally a sergeant, but due to good luck, he was promoted directly to sergeant major. In the military environment, being promoted quickly sometimes didn't mean a good thing. If you didn't have the ability to convince everyone, you would inevitably face criticism. What are you looking at? Since when did you guys start liking men? If you really like men, wait until this battle is over. I'll arrange 5 men for each of you to serve you well. Second Lieutenant Zhang also noticed those guys and directly stood up and scolded them. Second Lieutenant Zhang still held a high position in their eyes. They dared not contradict him, bowed their heads, and stopped peeking at Zhao Chen. But Zhao Chen sighed inwardly, although it seemed like he had solved the trouble at the moment. In fact, it had invisibly caused him trouble. Probably many people's impressions of Zhao Chen decreased. Zi Zhao, don't be nervous. Follow my squadron closely during the battle. Just show your training skills. I believe you can do it. Second Lieutenant Zhang patted Zhao Chen's shoulder, showing a brotherly gesture towards Zhao Chen. Because he had a deep understanding of Zhao Chen's driving skills and sincerely admired this young man. Such a talented person, who had previously driven ground aviation fighters, was simply a waste of talent. Fortunately, he now had the chance to demonstrate his talent. In his presence, Second Lieutenant Zhang would not let him be ignored. Second Lieutenant Zhang's eyes gleamed, as if he had already planned a future for Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen realized that this lieutenant was probably starting another inner conflict. He quickly changed the subject and asked, "Captain, are we going to fight the interstellar civilization of a different world this time? Didn't we focus on defense in the Star Alliance before? Why choose to launch an offensive this time?" The downside of being a soldier was that you had very limited access to information. If Zhao Chen was not a driver of an interstellar fighter, but a soldier in a module of a starship, he would probably have even less information. Zhao Chen could only try asking his commanding officer, Second Lieutenant Zhang. When Second Lieutenant Zhang heard Zhao Chen's question, he didn't get suspicious, because this was something many people would discuss privately. "Zi Zhao, I know some of it, but don't spread it around. It could have a bad impact." Second Lieutenant Zhang whispered to Zhao Chen. "You mean?" Zhao Chen nodded. "I heard that our Star Alliance has sent a fleet of interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to explore the enemy's intelligence in a different universe. During this reconnaissance process, they discovered that at the junction of two universes, there's another small universe. This small universe shows no signs of life, as if it was a newly born universe. Our people found a special material in this small universe. According to the research on the samples collected, this material could be crucial for us to advance into a T6 technological civilization, and it's an important resource for T7 technological civilization in the future. The other universe has already sent a fleet to establish a bridgehead base in this small universe. It seems they have also found this material. If we let them establish a foothold first in this small universe, it will be difficult for us to launch an attack later on. Based on our estimation of strength, their universe is evenly matched with ours. They are also in the stage of advancing from T5 to T6 technology and aspiring to reach T7 technology. That's why the high-ranking officials of the Star Alliance made a decision. We cannot sit still. We must launch a preemptive attack. Even if we don't invade their universe, at least we need to control this small universe and the production of that rare material." Second Lieutenant Zhang mysteriously revealed. Zhao Chen suddenly understood. Discovering a new material related to T6 and T7 technology clarified the sudden offensive move by the Star Alliance. Even the pacifists within the Star Alliance would not dare to oppose the war at this moment. This kind of material was crucial for the development of a universe's civilization. If they let the other side obtain it, they would be handing their fate over to them. Besides hoping that the other side was a benevolent civilization, there was no other choice. Moreover, the decision of the Star Alliance leadership was to control that small universe. So, the pacifists would turn a blind eye. 3 universes? Zhao Chen was even more curious about this situation. The fact that 2 universes intersected already surprised him. What would happen if 2 universes intersected? But now, to see a small universe appear in the junction of 2 universes was beyond his imagination. How many universes actually existed? After thoroughly researching the principles of this universe, could he return to his own universe? Zhao Chen harbored such thoughts. He also had some anticipation for the upcoming war. "I know those guys are watching you. They think you are a rich kid sent down from above for a golden touch. They are not happy about it. If Captain Cao hadn't ordered me not to reveal your combat record, I'd love to speak up for you in front of them. But I believe in you. You have solid skills. You can establish your reputation in the upcoming battle." Second Lieutenant Zhang patted Zhao Chen's shoulder like an elder brother. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. Chapter 1248 That Man. Chapter 1248 That Man. Soon, news of the outbreak of battle in the frontline fleet came. Due to Zhao Chen's status as a starfighter pilot, he had limited access to information. He could only observe reports of the battle on the common frequency in the lounge. At the same time, through conversations, he inquired from Lieutenant Zhang to obtain useful information. First, Zhao Chen learned that the entire battle was divided into multiple battlegrounds. The Star Alliance dispatched a total of 3 million interstellar warships this time. These were divided into 3 Star Alliance fleet groups, each with 10 regular fleet groups beneath them. Typically, a regular fleet group would be responsible for combat missions in one battle zone. This resulted in numerous battlefields ranging from 100 to 50. Some battlefields were even close enough to see the fiery light of the neighboring battlefield through the starship's deep space telescope. It was possible that 2 battlefields would merge into one during fighting, or conversely, one battlefield could be split into 2 by a commander's deliberate arrangement. In any case, this was a large-scale battle. Just from the 3 million Star Alliance warships, it was evident. We sent out 3 million interstellar warships. How many interstellar warships does the enemy have? Zhao Chen asked a question. It is rumored to be 1 million warships, Lieutenant Zhang replied. 3 million against 1 million? This should be a straightforward victory, Zhao Chen exclaimed. Lieutenant Zhang shook his head and said, "You are not aware of the characteristics of our Star Alliance's underling interstellar warships, right? You were more on the planetary defense side before, so it's understandable that you have limited knowledge of interstellar warships." He paused before continuing. The majority of the Star Alliance's current forces are produced by the White Rose Arms Company. The efficiency of interstellar warships produced by the White Rose Arms Company is very high. It is rumored that under saturated production conditions, a Star Alliance fleet group can be produced in just 1 month. The previous leader won battles by rapidly producing interstellar warships. The cost-effectiveness of a single interstellar warship is also very high. However, the performance of individual interstellar warships may not be top-notch. However, this does not mean we do not have powerful interstellar warships. It's just that these warships have been specially gathered by the leader into a fleet, the Star Leader Fleet Group. Controlled directly by the leader, they are highly formidable interstellar warships. However, until now, no one knows how many warships are in this Star Leader Fleet Group. The only time it was deployed was in one of the largest battles during our universe's civil war. With just 100,000 interstellar warships, the Star Leader Fleet Group annihilated the enemy's 300,000 warships. It was that battle that secured the leader's victory in our universe's civil war. Every time the leader was mentioned, admiration filled Lieutenant Zhang's eyes. It was not just him, almost everyone shared the same sentiment. And the most common phrase on their lips was, "If I were a woman, I would definitely marry the leader." Watching a group of men clamor to marry the leader, Zhao Chen felt a chill down his spine. Zhao Chen refocused his thoughts. He had now labeled the military fleets of the Star Alliance as a quantity-winning starship armament. But at the same time, they also possessed a mysterious elite force. At that moment, electronic displays in front of sofas began to update with various information. Upon closer observation, it was about enemy interstellar fighters and unmanned combat units. This information came at the cost of the lives of the first batch of comrades who had engaged with the enemy. Everyone in the lounge was focused on analyzing this data and discussing it together. For example, this enemy interstellar fighter had low maneuverability and could engage in dogfights during battle. Another enemy fighter had higher speed, so one had to be wary of being caught off guard. It was best for several fighters to cooperate seamlessly. Zhao Chen skimmed through the information and found nothing overly impressive. After all, he was a technical personnel focusing on starships, and he was knowledgeable about related technological weapons. He was even well-versed in the data of the Stellar Dragon's interstellar fighters in service. So, with just a glance, he could assess the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy. Overall, the enemy's interstellar fighters outperformed his sides. However, they did not have a numerical advantage, they could only win with numbers. Suddenly, 3 lights above the lounge door lit up simultaneously. The originally green lights turned into 3 yellow lights. At that moment, everyone in the lounge, who had been chatting, fell silent. Lieutenant Zhang, too, stopped his casual chat and stood up. He looked at the 300 people in the lounge and shouted, "All fighter pilots, enter level to combat readiness." Check your equipment. When the time comes, don't let me down. Remember, this battle is crucial for our 3rd Squadron. Show your skills. Each of you must destroy at least one enemy interstellar fighter of the same level. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless to you later. Understood? Understood. The lounge had fallen silent by now. Zhao Chen knew it was because the starfighters on this carrier spaceship were about to be put into current combat status. When those 3 lights turned red, all the starfighter pilots in this lounge would have to be ready to pilot their starfighters into battle. Don't be nervous. Consider it the state you were in when piloting your previous land-based fighter jets. Lieutenant Zhang patted Zhao Chen's shoulder once again. Zhao Chen nodded. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a voice sounded. The 3 lights above the door turned red one by one, signaling that the flying squadron in this lounge had officially entered battle mode. Meanwhile, a large holographic projection screen appeared in front displaying the names and numbers of over 300 people, all currently green, indicating they were on standby. Beep, beep, beep. At this point, a few people saw their names and numbers turn yellow. These individuals stood up, quickly exiting the lounge. Lieutenant Zhang stood at the door, patting their shoulders one by one as he watched them make their way to the elevators leading to their respective interstellar fighters. The remaining people only had to wait for their starfighters to be lifted up. In just a minute, half of the lounge had emptied. It was now Zhao Chen's turn, as his name also turned yellow. Zhao Chen looked at the number of his assigned interstellar fighter before him, DK9577. DK9577, your interstellar fighter is almost ready. Please arrive at Gate C16 within 30 seconds to prepare for takeoff. Zhao Chen stood up, put on his helmet, and walked out through the door. Chapter 1249 Interstellar Space Battle. Zhao Chen looked at the interstellar fighter ascending before him. T5 Dragon Hawk Class Medium Interstellar Fighter. During this period, Zhao Chen had already gained a good understanding of this particular interstellar fighter. While its cost of production was low, its performance ranked high within the universe. Although not the top player, due to its high cost-effectiveness, it was the standard model of T5 class interstellar fighters equipped by various carrier starships within the Star Alliance. Additionally, it had a large number of production lines, so no matter how many interstellar fighters were lost on the battlefield, replacements could be delivered within 3 hours, at the latest half a day. This was the advantage of this type of interstellar weapon. There was no need to worrying about enduring a war of attrition. It was all about quantity. Zhao Chen quickly entered the cockpit of the interstellar fighter, starting to inspect the various aircraft performance figures. In the process, the interstellar fighter Zhao Chen had ascended again, heading upwards. With Zhao Chen completing all inspection items during this process, he said, DK9577, all clear to launch. After speaking, he waited. Finally, the previously pitch-black surroundings brightened up. The interstellar fighter Zhao Chen was lifted onto a flight deck. This flight deck was actually located on the exterior of this carrier starship. The flight decks that carrier starships were equipped with were divided into several types. The most common was building flight decks at different positions on the ship's exterior, then elevating the fighters needing to launch onto them. This method was cost-effective and efficient. The only downside was that the exterior flight decks were susceptible to damage. The second type was the semi-concealed flight deck. If the first type was fully exposed, then this one was semi-exposed, with only one launching window for the interstellar fighters and equipped with star shield positions for protection, enhancing safety. However, the efficiency of takeoffs and landings could be affected to some extent. Currently, most carrier starships mainly utilize these two types. Zhao Chen glanced around. This was one of the flight decks on this carrier starship, but even so, the flight deck was still very large. Data indicated that this flight deck could launch 50 interstellar fighters simultaneously. On average, it could handle 6,000 interstellar fighter sorties per hour. Under maximum capacity conditions, it could reach over 10,000 interstellar fighter sorties. On this carrier starship, there were at least 10 flight decks like this. Therefore, Zhao Chen observed one interstellar fighter positioned in front of him, its engine starting, trailing blue flames as it flew into the distant stars. DK9577, cleared for takeoff. Complete takeoff within 20 seconds, the voice of the tower soldier managing the flight deck rang through Zhao Chen's communication channel. Acknowledged. Zhao Chen immediately began takeoff. According to training, the acceptable time for this operation was 20 seconds. Zhao Chen completed this series of actions in less than 15 seconds, deliberately slowing down in the middle. Data on the takeoffs and landings of each interstellar fighter, as well as combat data, were recorded. This allowed for observing each interstellar fighter pilot's combat status, operational status, and performance records. Zhao Chen did not want to stand out too much and therefore needed to keep a low profile. Soon, Zhao Chen's interstellar fighter took off. At this moment, a formation window automatically appeared in front of him, displaying signals from over 10 interstellar fighters. This was the formation. After interstellar fighter pilots took off, they did not immediately engage in combat, but had to form a formation first. Waiting for 300 interstellar fighters in a squadron to all take off was time-consuming. Therefore, most of the time, about 30 fighters could finish forming a formation and then join the battle. In this temporary formation, pilots with higher ranks would be chosen as commanders. Soon, Zhao Chen's formation, consisting of 30 interstellar fighters, was complete. They had formed a temporary formation with a vice squadron leader of a flight squad as the formation leader. This vice squadron leader was the deputy of Lieutenant Zhang, holding the rank of acting sub-lieutenant, the highest rank among the pilots of these 30 interstellar fighters. Deploy in U-shaped formation. Head to Combat Zone K761. The acting sub-lieutenant began issuing battle orders. Each pilot was assigned roles like main attack or supporting aircraft, and Zhao Chen, as a newcomer, naturally took on the task of a supporting aircraft. His role was to assist the main attack fighter by providing firepower suppression, attracting enemy attention, and aiding in the elimination of enemy interstellar fighters. In this role, Zhao Chen was actually quite satisfied. He did not have to worry about standing out too much. After flying for a few minutes, Zhao Chen finally saw the area of this interstellar space battle. It was on the battlefield's flank. There were no interstellar warships here, just a full-on space battle. This place served as a flight path. Whoever secured this flight path could directly harass enemy interstellar warships from the rear. Therefore, this flight path was extremely crucial, leading to a large-scale aerial combat scenario. Zhao Chen scanned the area. The battlefield was vast, with only a few small satellites, aside from the fighters. This provided excellent visibility. At the moment, there were at least 50,000 interstellar fighters from both sides gathered here for the duel. When Zhao Chen's squadron of 30 interstellar fighters joined in, it was like dropping a drop of water into a pool. But this was their mission. Soon, Zhao Chen's squadron engaged the enemy. Both sides were exchanging fire. Zhao Chen could hear various voices on the command channel. Some people were shouting about locking onto targets, some were being targeted by the enemy, some were surrounded and requesting support, and some had already taken down enemies. As the battle continued, instances of fighters being shot down began to occur. Zhao Chen glanced at the window beside him, showing 30 names. Now, 3 of them had turned gray. This meant that those 3 interstellar fighters had been destroyed. Until then, Zhao Chen had not truly taken down an enemy fighter. He seemed to be just playing a supporting role. However, upon closer observation, it was evident that Zhao Chen's interstellar fighter paired up extremely well with a light aircraft. Typically, when Zhao Chen cooperated with other fighters, good results were achieved. One could not be too modest. Seeing everyone else's good performance, Zhao Chen also seized the opportunity to take down one interstellar fighter to avoid returning empty-handed this time. Chapter 1-50. The strongest wingman report. My star shield is down to 5%. Requesting withdrawal and return. I have used up all my missiles, and the cannons are left with only 30% energy. Requesting to return. Damn it, I have been injured. I must retreat. Cover me. As the battle continued, Zhao Chen's squadron gradually ran out of ammunition, and the star shield energy was depleting rapidly. Due to the unique nature of interstellar fighter jets, during combat, once the overall combat capability of a fighter jet drops to a certain level, they can actively request to withdraw from the battle and return to the mothership to prepare for the next engagement. As more and more interstellar fighter jets applied to withdraw from the battle, Zhao Chen also submitted a request. Essentially, the entire squadron chose to withdraw from the battle. When retreating from the battle, they couldn't do so blindly. They needed to request other squadrons that were still on the battlefield to provide cover fire. They also needed to assign some better-conditioned interstellar fighter jets to stand by in the rear. Once they were truly far from the battlefield, leisurely chatting sounds began to appear in the communication channel. Everyone was talking about their good combat performance just now, and how many enemy interstellar fighter jets they had shot down. Among them, the most fruitful achievement belonged to the junior lieutenant captain, who directly shot down 5 enemy interstellar fighter jets in one go. Shooting down 5 enemy interstellar fighter jets in one battle was quite a remarkable feat. Captain, you're awesome! Shooting down 5 enemy interstellar fighter jets in one battle. Based on this result, I estimate that after this battle, you will be promoted to lieutenant. You will lead your own flight squad just like us lieutenants. When the captain gets promoted, don't forget to invite all of us for a drink. Listening to these flattering words, the junior lieutenant captain responded with a few words. But his gaze was fixed on the formation list pop-up window, focusing on the inconspicuous DK-9577 that had only shot down 1 enemy interstellar fighter jet. While others might pay more attention to how they performed, he noticed something peculiar. Out of the interstellar fighter jets they collectively shot down, 3 were taken out by DK-9577. Before this battle, his most glorious achievement was shooting down 3 enemy fighter jets in a single sortie. This time, he managed to bring down 5 enemy jets, a feat he didn't expect. The feeling of battle at that moment was very comfortable. It felt as if one's hunger was being satisfied, as if someone was placing food right in front of you. Just once would have been sufficient, but to have it happen 2 or 3 times successively was even more surprising. With their flight squadron's excellent performance this time, they collectively shot down over 60 enemy fighter jets. This result would certainly shine in this interstellar aerial combat. Achieving a 1-to-1 battle-loss ratio in their Star Alliance fleet would be considered a significant victory. The exceptional performance of this battle was truly beyond their expectations. As Zhao Chen estimated, despite keeping a low profile, he managed to attract the attention of others. At this moment, he was looking at the numbers of the 12 interstellar fighter pilots whose statuses were dimming on the formation list pop-up window. He knew that behind each number were 12 individuals, with some possibly having families. At this moment, he had a different feeling. The Owl Dragon Legion had resurrection clone technology, so even with significant casualties on the battlefield, Zhao Chen only felt a slight emotional touch, knowing that these interstellar warriors had truly perished without a second chance. And undoubtedly, being an interstellar fighter pilot was one of the riskiest professions in the Starfleet, but it also had the highest promotion rates and compensation for casualties. The current legendary leader paid great attention to comforting the fallen comrades. Bringing his thoughts back, Zhao Chen looked at the gradually approaching mothership. Guiding the interstellar fighter, according to the tower's instructions, he landed at the designated spot. The platform lowered him into the operational hangar. During this process, the aircraft would undergo cleaning to eliminate any hazardous substances from the outer space. For severely damaged but recoverable interstellar fighters, they would be given immediate fire prevention treatment. After a brief darkness, the operational hangar appeared in front of Zhao Chen. The platform stopped, and a ladder appeared next to Zhao Chen. A ground crew member walked up, holding some simple fast food. The cockpit opened, and Zhao Chen took off his helmet. "How's the status? Can you continue the fight?" asked the ground crew member. Zhao Chen nodded. "No problem, I can continue. Just need ammunition replenishment." "All right. The evaluation for your interstellar fighter looks good. Just need to refuel, estimated to take a minute." "Do you need to disembark?" inquired the ground crew member. "No need," Zhao Chen shook his head. "There's some replenishing energy food here. Call me if you need anything." The ground crew member placed the food tray in front of Zhao Chen. He expressed his gratitude and then randomly picked a piece of food to eat. Despite interstellar fighters seemingly only engaging in combat for a few minutes in space, those few minutes of battle would exhaust them more than an hour of combat for a soldier on the ground. It required a high-intensity mental state, bearing a significant physical burden during maneuvering battles. For an excellent interstellar fighter pilot, their performance in a single battle, including the number of sorties they could undertake, directly reflected their skills. Glancing at the large screen in front, Zhao Chen saw the data of their elite squad. Each pilot status was highlighted: gray for casualties, green for resting, yellow for aircraft maintenance standby, and red for combat status. At this moment, out of the 300-person list, over 40 turned gray, indicating that over 40 interstellar fighter pilots couldn't return. Maybe one of them was sitting in the rear row, behind Zhao Chen, in the rest area just earlier. Chapter 1251. The first record this was Zhao Chen's 10th mission. When he took off his helmet, he deliberately wiped the water on his hands, and then wiped it on his face and forehead. Zhao Chen looked extremely exhausted, sweating profusely. According to the flying standards of Star Alliance interstellar fighter pilots, in a single battle, deploying at least 10 times is considered standard, unless in injured condition. Going beyond 10 times often means breaking the limits of the human body. You have reached the 10-time deployment standard. Do you need rest? The ground crew member stood on the boarding ladder, looking at Zhao Chen's sweaty face with admiration. Although 10 times was the standard, most interstellar fighter pilots were unable to reach this in actual combat. On average, they often only deployed about 8 times. Being able to truly deploy 10 times like Zhao Chen was quite rare. I might need to rest a bit, Zhao Chen said wearily. He couldn't appear too outstanding. Okay. Please disembark. The ground crew member didn't ask more and didn't inspect Zhao Chen's body. For interstellar fighter pilots whose deployment did not meet the standard, if they applied for rest, they needed a physical examination to ensure that the pilot was truly unfit for further deployment and not just avoiding battle. Zhao Chen stepped out of the cockpit and descended the ladder to the ground. His legs trembled as if he was about to fall. The nearby ground crew member immediately supported him. Do you need a wheelchair? The ground crew member asked with concern. Zhao Chen shook his head, declining the offer. I just need to rest for a moment, Zhao Chen said, standing in an area that didn't interfere with others' work. He looked around and saw other interstellar fighters choosing to rest, their conditions not looking too good. Some were panting heavily, some were vomiting, and some were even collapsing and being taken to the medical room. Those like Zhao Chen, who could walk out on their own after combat, were few. This was why there were many benefits for interstellar fighter pilots. This was what they deserved. Suddenly, someone slapped him on the back. How are you feeling? Zhao Chen paused and then involuntarily took a few steps forward, as if he couldn't stand steady. I'm sorry. I'm used to it. Lieutenant Zhang supported Zhao Chen, looking apologetic. Your body is really good, Lieutenant Zhang. Zhao Chen smiled wryly. Haha, just fight a few more times. You're not bad. Participating in 10 combat missions for the first time flying an interstellar fighter is commendable, praised Lieutenant Zhang. Despite his pale face, his tone remained heavy and powerful, indicating his excellent physical fitness. Let's go back to the rest area, Lieutenant Zhang said, preparing to support Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen refused. I can still walk on my own for now. Haha, alright. The two walked towards the rest area. The situation inside wasn't good either. Some were lying on the couch, appearing to be sleeping or resting, while others were already receiving nutrients intravenously. There were only a few interstellar fighter pilots who were in good shape. We are an elite team. Each one selected dares to fight. If it were another flight team, after deploying 7 times, they would probably choose to rest. And they wouldn't fight as fiercely as we do. Lieutenant Zhang observed the data module displaying their team's operations. It showed the total number of enemy aircraft destroyed by each team. Lieutenant Zhang's second team had destroyed over 500 enemy aircraft, placing them first within their squad and first among the 10 squadrons on their mothership. This time our data is quite high. I wonder what our team's ranking will be in this campaign. Our squadron will probably rely on our performance to secure a position on the flight leaderboard for this battle, remarked another pilot hooked up to Anne for bag. Rewards, heavy rewards. I promise this time, each of you will be promoted at least 1 rank. Lieutenant Zhang envisioned and the glorious scene of his promotion to first lieutenant. Zhao Chen remained silent, still fixated on the grayed out part of the list, unfamiliar names that represented fellow pilots who didn't make it. Chapter 1252. Promotions. Squad leader. The battle in this sector continued for a full 2 weeks. During this time, the flying squad Zhao Chen was a part of went from excitement and exhilaration at the start to numbness and even fear now. The starry battlefield they were currently in had turned into a meat grinder for starship battles. Over 100 million starfighters and 10 billion unmanned star drones had been deployed in this battlefield. According to the information Zhao Chen had gathered, On average, at least 1 million starfighters were destroyed daily in this space battle. So far, the Star Alliance had lost nearly 20 million starfighters in this battle, and the enemy had suffered a similar number of losses. The casualty rate was almost 1-to-1. Both sides were continuously increasing the number of starfighters in this region. Sitting in the Starship's restaurant, with a floor-to-ceiling window, Zhao Chen knew this location required extra payment. Regular Star soldiers probably wouldn't indulge in such luxury. But to Zhao Chen, it was just a string of numbers. He ate his simple meal while observing the view outside the window, where a Starship resupply vessel was replenishing the mothership. Through a semi-transparent docking corridor, folded starfighters were being transported to replenish the losses incurred in the past few days. Meanwhile, a transport ship was also connecting to the mothership, with a group of soldiers boarding. They were the newly arrived starfighter pilots. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Zhao Chen received a message on his handheld terminal. It was a message from the newly promoted battalion leader, instructing all squad leaders to gather in a cabin. After the half-month period, Zhao Chen's identity had drastically changed. Even if he wanted to keep a low profile, he had now become a squad leader. The squad leader of the 18th Flying Squad. Originally, 10 flying squads were planned, but due to the ongoing war, temporary expansions were allowed to ensure the availability of starfighters. Thanks to Zhao Chen's excellent performance during this half-month, he was not only promoted to lieutenant, but also appointed as the squad leader of 300 starfighter pilots. Despite his reluctance, Zhao Chen quickly finished his meal and made his way to the mentioned cabin. Inside, soldiers in uniforms with backpacks sat in rows. Most of them looked relatively young. At the front, various squad leaders gathered together. Zhao, Lieutenant Zhang waved at Zhao Chen when he arrived. Other squad leaders also greeted Zhao Chen, acknowledging his transition from a land combat aircraft pilot to a starfighter pilot. They also respected his piloting skills on the battlefield. These are the newly supplemented pilots. We will each select and train them. The battalion leader requires us to have them ready to operate starfighters in combat within a day. Most of them are students from various starfighter pilot academies, Lieutenant Zhang. No, now he should be addressed as Lieutenant Zhang. As expected, he was promoted. It was estimated that after this battle, he might have the opportunity to become a battalion leader, wanting these newcomers to learn the real battlefield within a day. Hey, if 30% of them survive after a week, that would already be considered lucky, remarked another senior officer coldly. Newly minted starfighter pilots had the highest mortality rate, especially in the initial battles. Nearly half of the newcomers couldn't make it past the first 5 encounters. Here is the list. Follow the usual rules. Squad leaders will pick an order, and once a squad is full, they will exit the selection process. With the battalion leader absent, Lieutenant Zhang took charge of the selection process. As the squad leaders began choosing their picks, the new recruits sitting on the floor eagerly awaited their selection. Zhao Chen did the most selections since his 18th squad was the most recently established. It could also be said that it was specifically formed for his promotion to lieutenant. With a formation of 300 soldiers, apart from assigning 10 veterans to Zhao Chen, the rest had to be selected from these newcomers. Such flying squads were often referred to as death squads, given the significantly high mortality rate in their first combat sortie. Looking at the finalized list, the squad leaders started calling out the names on their lists. Those called would follow their respective squad leaders. Zhao Chen was not in a hurry since he had the most people. After other squad leaders had taken their recruits, Zhao Chen observed the remaining nearly 300, all craning their necks and looking at their squad leader. Walking up to them, Zhao Chen glanced at the crowd and pointed to his rank insignia. I am Zhao Chen, Lieutenant, Squad Leader of the 3rd Flying Battalion's 18th Squad. You are all members of the 18th Squad now. All of you, stand up and follow me. With that, Zhao Chen led the group towards a lounge, as the new recruits followed behind. Many of them began quietly expressing their grievances. Why are we so unlucky to end up in a death squad? We're all new recruits, in a death squad. Double whammy, sigh. What does death squad mean? A naive recruit inquired. Don't you know? When suddenly so many people join a squad, it means it's either newly formed or re-established. Nobody knows each other, there's no coordination, and the survival rate drops naturally on the battlefield. Others at least have veterans to guide them. What about us? We're in a death squad with newcomers. In records, these types of squads have a mortality rate of up to 70% in their first battle. After this battle, the squad will truly be established, and we are the foundation," explained a soldier. Hearing this, the fear in many new recruits' eyes was evident. Shortly after, Zhao Chen led the group to a narrower auxiliary lounge. Standing before them with crossed arms, he calmly stated, "Death Squad, all new recruits, mortality rate of up to 70%. I know most, if not all of you, are well aware of this." As he spoke, an imposing aura emanated from him, surprising the nearby veterans. This squad leader's presence seemed more intimidating than even the battalion leader. Indeed, that is the theory. But as long as you can follow my commands and guidance on the battlefield, I can guarantee that in the first battle ahead, the mortality rate for most of you will be less than 20%. I will ensure that the majority of you return safely here. Zhao Chen's gaze was sharp. I, Zhao Chen, promise you this. Chapter 1253, the first battle of the 18th Squad. The day after Chapter 1253, the first battle of the 18th Squad. In the resting room of Zhao Chen's 18th Squad, the 3 green lights turned yellow. This meant that the 18th Squad was now on standby for combat. At that moment, Cao Zhenlong and Lieutenant Zhang entered. "Commander." Upon seeing the battalion commander, everyone in the resting room stood up. "Please, sit down." Cao Zhenlong motioned for everyone to sit. Except for Zhao Chen, all the soldiers in the 18th Squad sat down, sitting up straight. "This will be the first battle for most of you here. I know the pressure is high, but you must trust your captain on the battlefield. Only with trust can you come back alive. Afterward, I will organize a true baptism feast for you, celebrating your rebirth in blood. Yes?" Voices echoed in the room. "Zhao, come with me." Cao Zhenlong looked at Zhao Chen beside him. Zhao Chen followed the battalion commander out. Lieutenant Zhang stood by his side. "Zhao, this will be your first time leading the squad into battle. I know you must be feeling the pressure. But everyone faces this obstacle. I went through the same when I started. Don't be nervous, just show what you're capable of," Cao Zhenlong said to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. He didn't feel nervous at all, having commanded large-scale battles with hundreds of thousands of starships. "Regarding the request you made earlier, after we reported it, the colonel has approved it." Cao Zhenlong mentioned the request Zhao Chen had previously made. "Thank you, Commander. Thank you, Colonel." Zhao Chen expressed his gratitude. Lieutenant Zhang patted Zhao Chen's shoulder and whispered softly, "Although there are no strict rules for a squad's first battle, there is an implicit test. If the casualty rate of the first battle exceeds 80%, the squad leader will be demoted to deputy squad leader of a regular squad after the campaign, and may not be promoted for a long time. You must ensure the casualty rate of this first battle is below 60%. Zhao Chen nodded silently. "If our 2 squads are close in the battlefield area at the time, contact me. I'll try to support your side," Lieutenant Zhang whispered to Zhao Chen. Although the nearby Cao Zhenlong could hear it, he remained silent. After all, they were all from the same battalion and would take care of each other. Zhao Chen nodded. The 2 officers then left, and Zhao Chen returned to the resting room. He looked at the faces of everyone in the room. Some were excited, some nervous, some fearful. At that moment, a boy who looked about 16 years old handed a fruit resembling an orange to Zhao Chen. "Captain, this is from my hometown. My dad knew I had graduated from the military academy and was joining the flying squadron. He specially prepared a box of fruits, our local specialty. Please try it." The boy held out the peeled fruit to Zhao Chen. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen took half and tasted it. The juice sprayed in his mouth, and the sweet and sour taste filled his taste buds. Zhao Chen nodded. "The taste indeed is good. Heh, of course. My parents and relatives have a fruit orchard, and they earn their living from these fruits. With the money they earned, they managed to send me to the local military academy. Originally, they just wanted me to become an ordinary officer. But unexpectedly, I was selected as a pilot of the Starfighter. When my dad sent me off, he didn't say a word. My mom was in tears. Everyone knows the high mortality rate among Starfighter pilots. Tears flowed down the boy's cheeks as he spoke. Zhao Chen patted his head. "Obey orders, listen to commands. You will definitely return to your parents' orchard. At that moment, the yellow light in the resting room turned red, followed by a list of names for deployment. Some people were still sitting in confusion upon receiving the notice. Feng Yongyi, Hua Wenbin, Pei Jun, Sun Yishan. Prepare for immediate combat deployment, Zhao Chen shouted sternly. Those called up gradually rose and prepared to run towards the combat hangar where their starfighters were positioned. Remember my orders. Follow through as instructed. Yes. Zhao Chen's name was called when there were about 100 people left. He glanced at the veteran sergeants he had appointed. I'll go first. When it's their turn, remind them. Captain, leave it to us, the deputy squad leaders replied. Zhao Chen made his way to his assigned position. It was still his familiar starfighter, DK-9577. According to the ship's regulations, a starfighter is typically bound to a pilot unless the starfighter is unavailable for combat, in which a backup would be assigned. As Zhao Chen skillfully took off with his old friend, he saw a circle of starfighters gathering in space outside the mothership, gradually forming a formation resembling a soaring bird. Zhao Chen commanded them through the communication channel, reminding them of the lessons he had taught, stressing the importance of obedience and command. Obedience, command listening, came the response through the command channel. Soon, the distant star combat battlefield appeared before them. Chapter 1254. Follow orders and listen to commands. When the new recruits saw the battlefield, many of them were shaken. The scene was truly breathtaking. Space junk floated everywhere, but upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be debris from interstellar fighters. Amongst them, remnants of interstellar battleships could also be seen. It seemed that one side attempted to deploy interstellar battleships into the battlefield. Just judging from the current gathering of interstellar fighters here, it would be difficult to change the situation unless a fleet of tens of thousands of interstellar ships were sent in prior. The numbers were staggering, with millions of fighters from both sides engaged in combat simultaneously. This didn't even take into account the number of interstellar drones, as they were scattered across the battlefield, making every inch contested. Prepare to enter the battlefield, Zhao Chen's voice rang out. Everyone became alert at this moment. Soon, some enemy interstellar fighters appeared within their radar range. Remember, do not focus on the enemies in front of you. The key is to maintain a solid formation. Attack when you can, retreat if you can't. Remember what I've taught you, Zhao Chen reiterated. Subsequently, Zhao Chen assumed the role of a commander, constantly issuing orders. Left flank team, advance 3 units. Right flank team, prepare to encircle and eliminate all interstellar fighters within the front range. Front team, be alert and defend. Enemy fighter squadrons are nearing. Zhao Chen observed a miniature interstellar battlefield in front of him, continuously relaying orders as if he was a supercomputer. In the ensuing battle, the large bird formation consisting of 300 interstellar fighters began to exhibit unique tactics. They often employed strategies of outnumbering and encircling the enemy in local areas. Whenever a powerful enemy appeared in an area, they would focus on defense and await support from friendly fighters. Zhao Chen never issued attack orders unless the enemy numbers were not at least double the opponent's. This tactic was cunning, ensuring that Zhao Chen's 18th squad initially suffered minimal casualties. However, on the flip side, the number of enemies eliminated was not high either because they were consistently outnumbering their adversaries. As time ticked by, from when the 18th squad entered the battlefield to when they had already destroyed over 50 enemy fighters, there were still no casualties. Zhao Chen closely monitored the status of each fighter. If any showed signs of trouble, they would be placed at the center of the formation until necessary to provide firepower. Although the enemy elimination rate was not high, under this strategy, Zhao Chen's 18th squad avoided significant losses. Yet, Zhao Chen couldn't afford to be complacent as there were too many unstable factors at play. In a real battle with living soldiers rather than a mere game, Zhao Chen commanded individuals with vastly different ways of thinking, leading to great unpredictability. As expected, problems began to surface in Zhao Chen's command. Some interstellar fighters struggled to follow his orders, even affecting the performance of other fighters. Fortunately, these errors were within Zhao Chen's anticipation and not considered significant. However, there were situations where Zhao Chen found it challenging to intervene. For instance, some pilots, having had prior successful engagements and feeling confident, might impulsively pursue opportunities they believed were easy targets. Some succeeded in downing enemy fighters with these tactics, but others became isolated from the formation and surrounded by enemies, making rescue efforts difficult for Zhao Chen. Chapter 1255. The Most Handsome Captain. Chapter 1255. The Most Handsome Captain. The scene where Deck 9566's interstellar fighter jets stood in front of 3 interstellar missiles stunned everyone. The next second, not good. The captain's interstellar fighter jet's star shield energy is far from enough to withstand the attack of 3 interstellar missiles. Someone shouted over the communication channel. In that instant, everyone's blood pressure rose. After this battle, almost all members of the 18th Squad admired their captain from the bottom of their hearts. And now, the captain, in order to protect his team members, has put himself in a dangerous situation. It was beyond everyone's expectations. The first 2 interstellar missiles hit DK-9566's shield, draining its energy as expected. Only 1 interstellar missile remained. But the next moment, everyone found it hard to believe. DK-9566's cannons fired. The last interstellar missile exploded before reaching DK-9566. The explosion's smoke even engulfed DK-9566. Everyone marveled at the captain's astounding skills and extraordinary mental composure, because intercepting interstellar missiles with fighter cannons was theoretically feasible, but very difficult to accomplish. First, the fighter cannons have a short range, while interstellar missiles fly fast. This means that the cannons have only a brief window to threaten the missile, maybe just a few moments. Additionally, the cannon's attack range is limited to a straight-line barrage. Therefore, hitting the interstellar missile precisely within its attack range is necessary to destroy it. It sounds simple, but any mistake could lead to the destruction of the fighter jet and casualties. Moreover, if done under a shield, the impact of the explosion would still affect the shield's energy. Therefore, completing this operation without a shield was truly astonishing. However, it also carried risks. If the explosion's area was too close to the fighter jet, it could also lead to the jet being impacted and crashing. At that moment, the hearts of all members of the 18th Squad were hanging as they stared at the smoke. The next second, a somewhat battered interstellar fighter jet emerged from the smoke. It was Captain's DK-0566. Oh my god! The captain is amazing! The captain's move could be written into textbooks. I declare from now on, the captain is my idol for life. Zhao Chen paid no attention to the celebratory chatter over the communication channel. He first checked the current status of the interstellar fighter jet. The star shield's energy was almost depleted. Due to the previous shockwave, the fighter jet's body had been slightly affected but still able to fly normally. Maintain formation. Continue the retreat. Zhao Chen ordered. Captain, the interstellar fighter that attacked you is still on the flank. We'll go avenge you. Someone said over the communication channel. Hearing this, more voices chimed in. That coward who dared to attack our captain. My interstellar fighter still has 1 missile left, and the shield is at 15%. Let me at him. I'll make sure he doesn't make it back. Zhao Chen frowned and sternly said, Shut up, all of you. Have you forgotten what I told you earlier? Follow orders, listen to commands. Do you want to disobey my orders? Hearing the captain's displeasure, the squad members quieted down, no longer daring to speak. Zhao Chen glanced at the enemy fighter on the flank, which had attacked and could retreat. If revenge was sought now, it could jeopardize the retreat and lead to more casualties. It was foolish to risk it all for 1 enemy fighter. Following that, the 18th Squad returned to the mothership safely and requested entry back into the hangar. Starfighters started landing one after another, returning to the hangar. Zhao Chen's fighter was among the last to return. When his interstellar fighter landed in the hangar, his cockpit opened. Zhao Chen stood up and saw over 100 people staring at him from in front of his fighter. Captain! They all shouted in unison and saluted Zhao Chen with their utmost respect. Why are you all here? Get back to the rest area and wait for the next combat mission. Zhao Chen commanded sharply. The squad members chuckled and left. Some of them glanced back at the captain's fighter, DK-9566, as they departed. From afar in space, it was unclear, but up close, they could see the dents on the fuselage caused by the explosion, representing the danger they faced. If the debris penetrated the fuselage and hit a vital area, it could have been disastrous. Despite the risks, the captain had made a courageous decision that earned everyone's admiration. As Zhao Chen turned around, he noticed someone still standing there. "Why aren't you back in the rest area?" Zhao Chen looked puzzled at the person, who then knelt down before him. "Captain, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I would have died." The young man was Yang, the pilot of the endangered interstellar fighter. Tears welled up in his eyes. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows, gazing at him. Without a word, he walked past him and said, "My team members don't cry and kneel like this. I won't acknowledge what just happened this time. Get back now. If you do this again, I'll make you wash everyone's underwear in the squad." Yang chuckled at the captain's words and stood up, saluting the captain's back. From then on, as a distinguished elite interstellar pilot of the Star Alliance, every time he led his squadron, Yang mentioned his idol, the captain who saved his life. Chapter 1256. Astonishing record. Cao Zhenlong disembarked from his interstellar fighter jet and took off his helmet. He took a deep breath and then made his way towards his exclusive rest area. As he walked, he looked towards Lieutenant Zhang walking back beside him. "Captain!" Lieutenant Zhang saw the silhouette of the captain and quickly walked up, saluting and greeting him. "Your squad performed well just now," Cao Zhenlong praised. Lieutenant Zhang smiled. "It's all thanks to your squad's cooperation that we achieved such results." Cao Zhenlong seemed to think of something and asked, "Lieutenant Zhao's 18th squad, by this time they should have returned, right?" Lieutenant Zhang nodded. "It's about time. Do you want me to contact him and inquire about their situation?" "No need. For the first battle with a squad leader, with significant casualties, the squad leader might feel uncomfortable. Let's go over directly and see if there's anything we can help with." Zhao's piloting skills are indeed excellent, but piloting a fighter jet and leading a squad in combat are two completely different things, Cao Zhenlong said as he walked towards the direction of the 18th squad's rest area. Indeed, Lieutenant Zhang's brow furrowed in worrying. He hoped Zhao's 18th squad's casualty rate wouldn't exceed 60%. As long as it didn't exceed that, everything would be manageable. If it was to dire, even if they wanted to take care of Zhao, it would be difficult. Soon, the two of them arrived at the entrance to the 18th squad's rest area. They could hear reprimanding voices coming from inside. It was Zhao's. Cao Zhenlong furrowed his brow. Lieutenant Zhang felt uneasy. If Zhao blamed his squad members for the significant casualties suffered, it would lower Zhao's evaluation in the captain's eyes. Because that kind of behavior indicated Zhao was an extremely irresponsible squad leader. Just as the two entered the door, their expressions froze. They saw a crowded room inside. Almost 2/3 of the seats had someone sitting on them. What did this mean? They both knew very well. Lieutenant Zhang immediately turned to the panel displaying information about the personnel inside the rest area. Only green and gray colors remained. Green indicating non-combat status, and gray indicating a soldier's death. There were indeed gray names on the panel, but compared to green names, they were very few. When Lieutenant Zhang saw this string of data, he was dumbfounded. Cao Zhenlong noticed Lieutenant Zhang's expression and looked at him with curiosity. At this moment, Zhao also noticed the two superiors appearing. He handed his work to a few of his veteran deputy squad leaders and walked over to them. "Captain, Lieutenant Zhang, why are you here? Is there any instructions from above?" Zhao saluted, then asked, "Zhao, your casualties." Cao Zhenlong's expression was strange. Zhao answered, "In this battle, all of us participated. We destroyed 138 enemy fighter jets. The 18th squad lost 37 people." Hearing this precise data, they were shocked. Destroyed 138? Lost 37 themselves? How did they achieve such a record? The two of them wondered if they were hearing things. With 37 deaths, that meant less than a 15% fatality rate. This was unprecedented in any new squad. The highest first battle casualty rate in a new squad known to Cao Zhenlong was 38%, and that was with nearly 50 veteran pilots. The 18th squad under Zhao had fewer than 10 veteran pilots, yet not only did they have such a low casualty rate, they also destroyed 138 enemy jets. Cao Zhenlong wasn't worried that Zhao was exaggerating on the battlefield, as these kill records could be verified. No one would be foolish enough to do such a thing. Even with a normal squad configuration, it wasn't guaranteed to achieve over 100 kills. Under such circumstances, Zhao's remarkable performance was truly unbelievable. Zhao, tell me honestly, did your 18th squad really achieve this? Cao Zhenlong pointed to the data panel, inquiring. Zhao paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, we did it. We have all the combat records saved. Haha, I knew you had it in you, kid. Impressive. Impressive. These are record-breaking numbers. Haha. Lieutenant Zhang was more open and patted Zhao's shoulder, laughing. Cao Zhenlong stared at Zhao for a long time, and then asked slowly, how did you do it? Teamwork, taking on more with less strength. The only requirement was for them to follow orders and obey commands. Since they graduated from the military academy, it meant they had the piloting skills for the fighter jets. The only thing they lacked was versatile practical experience. So, I let them not worrying about that. Just followed my orders as if it were a training exercise, Zhao explained simply. It was a straightforward description, but Cao Zhenlong knew that the seemingly simple operation would be extremely difficult to implement. The squad leader needed strong strategic intelligence to control the situation. People with such talent were often leaders in their own right. He had not expected that Zhao had this talent. After struggling to speak, Cao Zhenlong said, you're wasted as a squad leader. I got lucky, Zhao chuckled. I will report your outstanding performance to the higher-ups. Keep up the good work, Cao Zhenlong patted Zhao's shoulder and said. Hearing this, Zhao immediately waved his hand, saying, there's no need to report upwards. It's all thanks to everyone's efforts, as well as your and Lieutenant Zhang's guidance. Zhao naturally didn't want to attract too much attention. He had no desire to see the sacrifice of his squad members go in vain. Don't be modest. We've seen your abilities. I believe that by the end of this battle, you'll have no problem serving as a squadron commander. Seeing Cao Zhenlong determined to praise Zhao, Zhao felt helpless. He just hoped not to cause any unnecessary trouble. Chapter 1257. The brilliance of the 18th Squad. Following this, Zhao Chen's 18th Squad began to resume regular operations. They operated in teams of 30 fighter jets as a squadron. Large squadron operations like before had to be specially approved after application and couldn't be granted every time. However, despite this, if various formation groups of the 18th Squad happened to be in the same combat area, they would instinctively form a cooperative battle formation. For this purpose, Zhao Chen had already arranged different quantities of interstellar fighters suitable for squadron formations. The veterans were also given some additional training. With their first combat experience, even the new recruits were no longer afraid. In subsequent battles, although the 18th Squad couldn't be said to be the most outstanding, they always had the highest survival rate each time they returned from a mission. They even became famous throughout the entire mothership's various battalions. When it came to replenishing pilots later on, unlike the new recruits eager to join regular squads, everyone hoped to join the 3rd Battalion, 18th Squad. Perhaps in other teams, they could have more opportunities to excel, but in the 18th Squad, they had a better chance of survival. Most people naturally preferred to survive over achieving awards. The 3rd Battalion held weekly meetings, and all squad leaders attended. Currently, the 3rd Battalion had 23 squad formations, with the extra 13 being temporary. The leaders of these temporary squads usually had a lower status in such meetings, sitting on the periphery of the table. However, this time was different. A chair was added to the circle around the table. Zhao, come here. Sit here. Lieutenant Zhang saw Zhao Chen and immediately gestured for him to sit beside him. Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment, looking around. It's okay. This was specially arranged by the battalion commander. Sit here. Lieutenant Zhang stood up and pulled out a chair for Zhao Chen. The other squad leaders also smiled kindly at Zhao Chen. These leaders might look down on leaders of temporary squads, but their attitude towards Zhao Chen was different because of the 18th Squad's accomplishments, which were undeniable. As everyone gathered, Captain Cao Zhenlong arrived last. When he took his seat, all the squad leaders stood up. Please be seated, Captain Cao Zhenlong said, and they all sat down. This is the 5th meeting convened by our 3rd Battalion since the beginning of this battle. Let us take a moment of silence for the 2,432 comrades we have lost in the past 28 days. Captain Cao Zhenlong removed his hat and bowed slightly. The other squad leaders also bowed in silence. In the interstellar fighter context, there was a saying that after a month of battle, a unit would be refreshed, meaning the death toll would almost match the unit's original size. This time, the 3rd Battalion's losses were the lowest in recent battles. Everyone understood that this was largely due to someone. I have some good news to announce first. Before proceeding, I want to commend the excellent performance of Captain Zhao Chen's 18th Squad during this time. Although it is a temporary wartime squad, under Captain Zhao Chen's leadership, the 18th Squad has achieved the standard of 10 regular combat squads. It has even surpassed many other squads. This has significantly contributed to our 3rd Battalion's performance, Captain Cao Zhenlong announced, as everyone's gaze turned towards Zhao Chen. Sitting there, Zhao Chen's face showed no expression. One of the good news I have to share is that due to the outstanding performance of Captain Zhao Chen of the 18th Squad, he is being promoted to 2nd Lieutenant. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at Zhao Chen with admiration. In just over a month, he had been promoted from a sergeant to a 2nd Lieutenant, a rare feat even among fast-promoted interstellar pilots. Moreover, the battle was not over yet. Zhao Chen had more opportunities to excel. In general, those promoted during a battle process usually had exceptional performances, and there would be another promotion opportunity after the battle ended. Some estimated that after this battle, Zhao Chen might even become a captain. Such a rapid promotion was undoubtedly enviable. Captain Cao Zhenlong then announced other rewards and proceeded to criticize squads that did not perform well in battle. He even removed a squadron leader directly for their command issues, which had led to a near 90% casualty rate for the squad. After the rewards and penalties, the next step, as usual, was to discuss the upcoming week's missions and remind everyone of certain points to consider. However, Zhao Chen noticed that Captain Cao Zhenlong's expression seemed off. Captain Cao Zhenlong lightly tapped on the table with his fingers. Next, I have a confidential mission to assign. However, I will not disclose the details of this mission now. You will only be informed at a certain time before the battle. For the next 3 to 5 days, each squad will not have any combat missions. During this period, there will be a replenishment of troops. This will be the only replenishment before the confidential mission. Each squad can have a replenishment exceeding 30%. For the remaining 3 to 5 days, you need to ensure that both veteran and new members in each squad can integrate and cooperate in battle, as well as recover from their exhaustion during this time in preparation for our secret mission. In addition, in 24 hours, all our external communication software will be blocked. Remember to follow the instructions for the secret mission. There will be no mercy for any violations. Captain Cao Zhenlong's tone was severe. Yes. Everyone in the meeting room responded. Zhao Chen squinted, looking at Captain Cao Zhenlong. A secret mission appearing at this point surely meant something unusual. Could it be the start of a real decisive battle? Chapter 1258. Classified Mission Chapter 1258 of the Classified Mission meeting has concluded. The final batch of reinforcements has also arrived on time. Zhao Chen selected his new recruits and, as usual, led them back to their own team. Next comes the training, as usual, teaching. And just as the captain of the team mentioned, after a day, all communication networks for the mid to lower level soldiers inside the mothership were blocked. It is estimated that only certain commanding officers on the bridge have the privilege of contacting the outside world. This cautious approach signifies the importance of the upcoming classified mission. Zhao Chen stayed in the training room, watching the pilots who were now using simulation equipment for training due to the lack of actual combat missions. He was thinking about this upcoming classified mission. This intergalactic battle between two universes has been going on for over a month. In fact, for interstellar wars between major powers, wars lasting several months or even years are quite common. Even before the universe is unified, some interstellar powers might engage in wars lasting hundreds or even thousands of years. After all, without a critical moment, without absolute certainty, no one would be willing to spare no effort to fight at all costs. But Zhao Chen can roughly guess why this is the case. He raised his hand, and before the network breakdown, Zhao Chen intercepted some information about events that occurred in this universe over the past month. He even created a data analysis software by himself, all related to the alien invasion. It can be seen that during this month, the incidents of alien invasion have been exponentially increasing. The frequency and intensity of the outbreaks can be said to have exceeded those of the entire previous year in just this 1 month. When something odd happens, there must be a demon. Zhao Chen suspects that the top officials of the Star Alliance have realized that a large-scale alien invasion is looming. They want to seize the resources of this small universe before this crisis strikes, building more powerful interstellar battleships, even T-7 class ones. Therefore, seizing the small universe is crucial. And the sooner, the better, because no one knows when these aliens will invade on a large scale. It is highly probable that this classified mission is closely related to seizing the small universe. It might be a decisive battle. Drip, drip, drip. At this moment, the cabin where Zhao Chen and the team members are located started flashing red. Attention all personnel, all crew members to level 1 combat readiness. Everyone return to their battle stations immediately. Then, the voice of a soldier from the bridge sounded. Zhao Chen immediately stood up and said to some team members who hadn't reacted yet, "Everyone, back to our resting lounge immediately. Get ready for battle at any moment, yes?" The team members hurried back to the team's resting lounge. In the corridors of various sections, soldiers could be seen running quickly. Zhao Chen quickly returned to his team's resting lounge. Some soldiers had already returned. They were dressed neatly, holding helmets in their hands, sitting at their positions. Zhao Chen glanced at the time. 3 minutes left. According to the emergency combat readiness regulations within the starship, once level 1 combat readiness is initiated, all combat personnel must return to their battle stations within 5 minutes. If this time limit is exceeded, the relevant soldier will face appropriate disciplinary action. Chapter 1259, Dragon Pattern Warplane. After Colonel Zhao Chen, the squadron leader, finished explaining the mission, the communication ended. The next task naturally fell to the team and squad leaders of each battalion. Zhao Chen turned around and looked at the pilots of the starfighters in the lounge. I won't repeat what was said about the mission. I'm sure you all understood it clearly from the squadron leader's explanation. Here, I just want to emphasize one thing. Follow orders, listen to commands, Zhao Chen said with a solemn expression. I know this mission is very difficult, even life-threatening. I won't make any promises, but I will do my best to bring all of you back. Upon hearing the captain's last words, the old squad members in the lounge felt reassured. As long as the captain said it, they felt as if they had a rock to rely on. Since the establishment of the 18th Squadron, Captain Zhao Chen had always kept his promises. The time that followed was just waiting for the command to launch. Soon, the 3 green lights above the entrance of the lounge turned yellow. The people in the 18th Squadron lounge took a deep breath, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Tick-tock. The first yellow light turned red. This time, everyone felt a shock in their hearts. It was inevitable. The second and third yellow lights quickly turned red as well. Zhao Chen's voice rang out, "All members of the 18th Squadron, prepare for battle and take off." Yes. Voices echoed in the lounge. Soon, members who received the command to take off left their seats. But before leaving the lounge, they would stop in front of Zhao Chen and salute him. It was as if they were saluting their guardian angel. This had gradually become a tradition of the 18th Squadron, because this guardian angel captain had always brought them back safely. The originally crowded lounge quickly emptied. When Zhao Chen's name lit up, there were still over 100 people in the lounge. Seeing his own takeoff command, Zhao Chen put on his helmet and walked toward the door. Behind him came the sound of orderly footsteps. Zhao Chen turned around and saw the remaining members standing up, saluting him. These guys. Zhao Chen's mouth slightly curved upwards, and he casually waved his hand. Although it had only been half a month, this small team he had personally established, Zhao Chen had gradually developed feelings. For these inexperienced guys, he felt a sense of looking after his own children. Unlike before, when he was in the law enforcement team, Zhao Chen would deliberately maintain a certain distance from his subordinates. Dealing with these male soldiers, if they didn't listen, Zhao Chen would kick their butts without any hesitation. There was no kindness in it at all. Every time the captain reprimanded them, these trainees would foolishly laugh. It was a completely different atmosphere. Zhao Chen boarded his starfighter, which had been repaired. DK-9566. Coincidentally, Lieutenant Zhang was in the seat next to Zhao Chen. When Zhang saw Zhao Chen, he smiled and extended his fist. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Zhao Chen fist-bumped him and then prepared to board his own starfighter. Zhao Chen looked at his starfighter. It was evident that its paint was somewhat different from the others. This was entirely due to Zhao Chen's special status. Here, if your rank was high enough, you could customize your starfighter to a certain extent. For example, enhancing the performance of certain modules. Therefore, while the squadron might have the same type of starfighters, the advanced ones had undergone modifications and upgrades to certain modules. This could elevate their performance by 10% to 30% compared to regular starfighters. Don't underestimate this improvement. It required a lot of resources, so only those with the status and rank were qualified to make such modifications. At the same time, this slight enhancement could indeed provide them with more opportunities on the battlefield. In addition to enhancing the performance of his starfighter, Zhao Chen had made some modifications to its paint. According to the rules, they could make modifications to 30% of the aircraft's surface. Zhao Chen added some golden color that formed dragon patterns. When someone asked about it before, Zhao Chen had said he liked dragon patterns. So, Zhao Chen's starfighter could be said to be a unique existence. This arrangement also had a practical reason. It allowed friendly forces to quickly discern whether their leader was present. It served as a flag, but at the same time, it might become the enemy's primary target. Nevertheless, it could reduce the threat to some inexperienced squad members on their side. So, any arrangement actually had two sides. Moving on. Zhao Chen sat in his starfighter. Old friend, we are setting off again. Zhao Chen looked at everything familiar in the cockpit. Although he had flown this particular starfighter for a month, Zhao Chen had already developed a certain degree of attachment to it. Just like with his comrades. Ground personnel waved small flags in front, indicating that the starfighter was about to leave the hangar. Next, the lift would send the starfighter to the flight deck outside. After a brief moment of darkness, Zhao Chen saw the starry sky outside and the starfighters appearing one by one on the flight deck. These starfighters seemed to be blooming like celestial flowers. DK-9566, takeoff. Zhao Chen piloted his starfighter to take off. Captain, we're here, came the voice of his deputy on the command channel. Zhao Chen looked at the radar map and saw all the starfighters of his 18th Squadron. Since this was a special mission and only a single wave of attacks was permitted, each squadron was allowed to assemble before departure. Zhao Chen's starfighter also merged into the formation of the 18th Squadron. Before long, all the starfighters of the 18th Squadron gathered here. All members of the 18th Squadron, assemble and prepare to depart. Use formation C3, Zhao Chen said on the command channel. Understood. C3 formation. The 18th Squadron was fully accustomed to their captain's command habits. Soon, nearly 400 starfighters formed the formation that Zhao Chen desired. They began flying in the designated direction. Zhao Chen's starfighter led the way at the front. This was Zhao Chen's custom. He always charged at the front, allowing each team member to see the outline of their starfighter. Coupled with the golden paint, it seemed like a golden dragon soaring through the sky. Chapter 1260. Super Meteor Belt Chapter 1000 to 160. Super Meteor Belt. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhao Chen glanced around. He could see a vast number of aircraft carriers gathering in this star field. And in the rear, there were several interstellar battleships similar to Stargates. If his guess was correct, it was likely that the Star Alliance fleet had used these starships and space jumps to arrive here. And this should be the enemy's universe. Zhao Chen roughly glanced at the number of interstellar fighters mobilized this time. Just within his visible range, there were at least 3 to 5 million interstellar fighters. And according to Zhao Chen's estimation, there were at least 30 million interstellar fighters mobilized this time. In addition, there were at least nearly a billion interstellar drones. Mobilizing tens of millions of interstellar fighters for a single combat operation was a very rare occurrence. It can be imagined how important the target of this attack was. Zhao Chen collected his thoughts and continued to fly methodically. Because this was the enemy's universe, they didn't have detailed military star maps. They only had civilian star maps collected by intelligence agents who had infiltrated this universe before. On the civilian star map, it only marked a super meteor belt between the target base. Crossing this meteor belt without a detailed star map was a very dangerous thing. A slight carelessness could result in crashing into those meteors, leading to the destruction of the aircraft and loss of life. Moreover, according to intelligence, the enemy had established some defense facilities within this supermeteor belt, and their exact locations were unknown. This was a highly difficult combat mission. Zhao Chen raised his head, and at this moment, he could already observe the supermeteor belt across from them. Different size stones were gathered there. Some of the chunks were already comparable to small satellites. Some of the chunks were similar to their interstellar fighters. Team 18, listen up. Divide into smaller units with 30 as a group, preferably forming a triangular formation with a certain distance between each other, but not too far apart. Maintain communication contact. Report any information immediately. Zhao Chen spoke on the command channel. Understood. Immediately, the originally large fleet quickly split into smaller units, each consisting of around 30. They clustered together, maintaining a certain distance from each other, but not too far. Their coordination was very tacit. Prepare to enter the supermeteor belt. All weapons are in activated mode. Once you spot an enemy or threat, you can fire at will. Zhao Chen reminded. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and began to slow down his flying speed. You couldn't fly at full speed when piloting an interstellar fighter in such a dangerous area. Otherwise, the risk was too great. But you couldn't go too slowly either, as there were regulations. Flying too slowly would give the enemy more time to react. Zhao Chen maintained the minimum required flying speed as instructed by superiors. He observed the various sized meteoroids around him. At the same time, detailed maps began to appear on the navigation map. This was all thanks to the Vanguard Squadron that had entered this supermeteor belt first and provided real-time feedback on the star map through the scanning equipment they carried. This greatly reduced the flying risks for the following squadrons. Zhao Chen was in the second wave position. If anything happened to the Vanguard squad ahead, he would need to fill in and perform the mapping task. At the beginning, everything went relatively smoothly. But in such a high-intensity mental state, accidents were bound to happen. Zhao Chen saw the first interstellar fighter crash. On the surface of a meteoroid, he saw the wreckage of an interstellar fighter, as well as a dent from impact. It seemed that the pilot of the interstellar fighter had made an error and crashed into the meteoroid. Zhao Chen remained silent. Such incidents would continue to occur. As expected, the Vanguard Squadron's interstellar fighters began to suffer casualties one by one, even without engaging in battle. Fortunately, we can fly according to the established route, a deputy team leader remarked on the command channel. But Zhao Chen quickly poured cold water on him, saying, "Don't assume that the established route is absolutely safe." Just as Zhao Chen was speaking, he saw on the navigation map that the Vanguard Squadron ahead was flashing red lights, and the markings of several interstellar fighters turned gray, and then disappeared a few seconds later. This meant that several interstellar fighters had been destroyed. Enemy defense facility detected. There are close-range guns. Attention! Attention! Zhao Chen heard the reminder. But soon, the battle ended. Zhao Chen also flew to the location of the battle. He saw several burning wreckage of interstellar fighters and a messy meteoroid. Signs of attacks on the meteoroid's surface and traces of destroyed close-range gun emplacements were visible. It seemed that the enemy had established a defense base on this meteorite. Subsequently, the same events continued to occur. Typically, the Vanguard squad, with several interstellar fighters' casualties, destroyed these defense facilities. Fortunately, there were a large number of interstellar drones assisting, so the loss of manned fighters was not significant. Zhao Chen looked at the enemy defense facilities, one after another, being removed from the map. He frowned suddenly. He found that the deployment of these defense facilities seemed to follow a pattern. However, this pattern broke in the next flying area. It was as if a song abruptly stopped here. All fighters of Tima, stay alert. Be careful around you. There may be enemies, Zhao Chen said on his team's channel. Enemies? But hasn't the Vanguard Squadron already passed through here? If there were enemies, we should have encountered them by now, right? Don't waste words, just listen to our captain, Zhao Chen said as he looked around the meteoroids. Suddenly, he saw a few metal glints appearing in the distance. He immediately used magnification technology to enlarge the footage of this area. He saw on a meteoroid the surface slowly moving aside, revealing the deploying close-range guns underneath. The gun barrels of these close-range guns were already aimed at the interstellar fighters of Zhao Chen's team passing through this area, like hidden hunters, preparing to open fire on their prey. Enemy defense base at 11 o'clock direction, Zhao Chen said as he pressed the launch button for his interstellar missiles. At the same time, all machine gun firepower was unleashed. Chapter 1261 Interstellar Drone Meteorite Base. Just as the few close-range cannons at the front had fired, Zhao Chen's gunfire covered them. With Captain Zhao Chen's reminder, the other interstellar fighters in the squad also started firing. Some couldn't even see clearly what they were shooting at. They just fired in the direction ordered by the captain. This was a habit developed from fighting alongside the captain during this period. They unconditionally obeyed the captain's orders from the heart. As long as it was the captain's command, there would be absolutely no problem. After a round of gunfire attacks, the enemy's defense base was quickly destroyed. Only the defense base, littered with debris, remained among the meteors. At this moment, those passing by noticed that there was actually a hidden defense base here. Seeing the destroyed cannon emplacements, a team member swallowed nervously and said over the communication channel, "Phew. I didn't expect there was one hidden here. If our captain hadn't found it, flying through here would have cost us at least a few interstellar fighters. Yeah, I didn't expect the enemy to be so cunning. Everyone, be careful. The enemy might have more of these deployments. Because the Vanguard squad had flown through here, it might make the following flight squadrons mistakenly think that this route was not dangerous. Their vigilance would decrease, allowing these hidden threats to take advantage. Look at that squadron next to us. It seems to have encountered this kind of attack. The entire formation of 30 fighters lost half in an instant. Someone noted the battlefield next to them, where in just a few breaths of time, more than 10 interstellar fighters turned gray. Don't focus on others. Be careful around yourselves. Zhao Chen's voice sounded, immediately making these guys focus on what was right in front of them. We still have about 20 minutes of flight time. Zhao Chen checked the progress and frowned slightly. Only 10 minutes had passed, and there were already casualties. The enemy probably had many other defense measures. They couldn't let their guard down. Soon enough, reality confirmed Zhao Chen's thoughts. Warning! 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 Large numbers of enemy interstellar drones ahead. At this moment, the Vanguard squad reported. Zhao Chen stared at the synchronized radar map. On it, they could see numerous red dots appearing in front of the Vanguard squad, indicating a large quantity of enemy interstellar drones. Damn, there are still interstellar drones. They're probably built inside some large meteorites, establishing interstellar drone hangars. The enemy's interstellar drone numbers were huge. It was estimated that it would be difficult for the Vanguard squad to withstand them alone. Zhao Chen immediately ordered, 18th Squad, increase speed. Catch up with the Vanguard squad. Operate according to our daily training routines, yes. The leaders of each combat formation responded in unison. Zhao Chen didn't hold back or try to preserve his own strength. This route was like a narrow bridge. If those in front couldn't cross it smoothly, it would affect Zhao Chen and the others behind them. Therefore, Zhao Chen had to cooperate with those in front to succeed. Even if those in front fell, Zhao Chen and the others would face the same threat. They were all on the same ship. If anyone still held on to narrow-minded thoughts at this point, it would only increase their casualties. Soon, Zhao Chen saw the battlefield ahead. Due to encountering a large group of enemy interstellar drones, the Vanguard squad's speed naturally slowed down. It was easy for Zhao Chen's team to catch up. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen commanded his flight squadron to charge forward. Against these interstellar drones, using interstellar missiles would be wasteful. Most of the time, they used machine guns. Because the defense of interstellar drones was not strong, as long as they held on, a round of machine gun attacks could shoot down these interstellar drones one by one. Coupled with the team's seamless cooperation, their performance in combat was excellent. Is that the 18th Squad of the 3rd Battalion? The captain leading the Vanguard squad looked at the Dragon Pattern interstellar fighter and immediately recognized this squad. In this period, this squad's outstanding performance had even placed them on some record leaderboards. Many people knew of the existence of the 18th Squad. Zhao Chen looked at the battlefield situation and frowned slightly. It seemed that the situation was still under control, but there were just too many enemy interstellar drones. There must be an enemy interstellar drone nest around. I request a batch of interstellar drones to help me find the enemy's interstellar drone nest. Otherwise, we'll be stuck here. Zhao Chen issued the request. Alongside the interstellar fighters, there were also multiple interstellar drone groups. However, due to the influence of the super meteorite belt, the control of these interstellar drone groups by the rear mothership was affected. Currently, the battle mode was set to automatic attack mode. It didn't require manual control, but the combat efficiency was not optimal. Usually, at this time, members of each squadron could actively request control over these interstellar drone groups. But few people did so because it significantly demanded the requester's controllability. Operating both one's own interstellar fighter and controlling a large number of interstellar drones was a great challenge that few could meet. Request approved. Thanks to Zhao Chen's request, a red notification box appeared before him. Simultaneously, a permission was unlocked for Zhao Chen. A new holographic operating interface appeared beside him. It was related to the interstellar drone groups. Zhao Chen glanced at it, feeling somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the higher-ups to directly grant him control over 3 interstellar drone groups, each group consisting of 300 drones. With this, Zhao Chen could control nearly 1,000 interstellar drones. DRIZZLE, take over my work. Take charge of our formation, Zhao Chen said over his command channel. Understood, DRIZZLE replied, not yet fully grasping what his captain intended to do. Next, I'll operate solo. I'm transferring the command authorization of the 18th Squad to Vice Captain Li. Any issues will be dealt with by Vice Captain Li, Zhao Chen informed. It was only then that Deputy Captain Li realized what was happening. He was shocked and said, Captain, this won't do. You can do it. Believe in your capabilities. Do as I have taught you all this time. Deputy Captain Li had been with Zhao Chen since the establishment of the 18th Squad, and had continuously received guidance from Zhao Chen. So, Zhao Chen was very clear about the deputy captain's abilities. But you'll be operating solo ... I'm your captain. Do you doubt my abilities? Execute the order. Zhao Chen scolded jokingly. The captain's light-hearted tone did put others more at ease. However, seeing the scene of the captain's interstellar fighter leading nearly 1,000 interstellar drones into battle, many people's hearts skipped a beat. Chapter 1260 to Solo Slaying Enemies. Zhao Chen manipulated the steering of his interstellar aircraft while commanding the 3 interstellar drones with his other hand. The 3 interstellar drone formations acted like a swarm of bees, surrounding Zhao Chen's interstellar aircraft on both sides and behind. The machine guns on Zhao Chen's interstellar aircraft kept firing, destroying the enemy interstellar drones ahead. In his mind, Zhao Chen was still pondering one question. Where is the base of these enemy interstellar drone formations located? He carefully observed the movement paths of these enemy interstellar drone formations and soon noticed a pattern. Subconsciously, a route formed in Zhao Chen's mind. Yes, it must be there. Zhao Chen immediately planned a new route for himself. However, more enemy interstellar drones appeared on this new route. To reduce the losses of his own interstellar drone formations, Zhao Chen's flights were almost skimming the surface of some asteroids. By doing so, the area of attack for the enemy would be reduced by at least a third, reducing the damage to Zhao Chen and his interstellar drone formations. Finally, Zhao Chen found his target, a large asteroid with artificial caves visible on its surface. These caves were normally closed during non-combat times, resembling a regular asteroid, and only open during times like these. Zhao Chen zoomed in on the image and saw interstellar drones hanging inside the caves of the asteroid base, resembling bats sleeping in a cave. At this moment, Zhao Chen could also see some enemy interstellar drones returning to the base after completing attack missions for refueling. Interstellar drones were cost-effective and small in size, but this also meant that their ammunition capacity was low, and their combat time was shorter than that of similar-grade interstellar aircraft. Thus, it was crucial to destroy these interstellar drone bases. This way, the interstellar drones, after depleting their ammunition, would be like toothless beasts without any threat. But destroying the asteroid base was no simple task, considering the large enemy interstellar drone formations nearby. The enemy had also detected the threat posed by Zhao Chen and began gathering a large number of interstellar drones to surround him. We must quickly end this battle. Zhao Chen accelerated his speed and had all the interstellar missiles of his interstellar aircraft ready. This time, it was Zhao Chen's interstellar drone formations rushing ahead, surrounding him like a falling meteor. The enemy interstellar drones outside could only slowly deplete the interstellar drones around Zhao Chen's aircraft. Zhao Chen watched as the number of drones rapidly decreased on the control panel. There were now less than 300 drones left. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow slightly. But at this point, there was no turning back. Finally, he approached a cave entrance of the asteroid base at a very close distance. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen released all 10 interstellar missiles carried on his interstellar aircraft. Normally, there would be a short interval between launching each missile, but Zhao Chen tossed all 10 missiles out like throwing grenades, aiming at the cave entrance. Except for about 100 interstellar drones surrounding Zhao Chen's aircraft, the remaining 200 interstellar drones followed the explosive packs and headed towards the asteroid base. Zhao Chen immediately piloted his interstellar aircraft to retreat without looking back. Soon, a massive explosion occurred inside the asteroid base. The shockwave of the explosion even affected the surrounding enemy interstellar drones. This gave Zhao Chen a chance to escape. With no base to return to, the remaining enemy interstellar drones seemed to go mad and focused on Zhao Chen, as their only fate after depleting their fuel was suicide attacks. "Damn, I just blew up one of your bases," Zhao Chen cursed as he watched the enemy interstellar drones besieging him. Fortunately, he still had his interstellar drones for protection. Otherwise, even with Zhao Chen's piloting skills, surviving alone would have been impossible. But the situation was still dangerous. As the number of enemy drones decreased, the protection provided to Zhao Chen also decreased. If this continued, Zhao Chen's aircraft would eventually fall. With only 30 drones left, Zhao Chen felt relieved. He even slowed down and turned around, watching the enemy interstellar drones chasing him from behind. A slight smile appeared on his lips. "Had enough chasing? Think you're all brothers? Well, I have brothers too. Where is the 18th Squadron?" "The 18th Squadron is here." Vice Captain Li's voice came through the command channel. Soon, a group of interstellar aircraft emerged behind Zhao Chen, most of them belonging to the 18th Squadron. When Zhao Chen finished the mission and retreated, he had sent his coordinates to Vice Captain Li of the 18th Squadron and planned his evacuation route. Everything worked out well. Zhao Chen smiled as he watched the enemy interstellar drone formations being destroyed one by one in the assault by the 18th Squadron, like wolves hunting down lambs. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but the weight in his heart had not lifted. This was just one asteroid base on the way forward. Who knows how many more challenges lay ahead? Perhaps this was the pressure one had to endure as a soldier, constantly surrounded by danger in battle. It was a starkly different experience from commanding battles on the bridge of a ship. "Captain, you're amazing. Single-handedly taking down an asteroid base. You can pilot the interstellar aircraft and control 3 drone formations simultaneously. If it were me, my head would have exploded. Haha, our captain is truly exceptional. I heard that other attack routes were suppressed by enemy asteroid bases. The destruction of the asteroid interstellar drone bases required the cooperation of 3 to 5 squads. These young soldiers sure had a lot to say. Enough talk, let's keep moving forward." Zhao Chen chuckled and scolded. Chapter 1263, Cannon Fodder. In the following half of the journey, casualties continued to occur in Zhao Chen's flight squad. However, compared to the casualties in other squads, the casualties in Zhao Chen's squad could be considered negligible. The most severe losses undoubtedly befell the Vanguard squad. Essentially, every Vanguard squad had been completely wiped out just as they were about to cross through this super meteorite belt. "I'll leave it to you guys next." Zhao Chen looked at the middle-aged man with stubble and a cigarette dangling from his mouth in the video window in the upper right corner. He was the captain of the Vanguard squad on his route. When encountering enemy interstellar drones and meteorite bases, Zhao Chen took the initiative to contact them and coordinate with them. After Zhao Chen's outstanding performance, the other party also initiated communication with him. Afterwards, Zhao Chen also took on some pressure for the Vanguard squad a few times. Although they had only been together for about 10 minutes, they already felt like old friends. "Are you guys waiting here for us, or going back first?" Zhao Chen looked at the smoking old man. "Of course, we're waiting for you. My fighter jet is almost running out of ammo. When we go back, We'll be counting on you little rascals for escort." The old man replied with a smirk. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and began issuing commands to his squad. Team 18, attention. Calculate remaining ammo, remaining fighter energy, remaining star shield energy. Prepare to reform the battle formation. Roger. Roger. Zhao Chen looked at the black area in the distance on the star map radar. They only had 3 minutes left before crossing through the supermeteorite belt. "We're stopping here," said the old man smoking a cigarette. Zhao Chen noticed that the Vanguard squad's interstellar fighters were slowly approaching the meteorites on both sides of the flight path, hovering there. "Kid, remember to come back early. If you see enemy fire starships, don't rush foolishly. I'm waiting to have a drink with you when we get back," the old man suddenly said. Zhao Chen was taken aback. He understood the hidden meaning in the man's words. He smiled faintly and replied, "Sure thing. We'll have a drink when we get back. Then it's your treat. I've already spent my salary for this month," the old man's voice came teasingly. Zhao Chen chuckled. "Captain, we want to drink too." Voices of the squad members came over the communication channel. They were already familiar with the captain's character and had no problem joking around with him when not in battle. "You brats! We'll drink to our heart's content when we get back. But if anyone embarrasses me, I'll make sure to give you a good whipping," Zhao Chen joked. Zhao Chen seemed relaxed, but in reality, he had been monitoring various data all this time. Following the launch of the Vanguard squad, their team was practically at the forefront of the main fleet. Along the same line with them, there were hundreds of similar flight squads. However, thanks to his previous brave performance, Zhao Chen still held control over 3 interstellar drone groups. At this moment, he had these 3 drone groups scouting ahead to survey the situation. Currently, these 3 drone groups were on the verge of breaking through the supermeteorite belt. Zhao Chen focused, watching the images sent back by some of the drones. Soon, it was clear that there were far fewer meteorites in the distance. After one of the drones passed through the meteorite belt, the sky suddenly cleared up considerably. However, at that moment, Zhao Chen's pupils dilated as he saw rows of neatly arranged interstellar warships ahead. These warships' artillery had already aimed at the meteorite belt, and flashes from fired rounds were visible. "Not good. Slow down, everyone," Zhao Chen immediately commanded his squad. Meanwhile, in the drone feed, scenes of the enemy's warships firing in unison started to appear. With their enemy's firepower covering them, Zhao Chen's group of over 1,000 interstellar drones had no capability to mount a counterattack. At the same time, other flight squads that came out from different areas also suffered the same artillery barrage. In an instant, the region outside the meteorite belt turned into a slaughterhouse. Zhao Chen had his interstellar fighters slow down and hover in place. He observed the explosions at the end of the flight path, which were caused by the enemy's warships firing. At this moment, if his squad charged out, they would almost certainly be cannon fodder. Zhao Chen immediately reached out to Captain Cao Zhenlong. Once the communication was established, Zhao Chen delivered the news. "Captain Cao, there are at least 1,000 enemy warships positioned outside the meteorite belt. Their firepower is overwhelming. If we charge out now, it will result in significant casualties." Upon hearing Zhao Chen's report, Captain Cao's initial response was anger. "So you choose to retreat and not engage? Zhao Chen, do you realize the severity of your actions? I order you. The entire squad must attack immediately. Even if there are 2,000 enemy warships on the other side, even if it's hell, you must advance. You are a soldier. Soldiers must obey orders." Hearing Captain Cao's words, Zhao Chen was stunned. It was then when he truly realized. Yes, he was a soldier. Submitting to orders was his duty. How could he choose to retreat just because the battlefield ahead was a meat grinder? Did those members of the Raven Army face similar situations? How did those Raven soldiers handle them? Until now, Zhao Chen had positioned himself as a commander. In reality, he was just an ordinary soldier who needed to follow orders. Whatever his superiors asked of him, he had to do it, even if it meant being cannon fodder. "Understood," Zhao Chen replied grimly. The communication ended, and Zhao Chen's gaze darkened. So now, he had to lead his squad into a battle that was likely to be fatal. Zhao Chen knew that it was his duty in his position. But something in his heart felt blocked. "Captain, the following squads are about to reach our location. Vice Captain Li urgently reminded over the command channel. Chapter 1264. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, lean towards the tiger's den. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. He looked back at the control interface in front of him and commanded, "Send my orders. Change the original battle plan. Execute Plan S. Plan S." Vice Captain Li asked in surprise. "Yes. Any issues?" Zhao Chen's voice carried an unquestionable tone. No issues," Vice Captain Li replied, although he had many doubts in his mind. However, his trust in Zhao Chen made him choose to unquestionably trust his captain. This so-called Plan S was actually more accurately described as a battle formation. It required all the interstellar fighters to maintain a close distance. If the normal flight separation distance between two interstellar fighters was set at 10, in Zhao Chen's plan, this distance needed to be reduced to 3, or even closer. This meant that a large number of interstellar fighters would be crowded into a narrow space, making them vulnerable to enemies covering fire. It also tested everyone's coordination and teamwork since it was not a safe flying distance. A small error could lead to collisions and crashes among their own interstellar fighters. When training with this battle formation, many people had raised doubts, believing that this battle tactic was useless. No one expected it would be used in such a situation. "Is everyone ready?" Zhao Chen asked. "All members are ready. I'll take the lead. Follow closely behind me," Zhao Chen commanded. "Yes." Zhao Chen's dragon pattern interstellar fighter took the lead, followed closely by more than 300 other interstellar fighters. Due to the close distance between them, they looked like a tight-knit ball. If the enemy targeted this area with a covering fire attack, the effect would be devastating. Initially, the speed of this flying squad was not very fast because it required everyone's cooperation. Once Zhao Chen saw that the formation was stable, he began gradually increasing the speed. However, when they crossed the meteor belt, the speed was still only at 70%. Nevertheless, this was quite good. Zhao Chen activated his secondary weapons and launched two interstellar missiles. Vice Captain Li, who was behind him, was surprised. Launching interstellar missiles from such a far distance? How could they hit anything? The following scene revealed the answer. Those two missiles were not regular interstellar missiles. After traveling a certain distance, they exploded on their own, creating a huge white mist cloud area. Following that, Zhao Chen's flying squad plunged directly into this white mist cloud area. "Watch your flight radar. Stay together. Stay calm. Follow the training we went through." Zhao Chen's voice resounded through the command channel. Due to previous battles, everyone had good cooperation and was not overly tense. They kept their heads down, focusing on their flight radar and closely monitoring the interstellar fighters in front. Zhao Chen predicted his flight distance and launched two more interstellar missiles. On the other side, a certain captain of an enemy interstellar battleship suddenly saw a white mist cloud forming in a small area within the meteor belt, and the mist continued to spread, making it impossible to see inside. "Fire! Aim your fire into the mist cloud," the captain in charge of this area shouted. Even though they didn't know what the white mist was, they were sure it was not a good sign. The battleship began firing into the mist cloud recklessly, not knowing the effectiveness of their attack. Concentrating too much firepower in this area would leave other areas vulnerable to attacks. "Use the radar to scan it," the captain ordered. "Captain, that's not an ordinary mist cloud. It seems to contain some interference particles. Our radar can't penetrate it." A crew member pointed at the black mass on the radar, where the white mist cloud was located, showing that they couldn't see inside it. "Damn it, then keep firing as hard as you can," the captain cursed. On the other side, Zhao Chen, unaware of the situation outside, knew that the interference generated by his special white mist cloud worked both ways, disturbing the enemy's radar as well as their own. The radar's range was close, allowing the interstellar fighters in the team to follow closely behind the lead fighters. "Captain, when did you equip this?" The vice captain couldn't help but ask. "Focus on the mission," Zhao Chen scolded. The vice captain didn't dare speak. Zhao Chen had customized his interstellar fighter by adding a secondary weapon module with interference white mist bombs. This was an addition made with Zhao Chen's authorization, which allowed him to use a portion of funds to upgrade his own interstellar fighter. Many high-level interstellar fighter pilots did the same to enhance their combat abilities and survivability in battle. Zhao Chen hadn't made many alterations to his fighter since the base model was solid. He had added a secondary weapon module with these interference white mist bombs integrated with special interference factors to achieve the current effect. The cost of these interference white mist bombs was very high, exceeding that of a regular interstellar missile. Hence, they were not standard equipment on interstellar fighters. Zhao Chen had added this in case of emergencies to enhance the overall combat capabilities of his interstellar fighter. In other words, it was useful for an escape. However, he never expected to use it in this situation. Adjusting his thoughts, Zhao Chen relied on his personal skills since the radar was ineffective and sight was obscured. He recalled the star map of the area and the positions of the enemy interstellar battleships. At intervals, he launched white mist bombs to cover their squad's flight path. The dense formation was aimed at reducing their vulnerable areas, allowing the star shield energy to protect more interstellar fighters. The upcoming battle could be fierce, and Zhao Chen needed to prepare for the worst. The star shield energy could be their lifeline in the end. Driving the interstellar battleship in the white mist, Zhao Chen was unsure of the external situation. However, the steadily decreasing star shield energy and the colorful ripples on the star shield outside the porthole indicated they were advancing into a hail of bullets. Inform everyone. Prepare for battle. Stay close to me, and don't panic. Zhao Chen commanded solemnly. Everyone knew the captain meant business. Finally, their squad emerged from the white mist, and before them was an enemy interstellar battleship. They could even see the windows on the starship. Chapter 1265. Frontline Commendation. Chapter 1265. Frontline Commendation. Fire. Get as close to the enemy star shield perimeter as possible. All fighter jets lock onto the star shield area at XX location. Launch the interstellar missiles in 10 seconds. Tear down the star shield defense and charge in. Do not reduce speed. Don't let the enemy's point defense cannons lock onto us. Use the enemy starships as cover. Evade attacks from other interstellar warships. Zhao Chen's words echoed continuously on the command channel. What lay before them was a T4 class interstellar destroyer. Its model was unknown. But Zhao Chen didn't have time to dwell on that now. Fire the interstellar missiles. With a command, hundreds of interstellar missiles fired at a single point on the star shield. A massive explosion ensued, creating a breach on the star shield of the interstellar destroyer. This was a common flaw in most star shield technologies, more severe in lower-class interstellar warships. When a high-intensity attack hit a particular point of the star shield's full enclosure, a vulnerability would appear, taking about a dozen seconds to self-repair. As a starship engineer, Zhao Chen was well aware of this. And now, there was a breach on the star shield of this interstellar destroyer. Charge in! Zhao Chen ordered decisively. Leading his team, they rushed in, aiming to take down the first enemy ship, a crucial step in their survival. Take out all point defense cannons of this starship. Zhao Chen commanded. Hundreds of interstellar warships swarmed in, focusing on removing each point defense cannon of the starship. Explosions erupted on the surface of the starship, a T4 class interstellar destroyer, rendering it defenseless against the onslaught of the interstellar warships. Zhao Chen glanced in the direction of the super asteroid belt. He had found the breakthrough point. If they could seize it, it would depend on the high-ranking generals of the Star Alliance. Report: a flight squadron has breached the enemy's interstellar warship defense line and is engaging the enemy in close combat. A T-6 interstellar fighter pilot, floating amidst the super asteroid belt, heard the report from the subordinates. If Zhao Chen were present, he would be surprised to discover that the pilot was none other than the commanding officer who had led him into becoming an interstellar fighter pilot. It was unexpected for a commander of his rank to personally fly an interstellar fighter to the front lines. Despite being surrounded by thousands of escorting interstellar fighter jets, the risk was still significant. What? Less than 5 minutes of battle, and they've pierced through the enemy's firepower. Who could display such courage? The commander exclaimed. It's the 3rd Flight Squadron, 18th Squadron, under your command. The subordinate responded. It took a moment for the commander to register, recalling how he had recruited Zhao Chen for his exceptional talent and skills. Never had he anticipated such a stellar performance so quickly. How did he do it? The commander asked, still in disbelief. Please watch this footage of the battle, the subordinate said, transmitting the recorded combat video to the commander. As the commander watched the footage, he couldn't help but marvel. using these interference smokescreens, daring to fly blindly into the enemy's camp without external assistance. It seems to be some tactical formation, shortening the vulnerable area of the squadron significantly. Remarkable! How did Zhao Chen come up with such a strategy and have the audacity to execute it? The admiring commander praised. The use of these smokescreens was not particularly unique, but the courage to implement it was commendable. Flying blindly within a squadron, especially during such high-risk maneuvers, required a daring squadron commander. These actions demanded great skill. I thought we would need to lose tens of thousands of interstellar fighters before cracking the enemy's defenses. But this young man has shown me a pleasant surprise. We can't let his efforts go in vain. Transmit my orders. All flight squadrons, focus on breaking through in the XXXX at 20 direction. Tear open this breach. The commander ordered. With the hole created by Zhao Chen's 18th Squadron, the enemy's defensive firepower in that area significantly decreased. Even though they lacked the smokescreen weapon, the probability of successfully infiltrating this location would be much higher. Moreover, seeing the 18th Squadron still fighting there, they couldn't stand idly by. It was an opportunity not to be missed. Under the Superior's command, a large fleet of interstellar fighters charged toward the route where Zhao Chen's 18th Squadron had traveled, facing the enemy's barrage head-on. This resulted in a significant increase in casualties. However, the fiery explosion of an enemy interstellar warship shortly after ignited the fervor of all interstellar fighter pilots. And in a broadcast message to all channels came the remarkable announcement, "I am Commander Song Jiawei, the overall commander of this operation. I hereby commend the entire crew of the 3rd Flight Squadron, 18th Squadron, under the T-5 Colossus-class medium carrier Starship X-092, led by Captain Zhao Chen. They were the first to break through the enemy's interstellar warship defenses, taking down one enemy interstellar warship. Therefore, I announce that the 18th Flight Squadron designation shall be retained permanently, advancing to the rank of the 18th Flight Squadron. Captain Zhao Chen of the 18th Flight Squadron is promoted directly to the rank of captain. All soldiers of the 18th Flight Squadron are promoted one rank immediately. Additional rewards will be awarded post-battle. Furthermore, I declare that any flight squadrons or teams that manage to breach the enemy ranks and demonstrate outstanding performance will be duly rewarded." This public broadcast of commendation lit up the eyes of the interstellar fighter pilots charging in, each being elevated to the rank of captain, only a step away from becoming a commissioned officer. Essentially, once this battle ended, if Zhao Chen, this extraordinary individual, made it back alive, his promotion to major was practically guaranteed. Coupled with the legends surrounding the 18th Squadron's leader, within the span of a single battle, ascending to ranks was unprecedented. This would undoubtedly go down as a legend in the history of the Star Alliance. Chapter 1266 The Old Captain. Chapter 1266 The Old Captain. Ha ha ha. Our captain is now a major. Major captain. That sounds prestigious. Look at you. As soon as we return this time, our captain will be a lieutenant colonel. Wow, our captain looks like he's not even 30 yet. A lieutenant colonel under 30. Unbelievable. Captain, I see you're still single. I have a sister you should consider. Ha, that sister. Is she worthy of our captain? Actually, gender doesn't have to matter so much. Listening to the conversation on the team's communication channel, Zhao Chen coldly said, "Are you all itching for trouble? Have you forgotten what time it is now? Or do you all not want to survive? During battle, don't act so carefree. Those who spoke just now, prepare for extra training when we return." Upon hearing the captain's reprimand, those who were speaking earlier all closed their mouths, showing no signs of anger, as they knew the captain's concern was for their safety. In the captain's eyes, safety comes first. Before every battle, the most commonly heard phrase is, "I will bring you all back." Using the wreckage of this interstellar battleship as the center, replicate the tactics we just used. If any interstellar fighter sustains damage exceeding 70%, withdraw immediately. In the lower abdomen area of the interstellar battleship wreckage we attacked just now, there is a concave pit where you can temporarily regroup. Any interstellar battleship that has depleted all its star shield energy should also withdraw from frontline combat. Understood. Zhao Chen's voice resounded once again. Deputy Captain Li hesitated slightly, but in that case, won't they accuse us of being cowardly in battle? If they blame us, just say it was my order. Starshields are all spent, interstellar battleships damaged beyond 70%. Even if we charge, they are mere cannon fodder. Zhao Chen's tone was uncompromising. Despite sounding harsh, to all the pilots, it was extremely reassuring. How could they not love a captain like this? They were willing to give their lives for him without hesitation. Subsequently, the 18th Squadron, operating with impeccable coordination, took down the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th interstellar battleships. However, the casualties of the 18th Squadron began to gradually increase. Out of the initial nearly 400 interstellar fighters, less than 300 remained, with around 30% no longer combat effective and relegated to the reserve. With a grim expression, Zhao Chen gazed towards the direction of the supermeteor shower. Given the current situation, if the reinforcements from the rear didn't arrive soon, they could only hold out for another 5 minutes at most. Despite having a considerable number of T5-level interstellar fighters, it was impossible to turn the tide. All they could do now was wait. Lao Li, control the battle area. Don't stray too far. After taking down a few more interstellar battleships, halt your active combat mission and stand by in your current position. Zhao Chen ordered solemnly. Understood. Deputy Captain Li also understood the captain's intention. The combat effectiveness of the 18th Squadron had almost reached its limit. Continuing the fight would risk significant casualties. After eliminating another interstellar battleship, a swarm of over 3,000 enemy interstellar fighters appeared from all directions. Captain, enemy interstellar fighters have arrived. Over 3,000 T5 interstellar fighters. Deputy Captain Li said with concern. Zhao Chen observed the approaching enemy fighters on the radar and commanded, order all interstellar fighters to retreat back to a specified area. Prepare to engage the enemy interstellar fighters. Remember, we are at a disadvantage, so we must utilize the terrain and coordinate with each other effectively. Try to engage the enemy in hit-and-run tactics. Yes, all the interstellar fighters of the 18th Squadron retreated back. Meanwhile, the pilots from the previously hidden interstellar fighters among the wreckage of the disabled interstellar battleships also volunteered for battle. Captain, we volunteer for battle. The disparity between our interstellar fighters and the enemy is already substantial. If we hide now, the consequences will be unacceptable. Yes, Captain. We are not afraid to die. Let us go. Captain, we volunteer for battle. Hearing the enthusiastic words of the interstellar fighter pilots, Zhao Chen calmly said, Stop making so much noise. I don't want you all being idle. Just follow my orders later. You've been trained for this. Don't embarrass me. Heh, don't worry, Captain. Even without my star shield, my interstellar fighter can still take a few hits later. Listen to you. The captain said we will return, so we will definitely return. Listening to the banter of these young pilots, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Chen's lips. The battle between the two sides of the interstellar fighters began. With the enemy having 10 times the number of fighters and being in their prime, while the 18th Squadron was nearly exhausted, the disparity in strength was evident. However, unexpectedly, under these circumstances, the 18th Squadron demonstrated remarkable combat effectiveness. Through coordinated tactics, they still managed to maintain a kill-to-death ratio of 2-to-1. This was a remarkable achievement, thanks to Zhao Chen's careful planning. Previously, some heavily damaged or shieldless interstellar fighters were positioned close to the wreckage of the interstellar battleships, ready for action. These fighters often remained in radar blind spots, allowing the 18th Squadron to take advantage. Some fighters would intentionally lure the enemy fighters to certain areas where hidden interstellar fighters of the 18th Squadron were waiting. In this way, the 18th Squadron was able to ambush and destroy the enemy fighters. Although the 18th Squadron suffered some losses during this process, they remained superior. Following this success, Zhao Chen initiated a second tactical move. This tactic was similar to the previous one, involving shieldless interstellar fighters sticking close to another fighter for mutual protection under their shields. This required precise and coordinated flying, a skill the 18th Squadron had honed. Despite these tactics, the overwhelming strength advantage between the two sides couldn't be completely overcome by Zhao Chen's strategies. Soon, the battle reached a stalemate. Additionally, bad news followed. 2 more enemy squads of interstellar fighters have been spotted, totaling nearly 10,000 units. They are expected to arrive at this battlefield within 3 minutes. Chapter 1267. Reinforcements arrive at this moment. The 18th Squad seem to be roasting on the magma, slowly descending into it, with their fate of being shattered to pieces only a matter of time. But Zhao Chen had no other choice but to try his best to increase the cooperation and combat capabilities of his team through his commanding skills. The rest he could only leave to fate. Captain, more than half of our interstellar fighters have depleted their star shields. The remaining half have only about 30% of their star shield energy left. On average, each interstellar fighter has less than 3 interstellar missiles left, Vice Captain Li urgently reported. After a moment of silence, Zhao Chen calmly said, "Continue the fight." Vice Captain Li knew that at this moment, even if the captain was stronger, he couldn't change the situation. They could only wait. Report, a large number of enemy interstellar fighters have appeared on the left wing of the battlefield. They are about to threaten our fleet. Report, enemy interstellar fighters have also appeared on the right wing of the battlefield. Our interstellar fighters on the edge of the battlefield are already under attack. Listening to the commands on the communication channel, Zhao Chen said nothing. Was it really over? If Zhao Chen was a commander, perhaps he would have many strategies. But now, he was just a slightly higher-ranking officer than the low-level soldiers, commanding hundreds of interstellar fighters, which would only make a splash in this battlefield. After the splash, besides the dissipating ripples, there would be no other effects. "Zi Zhao, hold on. Brother is here for you." Suddenly, a familiar voice came through the communication channel, bringing a slight smile to Zhao Chen's lips. "Brother Zhang, if you were any later, you wouldn't have seen me, brother." The arrival was Lieutenant Zhang, who had always looked after Zhao Chen. "Haha, I can't help it. I don't have your skills." Charging through the asteroid belt, killing into the enemy base within 5 minutes. The general even praised you and your squad over the public channel. After this battle, you are likely to be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. When I see you then, I'll have to address you as an officer. Listening to Lieutenant Zhang's words, Zhao Chen responded, "Enough, don't pull my leg, otherwise, I'll be really chilled." "Got it. Brothers of the 2nd Squad, follow me. Don't let the brothers of the 18th Squad steal all the limelight." Listening to the conversation on the channel, Zhao Chen looked at the fighter radar. He could see a large number of friendly interstellar fighters coming out on the radar. Not just Lieutenant Zhang's 2nd Squad, but also other flying squads. 100, 300, 500, 1000. Zhao Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a video window popped up in front of Zhao Chen. He thought it was his superior coming to speak to him. But to his surprise, it was the general who had guided him to become an interstellar fighter pilot. "Hello, General. Zhao Chen, you did well this time. You saved our offensive time and greatly reduced our casualties. Now you and your squad can either stand by on the spot or choose the right time to withdraw to the temporary base for rest and resupply." "Thank you, General." Zhao Chen replied sincerely. In fact, more than rewards, being able to withdraw his squad from the fight was what he hoped for the most. "Rest well. After the battle, I will personally summon you." Chapter 1268, taking on a heavy responsibility once again. Zhao Chen, who was currently executing escort missions, suddenly received a communication message. A video window opened, and the general from before appeared in front of Zhao Chen again. "General," Zhao Chen saluted. Now that he was under someone else's command, he naturally needed to be honest and obedient. The general's expression was somewhat gloomy, and after seeing Zhao Chen, he remained silent for a while. Zhao Chen also did not speak at this time. People of this status did not talk without a reason. They had already instructed his 18th Squad to rest here, so there should not be any other matters to address. Despite Zhao Chen's outstanding performance, he was only a pilot of an interstellar fighter and the captain of a squad. It was already commendable for a commanding general to spare time to praise him. Contacting him now could only mean trouble. "Zhao Chen, we have received information that the enemy's interstellar fleet reinforcements are about to arrive early. If we allow these reinforcements to enter the battlefield here now, we will not be able to completely destroy this industrial base nor evacuate safely. Therefore, we need someone to lead a group of interstellar fighters to intercept this fleet, buying us at least half an hour of time. After careful consideration, I believe you are the most suitable candidate for this mission." The general finally spoke. Zhao Chen knew it was not good news. His heart sank, but a person could not refuse a task given by someone of a higher rank. He asked directly, "General, what is the mission?" The general continued, "We have been informed that the enemy's interstellar fleet reinforcements consist of 30,000 ships. To resist these ships with just our interstellar fighters, it is estimated that you will only have 1 million interstellar fighters at your disposal. In addition, we have 30 million interstellar drones. Given the circumstances, we cannot increase the number of interstellar fighters. The previous battles we had already cost us half of our fleet. The enemies here, along with the defense facilities attacking our interstellar industrial base, still require interstellar support. Therefore, you will only have 1 million fighters for this mission." Zhao Chen frowned and inquired, "Is there no possibility of increasing the number of interstellar fighters?" The general shook his head and explained the situation regarding their limited resources. After listening, Zhao Chen felt the urge to overturn the table in frustration. Defending against 30,000 enemy interstellar ships with only 1 million fighters, including powerful enemy ships among them, was an extremely daunting task. Realizing the difficulty of the mission, Zhao Chen still agreed, as he had no right to refuse. The general assured him that he would promote Zhao Chen to the rank of major if he could persevere for half an hour. This promise shocked everyone around, as it meant that Zhao Chen might ascend to the rank of brigadier general. Despite the astounding offer, Zhao Chen expressed his willingness to accept the mission, but laid out some conditions. "I accept the mission, but I have a few conditions. Firstly, regardless of my current rank, all squadron leaders of the 1 million interstellar fighters I will command must unconditionally obey my orders," Zhao Chen stated firmly. The general agreed, granting him full authority equivalent to his own. "During the battle, no matter what orders I issue, even if they seem extreme and lead all 1 million fighters to a near-suicidal mission, not even you can interfere," Zhao Chen continued. The general hesitated, but eventually agreed not to interfere with Zhao Chen's commands. As a final condition, the 18th Squad will not participate in this operation, Zhao Chen concluded. Chapter 1269, Team 18 Stay Behind. Chapter 1269, Team 18 Stay Behind. The remaining 100 members of Team 18 are now leisurely sitting in their own cockpits. Some have even activated the autopilot mode and are chatting privately with their teammates. "Hey, we hit the jackpot by joining Team 18. Who says we didn't? Look at the sacrifices our team has made since its inception. Definitely more than any other team. With a captain like this, I'm willing to entrust my life to him without hesitation. Our captain is truly a great person, valuing our lives above all else, yes. Look at the fierce battlefield over there. Although we have suffered significant losses this time too, losing more than 400 brothers, now there are only a little over 100 left. But this is already considered the best situation. I heard that our 1st Brigade has already had 5 teams completely wiped out, and even their 2nd elite team has almost disappeared." As they chatted, a video window popped up. "Who is contacting me at this time?" Curious, they clicked to open. A familiar figure appeared on the other end, but the background looked different. "Lo Pan, do you see where we are?" There were several people on the other end, all members of their Team 18. The background seemed to be the cockpit of a starfighter, but larger. "You guys are, where?" Lo Pan looked at the scene of his brothers. "Heh, the captain specially arranged for us. Our starfighter suffered severe damage and can hardly continue flying. So we've been evacuated to a starry supply transport. Right now, we can not only rest well, but also enjoy delicious food." The person on the other end picked up drinks and food, making those on this side envious. "Oh, you guys." Lo Pan and others laughed and scolded. Suddenly, someone noticed something amiss. "Hey, isn't that our captain starfighter? We are separating from the escort team and flying towards there." Someone noticed that the captain's starfighter, which had always been among Team 18's formation, suddenly broke away from the group and headed far away. "Yes. And look over there. Many starfighters are converging in the direction the captain is flying. What's going on?" Some questioned, some were puzzled, and some were worried. Some bold individuals tried to contact the captain, but couldn't reach him. This raised suspicions among them. Unable to reach the captain, they tried contacting the vice captain. "Vice Captain Lee, how did the captain separate from the group?" Someone directly asked Vice Captain Lee. "The captain has his own mission. The command of Team 18 has been handed over to Emmy. We just need to continue patrolling here. Vice Captain Lee's voice sounded strange, even choked up. Some attentive individuals sensed that something was amiss. Calling him by name, one said, "Lee, what's actually going on? Don't hide it from us." Adjusting his emotions, Vice Captain Lee spoke sternly. "This is the captain's order. You have no right to question it." Hearing Vice Captain Lee's outburst, no one spoke on the communication channel. It seemed like the matter had been swept under the rug. However, soon an angry voice broke out. "Lee Da, our captain went to intercept enemy reinforcements, and you kept it from us." Hearing this, the communication channel of Team 18 erupted as if in an explosion. Intercepting enemy reinforcements? Instantly, discussions arose, with everyone inquiring of the man who exposed the matter. This man was also one of the vice captains of Team 18, but not as high-ranking as Vice Captain Lee Da. Still, being a vice captain, he was an experienced soldier with some connections. He had just contacted some team leaders and obtained this information. Without hiding it, he directly told everyone. Captain Zhao Chen is to lead 1,000,000 starfighters to intercept 30,000 enemy starships within half an hour. What? 1,000,000 starfighters to intercept 30,000 enemy starships? Previously, tens of millions of starships under our captain's efforts barely breached the enemy starship defense line. Yet we still suffered the loss of millions of starships. Sending just 1,000,000 starfighters to intercept 30,000 enemy starships while giving our captain only half an hour. Isn't this just sending our captain to die? Then why did our captain leave us here? Some questioned this fatal mission, while others wondered why the captain left while Team 18 stayed behind. Vice Captain Lee Da knew this matter couldn't be hidden any longer. Clenching his fist, he gritted his teeth and said, "This is a mission directly given to the captain by the general. Can our captain refuse?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent. A mission directly ordered by the general indeed left no room for refusal. Our captain accepted this mission, but he made a condition to the general. That is, Team 18 won't be involved in this operation. Vice Captain Lee Da struggled to speak, his voice choked up. The communication channel fell dead silent, as if filled with chilling coldness, despite being only a communication channel. Finally, a trembling voice spoke up. Captain is trading his own life for ours. In their view, a scenario where 1,000,000 starfighters would intercept 30,000 starships was a death sentence. It was as if the captain was sacrificing himself for them. The captain promised us. He said he would bring us back. So, just stay here. Vice Captain Lee Da's mouth was now bleeding from biting too hard. Seeing a starfighter from Team 18 suddenly turning towards the captain's starship, he immediately recognized it as the old soldier who had exposed the truth. Lao Liu, what are you doing? Leaving the group without permission. Do you know this will land you in military court? Vice Captain Lee Da saw the starfighter and quickly recognized the old soldier who had revealed the truth. I'm a soldier of Team 18. Although I've only been with the captain for a month, I know how he has treated me. If it weren't for the captain, in the previous battles, I would have already lost my life. I'm scared of dying, and I want to go back home. But I can't just hide like a coward while the captain takes risks. Even if I make it back alive later, I won't have the face to go on living. The captain said he would bring us back. Lao Liu's voice also choked up at this moment. At over 40 years old, tears were flowing freely. Without following the captain, I won't remember the way home. Chapter 1270. Living and dying together, I'm going to. I want to go to. The captain is the leader of our 18th squad. How can the 18th squad not go when the captain is on a mission? Damn it. I can't trust the captain's safety with members of other squads. If we came out with the captain, we have to go back with the captain. More and more interstellar fighters detached from the fleet, chasing after Zhao Chen, who was leaving. You are deserting your post. It's against military orders. Deputy Captain Lee was becoming increasingly anxious. The voice of old Liu resounded once more, with a hint of indifference. What does it matter if it's against military orders? The captain accepted this mission for our safety. He only made one condition, that our 18th squad does not need to participate in this mission. For a captain like this, I will go against military orders today. Originally, over 100 interstellar fighters from the 18th squad had already left, and more were continuously departing. A middle-aged man held his head in his hands, his face trembling, tears streaming down. In his hands, he held a pendant with a photo of a mother and daughter. I promise them, this time when I return, I will retire, live a good life with them. I promise them. I must return alive. I must return alive. They can't be without me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There were many others in such conflict. After all, the danger level of this mission greatly exceeded their previous ones. It could even result in the entire army being wiped out. Once they go, there might truly be no chance of survival. Report, Detachment 06 Temporary Supply Base. A large number of interstellar fighters from the 18th Squad responsible for guarding the base suddenly leaving the area. A subordinate reported to the stern-faced general sitting in the captain's chair. General, the 18th Squad deserted their post. It's against military orders. They should be severely punished. A middle-aged staff officer who had spoken before now stood up, immediately stating his opinion. The general's cold gaze fell on the staff officer. He spoke, the destination of these interstellar fighters from the 18th Squad. They are all pursuing the captain's flagship of the 18th Squad, the subordinate reported. Upon hearing this, the general closed his eyes and took a deep breath, knowing that it's a mission with slim chances of survival. For the sake of his squad, he willingly accepted. And for him, they swore to follow. Such superior, such subordinates. If I had that, what else could I ask for? The general opened his eyes, his icy gaze landing on the middle-aged staff officer. Staff Officer Jin, if I remember correctly, your nephew is the commander of the 5th Flying Squadron, right? Before, Zhao Chen joined the 3rd Flying Squadron due to conflict between the two squadrons, becoming a target. Your actions to suppress your rival have crossed the line. Staff Officer Jin, or did the 5th Flying Squadron promise you something? Staff Officer Jin broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He immediately lowered his head. General, I misunderstood the situation earlier and was impulsive. I request punishment. He felt intense regret at this moment. He shouldn't have been so eager to suppress the 18th Squad. But the growth of the 18th Squad truly threatened the interests of their faction. I do not want factional disputes on my flagship and to use those disputes on the battlefield. The general said coldly, if I recall, Staff Officer Jin, you haven't been in the best of health recently. You have been diligent during your time with me. In that case, step down to the sideline soon. Once this war is over, I will arrange for you. For now, rest. Let others handle the work. Staff Officer Jin did not know how he walked out of the bridge. His face was filled with regret. He was in his prime, but being pushed to the sidelines meant he had no hope of rising further. This made him resent Zhao Chen even more, all because of this guy that led to his current situation. Yet, a smirk involuntarily tugged at his lips. Zhao Chen, no matter how strong you are, no matter how skilled at command you are, carrying out this interception mission with 1 million interstellar fighters against 30,000 interstellar battleships, you are doomed. If you dare to retreat prematurely, I can find someone to impeach you. Cowardice and retreat affect the overall strategy. Even if you have great achievements, you won't escape. The staff officer chuckled coldly. Inside the bridge, the general rubbed his chin, sighing deeply. Arrange other squads to cover the 18th Squad's position. Those interstellar fighters from the 18th Squad that were willing to follow Zhao Chen don't need to be stopped. Those who didn't follow can do as they please, yes? At that moment, Zhao Chen also noticed the interstellar fighters trailing him. He frowned and immediately activated his previously closed command frequency. Li Da, what's going on? Didn't I instruct you to continue with the escort mission with the team? There was a tinge of anger in Zhao Chen's words. Li Da felt so wronged at that moment. Stuck in the middle was unbearable. Following the captain's mission, none of his comrades were listening to him. And now, the captain was questioning him. Captain, it's really not my fault. They found out about the mission you were to carry out, and each of them blatantly went against military orders to come after you. I couldn't stop them. Li Da's voice was full of grievance, almost on the verge of tears. Captain, it is indeed not Li Da's responsibility. We came here voluntarily. Yes, we volunteered to come. You are here to carry out the mission given by higher-ups. You are the captain of the 18th Squad. How can you not bring us, the 18th Squad, with you? Hearing the voices on the communication channel, Zhao Chen's heart was moved. He said heavily, "But you need to know the danger of this mission. I can't guarantee your Captain, since we came here, we are not afraid of death. To be honest, ever since we carried out this secret attack mission, we have been standing on the edge of a cliff. You let us out alive. Our lives are given by you. We agreed. If we go back together. I've only heard of captains abandoning their team members. I've never heard of team members abandoning their captain to save themselves. Captain, we are not afraid of death." Listening to the voices of his subordinates, Zhao Chen clenched his fist. He controlled his tone. "It's not too late to turn back now. If you follow now, you won't have a chance to leave." There were fewer words on the communication channel, but on the radar of the starship, the markers pursuing tirelessly already told everything. Sobs. "I'm not a coward who fears death. Please don't leave me. But, if I can't make it back alive, please take care of my wife and daughter." At this moment, a voice of a middle-aged man with a quivering tone full of emotions came through on the communication channel. Everyone recognized that person. Because, usually, this person often flaunted the photo of his daughter in front of everyone. And his retirement application had already been submitted. After this battle, he could retire back to his home to be with his wife and daughter. Chapter 1271. Everyone is here. Zhao Chen remained silent. He glanced at the current roster of the 18th Squad. The 18th Squad currently had 138 members, the same number as those who had just arrived. Lao Li, centralize the battle formations and stop flying around randomly. Next, I will command the other squads. You will continue to oversee the 18th Squad, Zhao Chen stated solemnly. Understood, Vice Captain Li said, feeling relieved now that everything was settled. It was just another life-threatening mission, similar to when they had previously attacked the enemy's position. But in the end, the captain had led them back safely. So, they trusted their captain. After briefing the 18th Squad, Zhao Chen turned his attention to the remaining 1 million interstellar fighter jets. Time was of the essence. Zhao Chen had to quickly organize these 1 million fighter jets. Unlike the 18th Squad, these were newly trained teams and each squad was different. Managing them posed a significant challenge. This is Zhao Chen. This is the command channel for the Daring Alliance Squad. All squadron leaders are requested to report their status. If you haven't reached the designated location, do so within 3 minutes. Those who arrive late will be considered insubordinate and stripped of their leadership position to be taken over by the vice captain. Zhao Chen's strict command sent a clear message to everyone. This immediately revoked the leadership of some individuals. Squadron after squadron reported their status. Simultaneously, a larger data panel appeared in front of Zhao Chen, thanks to the boosted performance from an auxiliary interstellar fighter jet nearby. A full squadron comprised 3,000 fighter jets. Despite previous battles, almost all squadrons were still at full strength. It was clear that the general had been fair in not assigning damaged or poorly maintained squadrons. After reviewing the lit-up squadron list, Zhao Chen settled on approximately 600 squadrons. In response to Zhao Chen's authority, all squadrons promptly arrived on time. I will now reorganize you. The 1 million fighter jets will be divided into 20 fighter clusters. Each cluster will have a designated cluster leader, to whom I will issue direct orders for the cluster's fighters to execute. Any cluster leader found derelict in their duties or disobeying orders will face severe consequences. The mention of severe consequences left everyone gasping. The lists of the 20 fighter clusters and their leaders were quickly established. Each cluster has 5 minutes to assemble. Cluster leaders should establish their command channels to ensure seamless execution of commands in combat, Zhao Chen directed. The 1 million fighter jets were soon divided into 20 regions, resembling 20 swarms of bees. Meanwhile, the general sat in his command chair, frowning at the list. Are you certain that you provided all the data on the interstellar fighter squadrons 10 minutes ago? He asked a staff officer. Yes, the officer replied. The general then pondered how Zhao Chen swiftly and accurately appointed cluster leaders. Each selection was spot on, demonstrating the individual's capabilities and achievements. The general admired Zhao Chen's understanding of the squadron leaders on his own mothership, but he now had to select leaders from numerous other carriers without prior authorization to access their information. "I wonder if he is just lucky or truly possesses exceptional talent," the general muttered. Pointing to a previous incident where someone disobeyed Zhao Chen's orders and faced severe punishment, the staff officer hesitantly inquired whether Zhao Chen's measures were too harsh. However, the general firmly asserted that exceptional circumstances require exceptional measures, underscoring Zhao Chen's authority on matters related to operations. As the general emphasized Zhao Chen's command authority, it inadvertently provided some assistance to Zhao Chen, emphasizing the importance of a commander's authority on the battlefield. "I hope Zhao Chen will bring us a surprise. Just half an hour. We only need half an hour. Please." The general's expression was serious. He stared fixedly at the impending interstellar battlefield. Countless senior officers were also focused on this crucial moment, as the success of the military operation hinged on its smooth execution. Chapter 1270 to Blackmail? Chapter 1270 to Blackmail? Everywhere are scattered fragments of interstellar battleships and interstellar fighters. The originally spacious starway appears chaotic and disordered at this moment. Nevertheless, many interstellar battleships are still attempting to break through, but each one gets entangled by interstellar fighters. Both sides are on the brink of a life or death battle. Both sides are filled with hatred, wishing to clean up all these annoying flies. The interstellar fighters on this side are all determined to fight their enemies to the death, even in situations where their interstellar battleships are running out of ammo and shield energy. With no chance of retreat, they directly pilot their interstellar fighters to ram into the enemy battleships, turning their fighters into their final attack. General, the destruction of the enemy's industrial base is reaching its final stage. It is estimated that it will be completely taken care of in another 5 minutes, the staff officer whispered. The general stared at the battle footage from the front lines, remaining silent. He had been maintaining this posture for at least 15 minutes. "General," the staff officer called out softly again, finally bringing the general back to reality. "What did you just say?" The general looked at the staff officer. The staff officer repeated the report he gave earlier. "We still have 5 minutes," the general muttered the time and suddenly felt relieved. 5 minutes are enough to ensure the smooth progress of the upcoming operation. The general's gaze returned to the battlefield, feeling a heavy burden in his heart. "Spread my orders. After 5 minutes, retreat the interstellar fighters from the industrial base battlefield. Select those fighters still combat ready to prepare for covering the retreat of Zhao Chen's fighters," the general reminded. "Understood," the staff officer replied, then hesitated and asked, "General, about the promise you made to Zhao Chen, are you really going to fulfill it?" The general furrowed his brows, looking at his staff officer with an unfriendly expression. The staff officer hastily explained, "I didn't mean anything else, but according to Captain Zhao Chen's request, all interstellar fighter pilots sacrificed in this battle will receive 5 times the usual compensation. And those who performed bravely will be given 10 times the compensation. Additionally, the Alliance will take care of the martyrs' direct descendants until adulthood, parents until their passing, and wives will receive compensation equal to at least 10 years of average income. Will this amount be too high? When the superiors find out, they may not agree." The staff officer expressed his concerns. The general fell silent for a moment. This was a demand Zhao Chen suddenly made at the beginning of the battle, presenting a condition for sacrificing martyrs. If they managed to hold on for half an hour and complete this arduous mission, the Alliance would grant compensation far beyond the usual standards for soldiers sacrificed in this battle. In that situation, he had no chance to refuse. If Zhao Chen had made this demand when he accepted the mission in the first place, he probably wouldn't have agreed or would have discussed it. But at the time, he had no choice but to agree. The subsequent performance on the battlefield was largely due to Zhao Chen's condition. Because Zhao Chen recorded that conversation and broadcasted it over the public frequency of 1 million interstellar fighters. In that instant, it ignited the blood of 1 million interstellar fighter pilots. They knew from the beginning of the mission what they were getting into. It was as if they were standing at the edge of death, living on the brink. However, Zhao Chen secured them this super compensation condition. Though it couldn't change the likely outcome of their sacrifice, at least they knew that their sacrifice would secure their families' livelihoods. As a result, those who had thought their fate was sealed had a significant change in their inner emotions. They were less afraid of death. In the battle, they all displayed bravery, fearless of life and death. They were even willing to carry out suicidal attacks. The situation is favorable now, so we talk about the high compensation. Why didn't we discuss it before? The general asked. The staff officer hung his head in shame. At that time, not many believed the operational plan would succeed. But unexpectedly, the man had now completed this challenging mission. In that case, the promised high compensation and related benefits had to be fulfilled. It was an uncommonly high compensation in the history of the Alliance. If we renege on our promises, wouldn't the commanders of our Alliance become untrustworthy superiors? Once this matter spreads within the Alliance's military, do you know what kind of impact it would have? The general's expression turned stern. That was probably why Zhao Chen made that conversation public. Once it was out, there was a possibility it would spread. If they refused to meet their commitment, the blame wouldn't land on Zhao Chen, but on the Alliance. The position of the Alliance would be affected. The Alliance's higher-ups weren't foolish. They would understand this matter clearly. No matter what, this is something I promised. I will fulfill it for sure. If the Alliance disagrees later, then I will talk to the Alliance myself. I refuse to believe that my elder brother can't settle this account clearly. The general's final words came out. The people around him remained silent, dared not say a word. Yes, this young lieutenant general in front of them also came from the Song family. He was the half-brother of Song Chen. That's why this relatively young man had become a lieutenant general, and also why he could command such a massive operation personally. Of course, his abilities played a role in this promotion, but no one would believe it if they were told that his bloodline and family ties had nothing to do with it. It's a shame about Zhao Chen's talent. Once this battle report goes up, I guess this Zhao Chen won't stay with us anymore. My elder brother has always cherished talents, the lieutenant general mourned. But he had no regrets. Talents like Zhao Chen shouldn't be buried under his command. From Zhao Chen's current performance, he possessed significant talent for battlefield command. Even if he didn't serve as a commander, he could easily take on roles like Corps leader. Chapter 1273. Deadline. Chapter 1273 Deadline. General. At this moment, Zhao Chen's voice came through the communication channel. Zhao Chen's voice was a bit hoarse, indicating signs of fatigue. I'm here, the general replied. The mission is half an hour away. There are only 3 minutes left. After 3 minutes, our remaining interstellar fighters will begin to retreat. By then, I hope you can arrange some interstellar fighters on your end to provide us with fire support, Zhao Chen said. Don't worry, I've already arranged that, the general replied. Thank you. Hearing the words spoken by the other party, the general himself was surprised. It seemed like the first time he heard this man say thank you. Even though he had always been his subordinate, this man always gave off a sense of dignity and never made such requests. However, being able to make him say these words undoubtedly meant something. He was speaking up for the interstellar fighter warriors who had fought hard until now. He didn't want, at this final moment, due to certain reasons, to increase the casualties among these warriors. It seemed like this man always cared about the lives of those under his command. Zhao Chen, on the other hand, was unaware of how others were evaluating him at the moment. He was really tired now. Despite the boost from the Super Warrior Potion, his body had basically recovered to that state. However, leading to battles back-to-back, this one commanding a million interstellar fighters without the assistance of a high-level brain, the pressure was indeed significant. Transmit my orders 2 minutes from now. 20 fighter clusters are to prepare for a gradual retreat. Do not rush the retreat. Follow the commands I've given. Zhao Chen reminded them at the end. The 20 cluster leaders on the command channel took immediate action. Through the battle half an hour ago, they had personally experienced this man's strong leadership skills. Even if they had some reluctance before the battle, experiencing it had garnered everyone's admiration. Without this man, perhaps there would have been no chance of success in this battle. And before the battle, he almost used a form of coercion to request a super compensation fund from the general. They were not fools and were well aware that Zhao Chen was essentially pressuring the general at the time. If it had been a narrow-minded general, Zhao Chen's behavior would undoubtedly have jeopardized his own future. So, everyone genuinely admired this young man. Finally, the last 3 minutes arrived. Zhao Chen led the remaining interstellar fighters in executing the mission, and they began their return journey. The enemy interstellar warships opposite them would not give up so easily. Each ship pursued them as if driven mad. But because the battlefield was littered with debris from too many interstellar warships and fighter remains, the area momentarily resembled an interstellar junkyard, indirectly impeding the pursuit of these enemy interstellar warships. Ultimately, with the fire support from the interstellar warships deployed by the Rear General's command, these interstellar fighters successfully retreated. In the end, the enemy's interstellar warships could only watch as these sneaky attackers entered the super asteroid belt. Due to the limited space in the asteroid belt, interstellar warships couldn't enter, and they could only watch as their industrial base was destroyed and those fugitives escaped. Frustrated, they could only vent their anger by firing at the asteroid belt's area. Zhao Chen ... After evacuating to the super asteroid belt, Zhao Chen remained silent for a long time, not issuing any new orders. Eventually, the general, unable to hold back, greeted him. "General, the mission is over. I'm handing back command to you. If there's nothing else, I'd like to take a break," Zhao Chen said, cutting off the communication before the general could respond, leaving those on the general's command channel staring at each other. This kid had quite a temper. He dared to hang up the general's call directly. However, the general didn't pay much attention to it. Perhaps people with capabilities tended to be a little temperamental. Next was the return journey. The return journey was relatively safe, with at most some enemy bases hidden along the way that might harass them. But they were few in number, so it didn't cause much trouble. Outside the super asteroid belt, the interstellar fleet stationed there was anxiously waiting. To avoid exposing this military operation, they hadn't had any communication with the interstellar fighters since the operation began, so they had no idea of their current situation. They only knew one thing: if the squadron of fighter jets didn't return by the designated time, all interstellar warships in the area would withdraw. After all, this was the enemy's universe. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it became, especially since they had attacked an enemy industrial base. The enemy would soon realize that the attacking interstellar fighters had launched from the super asteroid belt. At that time, they would undoubtedly dispatch their interstellar fleet to hunt them down. Therefore, they had to withdraw within the stipulated time. Report, there's half an hour left. According to the plan, if the interstellar fighters led by the general don't return within this half hour, we have to retreat, a staff officer said worriedly. The deputy commander regretted. "I shouldn't have allowed the general to go on this mission personally." The general was from the Song family, the brother of the leader of the Star Alliance. If something happened to him, the responsibility would fall on them as well. But it was too late to regret now. They could only pray that the general could return safely. Report. Energy reactions from interstellar fighters have been detected inside the asteroid belt. Hearing this report, the entire Cambridge seemed to be celebrating. "Quick! Order all motherships to prepare to welcome the returning interstellar fighters," the deputy commander ordered loudly. Sir, shouldn't we confirm the identities of the interstellar fighters first?" a staff officer suggested. It was the correct procedure to follow. However, in the current situation, who would care about following the procedure? What time is it now? Besides our interstellar fighters, who else can cross the asteroid belt back? The deputy commander said bluntly. The staff officer felt helpless and didn't say anything. This was also the procedure to follow. By now, interstellar fighters had crossed through the asteroid belt and appeared in front of everyone. It was confirmed that they were from their Star Alliance. However, each fighter jet looked as if it had been through a storm. Watching this scene, everyone waiting felt a wave of respect and reverence. Chapter 1270 for roll call starfighters landed on their respective carrier starships according to the navigator's arrangements. However, compared to when they departed, the scene was now sparser. Some carrier starships even took half a day before a single starfighter landed. The starfighter piloted by the general also landed smoothly, receiving preferential treatment due to his special status. The starfighter slowly descended on the lift platform, its exterior intact, but its interstellar missiles depleted. This was because, in the final stages of the operation, to cover the retreat of Zhao Chen's starfighters, he had fired off his interstellar missiles. Given his special status, no one would agree to let him take risks. If the final cover operation had not been low risk, he would not have had the chance to launch the interstellar missiles. General. In the hangar, a group of people had been waiting for the general's return. The general disembarked from his starfighter, ignoring the subordinates waiting for him. "Where is Zhao Chen's starfighter?" the general asked directly. Hearing the general's question, The waiting people were taken aback. Why was the general suddenly concerned about this pilot named Zhao Chen? Why is no one speaking? The general frowned, looking at the group. Someone quickly reacted and reported, Zhao Chen's 18th Squadron is assigned to land in Hangar 8. Without waiting for the subordinates to speak again, the general headed straight for Hangar 8. The others followed suit. Soon, they noticed a strange phenomenon. All the starfighter pilots who knew they were there to find Zhao Chen followed one by one. Even those who were injured simply patched themselves up and followed along, unless they were already at the point of fainting. In no time, hundreds of people were following behind the general. Those who didn't know thought a senior leader of the Star Alliance had come to inspect. When they arrived at Hangar 8, they were surprised to find a group of people already gathered there. Make way! Make way! The subordinates quickly stepped forward to clear the path. Initially annoyed that someone was hurrying them from behind, they saw it was the general and had no choice but to move aside. A senior observing this was surprised to see not only the 18th Squadron, but also members from other flight squadrons, including those rumored to have a poor relationship with the 3rd Flight Squadron and had a betting agreement before the war, the 5th Flight Squadron. Strange. Why were all these people gathered here? Why did the general insist on coming here first to see Zhao Chen? What had happened on the battlefield over there? Those who didn't know the truth were filled with questions in their minds. Eventually, everyone on the scene quieted down. A starfighter everyone was familiar with slowly descended from the lift platform. It had a gold-striped paint job, unmistakably Zhao Chen's starfighter. As everyone watched, Zhao Chen opened the cockpit, stood up, removed his helmet, and looked at the crowd gathered in the hangar. Suddenly, everyone saluted Zhao Chen. It was a gesture of genuine admiration and gratitude. Admiration for Zhao Chen's outstanding performance in the battle, his piloting skills, and his extraordinary fleet command. Gratitude for the compensation benefits Zhao Chen had fought for them, ensuring that their fallen comrades could benefit and bringing them safely back. Zhao Chen quietly stepped down from his starfighter, holding his helmet in one hand, and walked forward silently. The crowd automatically made way for him. Some people didn't move. Zhao Chen looked up and saw the general and his senior officers. "General, I'm a bit tired. If there's something urgent, can we discuss it later?" Zhao Chen said calmly. The general, taken aback, nodded. "You've indeed worked hard. Rest well. Report to the bridge if anything comes up. Visit me on the bridge after you've rested." He handed Zhao Chen a crystal card with the Star Alliance emblem on it. "With this card, you can move freely on this starship." Zhao Chen accepted the card without hesitation, and the general silently stepped aside, making way for Zhao Chen. Although the other senior officers were surprised by the general's deferential gesture, they followed suit and stepped aside. At that moment, they were even more curious about what had happened on the battlefield. Without saying a word, Zhao Chen walked out and headed to the 18th Squadron's resting room. Inside, he scanned the room. 13 people had returned to the room, and when they saw their captain, they stood up, saluted, and greeted him. "Captain, please sit," Zhao Chen said. He took a seat facing the door, as if waiting for something. Later, as each member of the 18th Squadron returned, they saluted Zhao Chen before quietly taking their seats. More and more people filled the seats, but there were still some vacant chairs. "Captain, everyone is here," a voice by Zhao Chen's ear said. He looked at his appointed vice-captain. "Where is Lt. Li?" Vice-Captain Li sacrificed himself, the vice-captain said with a bowed head, holding back his grief. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, stood up, and walked to the front. "Everyone, return to your seats. Let's begin roll call." Roll call was a trivial matter in other squadrons, with most captains not caring much about it. Dead members only needed to report themselves. "Li Da," Zhao Chen called out the first name. The room was silent. Just as Zhao Chen was about to call out another name, "Present," several team members suddenly responded. Zhao Chen looked at them and continued, "Pan Sheng." After a moment of silence, the entire room echoed with a synchronized response, "Present." Each time a name was called, it was either one person or a group responding. Chapter 1275 Reward. In the end, Zhao Chen looked at the long list in front of him that was darkened with marks. In the end, only 67 people actually returned. The most regretful were undoubtedly those who could have safely gone home, but ultimately chose to follow Zhao Chen into the first battle and remained there. After finishing reading all of this, Zhao Chen looked towards the people in the lounge. The battle is over. We will be granted at least 7 days off. During this time, rest well. Many of you have met the retirement requirements. If you wish to retire, submit an application to me, and I will talk to the higher-ups on your behalf. After speaking, Zhao Chen returned to his single-person dormitory. When he arrived at the dormitory, he threw himself onto the bed and covered his eyes with one hand. Familiar faces truly perished on the battlefield. Zhao Chen thought, as a commander, he should be accustomed to this. However, when he truly experienced it, the feeling was truly painful. If it was those familiar people from his squad who sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, what kind of feeling would that be? He could not imagine it. At this moment, he desperately wished he could go back, return to his own world that truly belonged to him. That world still faced threats. Threats from order. Although Zhao Chen left them with much technology, if he couldn't return in time to face the massive invasion of order, no one knew what might happen. He couldn't accept any mishaps for his loved ones. He had to go back. He had to go back in the shortest time possible. Zhao Chen suddenly sat up and opened the system interface. However, the system interface seemed to freeze. Just like before, with no prompts or new T6 level technological advancements, nothing. What was going on with the system? Zhao Chen angrily clenched his fist, punching through the virtual interface in the system. The interface dissipated. What followed had nothing to do with Zhao Chen. The Star Alliance fleet led by the General successfully completed the mission, using the special interstellar warships to leave this universe as the enemy rushed to support. They returned to the Star Alliance universe. The successful execution of this secret mission did not immediately show its effects on the battlefield. This was understandable, as any development required time. According to estimates, the impact would be exposed on the front lines within a month. This would be the chance for the Star Alliance fleet to take over the mini-universe. As the highest commander in this secret operation, the Deputy General from the Song family received generous rewards immediately. He was directly promoted to become a Major General. It was rumored that he was the youngest Major General in history. Besides, all the fleets executing this operation, officers and soldiers on the starships, received varying degrees of rewards and promotions. However, a small incident occurred during one of the cover operations where the stellar pilots sacrificed. When the high compensation benefits were reported to the Star Alliance, the Council was shocked. Many opposed this decision. But in the end, it was said that the leader of the Star Alliance personally intervened and indicated that part of this compensation would be borne by the Song family's industry. This led the Council to agree to this special compensation fund. This astonishing compensation became a matter that shook the entire Star Alliance army, making many lower-level soldiers envy it. Though they feared death, being able to fight for such benefits for their families after their demise was considered worthwhile. Restroom of the 18th Squad. A week had passed since the secret operation. After a week of rest, everyone had somewhat overcome their initial grief. The positions in the lounge that were originally empty now had new faces. They were all very excited, because they were now able to join the legendary 18th Squad. Yes, the 18th Squad. This was a squad number specially added under the promotion of the Major General. Unlike the other squads, the elite squad of this squad was not in the first squad, but in the 18th Squad. There were 10 other squads besides this. Being selected to be in the 18th Squad was undoubtedly a great honor. They might also have the opportunity to meet the legendary stellar pilot. At this moment, Zhao Chen had become a legendary pilot. As Zhao Chen walked into the lounge, everyone stood up straight. Captain! Zhao Chen frowned slightly when he heard this voice, as though it was piercing his eardrums. He rubbed his ears and looked at not only the 10 squad leaders of the 18th Squad, but also the other squad leaders belonging to the 10 subordinate squads of the 18th Squad, all waiting here. This time, a week later, Zhao Chen showed up in front of his subordinates for the first time. How is the personnel deployment for all squads? Zhao Chen asked the 10 squad leaders. Reporting, Captain. All squads have received the necessary supplies. As of now, our 18th Squad has a total of 3,339 personnel. The leader of the first squad, who also served as the deputy captain, stood up and said, Zhao Chen continued his previous practice of delegating as many tasks as possible to his subordinates. In the eyes of his subordinates, this undoubtedly showed the captain's trust in them. Everyone worked as if bitten by a bug, whether it was working overtime or being busy, tired. It was all thanks to the captain. Others didn't have this opportunity yet. Seeing these eager faces of workhorses, Zhao Chen felt a little disheartened and couldn't help but think of a certain troublemaker. He wondered if that guy would slack off if he hadn't reminded him. In any case, each squad is responsible for their own tasks. I've already taught you everything you need to know. If there are any issues in the future, I will find you. Zhao Chen pointed to the squad leaders. Yes. The squad leaders responded in unison. Apply for a conference room. Then summon all members of the 18th squad. I have something to announce, Zhao Chen said. Upon hearing that an announcement was to be made, the veterans of the 18th squad were thrilled. Their eyes sparkled. They knew that making an announcement at this time meant it was likely to be about the rewards from the previous battles. One person quietly approached Zhao Chen. Captain, when will your rewards be announced? Rumor has it that your outstanding performances this time will lead to a direct promotion to general. You must treat us. Hearing these teasing remarks from his old comrades, Zhao Chen gave a kick and urged them to get going. Chapter 1276 Colonel Zhao Chen. Inside a certain cabin. All the members of Zhao Chen's 18th Squadron are gathered here. However, the related reward ceremony has not yet begun. This is because there is a special guest today. Under normal circumstances, apart from some individual high-ranking military titles being awarded, a ceremony is arranged for the award presentation. The rest of the award ceremonies are usually conducted in front of subordinates by a senior officer. In this way, it increases the prestige of the promoted officer among their own team. At the same time, it also strengthens the relationship between the promoted officer and their immediate superior. However, there are some extremely special circumstances where it becomes different. Just like the current situation. The Major General with a group of people appeared in this cabin. Upon seeing the Major General, everyone present stood up and saluted. Please, sit down. The Major General smiled and gestured for everyone to sit down. He then walked straight to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen saluted the Major General. Greetings, General. The Major General looked Zhao Chen up and down. Seeing that Zhao Chen's condition had fully recovered, he felt relieved. He patted Zhao Chen on the shoulder and said, Then, he looked at the members of the 18th Squadron. Many of you in the 18th Squadron are new recruits. I should congratulate you on joining the 18th Squadron, which is definitely a great fortune for you. Because here, you have a very special superior. He will lead you to glory. At the same time, he will ensure your safe return. With his brilliant performance, he secured his 18th platoon and promoted it to the 18th Squadron. And you will be able to share in this glory. Under his leadership, you will continue to carry on this honor. Now, I will announce the rewards bestowed upon your captain after this battle by the Star Alliance Council. Upon hearing this, the people present were all excited. Because this reward actually came from the Star Alliance Council. This means that the reward is significant. Otherwise, it would not meet the standards set by the Star Alliance Council. The Major General raised his hand, and a light resembling a scroll unfolded in front of him. Then he began reciting the words written on the scroll, due to the outstanding performance of former 18th Platoon Captain Zhao Chen in this secret operation. The Star Alliance Council has decided to promote Colonel Zhao Chen and award him the title of Honorary Professor of the Star Alliance's highest military academy, rewarding one planet and granting the salary of a colonel for 10 years. Upon hearing this, the members of the 18th Squadron were all amazed. Colonel rank. In fact, everyone guessed that Zhao Chen would be promoted to an officer, but no one expected him to directly become a colonel in one go. And everyone knew that just a month ago, Zhao Chen was only a master sergeant. In a short month, he had directly crossed the ranks of lieutenants and become a colonel. The next rank would be brigadier general, which meant being in the reserve of a general. Additionally, a planet was awarded. This meant that Zhao Chen could become a landowner. This kind of reward was rare among colonels. Usually only generals received it when being rewarded. From this, everyone guessed at a rumor. That is, Zhao Chen's achievements were so significant that a single promotion was not suitable. Therefore, additional rewards were added. It was estimated that this planet was one of those extra rewards. As for the salary reward of colonel rank for 10 years, it was given all at once, making Zhao Chen suddenly a wealthy man. It was not a small sum. If Zhao Chen chose to retire now, he could easily choose a planet to live on as a rich man for the rest of his life. The accumulated wealth could fully support him for 3 lifetimes. Additionally, although the title of honorary professor at the Star Alliance Military Academy sounded honorary, in the future, whenever Zhao Chen wanted to retire or take a step back, he could go to the academy, as it was the highest learning institution in the Star Alliance. Serving as a teacher, there would provide connections and potential benefits, making it a terrifying opportunity. After a brief shock, a fervent round of applause erupted in the room. The veteran soldiers all applauded. In their eyes, the reward for their commanding officer was necessary and well-deserved. The Major General personally attached the badge representing the colonel rank to Zhao Chen. Once the badge was attached, the Major General continued, "Those were just rewards from the Star Alliance. Regarding Zhao Chen's outstanding performance this time, as the commander of this battle and the captain of this mothership, I have another announcement to make. As of today, Zhao Chen's 18th Squadron is officially the flagship squadron of our mothership. And Zhao Chen will serve as the commander of the flyer squadron of our mothership, as well as the supreme commander of the interstellar fighters of our 13th Fleet." Hearing this series of titles, the applause in the entire cabin became even more intense. The sound almost seemed to pierce through the walls. Zhao Chen felt no joy in these rewards. Instead, he frowned slightly. He just wanted to quietly find a way back home. However, in such a short time, he had climbed to such a high position. Now he had become a legendary figure, and staying low-key was no longer possible. Zhao Chen could only express his gratitude to the Major General. After dismissing the crowd, Zhao Chen called over a few veterans. Chapter 1277. Entrustment. Zhao Chen looked at the several old soldiers in front of him. "Captain, you called us for something?" Someone asked proactively. "I have something to entrust you to handle." Zhao Chen raised his hand and took out several lists of documents, distributing them to the people in front of him. Then he took out several crystal cards and handed them to these people. The old soldiers looked somewhat puzzled at the captain, not understanding what he meant. If they were not mistaken, the crystal card was a bank card of the Star Alliance, which could be used anywhere within the Star Alliance. On this list are the information of those members of our 18th Squad who sacrificed. I analyzed the situations of each of their families and then divided all the rewards I received over 10 years into these people. There are too many of these personnel, and they are scattered all over the Star Alliance. I am planning to establish some accounts in Star Alliance banks in various places in the future. Every once in a while, a sum of living expenses will be sent to these relatives. Because the time span might be large and personnel supervision is also needed. So, I want to ask you to handle this matter. Upon hearing the captain's words, these old soldiers all had surprised expressions. They never expected that the captain would distribute all the rewards of a colonel's rank over 10 years without batting an eye. It might not be a considerable sum for nobles, but for these common people, it was definitely an astronomical figure. "Captain, you don't have to do this. The Star Alliance has already promised in terms of relief funds and benefits to distribute according to the high standards promised earlier. Just based on that standard, the relatives of our brothers can live worrying-free for a lifetime," a veteran advised, handing the Star Alliance bank card to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen did not accept it and said calmly, "This is compensation for my brothers. After all, I promised to bring them back safely, especially for those who followed me into battle for the second time. Those who can't remember me, their relatives need this money even more. Don't say any more. This is my order. Unless you no longer recognize me as your captain, you can leave the 18th Squad now. I'm not asking you to do this." Finally, Zhao Chen's voice sharpened. Zhao Chen's authority has always been apparent, so no one dared to say anything at the moment. They obediently accepted these cards. But I also want to warn you about one thing. The funds in these cards are for the relatives of those brothers. If any of you have greed and dare to touch it, I will make you regret coming into this world. Zhao Chen's gaze carried a murderous intent as he swept over these old soldiers. One of the soldiers stepped forward and said directly, "Captain, rest assured. You believe in us and have taken out this money for the sacrificed brothers. If anyone dared to have any ideas, you don't need to intervene. We will clear it ourselves in your name. That's right, we'll clear it. If I hear of anyone who dares to covet the captain's money, even if it's at the ends of the earth, I will track them down and personally deal with that bastard." One burly man finished speaking and even glared at several people around them. In fact, what Zhao Chen just did was to establish authority. Those who Zhao Chen asked to handle this matter had all been investigated by Zhao Chen and were deemed trustworthy. As for why Zhao Chen was distributing funds, on one hand, it was naturally for the reasons Zhao Chen mentioned earlier. On the other hand, Zhao Chen would not stay in this world in the future. It would be a waste to keep this wealth for himself. It was better to give it to those who needed it more. Each of you handle this matter in your own way. I need to go to the bridge to meet the general. After Zhao Chen finished speaking, he turned and left. The old soldiers looked at the captain's back, standing upright, saluting Zhao Chen's back. This salute came from the bottom of their hearts for themselves, for the sacrificed comrades, for the relatives of those comrades. They hoped for nothing more than to have such a captain in their lifetime. And the crystal bank card in their hands felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds to them. Zhao Chen quickly arrived at the bridge. He had skipped a meeting before. Skipping another meeting now would not be appropriate. Zhao Chen had the authority, so he could enter the bridge unimpeded. Moreover, now Zhao Chen's face was the best pass here. In other places, it might be different, but on this starship, Zhao Chen's reputation was second only to that of the general. "Hello, I'm here to see the general." Zhao Chen approached a staff officer, requesting permission as he stood a distance away from the captain's chair. "Major Zhao, the general has instructed that whenever you come, there's no need to report. You can go in directly." The staff officer looked at Zhao Chen with admiration. He never expected that the general would trust him so much. Zhao Chen didn't say more and walked towards the captain's chair. Coincidentally, the general was discussing matters with some staff officers at the moment. Zhao Chen stood a few meters away from the captain's chair, not interrupting them. However, soon one of the staff officers who was discussing with the general raised his head and saw Zhao Chen standing a short distance behind the captain's chair. The dazed expression of the staff officer also caught the attention of the general. He turned around to see Zhao Chen standing there waiting. "We'll discuss those matters later." The general stood up enthusiastically, ending the discussion, and came to Zhao Chen. He said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to come so early. General, please handle official duties first. I'll wait here." Zhao Chen knew very well what he should say and do in his current position. "No worries. Those things are not important. Follow me. I want to tell you something." The general led Zhao Chen to a meeting room next to the bridge. After closing the door, the general placed an invitation letter made of paper in front of Zhao Chen, bearing a metallic imprint. It was quite a unique feeling to see such an object in this interstellar age. Zhao Chen looked puzzled at the general. "Open it. This is for you." The general sat on a chair. Zhao Chen opened it. Inside was an invitation letter. The content was simple. The high level of the Star Alliance will hold a banquet, inviting high-level figures from various forces, and Zhao Chen has been specially invited, considering he was now a legendary figure. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows slightly. "Have a banquet at this time? Isn't that a bit hasty?" Perhaps noticing Zhao Chen's expression, the general shrugged helplessly and said, "This was actually proposed by the major families within the Star Alliance. They all want to quickly allocate a piece of the small universe's cake. As for inviting you, it's because of your performance in this confidential operation, and also because they want you to expand your network. With your abilities and talents, your future is definitely not as simple as being an interstellar fighter pilot. Also, the leaders of the Star Alliance will also attend this banquet. Although I don't like some of them, I have to admit that their abilities are tremendous." Chapter 1278. Familiar taste inside the battalion. I entrust the matters to you all. Even though we don't have any combat missions during this time, training cannot be neglected. Especially with the influx of new recruits, we need to accelerate their integration into our team, Commander Zhao instructed. The other battalions and the interstellar fighter squadrons on other carrier starships have expressed interest in learning the training methods of the 18th Battalion. I have arranged for my subordinates to serve as instructors in your battalion. They will teach you all the tactics and techniques they have learned from me. If any unexpected situation arises during this period, follow the emergency plan I have previously formulated. Whether I am present or not, as long as you can demonstrate the results of your training, there should be no problems." Zhao concluded his final work tasks before joining the general aboard an interstellar cruiser. Standing in the corridor, Zhao looked through the porthole at the group of people who were still watching him from the berth. It had been a long time since he had left. It seems they really admire you, the general remarked, crossing his arms and glancing at Zhao with a hint of envy. It seemed like he envied the relationship Zhao had with his subordinates. Perhaps, Zhao replied nonchalantly. He didn't know how much his people believed in him, he simply did what he had to do. Although he had come to this world out of necessity and assumed this position, he felt responsible for those who followed him. This had been the case at Phoenix too. Lily once commented on him, saying he was a man with an overbearing sense of duty. While he may have appeared carefree and lax at times, he always stood tall when needed. But I've heard that, after you took on the role of the highest commander of all interstellar fighters on my fleet, you delegated the powers of various carrier aviation squadrons. You held a simple video conference that lasted less than 10 minutes. You seem to have had no involvement in the matters of other battalions on the carrier, including your own 18th Battalion. You delegated almost all the work tasks to your subordinates, the general observed with skepticism, looking at Zhao intently. Cough. This is to ensure that my subordinates quickly familiarize themselves with the work. After all, the big birds will not always carry the fledglings. They will eventually learn to fly on their own, Zhao explained, feigning a carefree attitude. The general didn't press for more answers, as everything seemed to be running smoothly, with an air of thriving atmosphere among the aviation squadrons. An event will be held in the largest interstellar city behind the battlefield. We will board this interstellar cruiser, and will pick up a few people along the way. It is estimated to take 3 to 5 hours to reach there. If there's nothing else going on, care for a drink. The general placed his hand on Zhao's shoulder, seemingly asking, but not giving Zhao a chance to refuse. Reluctantly, Zhao agreed. It was a good opportunity to get to know the general more. He had been following this general for almost 2 months, yet he didn't know much about him beyond some superficial information found online. The general was Song Qingshan, part of the Song family and the nominal leader of the Star Alliance, the half-brother of the current leader Song Chen. Despite being part of the direct line of the Song family, Song Qingshan had managed to avoid the internal cosmic war between the Song family heirs. This allowed him to survive and gain significant status. While the Song family initially positioned him to be a lord overseeing important resource star systems, Song Qingshan chose to join the Star Alliance army due to his capabilities and talents. Though his quick rise to the rank of lieutenant general was undoubtedly influenced by his family background, his promotion to major general was solely based on his recent merits. Nevertheless, having the backing of the Song family certainly facilitated his advancement. Soon, the two arrived at a luxurious restaurant. It was on an interstellar cruiser, a lavish entity primarily used by nobles within the Star Alliance during times of peace and wheeled into service for high-ranking officers during wartime. Despite being an auxiliary interstellar warship with no weaponry, it boasted unparalleled speed, advanced shielding, and technology at the T5 level. Even facing ambushes from T6 interstellar fighters, it could easily evade them unless in dire circumstances. This made it a preferred choice for Star Alliance officers. In the opulent Starship restaurant, Song Qingshan chose not to sit in a private booth, opting instead to sit by the window where the starscape could be admired. He mentioned, "I don't like sitting in booths, I prefer sitting outside. It makes me appear like an ordinary person." Zhao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the idea of an ordinary person in this setting. Every person dining, there was at least a military officer of considerable rank or higher. Nonetheless, he casually ordered a drink after glancing at the menu. Turning to Zhao, Song Qingshan inquired, "Zhao, I've looked into your background. Your origins are modest, and tragically, your parents perished while you were attending a military academy. Yet, as you order these high-priced drinks without batting an eye and distribute your rewards to your subordinates without hesitation, who truly are you?" With a contemplative gaze towards the starry expanse outside, Zhao replied calmly, "I don't know either. When I see those I cherish die before me, and witness those who follow me fight and sacrifice selflessly, everything else seems inconsequential. They are just numbers, just bottles of water." Chapter 1279. The secrets of the Star Alliance. Facing Zhao Chen's indifferent expression, Song Qingshan paused for a moment, looking suspiciously at Zhao Chen. It seemed as if he was speculating whether this man had come to some sort of enlightenment due to his recent experiences. When it comes to enlightenment, Some people actually undergo profound transformations after certain experiences, especially soldiers on the battlefield. Life and death can truly change a person. Forget about all that. Do you have anything you want to talk about? You seem uninterested in everything. Song Qingshan actively changed the topic. Zhao Chen looked at Song Qingshan. What is the purpose of this banquet? Simply allocating cosmic resources. It could easily be discussed through a video conference with the senior members of the Star Alliance or directly decided by the Star Alliance Council. At a time like this, convening a banquet and summoning commanders from various fleets to attend together, even with just half a day in between, could potentially lead to wasted time that might result in unnecessary sacrifices on the battlefield. Hearing Zhao Chen's questioning tone, Song Qingshan took a sip of his wine and said in a deep voice, "It seems you've seen through this. Indeed, in my opinion, it's all nonsense. Thinking about holding a banquet to allocate resources without even finishing the fight, it's ridiculous." Zhao Chen looked at Song Qingshan, waiting for him to reveal more insider information. "My brother, in fact, he doesn't agree either. Although I don't like him, I know his personality. He would never agree to something like this. However, the Star Alliance is not as united as it appears from the outside." Song Qingshan chuckled self-deprecatingly. From the outside, after the previous Star Alliance civil war, with all factions under my brother Song Chen's control, the Song family became the largest in this universe. That's a big mistake. In reality, after that civil war, Song Chen did not eliminate all the unruly factions. There were still some powerful moderate factions, although they didn't directly participate in the war. They quietly supported their preferred side with war resources. How could Song Chen not know about those things? But at that time, the Star Alliance was weak from the war. To completely clean up would have been too much for the Star Alliance to handle. Under multiple persuasions, Song Chen could only choose to temporarily leave those hidden forces and establish the current Star Council. Initially, it seemed like the Star Council was under control of Song Chen. But with time, the situation of the various factions under the Star Alliance's separate powers rekindled. With those previously neutral major families at the forefront, new forces emerged. Because they preserved their power during the Civil War, they naturally became the second largest families after the Song family. With the Song family as the largest, they naturally tended to band together in opposition to you. This is the current situation. The Song faction led by Song Chen against the conservative faction led by those former neutral factions. At this point, Song Qingshan had finished his drink and ordered another. He continued mockingly, "Why do I call them the conservative faction? Because they are constantly thwarting Song Chen. When Song Chen wants to launch a large-scale invasion into the cosmos, they oppose it, saying it's too hasty. When Song Chen wants to attack the other universe, they oppose it, saying negotiation is better. When Song Chen wants to increase the military budget, they oppose it, arguing that the Star Alliance hasn't fully recovered from the Civil War a few years ago and shouldn't increase military spending. You see, this secret operation of ours was directly ordered by Song Chen without notifying the Star Council, and the conservative faction had no idea. Otherwise, they would never agree, and it would be a long debate. So Song Chen gave me a direct order. The plan went smoothly, giving us a huge advantage overall, leading to the current situation. If we fail, the consequences would be obvious." Listening to this, Zhao Chen chuckled inwardly, seeing that Song Chen appeared bright on the surface, but had many underlying issues. Since this conservative faction is causing trouble, why not eliminate them? Zhao Chen asked. Song Qingshan's gaze turned cold. How could he not want to? From what I understand, Song Chen has wanted to take action several times. The first time he wanted to act was shortly after the Star Alliance Civil War, where he wanted to remove these troublesome families. However, the alien invasion was in progress, and it wasn't appropriate to start another war. The second time he wanted to act was after temporarily containing the alien threat. But then the appearance of the small universe delayed his cleanup plans once again. And now, here we are. It seems this leader, Song Chen, has had bad luck, Zhao Chen lightly remarked. And this time, those major families of the conservative faction have probably sensed the leader's intentions towards them and know they must take action. They may not match Song Chen in military power, but they control resources. If they add the resources allocated to them from the small universe, then when it comes down to it, Song Chen will have to think twice before acting against them. That's why they're advocating for the conference now and insisting that everyone attend. It's a power play, Song Qingshan said. Zhao Chen nodded, understanding the conservative faction's strategy. They wanted to establish themselves as a significant but uncheckable force within the Star Alliance. As long as they held enough resources, it would be enough to leverage against the leader. Want to move against us? Very well, but you have to consider whether you can instantly take control of all the resources of these families. If not, while we may not beat your fleet, we could destroy all the industrial facilities associated with those resources, including the stargates and starports. You see, a third of the Star Alliance's resources are closely linked to these conservative factions. Damaging these resources would require funding and time for repairs. However, at this stage, with the alien invasion and threats from other worlds, what Song Chen lacks the most is time. It's a shameless tactic, but it's effective, Song Qingshan concluded. But I guess this banquet won't be as simple this time. It's going to be quite a show, Song Qingshan grinned mischievously. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes. You mean, the leader is making a move? That guy Song Chen has a temper. Being repeatedly threatened by those old bastards, he won't keep silent forever. You endure it once, twice, then endure it again, and again. This means you have to keep enduring it. As Song Qingshan finished speaking, he put his head on the table. Zhao Chen paused. Damn, this guy's drinking capacity can't be that bad. Chapter 1280. Are you looking for this? The interstellar cruise ship arrived at a very beautiful interstellar city. This city was originally hollowed out from a small meteorite and transformed into an interstellar city. Outside, there was a huge star shield, making it appear as if the city was suspended inside a crystal ball. Zhao Chen walked off the cruise ship. He looked around in a circle. From the parking spot of the cruise ship to the corridor leading into the interstellar city, soldiers were stationed at regular intervals. It seemed that the Star Alliance attached great importance to this banquet. After all, this banquet was related to the internal peace of the Star Alliance. Hello, please verify your identity here. Please place all your firearms here, greeted a female receptionist at a gateway. It was soon Zhao Chen's turn. He took out his identification card, and with a beep, the female receptionist saw Zhao Chen's information. Wow, you're the legendary interstellar fighter pilot. The female receptionist looked at Zhao Chen in amazement, her eyes twinkling with stars. Zhao Chen smiled modestly. He placed his laser gun on a nearby tray and then took out the hilt of his lightsaber, asking, "Do I need to surrender this as well?" The female receptionist shook her head. "No, that's not needed. You can pass through this gate." Following the receptionist's instructions, Zhao Chen passed through the gate without any issues. This is your guiding card for the banquet. It includes your room number and seating arrangement for the banquet. If you have any questions, you can refer to the number on it, the receptionist warmly explained to Zhao Chen. Thank you, Zhao Chen said as he took the card and walked ahead. However, the female receptionist's gaze lingered on him for a long time without moving away. Not long after Zhao Chen left, Song Qingshan, who had come in early and was waiting there, placed his arm around Zhao Chen's shoulder. Since the drinking session on the cruise ship, Song Qingshan's attitude towards Zhao Chen had become even more friendly. One might mistake them for close friends. And in front of Zhao Chen, Song Qingshan had no airs about him. Zhao Chen looked at the guiding card in his hand and suddenly noticed a small note on it. The note contained a line of numbers. "Oh, it looks like the little girls have a crush on you," Song Qingshan remarked, noticing it as well. He recognized the number as a communication software number. If a girl gives this to you willingly, the implication is clear. Zhao Chen smiled helplessly. "I'm just a starfighter pilot, not a starship captain. She should give this to you instead." However, Song Qingshan shook his head, saying, "The receptionists know what they're doing. They can't keep doing this forever, aiming to find a wealthy husband. But they can't aim too high, because those high-status individuals will likely not marry them. At most, they'll be a lover, and who knows how many others are in line ahead. So, they usually go for higher-ranking officials who are capable and not completely out of reach, especially like you, a newbie from the lower ranks. After all, being able to pilot a starfighter to the best level is exceptional." Zhao Chen chuckled and, after turning a corner, threw the note into a nearby cleaning robot. "Not interested?" Song Qingshan looked surprised. I don't like relationships driven by strong motives. Zhao Chen made up an excuse. Song Qingshan didn't dwell on that matter. For him, it was a common occurrence. Excellent men naturally attracted continuous pursuit from women. Your room is next to mine. The banquet officially begins in 2 hours. I need to attend to some matters first. If you want to explore, the card I gave you has a map on it. Feel free to look around. Although this interstellar city isn't the largest in our star alliance, being on the border, it also has its exotic charm. But don't linger too long. If you're not keen on exploring, rest in your room, Song Qingshan instructed Zhao Chen before departing. Zhao Chen chose to wander around the interstellar city. It was vast, with many other people besides those attending the banquet. However, some areas of the city were under military control due to the banquet requirements. The location where Zhao Chen and others entered was part of the controlled area. While strolling, Zhao Chen passed by an outdoor bar on an artificial beach and noticed something amiss at a table. 2 to 3 men were surrounding a woman who seemed lost in her thoughts while sipping her drink. The men's lecherous gazes indicated their intentions. Despite not initially wanting to interfere, Zhao Chen noticed one of the men discreetly pouring something into the woman's drink. Frowning, Zhao Chen took a few steps forward, stopped, turned around, and walked straight towards them. Just as the woman was about to drink the spiked drink, with the men leering beside her, they were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Zhao Chen. Naturally, they couldn't let this meddling go unpunished. What do you mean by this, kid? Kid, do you not know who we are? I advise you to mind your own business. Damn it, you dared to ruin our fun. You don't seem to value your life. One of them, getting angry, grabbed a nearby bottle and swung it towards Zhao Chen's head. However, instead of the expected scene of blood splattering from a broken skull, something unexpected happened. Or rather, the approach was altered. The man found himself without the bottle in hand. Are you looking for this? Zhao Chen jiggled the bottle, seemingly appearing out of nowhere in his hand. Then, he smashed it over the man's head. Chapter 1281. Strange man. At this moment, blood splashed along with screams filled the air. Zhao Chen didn't show any mercy towards the other 2 men, and took care of one each directly. Zhao Chen's mood was extremely bad during this period, and he needed someone to vent on. Just then, someone conveniently presented themselves. Suddenly, more than a dozen bodyguards appeared around, likely accompanying those young masters. Hey handsome, need any help? A lady sitting on a chair smiled, swaying the glass in her hand. Zhao Chen glanced at her, then gestured towards the bodyguards. Wouldn't you like to have a drink with me? They all wanted to have a drink with me earlier. The lady with beautiful eyes gazed at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen stared at her, then noticed the drug drink that had been consumed by the lady without any side effects. Do you know your drink was spiked? The lady smiled slightly without saying a word. Although unsure why the drink didn't affect her, it wasn't Zhao Chen's concern at the moment. It seemed to him that the woman was the hidden danger, and those young masters were just the puppets in her hands. Sorry to disturb, Zhao Chen said and departed promptly. The lady was somewhat surprised watching the man leave. Never before had anyone left so casually under her irresistible charm. Well, there was one exception. The one who was impervious to her seduction. Just thinking about it soured her mood a bit more. Regardless of how she enticed him, it was all in vain. Even when she offered herself, he didn't bat an eye. Tonight, she wasn't in a good mood, coming out to drink without controlling her impulses. The young masters of a second-rate family suddenly appeared, whom she intended to play with, only to find herself removed from the game by someone else. Nonetheless, seeing someone else taking action also gave her a certain satisfaction. At that moment, a waitress in a waiter's outfit approached with a tray of drinks, disregarding the bodyguards lying on the ground. Madam, how would you like to proceed? The waitress inquired beside the lady. Glancing at the people on the ground, the lady said coldly, these individuals' families are not clean themselves. Since they ran into trouble, just execute them all. Yes, the waitress responded. Also, investigate the identity of that man. The lady recalled the special man from earlier. Clad in military attire, his insignia concealed. He probably appeared here for the party. Although she wasn't very familiar with him. The waitress paused, then whispered a few words into the lady's ear. The lady displayed a surprised expression. Zhao Chen. So it was him. His temperament does resemble someone who could manipulate his superiors on the battlefield to gain benefits. Having said that, the lady stood up. Clean up here. I should head back as well. Understood. The lady left. The waitress's face also revealed a cold expression as she looked at the people on the ground, individuals who had no idea who they had provoked. They were part of the Dark Forces, nurtured by the leader of the Star Alliance, specifically tasked with handling things the said man may not see. Soon after the lady left, the open-air beach bar quickly returned to its original state, and those people vanished without a trace. No one ever saw them again. Zhao Chen rubbed his temples. His actions just now were very rash, something he now felt was inappropriate. He shouldn't have been so conspicuous. Even if he wanted to help the lady, there were many other ways. But at that moment, his emotions were amplified. Like the anger he had been feeling during this period, causing him to have violent thoughts while engaging, something that never occurred in normal circumstances. The only possible explanation was the lady. Drinking the drug drink without any repercussions signaled she wasn't ordinary. Combined with how she made him feel, it was likely she possessed some special ability. Unconsciously, she had stirred up his emotions and led to the events that followed. I need to stay calm. Being too flashy will only invite trouble. Zhao Chen sighed. If certain families were to target him due to this incident, he could only hope they weren't major families or that they would spare him for the sake of Song Qingshan. Otherwise, he might have to leave the military. Ding, ding, a reminder popped up on Zhao Chen's terminal, a message from Song Qingshan, reminding him of the banquet time. Finally, he would get to meet the leader of the Star Alliance. Zhao Chen replied to Song Qingshan and headed towards the banquet venue, following the guidance card's instructions. As they neared the venue, more people crowded the area, with officers in military attire displaying their badges and honors, while those from prominent families or officials dressed extravagantly, with some bringing along potential marital partners. Zhao Chen then revealed his military insignia, as it was quite common in this setting. His colonel rank wasn't anything remarkable here. Looking around, roughly 3 out of 10 officers held the same rank. Quietly making his way, Zhao Chen tried to avoid drawing attention. The banquet grounds were expansive, a circular building with a massive banquet area in the center and a stage, surrounded by about 5 to 6 levels of circular frameworks. Zhao Chen checked his designated area on the 3rd floor gallery. Glancing below at the grand area, he noticed only distinguished figures filled the space, with most others merely joining to bump up the numbers. The leader of the Star Alliance hadn't appeared yet, as someone of his stature would likely make a grand entrance. Zhao Chen, along with others, patiently awaited. Suddenly, all lights in the banquet hall dimmed, leaving a few dim ones. Subsequently, a single light shone on a man slowly entering the banquet area. As he walked, he felt a strange gaze upon him, lifting his head to lock eyes with someone on the 3rd floor. In that moment, an explosion seemed to occur in both their minds. Chapter 1280 to King and King Zhao Chen held his forehead with one hand. In that instant just now, he felt as if his mind had been pierced by an electric current. At this moment, he looked again at the seemingly familiar leader of the Star Alliance. The other party continued to move forward without changing expression. Zhao Chen stared with his eyes unfocused at that figure. His intuition told him that the strange feeling just now was absolutely unusual. It was not a coincidence. He even had a premonition that his arrival in this world, and even his ability to return to the world of the Owl Dragon, were closely related to this man. He had to confront this man face to face. Unfortunately, with his current rank as a colonel, he was not enough to stay with such a leader of the Star Alliance. Next was the normal course of the banquet. The leader of the Star Alliance, under the gaze of everyone, first praised the dedication and bravery of the Star Alliance in this battle during this period. He also emphasized the excellent command of Song Qingshan in the secret operations, even directly allowing his own half-brother to stand by his side, patting his shoulder as if the relationship between them was very good. In this situation, Song Qingshan also had a smile on his face. But Zhao Chen knew that the smile was fake. Even the smiles, laughter, and applause at the entire banquet venue were very fake. With the applause and cheers reaching their peak, it was time for the banquet. Various delicacies were served, and various performance programs could be seen in the banquet venue. Zhao Chen noticed that some people quietly left the banquet venue. This included the leader of the Star Alliance, Song Qingshan, and people from those major families. Zhao Chen found a corner, leaned against the wall, and put on his glasses. In this era, glasses were used as accessories. However, Zhao Chen's glasses were special. Zhao Chen activated the glasses. Images that only Zhao Chen could see appeared on the lenses. It was a private conference room. There were 10 chairs around a round table. Zhao Chen's view was right in the middle of a chair. Yes, it was a surveillance device. It was a device that Zhao Chen had quietly built during this period, drawing on technology from the T-6 interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship. So, it belonged to the T-6 technology level. After multiple attempts by Zhao Chen, it was confirmed that the current anti-spy equipment within the Star Alliance could not detect this device. However, it was limited by distance. If the distance was too far, a connection could not be established. As for this spy device installed by Zhao Chen on Song Qingshan, he didn't need to worry about retrieving it, nor did he need to worry about being discovered. Because it was very small, too small to be observed by the naked eye. It was installed on Song Qingshan's hair. So, when Song Qingshan cut his hair, the device naturally disappeared, without the need to consider retrieval issues. Zhao Chen sat there with his arms crossed. He glanced around the conference table at the 9 people apart from Song Qingshan. The identities of these people quickly came to Zhao Chen's mind. Sitting in the main seat was naturally the leader of the Star Alliance, Song Chen. The others were representatives of major families and forces. Zhao Qiangshan represented the Song family. There was also a woman wearing glasses, clearly a technical expert from her appearance and aura. She was called Shangguan Xiangwei, and she had 2 identities. One was the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family. The Shangguan family started out in business and then entered the starship technology construction industry. Earlier years, they could only be considered a second-tier family. However, the position of the Shangguan family was different later on. This was because Shangguan Xiangwei established the White Rose Military Industry Group, which was the military foundation of Song Chen. Looking at the other people, without exception, they were all top families and forces. Within the banquet hall, each of them was a big figure. Among them, many people were not of interest to Zhao Chen. Only one person caught Zhao Chen's eye. The head of the Morong family, Morong Bo. The Morong family was currently one of the top 3 major families in the Star Alliance. He was the current leader of the conservative faction. His Morong family was also a major family in the military industry, but due to the rise of the White Rose Military Industry Group, it had squeezed out a lot of Morong family's industries. In recent years, the Morong family had rearranged, investing a large amount of resources in military industrial materials. During the internal war of the Star Alliance, he was completely neutral, leading to his current position. However, due to conflicting interests, he was destined to be at odds with Song Chen. Although the Star Alliance Council had hundreds or even thousands of members in name, it was only a facade. The real managers of the Star Alliance Council were the 10 people in front of him, representing the pinnacle of the Star Alliance's existence. Their decisions represented the decisions of the Star Alliance. Do we really need to distribute the resources of the small universe at this time? Song Chen spoke at this moment, his face showing no expression, making it impossible to discern his current emotions. The bigwigs of the conservative faction looked at Morong Bo. Morong Bo also knew that his current status meant that he couldn't stay neutral as before. He said calmly, "This is important. Because all our family forces need to prepare in advance with resources, finances, and materials for the construction of the small universe. Now that the small universe is already our possession, we might as well distribute it directly. In doing so, all major families can prepare. Once the war ends and we take control of the small universe, we can immediately begin construction, transforming the resource mining areas in the small universe into the raw materials we need. These raw materials will also continuously supply the Star Alliance, providing us with more interstellar warships and ammunition. This way, we can have more confidence in facing threats from different species or from other worlds. If we fail to prepare in advance, wasting time in between would last at least 6 months. You should know that at such a critical moment, time is extremely important." It had to be said that Morong Bo's starting point with these words was indeed correct, leaving no room for rebuttal. Early preparation, contingency plans were important. After taking over the small universe, collect its resources. In doing so, significant time could be saved, making the Star Alliance stronger in a short period. One could only wonder that those who failed to see the underlying conflict would surely greatly praise Morang Bo's foresight. However, at the same time, this statement also carried hidden information. Essentially, if you don't allocate the resources of the small universe now, we won't be able to make contingency plans. If we end up wasting resources for half a year in the future, it won't be our fault. This directly put Song Chen in a difficult position. Chapter 1283. The internal strife of the Star Alliance. Zhao Chen felt like he was missing a few melon seeds in his hands at the moment. The opportunity to watch others make a spectacle was quite rare. He was curious to see how Song Chen would handle this situation. In Zhao Chen's opinion, there were only three choices. The worst option was to directly confront the other party, causing a rift and refusing to allocate resources for the small worlds. In future battles, these conservative family factions might become stumbling blocks, for example, if there were insufficient resource supplies. Additionally, Song Chen and his group would need to worry about their own home. If these people were to rebel, the consequences would be unimaginable. The middle course was to prioritize the bigger picture and agree to the other party's demands. This way, although it would strengthen the conservative faction's power, at least the current situation would not be disrupted. Zhao Chen's preferred option was to delay, initially agreeing to the conservative faction's demands verbally, but secretly setting up a plan. Finding a way to remove these powerful conservative families at the lowest cost possible, minimizing their impact on the Star Alliance and maintaining control within his hands. However, this decision carried significant risks and required thorough preparation. In his own Owl Dragon world, Zhao Chen might have been confident. But here, he knew too little about Song Chen and the cards he held in his hand. He had no idea how much certainty he had. The subsequent meeting room was filled with heated debates and struggles. Ultimately, Song Chen agreed to the conservative faction's proposal. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows slightly, wondering if this person had chosen the middle course. Indeed, in the current situation, this was the best course of action. However, there was still a dispute over the distribution of resources in the small universes. Eventually, they reached a basic agreement on the division. While nobody was completely satisfied, at least they hadn't suffered significant losses. The final meeting concluded. Ha ha ha, thanks to the leader's trust. Moving forward, we will fully support this war. Let our Star Alliance fleet eliminate the foreign world fleet as soon as possible and occupy the small worlds. A person flattered. However, the implication in his words made people uncomfortable, as if in the previous battles they had not given their all. Song Chen glanced at the conservative faction members and pointed to the agreements that were just signed. Don't forget what you promised. Today, you need to issue these orders. Within 3 days, all resources must be in place. During the earlier discussions, Song Chen had compromised, but also set his conditions, with a significant part of it focused on war resources. He was well aware that these conservative families were hoarding resources to curb the frontline offensive. Emphasizing the need to increase production for a faster conquest of the small worlds, he tactfully avoided directly naming these large families. This approach saved face for the families. The discussion settled, and the leader of a family said, "Understood. I will go back now and ensure that these resources reach the frontline fleet within the shortest time." The meeting dispersed. Zhao Chen, however, saw Song Qingshan after leaving the conference room, entering a small room next door. In that room, Song Chen, Shangguan Xiangwei, and a woman Zhao Chen was familiar with were present. The woman was the same odd lady he had previously saved. Her appearance in such a situation confirmed that she was exceptional. "Why did you find me? What's the matter?" Song Qingshan's attitude towards his brother was different from before when they were in the Grand Hall. Song Chen addressed Song Qingshan. "Song Qingshan, I know you don't have much fondness for me, and I feel similarly towards you. However, after observing you for some time, I see that among the direct descendants of the Song family, you are capable and not complacent, especially in your performance during this confidential mission. While I am a member of the Song family, I will not take over the family leadership. But the Song family cannot be without a leader in the future. I hope you can become that leader. Therefore, in the coming period, I will accelerate your training. Originally, I planned to promote you to Major General directly this time and have you hold a marshal rank within 3 years. However, some ignorant people advised against it, so I can only arrange for a lower rank first. The subsequent plan remains unchanged, but it is contingent on dealing with some troublesome individuals. Upon hearing that Song Chen planned to groom him, Song Qingshan was not surprised due to the trust and arrangements Song Chen had made for him during this period. "I'm not interested in the position of the head of the Song family," Song Qingshan stated plainly. It was the truth. He only longed for the vast expanse of stars and enjoyed the feeling of riding the interstellar fighter jets on the battlefield. Song Chen responded calmly, "You can refuse. The Song family is not that important to me. I can support other families. But if the Song family falls into someone else's hands, do you think the future of the Song family will be guaranteed? Are you aware of the capabilities of your blood relatives? Or do you not care about the Song family?" Facing Song Chen's strategic retreat, Song Qingshan frowned. Eventually, he sat in a nearby chair and asked impatiently, "Speak, what's the matter?" "I am prepared to eliminate those few large families in this current meeting who advocated for the distribution of resources for the small worlds," said Song Chen. "Eliminate, now. Aren't you worried about chaos within the Star Alliance?" Song Qingshan exclaimed in surprise. "That is indeed a hidden danger. Therefore, once we take action, we must act quickly. As long as our speed is fast enough, the undercover agents I've placed in those families will act promptly. They will control those families," Song Chen explained. Despite the risk involved in executing this plan, Song Qingshan was skeptical. Many struggles for power and position in the past had similar tactics, but the execution was the crucial factor. These family leaders are all extremely cautious. How could they not be on guard against your move? Take Morong Bo, for example. This time, he attended the banquet with a private fleet of 3,000 interstellar warships. It won't be easy to eliminate them, and do it discreetly. Song Qingshan shook his head. However, Song Chen coldly remarked, "What if I told you that this discussion with us was actually a trap set by them? In reality, they might already have a plan to take me out." Astonished, Song Qingshan stared at Song Chen in disbelief. Chapter 1284. How dare they? How dare they? Song Qingshan couldn't believe it. In his view, the Star Alliance was completely under the control of Song Chen now. Song Chen directly or indirectly controlled at least 2/3 of the military fleet within the Star Alliance, with nearly 80% of the T5 class interstellar warships in his hands. And in terms of the production of interstellar warships within the Star Alliance, basically half of them were under Song Chen's control. In such a situation, there were actually people within the Star Alliance who wanted to eliminate Song Chen. Their thinking is just like mine. If they openly confront me, they won't gain any advantage. But if they can eliminate me quickly, then take over the Star Alliance and those families that rely on me in a very short time. Then they can become the next controllers of the Star Alliance at minimum cost," Song Chen said with a vacant look in his eyes. Song Qingshan shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Impossible. Even if they have this idea, they would never dare to do such a thing. Solely based on their own military." Here, Song Qingshan paused. He looked at Song Chen with some hesitation. "You have guessed the answer," Song Chen shrugged, then said, "That's right, they found a collaborator, a stellar power from the other universe." Collaborating with the enemy? Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the situation to be this serious. How dare they? Song Qingshan exploded in anger. It was clear that he was very angry at the moment. More angry than when he heard that those families wanted to harm Song Chen. Presumably, in his view, those families plotting against Song Chen could only be considered internal strife. But if they collaborated with an external enemy, that was a different story. No one would like a traitor. At this moment, the beautiful woman next to him spoke up. "We're the Covert Defense Intelligence Organization. We have been monitoring those families since the discovery of the small worlds, and when our Star Alliance began deploying troops at the border, the stellar powers from the other universe began infiltrating our universe. Presumably, they have seen the current situation of our Star Alliance and found a way to target those conservative powers. They secretly established connections and began negotiating cooperation. Initially, the other side claimed they had no intention towards our universe, but considering the current leader of the Star Alliance is a militant, they wanted to support the conservatives to become the leader of the Star Alliance. Regarding the resources of the small worlds, they could split them evenly. However, in the initial stages, they did not agree to the terms proposed by the conservatives. As she spoke, the woman presented detailed information. It included data on the families colluding with the enemy, The frequency of negotiations, the timing of meetings, and even the conditions set forth by the conservatives were all recorded. Zhao Chen glanced at those conditions. It became clear why the initial cooperation had not been reached. The conservatives were indeed demanding a lot. Apart from requesting a share of the small world resources, they also wanted all the technological know-how of that quasi-T6 interstellar warship from the other universe. Additionally, they demanded the dispatch of 3,000 top interstellar warships to carry out an assassination plan against Song Chen. This meant that they wanted the enemy to take the lead. Furthermore, to ensure that the other universe genuinely had no ill intentions towards our universe, they required representatives of the upper echelons of the enemy universe to be held as hostages within our universe. At the same time, at the boundary between the two universes, the other universe was not allowed to construct any military installations. The only remaining stargates also had to be under the control of our universe, but could be used by the other side. These conditions were too much. Under normal circumstances, no one would likely agree to them. Zhao Chen took a look at the timing when the other side had agreed. It just happened to be the day after they executed a secret operation. The representative of the other universe had immediately accepted all the conditions set by the conservatives. To some extent, we have facilitated this conservative plan, Zhao Chen mused to himself. Due to the success of the covert operation, the Star Alliance fleet had obtained the upper hand on the battlefield, putting immense pressure on the fleet from the other universe. As a result, following the massive offensive of the Star Alliance fleet, the frontline fleet of the opposing universe would experience a decline in strength due to the damage caused by the covert operation. Naturally, the high-ranking officials of the other universe would not just sit idly by and watch what was happening. At this point, compared to the conditions set by the conservatives, they didn't seem as egregious. In the end, after secret negotiations, the final cooperation plan was confirmed. According to our intelligence, one of their stellar fleets, comprising 3,000 T5 interstellar warships, has already infiltrated our universe. But unfortunately, our people weren't able to track them. The whereabouts of these 3,000 enemy stellar warships are currently unknown, the beautiful lady said with a sense of shame, looking at Song Chen. That's all water under the bridge now. What we need to do is figure out how to handle this situation. Song Chen didn't blame her, but instead, he looked at Song Qingshan. Why are you all staring at me? Since you now know their plan, then go and stop them. Song Qingshan spread his hands, looking puzzled at Song Chen. Up until now, he still didn't understand why he was present here and hearing this classified information. Because my plan requires your help, Song Chen said. Song Qingshan looked puzzled. Song Chen raised his hand and opened a star map. In the center of this star map was the location of their interstellar city. Based on the information gathered by our intelligence, this meeting seems like the conservatives are worried that we have control over the resources and might deal with them in the future, so they want to distribute the resources of the small worlds in advance. In reality, they just want to concentrate all of our Star Alliance's high-ranking officials here, including me. Song Chen pointed to the location of the interstellar city. Song Qingshan furrowed his brows as he looked at the interstellar city. Attack here! Although this isn't a stellar fortress, this interstellar city has defense fleets and weapons like defense cannons. Even if the other side has a pure force of 3,000 T5 class interstellar warships, they cannot take over this place in a short amount of time. Even if there are disruptions from the inside and outside, they still cannot succeed. By then, you can completely mobilize the fleet and annihilate the enemy's infiltrated stellar fleet here. Song Chen shook his head and said, the enemy is very cautious. The fact that they haven't been able to locate the enemy's stellar fleet indicates that. Also, the communications between the conservatives and the other side have been very cautious. In their own words, if the plan doesn't have a 90% success rate, they won't proceed. Song Qingshan looked at Song Chen in surprise. Song Chen said coldly, in that case, let's stage a play. Let them think they have a 90% chance of victory. Lure the snake out of its hole. Chapter 1285 Plan. As far as we know, the enemy's layout this time, the best plan is not to attack this interstellar city. It is to ambush us halfway when we leave here. Not only to ambush me, but also to ambush the representatives of those major family forces that support me. Seize the opportunity and take them all down. Then let the conservatives officially take over. And if I stay in this interstellar city and don't go out, it will definitely cause the enemy's concern and make them give up this plan. This plan is actually what I want. Song Chen raised his hand, and a simulated battle situation began to appear on the star map. Among them, there was a fleet marked with a flag, departing from the interstellar city, and at the same time, other fleets also left. Later, on the way back for these fleets, the enemy fleet appeared and ambushed them. But at this moment, everything changed. In the ambush location, a large number of Star Alliance fleets appeared. In the end, at the ambush location, all of the enemy's interstellar warships were completely destroyed. At the same time, Song Qingshan also discovered some fleets carrying the Dark Defense flag, actually ambushing the conservative faction fleet and then eating up the conservative faction fleet. To use the enemy's tactics against them? Song Qingshan muttered, yes. And the advantage of this plan is that we can completely shift the blame for the Dark Defense ambushing the conservative faction fleet to the enemy's universe. In this way, we can maintain the stability of the Star Alliance order, rapidly take over the conservative faction industries, and make everyone unite in anger, thinking that the universe on the other side is our enemy. Kill two birds with one stone. A slight smile appeared on Song Chen's face. But I still think this plan is too risky. At this moment, the previously silent Shangguan Kongwei couldn't help speaking, looking worriedly at Song Chen. If you don't go into the tiger's lair, how can you get the tiger's cub? If I don't step forward, how would those people take the bait? Song Chen sneered. Wait. You guys explain clearly first, what's going on? And what do you need me to do? It could be seen that Song Qingshan's emotions were somewhat turbulent at this moment. Because suddenly such a major event was placed in front of him, it really caught him off guard. The leader of the Dark Defense Beauty smiled slightly and said directly, our plan is simple. The first part is to turn the tables. The leader will board his flagship and take 300 interstellar warships back, according to the original plan, to a specific destination. This entire itinerary is only known to the top echelons of the Star Alliance Council. She emphasized the last sentence. This clearly meant that if the top echelons of the Star Alliance Council knew, then the conservative faction also knew. After that, the enemy will definitely ambush us. And we not only need to eliminate these enemies, disrupt the conservative faction's plan, but also need a perfect ride, she continued. But in order not to startle the snake, the fleet currently deployed on the front line cannot be directly ordered to mobilize. And currently, the only suitable force is your fleet. And you were just promoted. The number of fleets under your command has also increased to a total of 30,000. Isn't that right, Rear Admiral? The Dark Defense Beauty stared at Song Qingshan. Zhao Chen on the other side thought to himself, no wonder the scale of Song Qingshan's fleet has increased so quickly during this period. Although he is only a Rear Admiral, it is not possible for him to directly command 30,000 interstellar warships all at once. And the quality of those 30,000 interstellar warships is not high. At that time, I will issue you an order in advance to lead your fleet to a battlefield on a neighboring small world. In fact, a batch of T6 Mirage ferries will be waiting for you on the sailing route. When the plan starts, those T6 Mirage ferries will transport your various fleets to the designated battlefield. The Dark Defense will be responsible for sending you the location of the battlefield. And after the ambush battle begins, I will send out a call for help. At that time, various parts of the Star Alliance fleets will then provide support, but their efficiency will definitely be slow. So your responsibility is either destroy all enemy ships or protect the starships where the top leaders of the major families, including myself, are located from enemy attacks until the main force of the Star Alliance reinforcements arrive, and ultimately wipe out the enemy. Song Chen casually described this plan. Song Qingshan was once again shocked. Today is probably the day he has been surprised the most. He looked at Song Chen and said, "Why did you choose me?" "Because I trust you," Song Chen said openly. Song Qingshan frowned. Song Chen continued, "To be honest with you, before the civil war within the Star Alliance, the Dark Defense already investigated all aspects of the Song family inside and out. I have a copy of the data here. And you are among them. Among the Song family members, you rank the highest on that list. Although I don't like the status of the Song family, if it weren't for the greater good, I wouldn't have followed my father's surname at all. Instead, I would have used my mother's surname. However, one day I will change it back. So, as I said before, the Song family needs an heir, and you are my satisfactory choice. Plus, your abilities. And currently, you are the only military force I can mobilize that won't attract attention. After all, the top echelons of the Star Alliance all know that you never see eye to eye with my brother. So, they would never think that you would be part of this plan." Song Qingshan fell silent for a long time. He looked at Song Chen again. This time his gaze was calm. He said, "If you trust me so much, aren't you worried that I might turn against you and wait for you to die before making a move? By then, I could use the Song family's position to become the leader of the Star Alliance." "You won't," Song Chen said firmly. Song Qingshan wanted to say something in response, but the words died on his lips. Zhao Chen nodded silently. Song Chen is indeed good at judging people. Song Qingshan is not that kind of person. He may dislike Song Chen, but he also doesn't care for the Song family's position and would not plot against Song Chen, especially not at a time like this. "Fine, I agree. But if you die, don't blame me," Song Qingshan said coldly. Song Chen smiled as he looked at Song Qingshan, picked up the wine glass on the table, and said with a smile, "Then I'll rely on my dear brother." Song Qingshan didn't drink the wine and left directly. This secret meeting ended here. Zhao Chen digested this matter. If everything goes smoothly according to Song Chen's plan, there shouldn't be too much risk involved. After a while, a figure appeared in front of Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen raised his head, somewhat surprised to see Song Qingshan. "General!" Zhao Chen immediately stood up. "Zhao Chen, I need to ask you for a favor." Chapter 1286 of the Black Rose No. One ship. Zhao Chen looked at the spaceship in front of him. It was painted black with black rose patterns on its hull. He had seen information or rumors about this particular spaceship before. It was the Black Rose Class T6 heavy interstellar battleship that helped secure victory for Song Chen during the Star Alliance Civil War. It was also the strongest interstellar battleship currently in service in the Star Alliance, according to public information. The ship Zhao Chen was about to board had a very special designation, Black Rose 01. As its name implied, this was the flagship of the Star Alliance leader, and also the most powerful. "Are you Colonel Zhao Chen?" At that moment, a senior officer with the rank of colonel walked down, looking at Zhao Chen in front of him. "Yes, that's me," Zhao Chen replied. "Please show me your identification card." The colonel officer scrutinized Zhao Chen from top to bottom. Zhao Chen presented his identification card. After scanning it and confirming Zhao Chen's identity multiple times, the officer saluted him. "Please don't mind, this is a necessary process. You know the uniqueness of this Black Rose. Everyone boarding this starship needs strict identity verification." Zhao Chen nodded in understanding. The officer continued, "One last question. Do you have any weapons on you?" Zhao Chen took out the hilt of the lightsaber he carried on his waist. "This is the only weapon I have." "Is this the legendary lightsaber you used to pilot the land-based interstellar fighter, then jumped out at 10,000 meters altitude and killed the alien species barehanded under the sky?" The colonel officer examined Zhao Chen's lightsaber. Zhao Chen smiled subtly, just a coincidence. Seemingly, the officer had thoroughly investigated Zhao Chen's identity. "All right, you can carry this weapon with you. You can board the ship now. Please follow me." The colonel officer led the way with Zhao Chen following behind. Reflecting on an hour earlier when Song Qingshan had made a request of him that he now report for duty aboard the Black Rose No. One ship and that he would have full command of all the starships on board. The only condition was to ensure Song Chen's safety under any circumstance. At that time, Song Qingshan's expression was very serious when he said, "I don't like Song Chen, but I have to admit that the future of the Star Alliance depends on him. Please, take care of him." Song Qingshan patted Zhao Chen's shoulder and personally contacted Song Chen. It was the only request Song Qingshan had made to Song Chen. After some hesitation, Song Chen had agreed upon verifying the person's identity. Zhao Chen remembered Song Qingshan's last words at the time. "I warn you, he is lent to you by me. After this operation is over, you must return him to me." Song Qingshan's strict warning. "Colonel Zhao, I'll take you directly to the fighter jet hangar of our Black Rose No. One ship." The colonel officer gestured ahead. "All right. This is all the data on the battle modules of the Black Rose No. One ship's interstellar fighter. Additionally, from now on, you hold your current identification card. You can access areas including interstellar fighters, interstellar drones. Meanwhile, you have command rights over this part. Besides the leader, No one can interfere with your commands." While saying this, the colonel officer looked at Zhao Chen with an unusual expression. It seemed he found this order strange. To give such great power to someone who was boarding the Black Rose one ship for the first time. However, this was a direct order from the leader, so he dared not question it. At this moment, Zhao Chen began to quickly go through the relevant data. Despite the Black Rose being a heavy interstellar battleship, it was more accurately a comprehensive class of interstellar battleship. In addition to the combat modules possessed by regular battleships, due to its heavy nature, it sacrificed speed, but gained more space. This additional space housed interstellar missile launchers, ammunition, interstellar fighters, and interstellar drones. According to the detailed data in front of Zhao Chen, the Black Rose carried a total of 3,000 interstellar fighters and 100,000 interstellar drones. Although this quantity couldn't be compared to that of a carrier starship, the equipment of these interstellar fighters and drones was remarkable. They were all specially designed for the Black Rose, all conventional interstellar fighters, including the Quasi-T6 Rose Knight-class interstellar fighters and Quasi-T6 Rose Fairy-class interstellar drones. These two models were both T6 class and the only T6 class interstellar fighters and drones in the Star Alliance. "We're here." The colonel officer arrived at a massive gate. Beyond it, the noise of several hangars the size of football fields could be heard. Zhao Chen entered, and almost instantly, the eyes of the interstellar fighter pilots and ground crew near the gate all fell on him. The colonel officer whispered to Zhao Chen, "Since the Black Rose one is not a carrier starship, it doesn't need to carry out any interstellar aerial combat missions. At most, it deals with defensive actions when enemy interstellar fighters or drones attack. The frequency of use isn't high. However, the identity of an interstellar fighter pilot, combined with being the flagship, means there are quite a few inserted individuals here, each of them high-handed. But rest assured about the identity aspect. Thank you, my work starts now." Zhao Chen thanked the colonel officer. He needed to take over this duty in the shortest time possible, first establishing authority. Otherwise, if a real war broke out and the soldiers didn't follow his commands, it would be a bigger problem, especially as their new, skybound commander. Many were probably suspicious of him. From the moment he arrived here, the captains of various flight squadrons must have learned about this arrangement, but no one came to welcome him. This indicated an undercurrent within the ranks not being very welcoming to him. Zhao Chen raised his hand, used his authority, and opened the communicators for all flight crew members and ground crew. All crew members, all ground crew teams, assemble in front of the one hangar gate within 10 minutes. Latecomers will be severely punished. Chapter 1287. New official takes office. 3 fires. Zhao Chen's words appeared in front of the crew members and all ground personnel, with a video window urgently broadcasting this order. Standing beside him, the colonel officer watched Zhao Chen with interest. Naturally, he guessed that this was Zhao Chen, the new official, starting with a show of strength. He needed to establish authority. However, he did not anticipate that he would act so hastily. Typically, when a new superior parachutes into a position, they would choose a gradual approach, first building relationships. But Zhao Chen's immediate show of force could easily backfire. In fact, Zhao Chen wanted to proceed gradually and was reluctant to deal with these people. But he knew what was about to happen. The starship would be used as bait and would soon be under enemy attack. Before that happened, he needed to control his own power. So, he had no choice but to take decisive action. Soon, footsteps were heard coming from all the hangars. More and more people began to gather together. All the crew members, including the starfighter pilots and ground personnel, totaling nearly 10,000 people, assembled together, creating a splendid scene. Each small team, each ground crew unit, stood together, forming small squares. The 10-minute window chosen by Zhao Chen was quite subtle, as it was the standard time for the emergency military situation of the Star Alliance. Every soldier graduating from the military academy had to pass this test. The 10 minutes quickly elapsed. Zhao Chen directly used his authority to control the surveillance robots in the hangar. "Time's up, scan everyone present." The cameras quickly swept over the assembled individuals. Because Zhao Chen had been communicating through the window, the over 10,000 people might not be able to see Zhao Chen's location in person, but they could see and hear through the video window. At this point, the robots reported back. First flight team, should have 307 people, actual 300 for people, 3 absent. Absentees are Flight Team Leader Cao Bing. Second Flight Team, First Ground Crew. Soon, a list of absentees was compiled within about half a minute. And within this half minute, some people arrived late. One person walked in through the gate behind Zhao Chen with his hands in his pockets. As if not seeing Zhao Chen, he went straight to his team. All absentees, assemble in front of me. Zhao Chen directly sent an emergency order to all absentees. And the person who casually walked past Zhao Chen with his hands in his pockets had a red pop-up window appear in front of him. First Flight Team Leader Cao Bing, as you did not assemble within the specified time, you are deemed absent. Please immediately report to the flight commander of the unit. As this was broadcast, people nearby could hear. Unfortunately, the first flight team was located very close to Zhao Chen. The soldiers of the first flight team also heard the announcement. As for Cao Bing, he did not turn around, but a cold hum could be heard from him. Next, Zhao Chen's voice sounded on the communication channel. If absentees do not assemble in front of me within 1 minute, the Starship battle sequence will be launched. This statement shocked everyone present, including the colonel officer next to Zhao Chen. They did not expect Zhao Chen to be so decisive. The team leader named Cao Bing now looked somewhat uncertain. He did not know if Zhao Chen was bluffing. At this moment, footsteps were heard around them. All the latecomers had now run to assemble in front of Zhao Chen. Out of the over 10,000 people, nearly 100 were late. Some were just careless, while others were deliberate, like Cao Bing. Ultimately, Cao Bing turned around and stood among the latecomers. The minute passed quickly. But at this time, another figure walked over, leisurely, with a cigarette in his mouth. Sorry, was a bit slow. This person raised his head, a hint of provocation in his gaze. Zhao Chen looked at him unfazed, and in front of everyone, and the live video feed, he brought up a personnel file. It was this individual, the deputy team leader of the 5th Flight Team, 2nd Lieutenant Lu Gaoqiang. Deputy team leader of the 5th Flight Team, Lu Gaoqiang, disobeying orders. All his duties are revoked with immediate effect, and he is to be immediately expelled from the Red Rose No. 1 ship. Await further action from the Star Alliance authorities. Saying this, Zhao Chen directly processed the information regarding Lu Gaoqiang. Lu Gaoqiang paused for a moment, and then a red window popped up in front of him. Soldier Lu Gaoqiang, for not following superior orders, all duties are revoked. Please leave the Red Rose No. 1 ship within 1 hour, awaiting further instructions from the relevant Star Alliance departments. Lu Gaoqiang was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Zhao Chen, and, as he started to speak, his expression turned volatile. Hey, are you out of your mind? Just because I was a bit late, you are revoking my duties. Do you know who I am? Do you know which family I belong to? Do you dare to touch me? Lu Gaoqiang walked up to Zhao Chen, pointing at him as he spoke. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen raised his hand and directly broke Lu Gaoqiang's finger. A sharp scream echoed around. Challenging a superior is a great higher of an offense. Zhao Chen looked at Lu Gaoqiang, who was kneeling on the ground, screaming in pain while holding his finger. Get him out of here. Zhao Chen looked at the few soldiers beside him. Immediately, these soldiers picked up Lu Gaoqiang. However, instead of actually throwing him out, they placed him outside the hangar. Lu Gaoqiang's cries and curses rang out continuously. The rest of the latecomers. Penalty: run 10 laps around hangar number 1. Afterward, you can rest. Zhao Chen said coldly. 10 laps. Hearing this punishment, many people took a sharp breath. Although operating starfighters required strong physique, and these soldiers had strong bodies, hangar number 1 alone was 10 kilometers long. 10 laps meant running 100 kilometers. Even for soldiers with strong physical fitness, running 100 kilometers meant risking their lives. I protest. Just being late for a while, and I have to run 100 kilometers. At this moment, Cao Bing couldn't help but step forward, glaring at Zhao Chen. Protest dismissed. As a soldier, time is crucial at all times. As a team leader, you should understand this. And I am your superior. Not to mention running 100 kilometers, even if I ordered you to run 100 kilometers, you must comply. Unless you want to end up like that guy. Get lost. Zhao Chen retorted without hesitation. Cao Bing's expression turned uncertain. In the end, He couldn't help but speak up. Your rank is higher than ours. Following orders is a soldier's duty, but here, strength commands respect. How do I know if you have what it takes to be our squadron leader? Zhao Chen's lips slightly curled upwards as he looked at the man. Very good. I like your attitude. Let's have a competition. If I win, you don't have to run. But if you lose, you'll run to 100 kilometers. Chapter 1288. You talk to me about fairness. 100 kilometers is already terrifying. 200 kilometers, even for those warriors of theirs, I estimate they would end up in the medical room after running that distance. This is not fair. I lose. I run to 100 kilometers. You lose. Just cancel the punishment, Cao Bing retorted. Zhao Chen sneered, looking at Cao Bing, pointed at his military rank, then at the other person. Fair. Are you using your status to talk about fairness with me? I can completely choose not to follow this wager. Instead, directly punish you. Isn't that fair? Cao Bing fell silent for a moment, ultimately staring at Zhao Chen. Fine. I accept this wager. Go prepare the Interstellar Air Combat Simulator. The entire event will be live-streamed. Don't say I'm bullying you later, Zhao Chen said as he took off his military jacket, tossing it to a subordinate he found pleasing. At this moment, he noticed that the colonel had not left. Commander, do you have any other business? Zhao Chen asked. I'm just curious about your upcoming wager. The colonel did not hide his curiosity. Although it's said that a new official takes 3 fires to burn up, it's rare to see such tension right off the bat. The colonel glanced at Cao Bing, who had begun preparing. He offered a friendly reminder. Cao Bing comes from a second-tier military-industrial family, mainly producing interstellar fighters and drones. So, Cao Bing grew up familiar with piloting and operating interstellar fighters. On our mothership, he is an absolute ace pilot. Be cautious. Zhao Chen's lips curled slightly. I'm here to defeat ace pilots. Finished speaking, soldiers in the distance reported. 2 interstellar air combat simulators were ready. These were simulators that could recreate all aspects of space combat for interstellar fighters, including gravity and physical exertion, in a 1-to-1 setting, making it 99% realistic. You get to choose the battle map, Zhao Chen said casually as he sat at the controls, casting a disdainful glance towards Cao Bing. Cao Bing's mouth twitched. The choice of battle map actually held significant advantages. For example, selecting a map one is familiar and skilled in could directly increase one's chance of winning by 30%. This guy was brazen, letting himself pick the battle map directly. Humph, don't complain later that I'm bullying you. Random, Cao Bing said, choosing the random selection option. Soon, a battle map appeared in front of them. And because it was being live-streamed, everyone saw the randomly selected battle map. I can't believe it's Interstellar Sea City. That's Captain Cao's most familiar battle map. If I remember correctly, Captain Cao's win rate on Interstellar Sea City battles is 100%. Flattering voices surrounded them. Cao Bing's mouth couldn't help but twitch with a smile. He provocatively gazed at Zhao Chen. Commander, Interstellar Sea City is the battle map I'm most familiar with. Do you want to pick another one? Doesn't matter. Let's stick with it, Zhao Chen said nonchalantly before closing the canopy of his cockpit. Cao Bing's mouth twitched again. This Zhao Chen was truly arrogant. Let's see how long that arrogance lasts when he loses. Cao Bing fell silent and entered his cockpit. Both men were ready. Soon, the duel began. The colonel watched the battlefield scene before him. It was a battlefield called Interstellar Sea City. The so-called Interstellar Sea City was a name given to a famous interstellar air combat location. It was a battlefield around the star ring of Sea City, known for its complexity, making it a classic battle map for interstellar air combat. The interstellar fighters both pilots were flying were the near T6 Rose Knight-class interstellar fighters. The colonel frowned slightly. If he wasn't mistaken, Zhao Chen seemed to have no record of flying this Rose Knight-class interstellar fighter in actual combat before. In other words, this could be his first time flying a near T6 Rose Knight-class interstellar fighter. Or perhaps he had operated it a few times before being assigned here, but by no means could he be considered proficient. This wasn't good. If Zhao Chen were to be defeated in this space battle, it would be a great blow to his credibility. However, the battle results were a complete face-slapping affair. 3 minutes. The blue team was destroyed. The canopy of the cockpits slowly opened. Cao Bing sat there, utterly stunned, frozen in place. Zhao Chen remained composed, looking at the astonished crowd around him. Anyone else want to challenge me? This is your only chance. But, for those who lose, an additional 50 kilometers will be added to their punishment. However, you can choose the battle map and fighter type. Upon hearing this, it reignited the pride of many individuals present. Those who served as interstellar fighter pilots all had their own pride. Now, someone was trampling on their pride, standing above them. How could they tolerate that? Moreover, although this was a simulation, there was virtually no difference from actual interstellar combat, impacting their bodies in the same way. One more round. Cao Bing suddenly shouted. Zhao Chen coldly turned to Cao Bing. Cao Bing's entire face flushed. He exerted himself to the fullest as he shouted, "If I lose, I'll run 300 kilometers." Zhao Chen said nothing, simply closed the cockpit without a word. Cao Bing immediately followed suit. The second round began. This time, it ended even faster. The battle lasted for 2 minutes. Cao Bing lost. The canopy opened. Again. Cao Bing, head bowed, his hands trembling. Zhao Chen said nothing, agreeing to another round. The third round ended in 1 minute 50 seconds. Cao Bing lost. The fourth round lasted 1 minute 45 seconds. Cao Bing lost. The fifth round went on for 1 minute 43 seconds. Cao Bing lost. Again. Cao Bing seemed to have lost his mind, crazily screaming, because after 5 consecutive high-intensity battles, he was now drenched from head to toe. Though his combat suit could handle it, his face was covered in sweat. Help Commander Cao Bing back down. Zhao Chen quietly instructed the members of the first squadron. Upon hearing this, the first squadron members immediately stepped forward, assisting the defeated Cao Bing. As Cao Bing left the cockpit, his legs were shaking. Anyone else? Zhao Chen's voice rang out, piercing through the hearts of many present. At that moment, a deputy captain from among the previously late arrivals raised his hand. Chapter 1289. Who else does not submit to the sixth match? 2 minutes and 18 seconds, Zhao Chen wins. The seventh match, 2 minutes and 31 seconds, Zhao Chen wins. The eighth match, 1 minute and 55 seconds, Zhao Chen wins. Gradually, it seems like everyone has formed a habit. On one side of the simulated cockpit, every 3 minutes, a pilot would sneak out, and then it's the next one's turn. Without exception, it was always Zhao Chen who emerged victorious. With superb driving skills, he could navigate any battlefield map with ease. At this moment, everyone genuinely admired this newly arrived captain. There was no doubt about his skills. Even if he lost a game now, no one would think much of it. They were just curious how many matches this captain could ultimately win. How many matches has he played now? 15 matches, 15 wins. He has already exceeded our average number of sorties. This captain's physical fitness is really strong. Have you not noticed? He hasn't even broken a sweat so far. There were whispers all around. They were all curious about how many wins this captain would end up with. Eventually, after a fighter pilot lost Grayly, no one challenged Zhao Chen anymore. At that point, Zhao Chen had won 18 matches in a row. Zhao Chen stood up from the cockpit, looking around. He said coldly, "Who else dares to challenge me?" No one spoke, and there was dead silence. Zhao Chen looked at those who had just become his defeated subordinates. Among them, Cao Bing stood there with a pale face, looking lost. According to the previous punishment, now all of you will have to run around the first hangar, Zhao Chen said. As soon as his words fell, those people started running in circles, looking dejected. Some were more fortunate, not being latecomers, but succumbing to curiosity and eventually failing, only needing to run 50 kilometers for their actions. Others were both latecomers and challengers, having to run 150 kilometers. Among them, the most scrutinized was Cao Bing. Nobody knew how much he would have to run. "Captain, our captain," a member of the first flight squad, couldn't help but speak up to plea for their own captain. "Shut your mouth." Cao Bing glared at his squad member angrily, then silently joined the running group. Nearly 100 people quietly circled the enormous hangar number 1. Apart from the punished captains and vice-captains, the leaders of the other squads and the responsible personnel of the ground crew team should gather in my office. Others are dismissed, Zhao Chen said before preparing to leave. He noticed the senior military officer still present, smiling as he said, "I'm sorry, I have matters to attend to here. No problem, no problem. It's truly amazing to witness Colonel Zhao's performance today. He truly deserves to be recognized as a combat hero who has risen through the ranks in a single battle, the senior military officer praised repeatedly. After bidding farewell, with every 3 steps, there was a turn. Zhao Chen walked towards his office. As for the group of people gathering in the hangar, they lingered for a long time, discussing what had just happened while keeping an eye on those running circles. Those who needed to go to Zhao Chen's office did so promptly, none daring to be late, behaving like obedient children. After returning to the bridge, the senior military officer was summoned to the captain's chair where Song Chen was handling official business. Have you arranged for the person you were instructed to? The senior military officer asked respectfully. Why did it take you so long? Song Chen asked, raising his head in confusion. The senior military officer then reported on what had occurred in the combat hangar. Hearing about this incident, Song Chen showed a hint of surprise. He's that capable? Yes. I suspect he wanted to establish his prestige, but was in a hurry for some reason. Using such means. Although he succeeded, it was risky. If he had failed, his future reputation here would have been ruined, making it difficult to gain trust, the senior military officer said. Song Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Why such haste? Could it be because he knew about the operation plan this time and wanted to master the starship's interstellar fighter strength in a short time? But that's impossible. They had already decided during the discussion before. Except for a few people, no one else knew the entire operational plan. Could it be that Song Qingshen told him? After all, he was the one who requested to send him here. But that was also unlikely. Although Song Qingshen valued this person, he knew the rules. It wasn't appropriate to disclose important plans to just a colonel. Sir, we have set the time for departure. It's expected to be in 3 hours, a military officer reported to Song Chen. 3 hours. Song Chen nodded, looking at the star map before saying, report our route to the Star Alliance. Inform them that we will head to the frontline headquarters number 3, commanding the upcoming total attack plan on the minor universe here. Understood. Regarding the upcoming plan with Bait, Song Chen didn't inform his subordinates, and no one knew if there were conservative elements planting hidden moles around him. This Zhao Chen. Song Chen thought of Zhao Chen. When they exchanged glances at the banquet before, there was a strange feeling. However, after investigating Zhao Chen, except for the remarkable talent he displayed after being invaded on that planet by aliens, everything about his past and career was very normal and traceable. As for why he suddenly showed amazing talent, it was really hard to say. Song Chen wanted to meet this A starfighter pilot. But as a Star Alliance leader, meeting an interstellar pilot, even if he was a colonel, was still unusual. In the current situation, Song Chen tried to avoid such incidents as much as possible. He could only suppress his desire to contact Zhao Chen. He would wait until after this operation plan was over to decide. After handing over all the instructions, Song Chen sat in the captain's chair, gazing deeply at the star map. After the success of this operation plan, he could completely control the forces within the Star Alliance and possess the minor world. In the future, he would also plan to invade the opponent's universe, seizing more cosmic resources to build a powerful Starfleet to deal with the impending disaster. Even if he became an invader, he was ready. Chapter 1290. Simulated Training in Hangar No. 1. The number of people being punished with running gradually decreased. In the end, only one person continued running there. Naturally, that was Cao Bing, who received the most severe punishment. Finally, the deputy captain of the first squadron couldn't help but run to Zhao Chen's office. Pleading, he said, Captain, Cao Bing was disrespectful to you before. But he has now run to 100 kilometers. If he continues like this, he will die. Zhao Chen calmly replied, with today's technology, running won't kill anyone. But the deputy captain wanted to plead further. Zhao Chen coldly raised his head and looked at him, saying, regardless of who it is, everyone needs to take responsibility for the choices they make. Even Cao Bing. Gritting his teeth, the deputy captain turned back reluctantly. At that moment, Zhao Chen spoke, you can inform the medical room to send someone to keep watch. If Cao Bing faints, send him for treatment immediately. But for those who haven't finished running yet, they will continue next time. Hearing the captain's words, the deputy captain breathed a sigh of relief and immediately went to make arrangements. In the end, after Cao Bing had run nearly 300 kilometers consecutively, his strength gave out and he collapsed on the ground. This was extremely life-threatening. Luckily, medical personnel nearby immediately came to treat him. Then, using a mechanical stretcher, they sent Cao Bing to the treatment warehouse. There, Cao Bing would recover in just half an hour. From then on, in just a few hours, all the starfighter pilots and ground crew on the Black Rose know one ship had nothing but respect and awe for the new captain. Soon, each squadron began to familiarize themselves with a new training method, mainly focusing on several formation trainings. It wasn't too difficult for these elite starfighter pilots selected from among the best. Just a few hours of training would suffice to master it. However, they wondered why the new captain demanded that they grasp this so quickly. All departments, prepare to depart in 10 minutes, the ship-wide broadcast sounded. To others, this seemed like an ordinary departure. Everyone just focused on their tasks. But Zhao Chen knew. This departure marked the beginning of their mission. Walking slowly to his own department, the only place with a porthole, Zhao Chen could see the outside view. He could see the starships outside, the personal guard fleet of Song Chen, totaling 300 starships. This included 5 quasi-T6 Black Rose heavy starship battle cruisers, and the rest being T5 starships. This lineup was quite daunting. Even the usual 3,000 starships would find it challenging to handle this force. However, the enemy knew the scale of Song Chen's personal guard fleet and was prepared in case they dared to attack. They just didn't know where exactly they would strike. Zhao Chen opened the star map. Using the spy device planted on Song Qingshan before, he knew the route of this voyage. He brought up the entire star map along this route and quickly marked several suitable ambush points. There were a total of 3. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, contemplating which of these 3 ambush points would be the most suitable. From nearest to farthest, they could be categorized as Ambush Point 1, Ambush Point 2, and Ambush Point 3. In terms of advantage, Ambush Point 1 was undoubtedly the best, but it was too close here. On the other hand, Ambush Point 3 was the farthest, and therefore the least ideal. The most likely option was actually Ambush Point 2, which was the most balanced. Zhao Chen silently noted down these locations, and then issued a command to his flight squadron. 30 minutes from now, conduct a live combat simulation training. This order was only given to the squadron leaders and deputy leaders. The members of the first flight squadron had just recovered from their previously collapsed Cao Bing, who was pulling the covers off himself. His expression was very serious. Although his physical condition had recovered, when his legs hit the ground, he felt as though they weren't his own anymore. "Captain, the doctor said you need to rest a bit." The deputy captain saw that the Cao Bing wanted to get out of bed and hurriedly stopped him. However, Cao Bing stubbornly said, "I still have 150 kilometers. I must finish the run." With that, Cao Bing prepared to get up and run. But the deputy captain held him back, saying, "Cao Bing, the captain said that you still need to make up for what you haven't finished. But now the starship has departed, and the entire ship is in a level 3 combat readiness state. He doesn't want a squadron captain who, if a battle breaks out now, might not even have the strength to take off in a fighter jet. So, your punishment will be postponed until the next time we dock for rest." Hearing the deputy captain's words, Cao Bing hesitated. He clenched his fists and ultimately sat back on the edge of the bed obediently. It seemed like he accepted the arrangement. It was at this moment that Zhao Chen's first command about the live combat training was relayed. Why does he have so many arrangements? It's only been a few hours, and there's another live combat training exercise. The deputy captain was somewhat displeased. But at the same time, Cao Bing spoke up for Zhao Chen, saying, this is what he should do. As a newly appointed flight squadron captain, who was also airdropped in, he must quickly familiarize himself with his team and understand the combat readiness of his forces. "Captain, why are you speaking up for him? If he doesn't show up, that captain's position should be yours." The deputy captain expressed his dissatisfaction. However, Cao Bing calmly stated, a capable person should hold the position of captain. He is stronger than all of us, so naturally, he has the ability to be in that position. And we, as subordinates, should carry out his orders. All right, enough talking. Let's prepare for the live combat simulation in half an hour. I don't want to embarrass ourselves in front of this new captain again. Making a fool of ourselves only needs to happen once. Understood? Soon, the half-hour time was up. The entire flight squadron sounded the battle alarm. This was limited to the flight squadron and the Department of Starfighters. Other departments were unaware of what was happening here. For the sake of maintaining combat readiness, conducting live combat simulations was the highest authority the top commander had. During this time, all starfighter pilots and ground crew of the flight squadron went into action. First, they arranged all starfighters for battle in sequence and had the first sequence of starfighters ascend and descend to the combat hangar, preparing for battle. At the same time, the adjacent star drones were also ready for combat. The starfighter pilots were all dressed and waiting for orders in their rest areas. Chapter 1291 Training? Actual Combat. Report: all departments have assembled, ready to launch into combat at any time. A young officer stood by Zhao Chen's side and reported. This officer was selected by Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen glanced at the time. 9 minutes and 35 seconds. Within the time range. Look at these guys, they still understand the importance of time. Zhao Chen sneered. Previously, in order to show his authority, many people would deliberately be late. But now that they have witnessed his capabilities, these people naturally dare not cause any trouble. Pass on my orders. All departments disband. However, in the coming period, I will conduct a regular real combat simulation training. Everyone needs to be prepared with full alertness. Zhao Chen said, yes. Zhao Chen looked at the star map. Just now, their fleet had already passed the first ambush location, yes. In fact, Zhao Chen's true purpose for this real combat simulation was to ensure that in case of an ambush, his interstellar fighters and interstellar drones department could enter combat status in the shortest time possible. Therefore, he deliberately arranged this real combat simulation training. If no war occurs at the ambush location, it will simply be a simulation training. But if ambushed, they can enter combat status in the shortest time possible. Next, it's the second ambush location. Zhao Chen sat with his hands crossed in front of his office. Time passed by slowly. The entire squadron felt as if a sword was hanging over their heads. Because their squadron leader mentioned that this round of real combat simulation training was not over yet. In the following period, this training will be conducted irregularly. In other words, no one knows when the next real combat simulation training will happen. While some believed this arrangement was unnecessary, due to Zhao Chen's abilities, no one dared to openly object. It was unclear how much time had passed. Just when everyone was wondering whether the squadron leader was trying to scare them with this combat simulation, the alarm sounded again. Every flying squadron and interstellar drone module entered alert mode. Members of each squadron hurried to their respective rest areas. First Squadron's rest area. Captain Caobing looked at the time, furrowing his brow as he watched 3 individuals enter the room at 10 minutes and 8 seconds. Halt! What's the matter with you 3? According to the regulations, assembly time is 10 minutes. You are late by 8 seconds. Captain Caobing scolded the 3 individuals. One of them helplessly said, "We were having a meal at the starship cafeteria. When we heard the alarm, we hurried over. But on the way, we coincidentally encountered another department on a break, blocking the corridor. We ended up being late. We didn't do it on purpose, and that squadron leader is clearly intentionally targeting us. What's the point of conducting this real combat simulation out of the blue?" The other 2 individuals wearing a look of innocence, as if they hadn't made any mistakes at all. Captain Caobing furrowed his brow and reprimanded each of them bluntly. Blocked. Having a meal? That's your excuse for being late. And what about your mere 8 seconds? Do you realize what those 8 seconds mean in combat? It could mean your comrades not receiving support, being destroyed by the enemy. Hearing Captain Caobing's scolding, the 3 individuals could only take the scolding. On the other end, report, all squadrons have completed assembly. However, 3 squadrons were slightly over time, but none exceeded 20 seconds. The adjutant reported to Zhao Chen. 20 seconds? Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. He spoke solemnly, broadcast the lateness of these squadrons to the whole team. Yes. Zhao Chen looked at the star map, thinking that this might only be a simulation combat. Suddenly, the alarm on the entire starship rang out. "Captain, this seems to be not a simulated combat, but a real combat alert." The adjutant returned in a hurry, saying in panic, This was something Zhao Chen already knew because he had received the operation orders from the command bridge. Pass on my orders. Execute the planned operation. All flying squadrons prepare for takeoff, ready to deploy interstellar drones. Zhao Chen didn't hesitate, entering combat status, beginning the setup. Simultaneously, after the adjutant left, he quietly entered the system's back end of the starship, accessing some data he wanted. First, the Battlestar map. It could be seen that several red circles appeared at the forefront of the guard fleet. Interstellar stealth mines? Zhao Chen saw a term in the report. It seemed that the lead interstellar warship had collided with the interstellar stealth mines the enemy had preset. This was a technology product from the T5 level. It operated on the mine principle. But in interstellar battles, it was rarely used due to its high costs. Moreover, its stealth performance had a time limit. Once the time was exceeded, the stealth function's energy would be depleted, losing the ambush effect. So, using this weapon required knowing the enemy's navigation routes, times, and placing these interstellar mines on their paths. Missing any of these conditions would render this weapon ineffective. But with Song Chen's cooperation, the enemy naturally had access to this data. In this first ambush, Zhao Chen saw that nearly 30 interstellar warships in the guard fleet had suffered varying degrees of damage. Among the 5 leading interstellar warships, the Star Shield energy had been entirely depleted, and one warship had even sustained hull damage. At the same time, a large number of enemy universal interstellar warships emerged around them, numbering over 1,000. All these over 1,000 were of T5 level or higher, and there were even traces of the enemy's Quasi-T6 universal interstellar warships. The Quasi-T6 Cadaverl-class medium interstellar battleship. This was the only Quasi-T6 level interstellar warship the enemy possessed, and they had nearly 30 of them. This was 6 times the number of Song Chen's guard fleet's Quasi-T6 interstellar warship. It seemed the enemy had come prepared, specifically to annihilate Song Chen. Song Qingshan, the mission you arranged for me isn't simple at all. Zhao Chen couldn't help but remark. Afterwards, he left his office and headed to the battle hangar. At that moment, every battle hangar was bustling with activity. Interstellar fighters began to take off one by one. Zhao Chen reached his own interstellar fighter. "Captain, are you also going into battle?" The adjutant hurriedly followed. "I'm an ace pilot. If I don't go, what else would I be doing?" Zhao Chen retorted. "But, usually, captains oversee operations from the rear. If you're not there," the adjutant expressed some concern. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. "I've given all necessary instructions. You handle the rest. If you have trouble, contact me. That's it." With that, Zhao Chen put on his helmet and closed the cockpit hatch. Chapter 1290 To Fish Die and Net Breaks. Zhao Chen drove the T6 Rose Knight-class interstellar fighter. Although it was his first time driving this interstellar fighter, he was familiar with its performance. Coupled with several simulations in the cockpit, driving this interstellar fighter posed no difficulty for Zhao Chen. "Colonel Zhao, your mission this time is to guard the safety of the airspace around Black Rose's #1 ship. Enemy interstellar fighters and drones are not allowed to threaten our airspace." Zhao Chen heard the command from the bridge. In contrast to the importance placed on interstellar fighters by Song Qingshan, here interstellar fighters and drones played more of a support role. "Understood," Zhao Chen responded. Without having to face dangers himself, why wouldn't he comply? "All squadrons, execute Plan C," Zhao Chen ordered through his command channel. At the same time, he issued instructions to the department responsible for managing interstellar drones. "All interstellar drones remain on standby. Do not launch without my command." "Yes." Next, for Zhao Chen and the rest, all they had to do was wait. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen enjoyed this ambush. Although it was an ambush, Song Chen had prepared early. At the first sign of the ambush, he immediately employed the battle plan he had prepared in advance. 300 interstellar ships formed a defensive formation in the shape of a pin character. The essential interstellar ships, such as carrier ships, were inside, while the interstellar destroyers and escort ships were on the outside, intercepting enemy attacks. This was indeed the best handling plan. While the enemy had 1,000 interstellar ships, under this defensive formation, it would be challenging to quickly take down these 300 interstellar ships. Immediately broadcast the situation of our ambush. In the bridge, Song Chen decisively ordered. But soon, a bad news came. Report, there is strong long-range communication interference in the vicinity. We cannot send out distress signals. The officer from the communications department reported anxiously. Communication interference. Song Chen's expression darkened, but he had anticipated this. Notify the nearby interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to sail out of the enemy's communication interference range and transmit the information here, including the coordinates of our ambush. Yes. The interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships, lurking in the shadows, immediately began to move out of the combat zone. But unexpectedly, there was a sudden explosion. It happened in the empty space, and then one after another, the interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships were exposed. Report, all 5 of our interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships were attacked by an unknown enemy. They're now exposed, unable to follow the original battle plan. A subordinate reported anxiously. Song Chen looked at the star map. Indeed, the 5 interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships had been exposed. And the attackers were not hiding either. It turned out to be several interstellar comprehensive combat anti-stealth ships. It seems the enemy was well prepared. Song Chen's face darkened. Although he had prepared for this situation, there was still another move. During this period, she would secretly contact Song Qingshan on the other side at regular intervals. The agreement between them was that, if there were no contacts within the agreed time, it meant they had been attacked by the enemy, and their communication was disrupted. This way, Song Qingshan would be informed of Song Chen's ambush, even though he couldn't precisely pinpoint the coordinates for spatial deployment. However, at least he could determine a general area. In the worst-case scenario, they would guess a coordinate range and teleport the fleet over, and then conduct a thorough search. Find the location of the ambush. But this would significantly increase Song Chen's risk factor. That was the worst-case scenario. Song Chen remained silent. It seemed they could only proceed according to the worst-case scenario. Continue to hold our ground. We must be able to persevere until the reinforcements arrive. Song Chen said words of encouragement. On the other hand, Zhao Chen also saw the interstellar combat anti-stealth ships. They were a rare type of ship, equipped with stealth capabilities. The technological difficulty was extremely high, but their combat power was not particularly strong. Thus, very few interstellar forces would research this type of ship. It was the kind of investment that had high costs but low returns unless their enemies had exceptional abilities in stealth technology, such as Zhao Chen's Owl Dragon Legion. In the Owl's universe, when Zhao Chen rose, there were indeed interstellar forces developing this type of ship. At first, they only had conventional interstellar anti-stealth ships with very low technology. When Zhao Chen introduced the T5 interstellar stealth recon ship, those interstellar forces were still using the T4-level interstellar anti-stealth ships. This ensured that the Owl maintained a technological advantage throughout. Eventually, after the entire universe was under the Owl's control, Zhao Chen went as far as to acquire all research institutions focused on anti-stealth technology with a hefty sum. They continued research in this area, but it was all for the Owl. It was a good technology, but it could only be controlled by him. Returning to the present, Zhao Chen glanced at the monitor on the bridge and learned about the long-range communication interception. He frowned slightly. As a result, the time for reinforcements to arrive would be significantly delayed. If the enemy had only arranged these 1,000 interstellar battleships, there might not be a significant problem. But if, suddenly, Zhao Chen saw light rings appearing on both sides of the battlefield. Damn it, the worst-case scenario had arisen. Those light rings weren't anything else but the engines of interstellar battleships. And these battleships were not from the enemy universe, but from the Star Alliance universe. The types of these interstellar battleships were also very familiar to the Star Alliance warriors. And these interstellar battleships didn't even try to conceal their identities. The ship numbers and their fleets were very clear. Zhao Chen magnified the image and identified them. They came from the 3 major families of the conservatives. Moreover, they were their most elite fleets. Each fleet consisted of 300 interstellar battleships, meaning there were almost 1,000 additional interstellar battleships. The situation had taken a sudden turn for the worse. This is the ephemeral fleet from the Morong family, the Tiger Roar fleet from the Tang family, and the Double Axe fleet from the Cheng family, exclaimed the deputy captain in surprise. However, Song Chen remained unperturbed, sneering. These guys, they really didn't bother hiding. They're just ready to break the fishnet directly this time. They really want me dead. 2,000 interstellar battleships were ambushing 300 interstellar battleships. Even if these 300 interstellar battleships were elite, it would be challenging to withstand. The survival of Song Chen's 300 interstellar battleships was hanging by a thread. Sir Dai, I have an idea. Chapter 1293 Emergency Mission. Zhao Chen was contemplating how Song Chen and his top management would make decisions in the face of this situation. Suddenly, an electronic window popped up in front of him. The person on the other side turned out to be the colonel officer who had contacted him last time. Colonel Zhao Chen, I need to urgently assign you a combat mission. Our fleet has fallen into an enemy ambush. The enemy is using long-range communication interference devices to prevent us from sending out the situation here. Seek assistance and share our coordinates. Our interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship has also been attacked by the enemy and cannot leave this engagement zone. Therefore, I need you to organize a squadron of fighter jets. Break through without communication interference, send out the situation here, request assistance, and share the coordinates. This is your mission. Do you understand? The colonel officer's expression was very serious. It was clear that this mission was of utmost importance. Zhao Chen cursed in his heart about which idiot came up with this mission. But he maintained a calm expression on his face. After all, he was under someone's command now and had to carry out the assigned mission. Understood, Zhao Chen said sternly. Colonel Zhao Chen, I know this mission is very challenging, but it concerns the safety of the fleet. So please, I'm counting on you. After the colonel officer finished speaking, he saluted Zhao Chen. I trust in your fighter jet skills. I have witnessed your abilities. It was I and the leader who recommended you for this mission. Zhao Chen wanted to punch this guy in the face. He also regretted a bit for letting this guy stay when he was establishing authority. It was like he was shooting himself in the foot. I understand that I will do my best to complete this mission, Zhao Chen said before cutting off communication with the colonel officer. He really didn't want to see that guy's face. Thinking about it made him angry. But the mission had been accepted, so it had to be carried out. Zhao Chen looked at his 10 flight squads and directly contacted 3 of them. 1st Squad, 3rd Squad, 6th Squad. Assemble immediately and prepare for the emergency mission. Zhao Chen contacted the 3 squads. At the same time, he ordered the department in charge of managing the interstellar drones, deploy 10,000 Rose Ferry-class interstellar drones immediately. Yes. At that moment, 3 communication windows appeared in front of Zhao Chen. They were the leaders of the 3 flight squads. Zhao Chen briefed them on the mission quickly. What? You want us to break through now and transmit the request for assistance? The leader of the 3rd squad was surprised. This mission was clearly very risky. The enemy had intercepted even their interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship. If they attempted to break through in their starfighters, the enemy would certainly know their intentions and send reinforcements. Even if they managed to send out the request for assistance after breaking through, they would still need to return. Starfighters needed to return to the mothership for refueling after running out of fuel, or they would crash. This meant that their flight squads would be facing danger twice. And this dangerous mission was assigned to them. Some of them started having doubts, particularly Cao Bing, the leader of the 1st flight squad. He furrowed his brows, suspecting if Zhao Chen had some personal vendetta in assigning them such a risky mission. Entrusting such a perilous task to his 1st squad basically meant sending them to a near-certain death. But soon, Zhao Chen dispelled their concerns with his words. I will depart together on this emergency mission and take command, Zhao Chen said. He then contacted the leader of the 2nd flight squad. During my absence, you will be in charge of commanding the mothership. Follow my plan for everything. Yes, the leader of the 2nd squad replied. With this arrangement, the 3 squad leaders who were to carry out the emergency mission had nothing more to say. If the commander was personally taking part, what else could they say? Bringing up any more concerns would be just cowardice. Soon nearly 1,000 T6 class Rose Knight interstellar starfighters and 10,000 T6 class Rose Ferry interstellar drones were all assembled, fully armed and fueled, ready to depart. Execute combat flight sequence C5. Flight direction *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** 50% speed of the starfighters, Zhao Chen issued the first command. This command puzzled many of the members. In such an emergency mission, they were not flying at full speed. Moreover, the flight direction was aimed at the initial direction of the first 1,000 interstellar warships that came. It was unclear what the commander was planning. Unaware, some might have thought that the starfighters were going to seize the enemy's interstellar airspace dominance. Huh? Captain Caobing was shaken, looking incredulously at the communication window where Zhao Chen remained composed. As they approached the engagement area, Zhao Chen suddenly ordered all units change direction to **********, full speed ahead. At that moment, the entire fleet almost made a right-angled turn. Everyone understood the commander's intentions. It was a clear example of a feint attack. By making the enemy believe that their flight squad was coming for interstellar dominance, the real purpose was something else. At this moment, the enemy fleet also realized the true objective of this flight squadron and immediately tried to intercept them. However, apart from a very few starfighters that were close enough to cover these starfighters, the rest couldn't catch up with the T6 level starfighters and interstellar drones just by speed alone. They had to rely on their own starfighters and drones for interception. As a result, a large number of starfighters and drones swarmed towards Zhao Chen's flight group. They outnumbered them by several times. Full speed. Don't panic. Follow my orders. Zhao Chen's voice rang through the command channel. Yes, the 3 squad leaders replied. Soon, one flight squad was on their tails.